Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is car. C-A-R.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who now have on display the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new 1954 Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples.
Well, we invited some bridge teachers to the program, Groucho, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Rose O'Brien Olson to be a contestant. And her partner is in the music business, Mr. Lucky Wilbur. So, folks, would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Rose O'Brien Olson, you're a bridge teacher, is that?
Yes, I am, Archer.
And where are you from, Rose?
Tacoma, Washington.
Uh-huh. Are you married?
Yes, sir.
Burned your bridges behind you, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, your name is Lucky Wilbur?
Yes.
Oh. How old are you, Lucky?
I'm 63.
What sort of work do you do, Mr. Wilbur?
I'm what they call a song plugger.
A song plugger?
Mm-hmm.
Well, really, of course, I know what a song plugger is, but I'm sure some of our listeners out there have never heard of song plugging. Could you tell them what a song plugger is?
Well,
without us being arrested up here?
I work for a publisher, and when we get a brand new song, why, it's my job to go out and see how many plugs I can get on it.
Mm-hmm.
A plug means disc jockey, orchestra leader, anyone in the entertainment field. By the number of plugs, why, if the song has got a chance at all, we hope it'll become a hit.
Would you get paid by the plug?
Oh, no.
I know a jockey does. I thought perhaps you did, too.
No, not yet.
A disc jockey, I mean. He gets paid by the plug. There's a joke in there, but it isn't worth investigating. How long have you been doing this kind of work?
I've been at
if you can call it work.
Well, actually 44 years.
44 years.
Mm-hmm.
What are some of the songs you've made famous?
Well, I started on Let Me Call You Sweetheart.
So did I, and got nowhere.
Meet Me Tonight in Dreamland.
I used to sing that.
3 o'clock in the morning
I
in
sang
a
that
little
around
Spanish
midnight.
town.
Huh?
3 o'clock in the morning in a little Spanish town.
3 o'clock in the morning, a little Spanish town? I never heard that. Is that all one song?
No, 2 songs.
Oh. Two songs? That's in Arizona, isn't it?
No. Wow. And then from there I went.
You have to admire me. I certainly keep plugging away up here. I'm not funny, but I'm certainly persistent. Well, Rose, let's talk about bridge. You say you're a bridge teacher?
Yes, I am.
And where is your school?
It's 611, the Contract Bridge Studio, 611 South Ardmore. Not Los Angeles. We've been there about over 20 years.
I have my own system in playing bridge. I played a couple of times. You kick your opponent in the shins, and then when they bend over, you just look at their cards. Now, how about cheating? Is there much cheating goes on among these card players in the bridge clubs?
Heavens, no, Harpo. Groucho.
It's all right. You call me Harpo, and I'll talk about stud poker. Lucky, let's get back to you. By the way, did you know I did an album for Decca Records last year?
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah.
I haven't heard a laugh like that since Frankenstein was done by Boris Karloff. Well, I'd like to continue this conversation, but the time has come to play your bet, your life. Now, we have questions here ranging from $10 to $100, and you must pick 4 of them. The higher the amount, the tougher the question. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
You play bridge. I'm sure you're good with mathematics. All right, let's see how much money you can make. You selected sports.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you want to try a $10 question, a $50 or a $100, or just talk it over between you and come to some specific conclusion.
Let's start at $50.
$50, all right. A period in the game of polo lasts 7.5 minutes. What is this period called?
Chucker.
That's right, chucker.
You're on your way with $50.
Now, you would be much safer if you decide on an answer before calling out.
Oh, 60.
60, all right. What is the rubber disc used in ice hockey called?
Puck.
That's right, puck.
You now have $110.
Don't look so somber, Fenneman. This isn't our money.
But it's my arithmetic.
Oh. Which one do you choose this time?
Go up. 10. 70.
70, all right. In what sport is Eric Guerin famous? Guerin.
Jockey.
Jockey is right. Horse racing.
You now climb to $180.
Now, what do you want for your last question?
80. 80.
All right. Who is the winner of the decathlon in the last two Olympic Games? Talk it over.
Mathis. Bob Mathis.
Bob Mathias is absolutely right.
And you wind up with $260.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth
Thank you
dealers.
very kindly.
We have some newlyweds for you, Groucho. Bob and Shirley von Kuznick, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word, and you'll take home an extra $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Let's see, Shirley and Bob Van Kuznick, huh? You're newlyweds?
Yes, we are.
Mm-hmm. And Bob, where's your hometown?
I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, on Lake Erie.
And Shirley, where are you from?
I was born in Madisonville in Cincinnati.
What sort of work do you do, Bob?
I'm a lather.
You get paid for laughing?
Yeah, I put on wire, paper, and that, and a plasterboard on the inside of the houses.
Oh, you're a plasterer, huh? How old are you, Bob?
I'm 26.
You're pretty young to be plastered, aren't you? What's your age, Shirley?
19.
Are you a plasterer, too?
No, I'm not.
How long have you two been married, Bob?
Oh, about 10 months.
Oh. Shirley, is he anywhere near the right amount?
Well, to be exact, it's about 8 months, 3 weeks, and 2 days.
Bob, when was the first time you met Shirley?
I was in a hot dog stand in Cincinnati in 1951.
In a hot dog stand?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
You mean it was just puppy love at first sight, huh? What was Romeo doing there besides getting mustard all over his necktie?
Oh, he was on a 48-hour pass from the Army.
Oh, 48-hour pass?
That's right.
What all did you manage to do on that 48-hour pass?
Well, we went out to Coney Island, went dancing.
Cincinnati?
In Cincinnati.
Is there a Coney Island, Cincinnati?
Oh, yes, uh-huh. And went swimming, went on all the amusements, took in a couple of movies, went to a show, and a party.
You must have been loaded with money, eh? It's always a mystery to me how a $50 a month GI can spend $300 on a weekend. Shirley, was Bob's Army close enough for him to see you regularly after that first date?
He was at Fort Knox.
He was at Fort Knox?
Yes.
That's where that $300 a week came from, right? What were you doing at Fort Knox? Were you a gold brick?
I was an instructor there. I was teaching GIs why we fight in Korea, troop information education.
How long after you met Romeo did you get engaged, Shirley?
About 6 months.
What happened after he proposed, Shirley? Did he go and ask his general for a better job?
He went AWOL.
From who? You or the Army?
Army.
You know, you could get into trouble going AWOL, Bob. How long were you over the hill?
Oh, about a year and a half.
A year and a half?
Year and
Surprised
a half.
the Army missed you. That is, I'm surprised the firing squad missed you. Where'd you go for such a long time?
Well, I was teaching in my lesson plan that the survival for Western democracy was at stake in Korea, and somebody'd always say, wasn't he practice what he preaches? And after a lesson was over, and so I just went to Korea.
You went to Korea? How'd you do that?
I just decided to go and went out to the West Coast on an airliner, and
Well, how'd you swing it? I didn't know you could just pick up and go to Korea.
well, after I got out there, I went up to Seattle there, and I saw the ship there, and I knew it was going to Korea from the way GIs were talking around there, and So I went over to the naval barracks there where they were billeted, and early that morning there was an advance detail of cooks and bakers leaving, and so I put on a white mess jacket and an apron and went down to the dock that morning real early, and there was only about 15 of us, and luckily it was raining at the time because an officer there said, "Are these the men?" He said, "Yeah." And he says, "Well, it's raining, you better get the men out of the rain." And so we went aboard, and I went forward and got lost with the crew. I got to Japan.
Well, how far did you get before they finally caught up with you?
Well, they never did catch me. I got right up to the front lines.
Well, tell us about your experience as a AWOL soldier on the front lines. How did you get lined up with an outfit?
Well, the first outfit I came across was the British Princess Pat's, and I stayed with them for a while and on some assaults there, and then I worked my way over to their flank to a South Korean infantry unit, and I stayed with them for about 3 weeks.
Now, weren't you frightened? After all, you had more or less short-circuited all the training the ordinary soldier gets before he goes into action. Were you scared?
Well, I was scared. Some lieutenant might tap me on the shoulder and say I was wanted at Fort Knox.
Well, what finally happened? Did the Army ever find out what became of their wandering boy?
Well, I finally told the platoon sergeant about it.
And what did he say?
Well, he told the lieutenant about it then.
Yeah? What did the lieutenant do?
Well, I went to captain, from the captain on up to the colonel to I Corps.
They were passing the buck private, in other words. What happened then?
Well, I went to Far East Command in Tokyo, and then from there to the Pentagon in Washington.
Well, it certainly can get lost there. What happened when it got to the Pentagon?
Well,
did they shoot you or anything? Hang you?
They finally court-martialed me and fined me $10.
Well, you can get that here if the exhaust in your car is smoking. Fined you $10, huh? Now, after you gave yourself up, how did they ship you? Did they ship you home right away?
Well, after my court-martial there at Tokyo, I requested to be sent back to my adopted tank unit in Korea, and so my request was granted, and next morning I was shipped back to Korea. I served a full tour then with that unit.
Well, that's an incredible story, Bob. A man assigned to Fort Knox wants to get something easier? Imagine a guy hanging around Fort Knox and dying to get to Korea and get into action. Shirley, you've probably heard the story 1,000 times. Did he leave out anything important?
Well, he was wounded and decorated a couple times, and there was a platoon up on the hill which needed some ammunition. They needed a volunteer to drive through the front to bring the ammunition, and so Bob volunteered to go up there, and he got through all the enemies and everything, although he was wounded.
Were you dressed as a cook this time, Bob? Well, put her there, huh?
Thanks,
I think this country is pretty safe with fellows like you hanging around. Now, Shirley, how soon after Bob got home did you get married? Did you wait until he closed the front door? Or did you get married immediately?
Well, it wasn't immediately. We got married that evening.
Oh, well. I'm glad you waited a reasonable length of time. You certainly took a chance waiting a whole day. You might have got a telegram from Patagonia saying, having a nice war down here. I'll be late for the wedding. Signed, Bob. Well, now let's see if you two can win a lot of money. I have to be impartial up here. You realize that. I'm not allowed to say what I'm really thinking, but if you don't win the equivalent of Fort Knox, there's going to be some heads rolling in the morning around here.
In the race for the $1,500, the bridge teacher and the song plugger won $260, and the secret word is car.
Now, let's see how much money you can make. You selected American history. You know how to play this game? I have 10 questions. I weigh 10, 20, 30, all the way up to 100. You must pick 4 of the 10. As they increase in value, they get correspondingly tougher. Is that clear?
Clear.
Now, which one do you want to start with?
We'll start with the 5th question.
5th question, $50. The first and most prominent signature among the names on the Declaration of Independence has become a symbol for all signatures. Whose name is it?
John Hancock.
That's absolutely right, John Hancock.
We're off to a good start with $50.
You have $50 that nobody can take away from you except the Revenue Department. Now, what is the next one you want to try?
We'll try the 7th question.
$70. Who was the general in charge of the government forces annihilated in the Battle of the Little Big Horn?
General George Custer.
That is absolutely right.
You now have $120.
What is the one you're going to try now?
We'll take 8.
80? William H. Seward, as Secretary of State, was responsible for a land purchase that was known as Seward's Folly. What was Seward's Folly? He purchased some land for the United States. He was Secretary of State. If you don't know, guess.
Louisiana?
I'm sorry, it's Alaska.
But they still have $120.
You have $120 that nobody can take away from you. Now, which one do you want to try for on your final question?
Ken, do you want to try the 10?
We'll try the 10th question.
The $100 question?
Yeah.
Who was the first man to become president of all the 48 states?
George Washington.
The 48 states.
Oh, the 48
Now,
states.
think it over for a minute. Not the 13, but the 48.
Calvin Coolidge.
No, it's William Howard Taft. Or if you want to be really technical, I would have accepted Eisenhower as the answer, since Ohio was formally admitted to the Union in 1953. So anyway, they won.
wind up with $120.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, and I'm sorry you didn't win more. All right, George, who's next?
Groucho, we asked for volunteers tonight. People
the Army?
No. People with interesting stories. We asked that type of person to volunteer.
I see.
And just before we went on the air, a Roxy Jamgogian and Walter Atkinson were chosen to be on the show. And here they are. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Roxy Jamgogian. Who's there?
That's me, Groucho.
That's you? Huh?
Yeah.
How far did I miss the pronunciation?
Well, not any farther than the average person.
Oh. What kind of a name is Yamochian?
Shamgochian.
Shamgochian?
Yes.
What,
It's an Armenian name.
Armenian, huh? Well, what should I call you? Araxi?
My friends call me Roxy, which is much easier to say.
Oh, don't mention Roxy, will you?
No?
I played the Roxy in New York. We did 5 performances a day, and each performance lasted an hour. And on Saturday and Sunday, we did 6. So if you must have a nickname, I'll call you the Palace or the Majestic Theater in Chicago. Do you have a job?
Yes, I do. I teach at the Fairfax High School.
Oh, really?
In fact, I've been there since the school opened.
What do you teach?
Well, until just recently, I taught drama and public speaking, had the play production work. But just now, I'm in the English department.
Oh, you teach English?
That's right.
And where are you from, Walt?
I'm from Madison, Georgia. That's close to Athens.
I thought Athens was in Greece. Is that still your home, Georgia?
No, I was when I left. When I was 10 years old, we went south.
You went south? You went south from Georgia?
Yes, we went to Florida.
Oh. I thought the only thing south of Georgia was Africa, South Pole.
No, we went south. The boll weevil and the zuzu bugs got too rough, and we went south. But, I mean, they drove us plumb out of Georgia.
What do you mean by plum out? You had no plums?
No, we loaded up in a truck and headed south for Florida. And then when we got it...
You went by boll weevil to Florida?
No, the boll weevil drove us out. The boll weevil and the zuzu bugs.
Oh. I thought zuzu was a ginger snapper.
The zuzu bug is quite a bug.
It is? Well, evidently. What is a... Could you describe a zuzu bug for us?
You know anything about cotton?
I know Joe Cotton. I've seen him in
The
movies.
zuzu bugs, they suck the blossom, sting the bowl, pull up the stalk, and cover up the hole.
Well, I don't blame you from screaming out of there. Where'd you wind up?
We landed in Umatilla.
Well,
That's between Ascatool and Opke-Humpke.
well, where else could it be? What was the name of this river?
The Ocklawaha.
Oh. Well, why did your family decide to settle in Umatilla?
Well,
Did they know anybody
Umatilla,
there?
As we were passing through Umatilla on this truck, a rear tire blew out. And we kind of settled there then.
Well, you'd have settled any place where the tire blew out, is that it?
Well, in this case, we settled in Umatilla.
I don't think I'm familiar with Umatilla. I haven't been there recently. Where is it located?
Umatilla, I told you. It's between Astatoula and Okeechobee. Banks of Ocklawaha.
Well, he hasn't changed the story any. What kind of a joint is Umatilla? Is it anything like New York City?
No smoke, no smog. Lots of rain and very little fog. Apex of the Golden Triangle, the home of the Okefenokee Queen watermelon and the big mouth bass. The heart of nature's wonderland. Umatilla, you'll like it. Three filling stations, an all-car garage, a post office, and a barber shop.
Wait a minute. You said something. You said car. Okay, up. You said the secret word car, so you get $50, and Mrs. McGotchin gets $50.
What did I say?
You said boll weevil, and that's the secret word tonight. You just happened to be lucky that boll weevil was the secret word. It wouldn't happen again in 100 years. It was either boll weevil or Umatilla. I don't remember. Well, it's certainly been a confusing experience talking to you two. But now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. You know how to play our new quiz? I have a list of 10 questions. You pick the category yourself. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
In the race for the $1,500, the first couple lead with $260.
Let's see how much money you can make. You select a dictionary quiz. And being from Fairfax High, you ought to be very good at this, Mrs. Yamagochian. Now, which question do you want to choose first? You can start with 10 or 100 or 50.
Let's start with 4.
You don't want to discuss this with her at all?
That's all right.
Question number 4, that's $40?
Number 4, yes.
All right, a man who grinds grains and makes flour is called what? Talk it over.
A miller.
A miller on the D, that's right.
You now have $40.
Now what do you want to do?
5.
Number 50. Huh? If you were indolent, what would you be?
Lazy.
You'd be lazy.
That's right.
You now have $90.
Which one?
Well, we did 8. Shall we try 8?
80?
8.
$80. If an aviary is a place to keep birds, what is an apiary? A-P-I-A-R-Y. Apiary? Apiary. Apiary.
Bees.
That's right. The place to keep bees.
You now have $170.
Now, which question do you want to try for? The 90, 100, 60, 30?
60.
60. What is the Latin phrase that means solid earth?
Terra firma.
Yes, he knew that.
And you wind up with $230.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Real good.
And that means the bridge teacher and the song plugger with $260. In just 1 minute, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question, Groucho.
Hello, this is Arlene Francis, here to tell you about the 1954 DeSoto Automatic. This dramatic new 1954 DeSoto is called the Automatic because it's the one car designed and built to carry out your sudden orders instantly, silently, and safely at all speeds. Parking or steering, DeSoto Full Power Steering works for you all the time and does the work of turning the wheel for you. And this year, the DeSoto Automatic offers you Power Flight transmission. With Power Flight Drive, you have really astonishing getaway power, and you never even lift your foot from the pedal. More big news is that the mighty DeSoto Fire Dome V8 engine is now a full 170 horsepower. Take it from me, you'll want to see this 1954 DeSoto automatic right away at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Now here's the bridge teacher and the song plugger, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
In 1889, an American newspaper woman went around the world in 72 days, 6 hours, and 11 minutes. For $1,500, what was the name of this famous New York journalist? Talk it over. Okay, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
Wasn't Francis Quimby, was it?
No, it was Nellie Bly, very famous name.
Oh, yes.
So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, they lost the big money, but how much did they win the quiz, George?
They won $260 in the quiz.
Well, that's not so bad. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Thank you very much, guys.
You bet your life.
Thank you. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth, two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Good drivers drive safe cars. So wise up, check up, fix up. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is clock. C-L-O-C-K.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I'm again with $3,000 for one of our couples. Well, who's first, George? What have we got on the veranda?
Well, Groucho, we invited some dancing instructors to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Ann Reardon to be on the program. Her partner is Mr. Bill Eddy. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, hot diggity. Welcome, youngsters, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Ann Reardon and Bill Eddy. Ann, you're a dancing instructor, it says here, huh?
Yes.
Where are you from, Annie?
Well, I was originally from St. Louis, and I lived in Chicago, but I've been out here since I was 12 years old.
In other words, Annie doesn't live there anymore.
That's right.
Are you single?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I hope I'm correct in guessing you're not engaged. Am I correct?
Yes.
Are you busy tonight?
Yes.
You say yes?
Yes.
Tomorrow night?
Yes.
You said yes 4 times in a row. You realize that?
Yes.
Apparently, the answer is still no. This is the most delightful brush-off I've had in years. Bill Eddy, that's you, huh?
Yes,
I don't care how many times you say yes. My guess is you're about 5 years older than Ann. Is that right? How old are you?
Well, I'm 28.
Ann, was I pretty close?
Yes.
Still saying yes, eh? Right after the show, let's you and I have a soda, just the two of us, okay?
No.
They always get around to that sooner or later. Bill, are you married?
No.
Engaged?
No.
Can you support a wife, Bill?
Well, reasonably well.
You're walking on quicksand, Bill. Where do you work?
I work for the Bank of America in Glendale, Maine office.
Oh, you work at the Bank of America. And congratulations. This is better than striking oil. Bill, what do you think of Ann? And be candid as you like. You know, you're among friends.
Well, on such short acquaintanceship, I think she's a very lovely and charming girl.
I haven't seen a banker pay that much interest since the boom of '87. I've often wondered about banks with all that money around. How do they know you fellas won't take home a few samples?
Well, the bank conducts a very thorough investigation and ascertains our honesty before we're employed.
That's not important. They better make sure you're honest after they hire you. Isn't there some little way an employee can make an honest mistake, like slipping a couple of $1,000 under his toupee?
Well,
be honest, isn't there?
Well, a teller could go out to lunch and take a couple grand with him and not come back, but it wouldn't be long before his absence was noticed, and he'd be caught eventually.
Yes, but by this time he'd have had the lunch. Well, apparently you've been giving this some thought anyhow, haven't you? And you may have your honeymoon in Rio de Janeiro. Bill, by the way, I know the Bank of America is a very big bank. It happens I've got $32 there myself. Now, just between us, what assurance do I have that this money is safe?
Well, all deposits up to $10,000 are assured or insured by the federal government in Washington.
That's my guarantee. Huh?
Yes.
Have you heard that the federal government is about $280 billion in the hole? And that's after they collected Crosby's taxes. Let's talk about you, Ann. Where do you do your dancing?
The Arthur Murray Studio on Wilshire Boulevard.
Oh, Arthur Murray. Oh, I know him very well. As a matter of fact, I was on his show a few weeks ago. Did you see it?
No.
You didn't, huh? If you remember right after that, you remember he got robbed? Did you read about that? Well, there was no connection between my performance. I just thought he should have paid me off in something besides dancing lessons, that's all. What is the most popular dance these days? I know the one I like. The costumes are wonderful. All you need is 7 veils. You do that dance at all?
No, we don't.
What is the most popular?
Oh, of course, foxtrot. And it seems everybody nowadays wants to learn the mambo.
Oh, the mambo. Oh, I remember mambo. That's a sort of a combination of rumba and jitterbug, isn't it?
Well, that's pretty close.
With a little catch-as-can wrestling thrown in for good measure.
Pretty close.
And you think you could teach this guy anything?
Oh, I'm sure I could.
Bill, when do you think you could get together with her just to kind of talk things over, huh?
Well, we discussed this a little bit before the show, and we decided if we won any money, why, we might get together after the show and talk it over a little bit.
This was, you knew this all the time when I was talking to her at the beginning, huh?
Yes.
Like a cat playing with a mouse, huh?
Well, she gave the right answers.
It was more like a rat playing with a mouse. You two have already gotten together, huh? Well, I swan, huh? Gosh, I haven't swanned in years. Apparently, he doesn't spend all his time foreclosing mortgages. Well, you're a very attractive couple, and Anne, if Bill has trouble carrying you across the threshold, after you're married, don't worry. Do what I do. But... Now, let's see how much money you can win. You beat our other couples, and you get a chance at the big money. Now, you select a general information quiz. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
Go for 70?
Okay.
What's that from there?
Okay.
70, eh?
$70.
All right. In a matrimonial sense, what is a benedict?
It's me. Might as well guess. It's a ring. The guy that gives a ring.
Okay, go ahead.
Is that the fellow that gives the ring to the groom?
No, that's a married man, usually newly married. Well, that's...
Single. I'm sorry.
Now, what question do you want?
What do we go for now?
You still got lots of chances.
Let's try 50.
80, 30, 100,
60.
anything.
60.
60. What kind of a business establishment would you associate with a mortar and pestle?
It's a plaster, I think.
Okay, go ahead.
A plaster?
Either a drugstore or a pharmacy. Or pharmacy.
Ooh, that's the thing he grinds it up in.
That's right, yeah.
Whoa, we're not doing worth a dime.
No, well... Now what do you want?
Let's go for the 50. Can't get too low.
Okay.
50.
50.
According to Mother Goose, who went to bed with one shoe on?
This will have to be yours.
See, a married man with children would know this. Well, I know. It's Diddle Diddle Dumpling. My son John went to bed with his stockings on. One shoe off and one shoe on. Diddle Diddle Dumpling, my son John. You see, you have to have children. Remember that. Now then, it's your last chance to beat the other couples. What question are you going to go for?
$80.
$80. What do you call a freshman at West Point?
Plebe.
Please.
Plebe is right. At least you have $80. Yes.
Well, now we have a young lady with an interesting job, Groucho. Her name is Shirley Lestelle, and her partner is Mr. Charles Sandoval. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome. Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide by $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Let's see, Charles Sandoval and Shirley Lestelle, eh? You're Shirley, huh?
Yes, sir.
Shirley, you don't mind my calling you Shirley on such short acquaintance, do you?
Not at all.
What did you say?
I said I don't mind you calling me Shirley.
Do you always talk that way?
Well, I guess so. My voice didn't change as I grew up.
Your voice didn't change?
No.
How come?
I don't know. It sort of left me, or I left it, one or the other.
Oh. Well, your voice was very foolish, Shirley. Now, how old are you, Shirley?
25.
25?
Yes.
Ah, you're a fine looking girl. Mr. Charles Sandoval, that's you, huh?
Yes, sir, that's me.
I can't help but notice that patch over your eye. Is that anything serious?
No, sir, the bright lights hurt my eyes.
Oh. You look very distinguished with the patch. And the schnurrbart and the goatee and... Isn't this a schnurrbart?
Schnurrbart?
No. Yeah, I think so.
Goatee?
Is your chin sensitive to light, too?
No, sir.
Where are you from originally?
I was born in the city of San Salvador in the Republic of Salvador.
Oh, well, why did you leave San Salvador? Did you get tired of bananas?
No, there was a revolution in 1929, and my father thought it would be a good time to leave the country.
You mean he let a little revolution scare him? Was he a coward?
No, certainly not. He was a president.
Well, the job blew up in his face, son. I don't blame him for quitting. There's not much chance for advancement in a job like that. Shirley, let's get back to you. There's one question I haven't asked. You are married, huh?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any outside interest, Shirley, or do you spend all your time keeping house?
Oh, no, I work for a Papermate Pen Company. I have for the last 2 years.
Just what do you do there?
Well, right now I'm doing the first assembly. I've done fillers, first assembly, final assembly, inspection.
What's a filler?
A filler is the...
Now, that's a fellow you were married to. I don't mean him.
Well, a filler in a Papermate pen is the little inside that you write with. That's what you buy when you run out of ink, but it doesn't happen very often.
Only when you write, I guess, huh?
There's about 70,000 words there.
There is. I don't know that many words. Well, can you write in an airplane with that pen?
Sure.
Can you write in a submarine?
Definitely.
Have you ever been in a submarine?
No.
Well, how do you know you can write in one?
Because we advertise it, and when we advertise it, it's so.
Suppose I were to buy one. How would I know if it was any good, assuming that I did buy one?
Well, it would be good if you bought it because each pen is tested. We got 20 girls.
You test them underwater?
No, on paper. We have 20 girls that ride Johnson all day long.
Johnson must get an awful lot of mail, huh? Why do they write Johnson? I happen to know Johnson. He can't even read. Besides that, he's a married man.
Well,
Does Mrs. Johnson get wind of this?
No, but Johnson has all the necessary loops and swirls and straight lines.
If you think Johnson has them, you should see Mrs. Johnson. Well, it's been an experience talking to you two. But I'm sure you'd be much more interested in winning some money, wouldn't you, Charlie?
That's right.
So let's play You Bet Your Life. Beat our other couples, you'll get a chance at the big money later.
The banker and the dancing instructor won $80, and the secret word is clock.
You selected science and fiction. Remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what do you want? $10 one? 80, 100? Talk it over, your partners.
Good enough.
60, please.
60. What is another word for vertigo?
Vertigo, dizziness.
That's right.
Off to a good start with $60.
Now, what one do you want?
Okay.
70.
70. What do you call the colored part of the eye?
The pupil. The colored part of the eye is the retina.
Right.
No, the boat's gone,
Cornea.
Charlie. It's the iris.
Oh.
Now you have $60. Now, what do you want?
We'll try the $80.
80?
first.
Okay. What is the common word for clavicle?
Clavicle, collarbone.
That's right.
You now have $140.
Now, what do you want to try? Is your last chance to beat the other couple?
90.
90.
90. What is the science that deals with birds called?
Ornithology.
That is absolutely correct.
And you wind up with $230.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, before we proceed, I have a telegram here I want to read. This is to Groucho Marx, NBC Hollywood. The 500 radio and TV editors participating in the annual Motion Picture Herald and Fame magazine poll have voted George Fenneman the best announcer in television. Thanks, gentlemen, thanks. George, get your head out of the clouds and tell us who's next.
All right, Groucho, we have a guest tonight from down under. He's Mr.
And don't ask for more money. You're just wasting your time.
No.
As a matter of fact, we may cut your salary.
We
now that you have these encomiums.
What?
Encomiums.
We have a guest tonight from down...
This fellow went to Stanford, and I went to reform school. Huh? ECOMIUMS. Something like that.
We have a guest.
Encomiums. Look it up when you get home,
I'll
George.
do that for sure.
Look under E.
E. We have a guest tonight, Groucho, from down under. Mr. Ethel Smurden.
Where is he, in the subway?
Well, you'll see in just a minute, I think. Mr. Ethel Smurden is his name, and his partner is a Hollywood pioneer, Miss Mary Sackett. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word, and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. Ethel Smurden. Oh, come now, you just made that up, didn't you?
No. My name is Ethel. That's a Scotch
Ethel?
name.
Well, why aren't you in a gas tank?
Oh, well, Ethel, you see, is the male equivalent for Ethel, the girl's name.
Oh. How about Smurden?
Smurden, well,
What
that's...
kind of a name is Smurden?
That's Old English, Devonshire. My grandfather came from South Devon.
Oh. Now, where are you from, Mr. Smurden?
Oh, I'm from Auckland.
Oakland. Well, that's right across the bay from San Francisco, isn't it?
No, Groucho. Auckland, Auckland.
I don't care how you spell it. It's still across the bay from San Francisco. Why do you assume this dialect if you're from Oakland?
Well, actually, have you ever heard of New Zealand?
New Zealand? Have you ever heard of Ecomium?
No, frankly, I haven't.
Well, that's right across the bay from Oakland.
Same place.
Now let's talk to you, okay, Mrs. Sackett?
Miss Sackett, if you please.
Miss Sackett?
Thank you.
I'm terribly sorry.
No, you may be sorry, but I'm not.
This hasn't been an easy day for me, so... Well, I'm glad you're not sorry, Mrs. Sackett. You're a spinster, huh?
I'm a spinster from Choice.
From Choice. Is that near Oakland? Where were you born?
In Suffield, Connecticut.
In Connecticut, huh?
Across the alley from the town hall, opposite the town park, with the town cigar factory in the backyard, the family orchard and the family garden, on my granddad's Connecticut seed leaf tobacco farm, 10 miles from Springfield, Mass., 16 from Hartford, Connecticut. And if you would dispose of the cigar, I'll thank you.
Can I just hold it?
No, I don't like some.
Well, how do you feel about me, Mary?
Oh, you look all right, perhaps, if you leave the cigar alone.
Okay.
Does anyone have a
Boy, am I getting pushed around tonight. How old are you, Mary?
78 years.
78. Well, you're certainly spry and chipper, and not married. Now, Fenneman introduced you as a Hollywood pioneer. How long have you been in California?
I landed here on Thanksgiving Day, 1887.
1887. That was 70 years ago, huh? What was
Not quite.
No, well.
67.
Well, I wouldn't argue with you because I'd come off second best, but did you do any work as a girl when you first came out here?
Oh, I tended a store outside of school hours for my father.
Uh-huh. What kind of a store? General store?
A general store, a country store.
Mm-hmm.
I took care of the post office when it came along in the corner of the store, and when they electricized the dummy line and put it down to Santa Monica, I had the ticket and freight business. 3 of them at one time for 3 years.
Say, you were a pretty important part of...
I had to have help.
You didn't do it all yourself, huh?
Well, when...
Why did you quit the post office, Mary? Were the postcards getting too hard to read?
I didn't read the postcards.
Just the letters?
I didn't. Well, I couldn't get into letters.
Well, how do you spend your time these days? What do you do to entertain yourself?
Oh, I read and I walk and I talk.
And you do them all very well, too, Mary. I hope I do as well when I'm your age next year. Do you ever watch my show on television?
Sometimes, not often. Because I seldom look at the television.
Well, do you like
you
me?
or anybody else? You're all right.
Took a long time to squeeze that out of you. Well, I'd like to continue this conversation, but now it's time to win some money. If you beat our other couples, you'll get a chance at the big money.
Our second couple leads with $230.
Now, you two have to decide on one answer between you on all these things. Let's see how much money you can make. You select the geography. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what question do you want to start with?
Or I figure we'll take about...
Talk up.
I figure we'll take about number 8. How's that?
Number 8? The $80 one? Is that all right with you, Mary?
All right. If whatever's right with him, it'll be all right with me, I expect.
To what country does Greenland belong?
Iceland.
No, it's Denmark. All right, now you got 3 more chances.
Come on,
Which one do you want?
Say 70.
70. What is the capital city of Alaska?
Anchorage.
No, it's Juneau. What one do you want now?
Come on, what do you want now?
50?
Let's go the big one. You get nothing to lose so far. Yeah, we'll go 100.
100?
We got to get together.
What is the largest state east of the Mississippi?
Largest? Now, you're from the United States. What's the largest state east of the Mississippi? Texas.
Isn't that...
Texas is right.
East.
Oh.
Isn't that just like a man? Well, it's Georgia. That's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much you going to bet? You want a $90 one? A $10 one?
No, we'll go the 100. It's all right with you if we go the 100? It's all right with
No,
me?
you've had the 100. You can go 90.
All right, we'll go 90. All right?
All right.
In which of our states do you find Shoshone Falls? Shoshone. They're higher than Niagara. In which of our states do you find Shoshone Falls?
Higher than Niagara. That's in Idaho, is it?
That's right. Idaho is right.
And you wind up with $90.
Well, I'm glad you didn't leave here broke, Mary. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
And that means that Shirley Lestelle and the man from San Salvador with $230 in just 1 minute get the chance of the DeSoto Plymouth $3,000 question. Let me tell you about a man who's going to be mighty happy soon. He'll be happy because he'll be enjoying the comforts of a really fine automobile. A top-value used car he's going to pick out from his neighborhood DeSoto Plymouth dealer's great selection. Now, let's see why this late-model, low-mileage car is going to be such an exceptional buy. Well, first, the car was traded in on a new DeSoto automatic, then given a thorough inspection. After being completely checked from bumper to bumper by the staff of expert mechanics at the neighborhood DeSoto dealer's marvelous service center, necessary reconditioning and tune-up work was completed immediately. Finally, because your DeSoto dealer thought that this car was one of the top values on his lot, he awarded it the Groucho Special sticker. That's his way of showing you the finest used car buys in town. You'll find you can buy one of these Groucho Specials on the easiest of budget payments. So if it's a fine used car you want, look for the Groucho Special sticker. Then perhaps you'll be the happy man sitting in the driver's seat of a Groucho Special used car.
Remember, see the Groucho Specials at your neighborhood DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you.
Groucho, here comes our winning couple, the man from San Salvador and Shirley Lestelle, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $3,000 question.
All right, for $3,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. One of the most famous of Greek legends concerns Jason and his quest for the Golden Fleece. The sailors who accompanied Jason had many wonderful adventures. For $3,000, what were these sailors called? It is a word still used frequently. Talk it over. What is the answer you two have decided upon?
Argonauts.
Argonauts is absolutely right, $3,000, and that was a tough question. How much they win the quiz, George?
$230 in the quiz.
Which gives them $32.30. It's not bad. What are you going to do with all that money? That's $16.15 apiece, huh?
I'm going to get a house.
You're going to get a house? And you? What are you going to do with
Same
yours?
thing.
You're going to get a house? Why don't
Yes,
you get
sir.
one between you, huh?
You can get a duplex.
Congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life, huh?
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth. Two great new cars. Both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Don't be a wacky walker. Don't cross between intersections. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is name. N-A-M-E.
Oh, you can spell, huh?
You bet your life.
Really?
It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
I'll fight Marciano for every nickel he's got. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples.
You know, we invited some girls from a fan club
You did.
to the
Does
show
your wife
tonight.
know about this?
Well, this is for you.
For me.
Yes, and we selected one.
Now you're talking.
We selected one to be on the show just before we went on the air, and her name is Miss Sheila Pugh, and her partner has a very interesting
Give me
story.
that again?
I'm not going to. Her partner has an interesting story. He's Mr. John Burgoyne Ely.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like these people now to come in and meet Groucho Marx.
You would.
Folks?
Welcome, folks, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Let's see, John Burgoyne Ely and Sheila Pugh. Well, you make a very attractive couple. Let's see what you have in common. Sheila, what is your age?
I'm 16, Groucho.
You're 16.
16.
Johnny, how old are you?
84.
84. Well, you make a very attractive couple. The man should be a little older, you know. Johnny, what was your full name again?
John Burgoyne Ely.
That's an English name, isn't it, John?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Are you from England, John?
Originally, I came from Normandy.
Normandy? That's in France, isn't it?
Well, I believe so. This was in 1066.
Tell us something about your ancestors. They sound illustrious. Are they?
Well, when William the Conqueror conquered England, he took the first John Highley of record with him as his treasurer of the household. And John Highley's son was treasurer of the realm. His grandson was Lord High Sheriff of London. So I suppose I'm the 45th Duke of Normandy.
Well, were you ever married to Barbara Hutton?
I wasn't that kind of a duke. I was a poor duke, I guess.
Well, being a duke, Johnny, which one of these big English castles were you born in?
I was born in a shack in Arkansas.
Arkansas? What were you doing there?
I was getting born.
Well, it's like Shack and the Beanstalk, huh? Sheila, what was it Fenneman said you were besides a girl?
I am the international vice president of the official Gordon McRae fan club. That's one of the largest in the world, Groucho.
Gordon McRae? Oh, I know him very well. He's a great performer. I admire him a great deal, too. Isn't he the fellow that makes his living getting shot out of a cannon?
Groucho, you know as well as I do that he's one of the greatest singers in the country.
What about the city? Well, he's one of my favorite singers. He's on the Railroad Hour or something, isn't he?
Right, Monday nights on NBC.
Now, Mr. Ely, would you like to belong to her fan club?
Well, yes. I like singing. I'm a musician.
You are, huh? Well, who was your favorite star? Theda Barry?
Oh, no, Jack Benny.
Jack Benny, huh?
Present company accepted, of course.
It's all right. You made your faux pas. Let it lay there. Huh? Why do you like Jack Benny, of all people?
He paid my first year college tuition.
I thought he was 39 years old.
Yeah.
Well, all this nonsense about Benny being stingy is just part of his act, then, huh?
Oh,
actually, he's one of the most generous men in show business.
I think so. Sure.
When did Benny pay your college tuition, John? In the days of William the Conqueror?
No, that was 2 years ago when I got through with John Muir.
What college did you attend? Do you attend now?
UCLA.
Oh, UCLA. I saw you play in the Rose Bowl against Michigan State.
No, I was on the pep squad. I used to write poetry for them.
What are you studying now, John?
Music and drama.
Mm-hmm. What kind of music are you interested in?
Classical, semi-classical music.
Like Gordon McRae kind of stuff, huh?
He
sings real He-Man songs. You know.
Really? Well, I like
about
He-Man.
The wind in your face and everything, you know.
I like He-Man on it. She-women.
Well, you said you got the sexes straightened out there. Well, you make a very attractive couple, and I hope you'll be very happy together. Now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. Now, all you have to do is win more money in the quiz than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big money later. You selected biblical quiz, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what do you want to start with?
Let's start with a $50 question, Groucho.
What is the popular term for this biblical statement? All things whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye even so to them.
That's the golden rule, Groucho.
Yes, it is. That's the golden rule.
On your way with $50.
70?
What do you want, a $70 one? Or
Yeah.
$30?
70 is fine, Groucho.
70, all right. On what famous mountain did Moses receive the Ten Commandments?
Sinai.
Mount Sinai. That's
Mount
right.
Sinai is right.
You now have $120.
Now, which one do you want?
80?
80?
All right.
80.
What was the name of the mountain where the ark landed?
Oh, golly.
Mount Ararat.
Mount Ararat is right.
You now have $200.
And this is your last chance to be the other couples. What are you going to go for?
90 or 100? You want to try it?
Yeah.
Pretty sure you can get it.
All right.
I'm not sure I can.
Come on, kids.
Okay, 100.
100. What is the shortest book of the Old Testament?
Do you know that?
No, just I know the shortest verse.
No, the shortest book.
Gone.
No.
Obadiah.
Oh, dear. Never would
That's a
have
tough one. But you took a $100 question. That's a tough one.
And you wound up with $200.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
This year, DeSoto is automatic with power flight drive that's the best.
Folks, if you're looking for real driving pleasure, you'll find it in the new DeSoto Automatic equipped with Power Flight, America's finest fully automatic transmission. Power Flight gives you the smoothest, quietest, fastest acceleration you've ever experienced. You see, DeSoto fully automatic Power Flight transmission was designed and built to carry out your sudden orders quickly, quietly, smoothly. It's truly no clutch, no shift driving at its best. No wavering, no fluttering. Power Flight gives you smooth, even, fast acceleration. The kind of lightning-fast acceleration and getaway you need on the steepest hills or in a sudden emergency. You'll find that in the city or on the highway, DeSoto Power Flight transmission makes driving easier, safer, and much less tiring. So, for a new driving thrill, for a new experience in driving comfort, get behind the wheel of a DeSoto Automatic equipped with DeSoto fully automatic Power Flight transmission. Stop in at your DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow. Once you've seen the smart styling of the new DeSoto Automatic, once you've thrilled to its wonderful performance, you'll know why the new DeSoto Automatic puts you ahead automatically.
For the finest car yet, you should drive, you should get the DeSoto Automatic.
All right, George, who's next?
Just before we went on the air, Groucho, our studio audience selected Miss Patricia Crane. Her partner is a man with an interesting occupation, Mr. Harry Lauren. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome. Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Miss Patricia Crane. That's you, I presume, huh? You're a very charming girl with a cute squint. I'd say you were about 23. Is that right?
Thank you. I'm afraid 27, I'll have to admit.
Well, you don't have to. You can lie up here the same as I do, huh? Are you for Heirat?
For what?
Are you married?
Oh,
I thought I was in Berlin.
No, I'm not.
You're not married? Well, you should be. Young, charming girl. Where are you from?
Well, I'm from a small town near Salt Lake City, Utah. In fact, it's called Cottonwood Canyon.
Oh, well, that's a very pretty name, isn't it? Huh? And you're Harry T. Loughran, huh? Is that the way you pronounce it?
Lauren, that's close enough. I've been called Langhorn, Laughlin, McLaughlin, and lots of names.
Longhorn, that's a steer, isn't it?
That's from Texas. Yes,
Yeah.
sir. That's where I come from.
Well, there was a Loughran who was a light heavyweight champion. You're not him, huh?
No relation, Groucho.
No. Were you ever in the ring?
No, I never been in the ring.
No, big enough you could afford Jeffries and Dempsey and John O'Sullivan. You like that, huh?
Yeah, that's good.
That's a nice, pleasant prospect I laid out for you there. If you'd have taken it up, you'd have been laid out there. Huh? Well, I'll call you Harry. That's simpler, huh? Although the name is Loughran. I don't care what you call it. Now, Pat, I'm sorry I've been neglecting you. You're real cute. It won't happen again. It's not like me. Why were you chosen tonight? Do you have an unusual job?
Well, at the present, I'm working for the Hughes Research and Development Laboratories, but my last job was quite unusual. I was with the Special Activities Division of the Army.
Oh. Were you a whack in the Army?
No, I was a civilian rec director.
You were a rec director. What did you do? Did you direct GIs to the hospital after they came back from a 2-day pass?
Well, actually, the term is shortened for recreation director.
I see.
The
Why didn't they just call you a hostess or something simple?
Well, we had been called hostess, but it sounded a little bit like dime a dance or something like that, and the commanding general felt that it wasn't dignified enough. So he changed
The general
the name.
wanted dignity, huh?
That's right.
He's right. There's one thing a GI looks for in a girl, it's dignity. I'll bet when the general dictated that order, his secretary was probably sitting on his lap at attention. Harry, I forgot to ask you, what sort of work did you do after you quit the ring?
Well, Groucho, I'm a field deputy for Supervisor Burton W. Chase. I formerly was out at Compton in politics. I had the first position there in the Planning Commission. Then I was on the Housing Authority. Then I stepped over to the school board. I was president of that, postmaster, then elected mayor. And I found out that it only paid $40 a month, so I resigned and come to Los Angeles with the supervisor.
But if somebody offered you a big purse, would you fight again, Harry?
I believe so.
Well, I wish you lots of luck the next time you enter the ring. Well, you're certainly a nice twosome. Particularly you, Pat, and you too, Harry. And me. And I'd like to pursue this conversation, but it's time to play You Bet Your Life. You win more money than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big money later.
In the race for the $1,000, the first couple, John Burgoyne Ely and his partner, won $200. And the secret word is name.
Now, let's see how much you can make. You selected food quiz. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what one do you want? A $10 one? 50, 100, 90?
Well, we'll try a 30 first.
A 30? Okay. What kind of a fruit is a green gauge?
All right, plum.
Plum, you're plum right, huh?
You now have $30.
What is it, kids?
Well, let's take a $50 and see what he's
50.
got there.
What is the correct name for the small bulbs of garlic used in seasoning? What is the correct name for the small bulbs of garlic used in seasoning?
Button.
It is cloves.
Oh.
You still have $30, however.
That's a new one on me. Now what do you want to try?
You say.
Let's try another one. Let's take 60.
60? If sauerkraut was cabbage before it was sauerkraut, what was hominy before it was hominy?
Corn.
That's right. Corn is right.
You now have $90.
And it's your last chance to beat the other couples. What question do you want to go for?
Let's try the 100.
Oh.
100?
We'll try.
What do you call the plants, similar to mushrooms, that grow a few inches below the surface of the ground? They are especially popular in France.
T-R-U...
Oh, truffles.
F-F-E-L-S.
That's right. Truffles is right.
And you wind up with $190.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Thank you.
Now, before we proceed, I have a letter here I want to read. The Groucho Marx, NBC Hollywood. Dear Groucho, last week you made a point of heckling Mr. Fenneman because he didn't know what encomium meant. I looked it up in the dictionary, and there is no such word. It's encomium, and it means high praise. George has the last laugh. Signed, Bruce Feinel. Abject applause. I knew it was encomium. I just left out the N, that's all. Say, it's an achievement to even know encomium, isn't it? All right, George, forget the encomiums and tell us who's next.
Well, Groucho, we have some people with interesting stories, and I think they're ready to come out. Mrs. Elizabeth Burrow and Professor Lou Girdler, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Elizabeth Burrow and Professor Lou Girdler, eh? Mrs. Burrow, I'll start with you. Where are you from, Shorty? Mrs.
Glasgow, Scotland.
Glasgow, Scotland, eh?
Yeah. Near Clydebank.
Clydebank, yeah. That's where they build the ships, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
How long ago was this?
Well, it was 62 years ago.
62 years, eh? Oh. How long since you left Scotland?
About 44 years.
Mm-hmm. What caused you to leave the locks and rills, Elizabeth?
Well,
did they just think because you were 18-year-old Scot you should be exported?
Well, no, I had a sister here.
A devious joke.
I had a sister here who was happily married, and I thought I'd like to come to America. Maybe I would meet a nice man and get married, too.
Mm-hmm. Professor Girdler, where are you from?
La Grande, Oregon.
Oh. At which of our institutions of higher learning do you do your professing?
I'm at Arizona State College in Tempe.
Mm-hmm. What brings you to Hollywood, Prof? Don't they have co-eds at Arizona State? Or are you just playing a little hooky?
They
or
don't.
as they'd say in Scotland, hooky. Is that the way you say it?
That's right.
Hooky.
They don't have research libraries in Arizona, and I'm doing literary research in the backgrounds of English neoclassicism. I'm studying the Greek and Latin classics like Livy and Sallust and Ovid and people like that, particularly Latin neoclassicism, and in philosophy, in the continental rationalists like Descartes and Spinoza, and the...
You touch Racine at all? I don't mean Wisconsin.
Racine was not a philosopher, Groucho.
No, what was he?
He was a playwright, principally, and critic.
Don't mention critics around here at all. Now you teach what, English?
Yes, I'm a professor of English.
No wonder I didn't dig you, Doc.
An
We don't speak the same language. Are you familiar with the word encomium?
Yes. I listen to this program, too, you know.
And have you learned anything?
A great deal.
You didn't learn enough not to go on this program.
I've always been anxious to meet you, Groucho.
Well, I'm flattered.
I think that since the passing of the late George Bernard Shaw, you have some claim to being the leading wit in the English-speaking world. You may use that as an advertisement.
If you don't win any money here tonight, it won't be my fault. The first question may conceivably be, spell cat. Betsy, let's get back to you for a minute. I'm always interested in what people do for amusement. Elizabeth, I think I know what the professor does. He makes up words, but what do? Do you have any hobbies?
Well, I have a lot of fun with the Pioneer Gals.
I used to have a lot of fun with them, too, you know. Until they started uncovering those covered wagons. What are the Pioneer Girls, Elizabeth?
Well, they're a small band of middle-aged women, and we have different instruments and have a lot of fun. We entertain the veterans in the hospitals mostly. We never made any money, but the boys made them happy, and that was the main thing.
Well, what instrument do you play, Betsy?
A washboard.
You must be on the scrub team, huh?
Yeah.
Does this outfit have any other strange instruments in it, like a violin or a piano?
Oh, yes, we have all of those, and we have things made. We had one made out of gas. We made it out of a gas pipe, and then we had a little drum with a string that we zing with. And,
Could you zing for us now?
No, I can't sing. I played the drum.
Oh. You play the drums?
Well, I did. I haven't been practicing for a while.
Well, unfortunately, we do have drums in our band. Would you knock out something for us on the drums?
Well, if the audience can take it, I'll try.
Well, I was afraid of that. I'll tell you what you do. You come on down with me, and we'll see what you can do. We go down to the orchestra pit here, huh? And look, while we're going down there, could you entertain the audience with the soliloquy from Hamlet or something like that? A few stanzas of Lovelace?
The opening of the third soliloquy might be appropriate.
All right. Well, could you give us that? And he's going to recite the third soliloquy from Hamlet.
And now I am alone. Oh, what a rogue and peasant slave am I. Is it not monstrous that this player could so force his soul as to convince that at her working his whole
Alexander's Ragtime Band.
Little Alexander's Ragtime Band. How you doing up there? Let's go. Betsy, that was beautiful. I'm sure CBS will be happy to learn there's nothing left of NBC except a few tangled wires. Well, I'd like to... How'd you make out? Did you finish the whole thing?
To myself.
Oh. I was going to say to your sorrow. Well, I'd like to continue this conversation, but now it's time to win some money.
In the race for the $1,000, John Burgoyne Ely and his partner are still leading with $200.
Let's see how much money you can make. You selected literary quiz, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. You can take anything from 10 to 100.
We would like...
70?
Number 7? Yes.
7. Who is the author of the novels Death in the Afternoon, To Have and Have Not, and Farewell to Arms?
Ernest Hemingway.
The boy with the beard. That's right, Ernest Hemingway.
You're off to a good start. You have $70.
Now, what would you like?
Number 8.
Number 8. Okay. In 1919, Somerset Maugham wrote a novel supposedly based on the life of the French painter Gauguin. What was this novel?
South Sea Setting, I've forgotten.
You know it when I tell you. It's The Moon and Sixpence.
Indeed.
Well, we still have $70.
All right. Now, what do you want?
Let's try the next one. Number
90?
90.
Ben-Hur was a bestseller as a novel and a big hit as a movie. Who wrote Ben-Hur?
Wallace.
General Lew Wallace is right.
You now have $160.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. What are you going to try for?
100.
100.
100. One of the great novels at the turn of the century was Lord Jim, the story of a man's struggle to atone for cowardice. Who wrote it?
Joseph Conrad.
Joseph Conrad, also a man of the beard. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth deal.
Then you wind up with $260. And that means that Professor Girdler and his partner, with their $260 in just 1 minute, will get the chance of the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
George, would you give us the latest report on how the DeSoto Plymouth dealer's used car campaign is going?
I'll be glad to.
The best bargains have my picture on them, you know.
I sure do. Folks, the Groucho Special campaign is a tremendous success. So many people have gone to their DeSoto Plymouth dealer for a good used car and said, Groucho sent me, that your DeSoto Plymouth dealer is doing something extra for Groucho's fans. He's taken the best used car bargains he has and put a special sticker on the windshield, marking the car a Groucho Special. Now, these Groucho Specials are unusually good cars, especially priced to make them the hottest values in town. You see, the overwhelming popularity of the 1954 DeSoto means that your DeSoto Plymouth dealer has obtained some really great used cars in trade. Many of them are late model one-owner cars. The very best will be the ones he selects as Groucho Specials. So don't miss out on this great opportunity. Tomorrow, first thing, go to your DeSoto Plymouth dealers and look for the used cars with the Groucho's Special sticker. Sign of a used car that's a really outstanding buy. There may be one that's just the car you've been looking for.
Yes, folks, the Groucho Special sticker is your dealer's way of showing you a real used car value. And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you.
And now, Groucho, it's time to meet our winning couple once again, Professor Girdler and his partner, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
All right, well, here we go for $1,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide out a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Ludwig van Beethoven, one of the greatest composers of all time, wrote only one opera. For $1,000, what was Beethoven's only opera? Talk it over. What is the answer you two have decided upon?
We think it may be Parsifal.
No, that was Wagner. This is Fidelio. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, they lost the big money, but how much did they win the quiz, George?
They won $260 in the
well,
quiz.
That's not too bad. Congratulations to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight. Sorry you didn't win the big one.
We've been done for. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth, two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Good drivers don't brag about their ability to get out of tight spots. They stay out of them. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is paper. P-A-P-E-R.
You say that every week, don't you?
Really?
You bet your life, huh?
It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples.
First, we have a housewife and a man with an interesting occupation, Groucho. Mrs. Helen Pfeiffer and Mr. Milt Whistler. Would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Helen Pfeiffer, and Milt Whistler, huh? Well, so far, we've got 2/3 of a bugle corps. Mrs. Pfeiffer, where are you from?
Well, Mr. Marx, I was born in Bayou Sara, Louisiana.
Where is that exactly, say, in relation to Baton Rouge?
Bayou Sara used to be about 100 miles south of Baton Rouge, just across the Mississippi River.
What do you mean it used to be? Did the alligator swallow it up?
Almost. You see, the Mississippi River just washed it away. It flooded, and Bayou Sara went down to the bottom.
That's so. Well, that's not very handy if you want to go to the post office, is it? You're Milt Whistler, is that right?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm. I suppose you've had all the jokes about Whistler's mother.
I'm afraid so. That's been run into the ground.
Been running the ground, you say?
I'm afraid so, yes.
Well, I'll get in a hole someplace and try it again. What is your hometown?
I was born in Los Angeles, just below the Coliseum.
Well, you must see the football games free then, huh?
No, I didn't get a lifetime pass.
What sort of work do you do now that you're out of the Coliseum?
I'm a rose hybridist.
Rose hybridist? I knew her very well, eh?
You did? Good.
She had a pair of the prettiest stems I ever saw. Now, just what is a hybridist?
Hybridist is a man who makes his living crossing plants.
Well, don't ever cross a snapdragon. You'll take a bite out of your plants if you do that. I don't understand. What is the purpose of all this double crossing?
Well, the end result is a new variety or a new strain with improved characteristics such as longer bud form, better foliage, more vigor, more fragrance, better bloom habit.
You mean every
things like
time
that.
you cross the flowers they improve?
No, not every time.
No.
Not by a long shot.
Have you developed any neurosis yourself? I have a neurosis. Any new roses, I mean.
Yes, I've developed 4 or 5. Our firm, Germain's, have introduced varieties such as Candle Glow, Amigo, Grand Canyon, Old Storp, Sun Valley, and Chrysler Imperial.
Chrysler Imperial?
Yes, Chrysler Imperial. Very fine rose.
What about calling one the Groucho Special? After all, I'm sort of the flower of American manhood.
You got any varieties to suggest as parents?
Well, that's what they mean when they call me a blooming idiot. Well, I'd like to go on talking to you two, but now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. Tonight we've got a surprise for you. We've added something to the quiz. You play the game exactly the same way with this exception. We start you off with a $100 bankroll, and when you miss a question, you lose half of whatever you've got. Is that clear?
Yes.
All right, now let's play it and see how it works. You selected movie quiz.
70. Want to try with 70?
70? $70, all right. Who plays the title role in the motion picture Julius Caesar?
I know. Oh. I know, and I just couldn't think of it.
I know. Sometimes you get nervous up here. It was Louis Calhoun.
Oh.
Well, you've lost half your bankroll, so you now have $50.
Is that clear? Instead of having 100, you now have 50.
I'm sorry.
Let's try the 30.
Okay.
30. Betty Grable and Marilyn Monroe are 2 of the 3 female stars in How to Marry a Millionaire. Who was the third?
No, you said Lauren Bacall, Betty Grable, and Marilyn Monroe.
That's right. So you got the whole 3.
Well, your bankroll is climbing again. You now have $80.
Now you have $80. Now what do you want to try?
Let's try the $80.
All right.
$80? What is James Wong Howe's job in the making of a movie?
He's a cameraman.
That is true. He's a cameraman.
Your bankroll now amounts to $160.
Which question do you want this time?
Shall we take the 90? Do you want to take the 90? All right, the $90 one.
90. Who is the director of such pictures as The African Queen and Moulin Rouge? Who is the director? Very famous director.
Oh.
All right, the bell.
I'm sorry.
Well, you should have known it. It's John Huston.
And you wind up with $80.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We have a man with an unusual occupation, Groucho. His name is Mr. Art McBride. His partner, Dr. Eleanor Fraser, was chosen by our studio audience just before we went on the air. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Eleanor Fraser and Art McBride, huh? Dr. Eleanor Fraser, huh? You're Art McBride, huh? Eleanor, you're a doctor?
Yes, I am.
Well, compared to my doctor, you're certainly a treat instead of a treatment. Where are you from, Doc?
Well, I was born in Woodlake, California. That's a small town on the way to Sequoia National Park. But now I live in Laguna Beach.
Are you married?
No, I'm not.
Not married, huh? Really? Being a doctor, I thought maybe by this time you'd have some guy all sewed up. How old are you, Doc?
I'm 26.
26. Well, that's a very nice age for a doctor. What kind of a doctor are you? Are you horse, human, or tree?
Well, I'm an intern, but I'm planning to specialize in radiology.
Where do you do your interning?
At Los Angeles County Hospital. That's the second largest hospital in the world.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm.
Does a doctor make pretty good money? I understand they're all loaded.
Well, I'm not. I make $75 a week, and when taxes, a month.
$75 a month?
Yes, and after taxes
I was
going
to propose to you.
After taxes are taken out, it's $71.30.
After all the medical education you've had, huh? You could make more money slicing salami in a delicatessen. a matter of fact, there's not too much difference. Well, I admire you, Doctor. When a pretty girl devotes her life to helping other people, she deserves a lot of credit. You can operate on me anytime you want. And you're Art McBride?
That's right, Groucho.
Where are you from?
Well, I was from Canada, from Vancouver, but I've been in the United States many years.
Why did you leave Vancouver?
Ran out of fish up there.
Were you a fisherman?
That's right. I was in the commercial fishing for about 25 years.
And what sort of work do you do now?
I have the Ocean Aquarium down at Hermosa Beach, Groucho.
Oh.
About 12 miles south of here.
What kind of a place is that?
It's a public aquarium with a display of all the different types of fish. There's sharks and seals and sea lions and bat rays, electric eels, piranhas, and big octopus. So I could go on naming a lot of things.
Octopus?
That's right.
What is the plural of octopus, do you know?
Octopi or octopuses. Whichever you want.
What is the most interesting exhibit you have to offer?
We have a new one, Groucho. It's Winnie the Whale with the...
Winnie the Whale?
With the detachable tail.
Oh. Is that anything like Minnie the Moocher? I beg you, it sounded like you said Winnie the Whale with a detachable tail. Would you give me that again?
Yeah, that is correct.
That is correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
What do you mean, a detachable tail?
Well, it's about a year and a half ago that Winnie was a California gray whale swimming out in the ocean, quite happy. And the destroyer...
How do you know?
Well, I'll take that back. She was swimming out in the ocean. And
it's not easy to know when a whale is happy. I've hung around a lot of them, believe me. They're tough going. They won't say... They can have a headache and you won't get a peep out of them. They just sit there and spout. Well, tell us some more about this detachable tail.
Well, the destroyer rammed the Winnie, and the tail was completely cut off by the propellers of the ship. Mm-hmm. The Coast Guard picked the whale up and brought her into shore at San Diego at Mission Bay. I went down with cranes, raised her out, and brought her up to the Ocean Aquarium, and I embalmed the animal.
Well, Art, I think you're a genius. Not only that, but you're a great businessman. A smart operator and a whale of a fellow. Put it that way. I'm just humoring you. I don't take any chances with a screwball who embalms whales. You know, he might take it in his head to put me on exhibition. Well, I must say I've learned nothing about whales here tonight, but fortunately the time has come to play You Bet Your Life.
Can I ask you a question just before you get on?
Well, it depends.
I was watching one of your shows, Groucho, around Christmas time, and you were going to get a bus for the McKinley School for Boys.
That's true.
Did you get it?
I don't think they've got it yet. Why do you ask?
We have 2 ravens that collect pennies from people. Down at the aquarium, the people give them pennies and they hide the pennies, and we've been saving them for some good charity. There's about $500 in those sacks, and the ravens, I think, would like to help you with your cause and fix those schoolboys up with a bus.
Well, Art, I think that's a wonderful idea, and I'm pretty sure your $500 should bring that total to just about what they need for a bus.
That's fine.
I'll throw $100 of my own money in there, too. I didn't get it from a raven, but I'll throw mine in there. Well, now we got $600, huh? Well, you know, we've had a lot of interest in this, and during the week I'll find out exactly how it stands and give you a complete report. All right, now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You select a general information quiz, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
In the race for the $1,500, the first couple, Mrs. Pfeiffer and Mr. Whistler, won $80, and the secret word is paper.
We start you off with a $100 bankroll, and when you miss a question, you lose half of whatever you've got. Now, which question do you want to try for? 10, 50, 70, 90, 100?
70.
How much?
70.
70. Now, what do you call the special type of scissors used to cut cloth so it won't ravel?
Pinking shears.
Pinking shears is right.
You now have $170.
See how handy it is to have a girl on the show who does operations? Probably pinked many a customer down. 80. Have you ever had a doctor that looked as good as that?
I'm going to get sick tonight.
I didn't sick for 15 minutes. You're going to try 80, eh? What do you call a Russian tea iron with a charcoal heating unit? I'm sure you've heard of it.
Samovar.
That's right, samovar, best friend.
Your bankroll now stands at $250.
90?
90, eh?
$90.
What is the one letter of the alphabet that does not appear on the standard dial phone?
I.
No, it's Q.
You now have lost one half of your bankroll, so you have $125.
Well, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. Now, what do you want to try?
100.
100. What do you call the swinging bar to which the traces of a horse's harness are fastened?
The whipple tree?
Oh, you're so cute. That is absolutely right.
And you wind up with a grand total of $225.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And, Doctor, I'm going to call on you real soon. George, who's next?
Well, Groucho, we invited some high school girls to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Jan Van Alsten to be our guest. And her partner is Mr. Ed Ryan, Groucho. And when I heard he was in town, I invited him down to the show. And in just a moment, I think you're going to understand why I did. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Bush Feckety, say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Well, what are you Santa Claus or Rip Van Winkle? Huh?
Neither one, Groucho.
Well, who are you?
I'm Ed Ryan.
Well, you're evading the issue. What are you hiding under those whiskers?
I'm not hiding anything, Groucho.
Well, what a waste, huh? There's room under there for a 12-pound turkey and a pumpernickel. You say you're Ed Ryan?
Ed Ryan.
Where are you from, Eddie, my
I'm
lad?
from the beautiful Black Hills of South Dakota.
Well, welcome to the smoggy plains of Los Angeles. Well, what are you doing in town, Ed? Are you bringing in a load for a mattress factory?
I'm here on a visit, Groucho.
Oh. Well, what do you think of our little city, Ed?
Well, I think it's a wonderful little place. And the people it has been awful nice to me, Groucho. You've got some pretty darn nice-looking women, too.
Why, Ed, you're nothing but an old Groucho Marx. Let's see, you're Jan Van Alsten?
Okay.
Well, unless my eyes are deceiving me, you're a very attractive young lady.
Thank you very much.
If your eyes were deceiving you, you could say something nice about me, too. How old are you, Jan?
I'm 16.
16, huh? What, you go to school, I presume, huh?
I do. Santa Monica High School.
Is that where you go, Santa Monica High? Huh?
The greatest, finest school in California.
It is, huh? This apple polishing won't do you any good, you know. If your marks are unsatisfactory, you won't pass anyway. Mr. Ryan, let's get back to you. When did you start growing that schnitzel you've got there? Huh?
When I joined the Army, Groucho.
You were in the Army?
Yes.
Well, let me guess. You're certainly too old for the last war. Were you in World War I?
No.
Spanish-American War?
No.
Civil War?
No, I was with General George Custer.
That's impossible. Custer was even before my time. How old do you say you are, Ed?
I'm 97.
Ed, if you're 97, I'm Bing Crosby. Can you prove it?
Yes,
you know, a lot of people say they're 80, 90.
I can, Groucho. Here's my baptismal certificate in black and white.
Baptismal certificate, huh? St. Mary's Church, Centerville, Iowa, July 11th, 1856.
And I was born on June the 23rd, 1856.
Well, say, that's remarkable. You said you don't look 97. By the way, if you were there with Custer, there's a small question I'd like to ask you. Weren't Custer and all his men massacred by the Indians?
Yes, that's right. There was no survivors at the battlefield.
Well, I don't want to be nosy, but you don't look dead to me. How did you get away?
Well, I'm a technical survivor. I was left behind to care for a sick buddy. And by being left behind to take care of this sick buddy, I missed the battle.
Oh, well, you certainly were lucky, weren't you, huh?
Yes, I was.
And what did you do then?
Well, sir, I was so mad at the Army because they hadn't sent me back help to take care of this buddy of mine that I was angry at him, and I just quit the Army and never reported to the Army again.
You never went back to the Army? You mean you went over the hill? You were AWOL?
Well, yes, you could say I was AWOL for 75 years.
Well, if I were you, Ed, I'd sneak back into that camp and keep my mouth shut. You'll never know the difference, eh? And don't worry about the Indians either. They're all busy hunting uranium. Well, hasn't the Army been after you all these years, Ed?
No, Groucho. According to the Army records, I had...
You're dead?
Yes, I'm dead, and my name is on the monument out on the battlefield out there.
Well, Ed, your secret's safe with me. I won't tell a soul. Right at this moment, however, 200 colonels in the Pentagon are getting dizzy just thinking of your back pay. Well, it's been fun talking to you two, but the time has come to play You Bet Your Life. Just win more than the other couples, and you'll get a crack at the bonanza later on.
In the race for the $1,500, Dr. Fraser and Mr. McBride are leading with $225.
Now, let us see what we have here. We start you off with a $100 bankroll. And whenever you miss a question, you lose half of your bankroll. Is that clear? Mm-hmm. Okay, now, let's see how much money you can make. You selected the animal kingdom. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. $10 one is an easy one, and they get progressively harder as you go along. Now, which one do you want?
We'd like to try the $50 one.
50? Is that all right with you?
That's right.
What kind of bird plays an important part in the poem, The Rime of the Ancient Mariner?
A raven? Would you think it would be a raven?
No, it's the albatross.
You've lost half of your bankroll, so you now have $50.
Now you have $50. Now what do you want to try?
Let's try the 60. Yeah.
60?
Well, let's try the 40.
40?
Yeah.
40? The name Reynard is associated with what kind of animal?
Would you repeat the question?
The name Reynard, R-E-Y-N-A-R-D, is associated with what kind of an animal? You don't know, guess.
I believe it might be a mince.
No, it's a fox. Well, now you have $25. Is that right, George? Now what do you want to try?
Whatever you choose is okay with me. Yeah.
We'll try the $30.
30. According to the song in the Disney cartoon, who was the bull with the delicate ego? He liked flowers.
Ferdinand.
That is right, Ferdinand. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. You now have $55.
Right.
I'm helping you out, George.
You sure are.
Now, what do you want to try? 100? 90? 10? 60? What was the name of President Roosevelt's famous little Scotty?
Bella.
Joe.
Well, that's close enough. It's Fowler, but we give you that one.
And you wind up with $115.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Thank you.
And that means that Dr. Fraser and Mr. McBride, with $225, in just 1 minute get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. Here comes Mr. McBride and the doctor, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. Groucho?
Well, Doctor, you
Right
may
here.
only make $71 a month, but here's your chance to become extremely wealthy in one crack. Here we go for $1,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. You ready? 150 years ago, an emperor crowned himself because he said, "No man is great enough to crown me." For $1,500, who was this emperor? Talk it over. What is the question you two have decided upon?
Try Napoleon.
That was right, Napoleon.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. How much else did they win, George?
Well, you won $225 in the quiz, so that's $1,725 altogether.
What are you going to do with all that swag? You going to buy your own hospital?
No, I'm not. I'm going to pay back some debts I incurred in medical school.
Oh, and you? Are you going to get a new tail for the whale? Why don't you get a new whale for the tail?
No, Groucho, I'm leaving in about a week for a trip through Asia. And I think I'll find some place to do something with that money that will help the goodwill of the United States, some children or someone in the audience.
After donating that $500 tonight to the boys' home, I'm sure that you'll do a lot of good with whatever money you got tonight. And good luck. And thanks to both of you. From the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers, you bet your life.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth, two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Don't be a wacky walker. Be safe, be seen. At night, wear white. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meekin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is street. S-T-R-E-E-T.
Really?
You Bet Your Life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
That's me, Teddy Roosevelt. Delighted. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples. George, who's first?
Well, Groucho, we have some people who were chosen because they have interesting stories to tell. Miss Beverly Ka'anapu and Mr. Ernest Ray. Would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. Ernest Ray and Miss Beverly Ka'anapu, huh?
Beverly Ka'anapu. Ka'anapu.
Oh, I see. Ka'anapu.
Yes.
Do you have a Hawaiian name? Is that your real name?
Well, my full name is Beverly Phoebe Kamalulani Ka'anapu.
What does that mean?
Kamalulani, that means under the shade of heaven.
Oh. Where were you born, Bev?
I was born in Kalihi in Honolulu, Hawaii.
I'm all right. How are you? But we always say that if anybody says Hawaii. Hawaii is the correct pronunciation. Huh?
Hawaii or Hawaii?
Yeah. But over here they say Hawaii. Don't they?
Well, that's the easiest way.
Yes, it is. And it also there's no joke. I mean, to say I'm all right. How are you? Just to say Hawaii, you're dead. Aren't the real, genuine, blown-in-the-bottle Hawaiians pretty scarce now? I've heard there aren't too many of you left. Is this true?
Yes, that's very true. As for myself, I'm part Hawaiian and part German.
Really? Yes. Is that so? Well, whoever assembled the pod certainly knew what he was doing. Who are you again? I forgot.
Ernest Ray.
Ernest Ray.
Yes, sir.
Oh, glad to hear it. I'm always glad to meet a man who's earnest.
Yes, that's right.
Where are you from, Ernie?
Billings, Montana.
Billings, Montana. That's right out in the wild and woolly west, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
You spend a lot of time busting broncos and chasing buffalo?
No, I spend most of my time practicing a flute up there.
Oh, it's not easy on a horse when you're chasing a buffalo.
No.
The flute, you say? You practice the flute?
Yes, sir.
Well, are you pretty cool on the flute?
Well, I was the best flautist in the state.
The best flautist in the state?
Best flautist.
Flautist?
Flautist.
I thought you said you played the flute. What's a flout?
A flout is a flute.
Is a flute?
Yes.
A flout flute? Is it?
Flout flute. Flute is a flout is a flute. It's the same as a flute. It's the same thing. It's the same.
Well, I've learned a word tonight, flautist, huh?
Yes, sir.
And you were the best flute player in Montana?
Yes, I was the best flute player in Montana.
Well, that's an easy claim to make. Can you substantiate this claim?
Well, Groucho, while I was still in high school, I entered a Montana, the flute contest in Montana to see who was the best flute player, and I won first chair. And then after that, I
won the chair, you say?
Yeah, I won the first chair. I won the first position. I was the first flutist in the contest. They rated me first.
Well, suppose in that contest you'd have hit a sour note, Ernie, would you have taken your flute and blown your head off?
No, I had third chair there, but I'd probably been denoted to about the fifth chair, I figure, if I hadn't done a good job.
The fifth chair?
I had third chair in the second flute section.
Did you ever have the second flute in the fifth chair section?
No.
I'm supposed to get you confused.
Yeah, well, that second section, that second flute section, that there's 10 flutists and 5 of them got the first
10
section.
flautists, isn't it?
Flautists, yes. Yeah.
Well, why do they call it flautists when it's really flutists? Huh?
Well, that's a foreign word. It's a French word, I think.
Oh, well, why don't you play the French horn then?
No, I don't know how to do that. Anyhow, then...
That hasn't stopped the men in our orchestra from playing. Well, I've enjoyed this little chat with you two, but the time has come for some more serious endeavors, like winning some moolah. Is that a Hawaiian word,
yes,
moolah?
Moolah.
Moolah.
Okala.
Okala. Well, you're going to play You Bet Your Life. I don't know if you know how to play You Bet Your Life, but we made a little change in our quiz last week. You play the game this way, the same way, with the exception that we start you off with a bankroll of $100. And that's very nice. You can quit now if you want. No. Every time you miss a question, you lose half your bankroll, no matter what it amounts to at the time. Now, let's see how much money you can make. You selected science and medicine. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
Number 7.
Number 7 is $70. In the laboratory, what do you call the small gas burner used to heat test tubes?
Flask.
Talk it over.
Yes.
Value.
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. It's a Bunsen burner.
Well, you lost half of your original bankroll, so you now have $50.
You have $50 left in the bankroll. Now, what do you want to go for?
Well, let's try number 8.
$80. What is the scientific name for the study of plants and plant life? Talk it over. You're partners.
Etymology. Study of plants.
Scientific name for the study of plants and plant life.
Okay, let's try that. Etymology.
No, I'm sorry.
Wow.
No, it's botany.
What am I asleep today?
You lost half your bankroll again. You now have $25.
20, well, you're still in the running. Now, don't get discouraged. Now, what do you want to try? $90 one? 10? 100?
Yeah. Okay.
How much?
Five.
$50. What rare element do we obtain from pitch blende?
I think we get radium.
That's right. Before you change your mind, it's radium, huh?
Well, you now have $75.
There's your last chance to beat the other couples now. Things are looking up a little, aren't they? Now,
Yeah.
which one do you want to try now?
Oh, you better try number 9.
$90. Scientifically speaking, animals with backbones are called what? Talk it over.
What do you call mammals? Vertebrae?
Take a stab if you don't know.
Mammals. Oh, vertebrae probably.
Yes, it was vertebrae. I wish I could have helped you, but I couldn't.
Oh.
Well, you lost half your bankroll, and you wind up with $37.50.
I'm sorry you didn't win more. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Well, Groucho, we invited some Navy men to our show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Walt Kluznik to be on the show. His partner is Miss Pat Madgwick. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word. It's something you see every day. Walt Kluznik, huh? You're a sailor, huh? You are a sailor, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
You don't have to say sir to me, you know. I'm just an apprentice comedian, 3rd class. Let's see, you're Miss Pat Madgwick?
I prefer to be called Patricia Madgwick.
You would? Well, certainly there's no problem for me to call you Patricia. Where are you from, Pat? Patricia?
I'm from England.
England, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Sorry.
sorry? You don't have to be sorry. We all have to be born someplace. Now then, what part of England were you born in?
I was born in Surrey.
Oh, this is like Hawaii. I'm all right. How are you? You speak very, very good English for an Englishwoman.
We knew that's
Of
what
course, after you've been here a while, we'll take care of that. Walt, what is your hometown? Bay of Biscay or something, I suppose.
No, I'm from Butchertown in San Francisco.
Butchtown? What's in Butchtown? Is that a slaughterhouse?
It's the exclusive section of the slaughterhouses.
What made you decide to join the Navy, Walt? Did you want to see the world?
I want to stay out of the Army.
You realize you just wrecked 8 years of hard work on the unification of the services. What ship are you stationed on?
I'm not on a ship. I don't have a ship.
A sailor without a ship? The world is certainly coming apart. Where'd you lose your boat?
I'm on shore duty.
What kind of shore duty do you have, sailor?
Well, I'm a boatswain striker and
a what?
A boatswain's mate striker.
A boatswain's mate? Well, I hope you're very happy together.
And I work down on Terminal Island, and I'm stationed
What's a boatswain's mate?
Well, they take care of the rope, the line on the ship and securing of all the hatches. A deckhand, more or less.
I see. But do you have a good line?
Hasn't been working too well lately.
I don't know why not. You're a pretty cute-looking sailor. What do you think of him, Pat?
He's pretty nice looking. As sailors go.
You don't think they don't, do you? They go hog wild. Well, specifically, what do you do in your job, sailor boy? Walter Kluznik? You sound like you ought to be playing for Notre Dame.
Not me. Well, I
know Notre Dame in South Bend years ago.
I take care of the ball fields out there. I'm connected
What? Take care of a ball field?
Yes, sir.
What do you do for the ball field?
Well, I make sure that the field's in condition to play on. I'm connected with the baseball team. Make sure the grass doesn't dry. Throw a little fertilizer here and there. Just maintenance of the ball field.
You never think of a sailor throwing fertilizer around. Well, that's certainly a curious vocation for a man in the Navy. Now,
about it.
Patricia, what about you? Are you married?
No.
You're not married?
No,
Cute
I'm
little
not.
girl like you, not married. What about you? Are you married, Sailor?
Nope.
Well, we're wasting time. Is there anyone present here who knows any reason why these young people shouldn't be married? Speak up or forever hold your peace. Are you ready for the ceremony, Pat?
Well, aren't you being just a trifle hasty?
Well, I have to be. If I know sailors, he's got a date in half an hour. No, this is all in fun. Well, you're a very attractive couple, and I expect you to get married the moment you leave here. How are you going to play? You bet your life. Now, let's see how much money you can make. You selected, do you know about the change in the quiz?
Oh, yes.
We start
yes.
you off with a $100 bankroll, and when you miss a question, you lose half of whatever bankroll amounts to at that time. Is that clear?
In the race for the $1,000, the Hawaiian girl and the flute player won $37.50, and the secret word is street.
Let's see how much money you can make. You select a general information quiz. Remember now, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. You talk it over your partner.
See, what should we do?
It's a lucky number.
Seven's your lucky number?
Let's do it.
Well,
$70.
that's
$70. What is the name of the plane Lindbergh flew across the Atlantic in 1927?
The Spirit
Talk
of,
it over.
The Spirit of St. Louis.
That is absolutely right. The Spirit
Well, you now have $170.
Now, which one do you want to try?
60.
60. What is the distaff side of a family? Talk it over. Come on.
Oh, the female side?
Yes, that's right, the female side.
You've now run your bankroll up to $230.
Now, what do you want to try?
We take
90.
number 9.
Okay. What is the proper term for a bicycle built for two?
A tandem.
That is right. A tandem is right.
You now have $320.
It's your last chance to beat the other couples.
We'll be very brave and have number 8.
Number 8. All right. What do you call a motherless calf or an unbranded steer? Talk it over.
A motherless calf, that's a young cow, isn't it?
Yes. Or an unbranded steer. Talk it over. No, I'm sorry. It's a maverick or a dogie.
You lost half of your bankroll at that time, so you wind up with $160.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Before we proceed, I have a note here to remind me of something. Last week, the owner of the Ocean Aquarium at Hermosa Beach, Art McBride, offered to give $500 toward the bus fund for the McKinley Home for Boys. Well, he gave us the money, and I have a further report to make. Mr. Slotkin, president of Abbey Rents, contributed another $500, and those of us on the show put in another $1,000. On top of this, some other contributors, who asked to be anonymous, came through with another $2,500, making a total of $4,500. So that's enough for a brand new bus, and now the 112 boys of the McKinley Home have transportation to take them to Sunday school, the mountains, and the beach. And to all of you who kicked in, my sincere thanks. George, who's next?
Well, Groucho, we have a couple of interesting guests who have special stories to tell. Father Michael Montoya of the Claretian Fathers and Nelson Gary. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome. Welcome to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
How do you do, guys?
Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day.
Okay.
Nelson Gary and Father Michael Montoya, eh? Father Montoya? What should I call you?
Well, you can call me Father Michael. That'll be perfectly all right.
Father Michael, that's okay. You know, I'm no authority on religion. Will you correct me if I make a mistake here
I'd
tonight?
certainly be very happy to correct you if you make mistakes.
Well, actually, you'd have to start back about 40 years. Well, you're Nelson Gary, eh?
Yeah, that's me.
How old are you, Nelson?
I'm 12.
12 years old, huh?
Yeah.
Where do you live, Nelson?
I'm in San Fernando Valley.
San Fernando Valley?
13888 Dickens Street, West Hollywood.
The Dickens. Well, you said the lucky secret word tonight, street, so you win $50, and Father Michael gets $50 for the parish.
Thank you very much.
I hope.
That's positively sure.
This was just an assumption on my part, Father. Nelson, I realize I'm not being polite, but I think our listeners would be interested in knowing about your arm. Could you tell us about it?
I lost an electric mangle when I was 2 years old.
You lost it in what?
Electric mangle when I was 2.
An electric mangle?
Mm-hmm.
Ironing machine?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's too bad. That's a shame. Do you find it much of a handicap?
No, I can do anything anybody else can do just about.
Yeah. Well, I guess if you got that spirit. There's no such thing as a handicap with that kind of spirit. Where do you go to
Thank
school?
you. Van Nuys Junior High School.
Are you pretty good in school?
Well, I belong to the Honor Society, and you got to keep up pretty high grades to keep in there.
You belong to the Honor Society?
Yes, you got to get more than half your grades A's.
What is your biggest interest in school?
Athletics, I guess, and in North Hollywood, I belong to a Y club called the Kryptons, and I play first string for their basketball team, and I did play first string for their football team.
Really? Father, what do you think of this boy?
Wonderful. I think a boy who apparently has this handicap and makes a go of things really can prove that where there's a will, there's a way. And I think he's wonderful. God bless him. Nice going, Nelson.
He'd make a pretty good sermon for you, wouldn't he, Father?
Certainly would. Makes a
pretty
sermon
good...
for everyone.
Yes, he does. Make one for me, too. What a schlemiel I was in school. Speaking of sermons, isn't it a problem to keep them timely and interesting?
I don't think so, Mr. Marx.
No?
A sermon should be short and to the point, and of course kept with interest.
Well, how do you do that?
Well, I remember when I attended the Catholic University of America, one of the professors insisted that we imitate the commercial announcers. He says when they talk about material things, they put their point right over. We could do the same when we bring the Word of God.
Well, you probably keep yours shorter than most of the commercials. By the way, Father Michael, where is your church?
In San Gabriel, California. I'm at the old San Gabriel Mission.
Could you describe its history?
Yes, it's the oldest mission in the Los Angeles County. You see, very briefly, Father Cambon and La Samara came to the San Gabriel Valley back in 1771. And this was 5 years, incidentally, before the founding of our country, before the American independence. And this building was destroyed by the earthquakes and the floods, and they built a second one. And the beautiful building that you see now is the last structure, which was completed in 1804.
That's a real old building. Is much of the original structure still standing?
Oh, yes, and very little of it has been touched.
You must have the same landlord I have. Huh? Nelson, my favorite sport is baseball. How is it you're not interested in that?
Well, I am. It's my favorite sport. In fact, I played on a Little League team that won the championship this year.
Really?
Yeah.
What position did you play?
I played the outfield, right field.
Outfield? And how are you with batting? Are you any good?
Well, I batted 365 this year.
365? Is that your best record?
No, last year I batted 437.
Oh, you're slipping, huh?
Yeah. League got older, the pitchers got better.
Do you realize even Ted Williams can't hit that good in the major leagues,
well,
365?
He faced a little better pitchers, I think.
Well, he's a much older man, too. He must be hitting around pretty near 30, I guess. Huh? Well, it's been inspiring talking to you two, to both of you.
Thank
and
you.
Now let's play You Bet Your Life for a chance at a lot of money.
If you'll excuse me, Mr. Marx, I think the world of Nelson. I think he's a wonderful boy. And so if you'll excuse me, I met his father, and I think he's also a wonderful man. So I'm going to let him participate in the contest.
Where is your father?
He's right off stage.
He's backstage.
Oh, you carry your father with
If
you?
you'll excuse me.
Well, yes. Well, come back again, though. Huh? Well, you certainly got a boy to be proud of here.
Thanks, sir.
You think Nelson can count on you to come up with the right answer?
I doubt that.
Why is that?
Well, I got tangled up in one of these Men in the Street programs one time, and I forgot my own name.
Nelson, I hope you have better substitutes on the ball club than your father is going to be up here. All right, well, let's go. Now, Mr. Nelson, do you know how we play the game?
Yes, I do, sir.
You do. Huh? And you too, Nelson?
Yeah.
Well, okay, well, let's go, and we'll see how you make out here.
In the race for the $1,000, Miss Madgewick and the sailor are leading with $160.
Let's see how much money you can make. You select the sports. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder the question is.
$70.
$70. The world's record is 26 feet, 8 1/4 inches. What is the event? What event would this be?
Broad jump.
That's right, the broad jump is...
Well, you've run your bankroll into $170.
Your bankroll is $170. Now, what question do you want to go for?
We'll go for the
80. $80. Only one boxer has held 3 titles simultaneously. Who was it?
Henry Armstrong.
Henry Armstrong is right.
You now have $250.
Say, Nelson, your old man is no dope.
I hope not.
How much have they got?
$250.
All right, what one do you want to go for?
We'll go for the 90.
$90. It's the 3 big races. A horse must win in order to capture the Triple Crown. What is the third one?
Oh, it's something in Florida. I know it is. Saratoga?
No.
Hialeah?
No, it's the Preakness.
Oh.
Well, you were up to $250. That was your bankroll. You lost half of it, so you now have $125.
You have $125. Now, it's your last chance to beat the other couple.
We'll shoot the worst. 100.
You going to $100? The Immortals of Baseball are honored in baseball's Hall of Fame. Where is it located?
Cooperstown, New York.
Cooperstown, New York is right.
That's great. That was wonderful.
Thanks and good luck to the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers.
And that means that Nelson Gary and his dad, with $225 in just 1 minute, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. And here comes our winning couple, Groucho, the 2 Mr. Garys.
See, your father turned out pretty handy after all, didn't he, Nelson? Huh? All right, here we go for $1,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. 40 years ago, an American minister wrote a novel called The Winning of Barbara Worth. It sold over 1.5 million copies. It's still one of the all-time records. For $1,000, who was this popular writer? Now talk it over.
Oh, I know his name down there. Wasn't he fine? I don't know.
If you don't know, take a guess.
Okay, we'll wait. Rupert Hughes will say. Rupert Hughes will say.
Rupert Hughes? No, I'm sorry. It's Harold Bell Wright. I'm sorry, but that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, they lost the big money, but how much did they win the quiz?
$225 in the quiz.
$225. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and of all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth. 2 great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the Red Cross. You help your neighbors in distress, wherever they may be, when you join the Red Cross. So answer the call. Join and serve. You'll Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world. gentlemen, the secret word tonight is hand. H-A-N-D.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Louder, please. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples. Who's first, George?
Well, Groucho, we have a young married couple for you. They volunteered just before the show started. So, Lieutenant and Mrs. Pusis, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Lieutenant and Mrs. Irving Pusis, eh? Lieutenant, what kind of a name is Pusis?
It's a Polish name.
Oh. What part of Poland are you from?
I was born in Portland, Oregon.
Is that behind the Iron Curtain now? Mrs. Pusis, what is your first name?
My first name is Kelly.
Kelly, Kelly Pusis, Is that anything like Kelly Pool?
Well, I don't know. What is Kelly Pool?
What is Kelly Pool? Well,
yes.
That's something that you play with little numbers, and everyone gets a number. And if you hit the ball that corresponds to this little number, why, that's Kelly Pool.
Oh, thank you.
You're quite welcome. I used to be a bum on Vine Street, that's how I remember. How old are you, Lute?
29.
29. What branch of the Army are you in?
I'm in the medical corps, Groucho. I'm a doctor.
Oh, you're a doctor?
Yes.
I should have known you were a doctor. Isn't there some symbol on your uniform there?
Yes, you can tell by my caduceus.
Well, if you keep your head tilted back, nobody will notice. Now, what is the caduceus?
Well, the caduceus is a symbol that stands for a physician.
Oh, I see. I've seen that symbol. It's a picture of a man in a white coat endorsing cigarettes, isn't it? No, actually, that man you see endorsing cigarettes is an actor, you know, whose medical background consists of a card, an actor's equity, and 2 aspirins. Now, tell us, what does a caduceus look like?
Well, you can see it here on the lapel. It's a staff with the wings on the top and 2 serpents entwined around the staff.
Oh, that's all very plain. Next time I see a caduceus, I'll run for my life. I notice you've got some ribbons on your clavicle. We stole that from February and Molly. That's their favorite word. Could you tell us what some of them are for, those
The
ribbons?
red one, Groucho, is the Bronze Star. The middle one is the Korean campaign with the 3 battle star campaigns. And the end one is the United Nations ribbon. The top is the Combat Medics badge.
No. You got the Bronze Star, right? Well, Kelly, I know most veterans are fairly modest. Would you tell us why he got a medal?
Well, the Bronze Star was given for his tour of duty in Korea. One of the incidents was the work that Irv did on Pork Chop Hill, where he worked 3 days and 3 nights without sleep.
You know, there are a great many heroes in battle in addition to the men who do the shooting. And I think we got one of them right here. Put it there, kid. Well, you're a charming couple, and I wish you lots of happiness. And now let's play You Bet Your Life. Now, we've added an additional gimmick tonight. If at any time you feel that you have enough money or that you have more money than you feel the other couples are going to get, you can quit without jeopardizing what you have left. Is that clear? You selected sports, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
50.
50. Who is called the Dean of American Sports Writers?
That'd be Henry McLemore?
No, he's a good one, but it's Grantland Rice.
You lost half of your original bankroll, which was $100, so you now have $50.
Now which question do you want?
60.
60. What team won the 1952 and 1953 professional football championships?
Detroit Lions.
Detroit Lions is correct.
You now have $110.
Now, which question do you want?
70.
70. What do you call the man who calls the cadence on a rowing team?
Coxswain.
That's right.
You now have $180.
Now, you can quit now. You can go ahead.
You take the 80.
80. All right. Who holds the world's pole vault record?
Paul Richards.
No, I'm sorry. It's Cornelius Warmadam.
And you wind up with $90.
Well, that's not too bad. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. George, who's next?
Well, Groucho, we invited some women who work for a specialty store to the program tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mrs. Ruth Mitchell and her partner, Mr. Paul Searles, has an interesting occupation. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mrs. Ruth Mitchell, that's you. Where are you from?
I'm Magnan Company in Los Angeles.
Oh, Magnan's, huh? You were born in Magnan's department store? I didn't know they delivered, huh? I presume you were born in the infants department, huh? I meant, where are you from originally?
Well, I came here from Denver.
Denver?
When I was 3 years old.
Oh, I see. Huh? Do you have a husband?
Yes, I do.
You do. You're very
Been
lucky.
married to him for 31 years.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you don't look old enough to.
Oh, I'm a
I thought you were
grandmother.
31. You were a grandmother.
Uh-huh. I have 3 grandchildren.
Is that so? Gee. I didn't know that. Then you must have had children of your own, huh?
That's right, lovely son and daughter.
Paul Searles, huh?
That's right.
I better be pretty careful how I talk to you. You must be over 8 feet, aren't you?
Oh, no, only 6'3".
Is that so? Huh? Where's your home, Paul?
In Washington.
Washington? Another homeless Democrat, eh?
Oh, in the state of Washington.
Oh, well, Washington's in an awful state right now. You know. What part of Washington are you from?
From Tootle, Washington.
I beg your pardon. What was that again?
From Tootle.
Well, why do you tootle? There's nobody on the track here.
Oh,
Nobody's tootled at me for years, you know. Well, stop tootling, Paul, and tell me where you're from, huh?
I'm from Tootle. We have a population up there of about 50 men and hundreds and thousands of deer and elk.
Is that so? What sort of work do you do up there?
I work for Weyerhaeuser Timber Company. I'm in the saw sharpening department. We sharpen the saws to cut the trees with.
Oh. Is that a pretty big outfit, the Weyerhaeuser or whatever it's
One of
called?
the biggest in the world.
Is that so? Never heard of them, huh?
You haven't heard much.
No. You know, there's a quiz later, you know. You're jeopardizing this woman's grandchildren, huh? How did you happen to become a lumberjack, Paul?
Oh,
Were you fond of toothpicks as a child?
Oh, no, I am fond of saws. I started with a saw
Saws,
when
huh?
I was just a boy.
Are you pretty handy with a saw?
Oh, I think so. I've held the world championship with a hand saw for the last 21 years.
Wait a minute. You said Here's $50 for you and 50 for you, Paul. You said the secret word. I forgot. What was it? What was it?
Hand.
Hand. Oh, I hand saw. Congratulations. Well, tell us about this saw thing, huh? You say you won the world championship with a hand saw?
That's right.
Oh, that's quite an achievement, isn't it, huh?
Well, we think so. That is our...
How long does it take to saw one of those big logs in two? And what is the circumference of one of those logs?
My best record this year was on a 30-inch log. It took me 1 minute and 17 seconds to cut that in half.
You sawed it in 1 minute and 15 seconds?
1 minute and 17 seconds.
I sawed a putty cat the other day. Huh? That's pretty fast time, Paul. You're not Paul Searles. You're really Paul Bunyan, aren't you? I want to ask you, why do you keep cutting the trees down if you're so crazy about them? Riddle me that.
Oh, so you'll have a chair to sit on?
Well, I have a chair to sit on. Why do you have to keep on cutting the trees down?
Well, you've got to have a house to live in. You've got to have paper to read. You've got to have doors, windows, everything that's made out of wood. You've got to have them. If it wasn't for that, you wouldn't have all these articles.
I live in a cave.
Well, you've got to have a door. We'll make a wooden door for it.
No, I use a rock at the front door. And I write hieroglyphics on the wall, on the stone. After a while, I'll show you my bear skin, huh? Not you. I'm talking to Paul over there. You keep out of this. You're a grandmother. You may be a lumberjack, old boy, but I'm far from stumped. Now, what are you doing for conservation? Isn't it true that our forests are being denuded?
No, it's
Wrecked?
not. It is not. Absolutely not. We are going all out for conservation. We plant trees as we cut them. The wind blows the seed all over.
What do you mean? You plant the same tree that you cut?
No. We plant seeds, or natural reforestation comes from the seed of trees that are still standing. We cut in blocks. We'll leave a block of timber standing, and that will be reforested on what we have cut. If that doesn't do the job, the squirrels, they help us out. They'll go out and pack a little seed around and dig down and bury it, so they'll have something next winter. Sometimes they forget it, and that grows into a tree.
A squirrel grows into a tree?
Well, I don't think so, but his seed does.
And they think those squirrels are nuts, huh?
Right.
Well, Paul, I'm glad to know that the big lumber companies are doing something to preserve the forests for the future. And it's a very important part of our whole heritage, and we should take good care of it.
That's right.
I would like to go on talking to you two, but it's time to win some money. Now, you win more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big money.
In the race for the $1,500, Lieutenant and Mrs. Pusis won $90, and the secret word is hand.
Now, let's see how much money you can make. You selected the animal kingdom, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. 60?
60.
All right. What is the name of the small lizard that is able to change its color to match its surroundings?
Gila monster?
Talk it over.
Chameleon.
That's right. Chameleon, I think, is the way it's called.
You now have $160.
Now, what do you want?
60.
And remember, this time before you talk up, one answer between you.
Okay.
Or I may have to chop you down. What is it, 70, did you say?
Mm-hmm.
All right. What is another name for the one-humped camel?
A dromedary.
That's right. A dromedary is right. You now have $230. Now, what is your pleasure? You can quit. You can go ahead.
80.
80? Okay. What is the word for the young of geese? What are baby geese called?
Goslings.
Goslings is right.
You now have $310.
100.
100? All right. What kind of animal is a merino? M-E-R-I-N-O. Come on, time's a waste. If you don't know, take a guess.
It's a reptile rat.
No, it's a sheep.
Sheep? Oh.
Yes.
Well, you lost half of your bankroll, so you wind up with $155.
Well, that's not too bad. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Thank you, Doctor.
George, who's next?
Well, Groucho, we have an Irish housewife and a man with an interesting occupation for you now, and they're coming in right now, I believe. Mrs. Abby Donovan and Mr. Ward Kimball, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome. Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Abby Donovan, you're the Irish housewife, eh?
That's right, Groucho.
Which part of Brooklyn are you from?
Well, I'm from County Cork, Ireland.
You're from County Cork, huh?
That's right.
Well, I haven't pulled one of those out of a bottle in a long time. How long since you left the old sod?
Well, it's about 30 years.
30 years. How old were you when you left?
I was a little girl, Groucho.
Full of the old Irish blonde, yeah. I've got a little Irish in me myself, you know, huh? I had an Irish stew for lunch today. Let's see, who are you again?
Ward Kimball.
Ward Kimball. Where are you from, Ward?
Originally from Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Somebody out there from Jacksonville, huh? Why did you leave Minneapolis?
Well, it got too cold for us, so we came to California.
Well, I came to California because it got too hot for me. Who do you work for, Ward?
Walt Disney.
You work for Disney? Oh, I thought your face was familiar. Are you the duck or the mouse?
No, I'm an animator and director out there.
Oh, a director? Oh.
Real director.
Keep my mouth shut. I may want a job out there. If you ever need a rat, why, give me a ring. What does a cartoonist do in his spare time? Do you have any hobbies, Mr. Kimball?
Well, one of my hobbies, Groucho, is trains.
Trains, huh? Electric or wind-up?
No, I have 3 full-size Baldwin locomotives and 4 big coaches.
In the house?
In my backyard.
You must have a pretty big backyard, huh?
Well, not too big. It's about 3 acres.
Well, you say you have steam engines out there?
Yes.
Well, can you go to Chicago?
No, my railroad is only 650 feet long.
Well, what's the idea of having a full-size railroad that won't go to Chicago? I don't understand that.
Well, I tell you, one of the railroads was selling one of its passenger coaches, which was 40 feet long, for $50, and so I bought it. You see, I can't resist a bargain.
You paid $50 for this coach?
$50.
You know what Notre Dame just paid for their coach? It's called the Irish Mail. They have a coach there, too. But tell us about some more about your railroad, Ward.
Well, we call it the Grizzly Flats Railroad. My wife calls it the White Elephant Line, but she goes along with it.
But you couldn't go to Chicago in this, huh?
No, we couldn't go to Chicago.
Wouldn't it be cheaper to just go on the train and go to Chicago than have all this stuff in the backyard?
Well,
how much money have you got tied up in this folly out there in the backyard, huh?
Well, I paid $400 for the big locomotive. That's 40 feet long, and I paid...
You know what? You can go to Chicago in the Santa Fe for about $70. You'd have saved $330 right there. And your wife would have had some respect for you, and you'd have been in Chicago. I just don't understand you at all. What do you do for excitement in the... Now, you have a full-size railroad.
I play the trombone.
I was only trying to be funny. Don't pay attention to me. Do you play in a band, or do you play for the amusement of the neighbors?
Well,
I assume by this time I've fairly decided opinions about you. You play it on the train, or...
No, I play with a jazz band. I'm the leader and first trombonist of the Firehouse 5+2.
That's a very famous musical outfit, isn't it? Why do you call it the Firehouse 5+2? I never did understand that.
Because there's 7 of us.
You know, and everybody thought the Marx Brothers were crazy. Well, I must say you're an extraordinary young man, Ward, with a lot of talent. And since you play the trombone, could you whip out a little Dixieland for us here?
No, I don't know, Groucho. I could try.
You don't
I
have
didn't
a
bring
trombone
my horn.
on you, huh?
No.
George, you think you could swipe a trombone from the orchestra out there? Don't wake any of them up. Be careful when you go out there, George.
I'm surprised you only have one trombonist in your orchestra.
I'm surprised any of them show up. Now, Abby, do you think you could contribute anything to this extravaganza we're getting up? Do you sing or dance?
Well, I could dance a little Irish jig.
An Irish jig?
Maybe the Irish washerwoman.
Have you ever played the Irish washerwoman?
That's a tough one. That's like playing the bee or something. A trombone.
Well, you see, if you'd have gone to Chicago, you'd have picked that up. Well, warm it up a little. That's enough. Could you give us a reasonably accurate facsimile of the Irish washerwoman?
B flat, boys.
If the boys played with you, huh? All right, downbeat, Mr. Kimball, huh? Send this to Chicago, huh? Boy, that was wonderful. And Abby, St. Patrick would be proud of you if he was here today. With that firehouse music and that Irish dance, we just chased all the snakes out of Los Angeles. Well, I'd like to pursue this conversation. The time has come to make some money.
In the race for the $1,500, the lumberjack and his partner are leading with $155.
Now, let's see how much money you can make. You selected a movie quiz. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. All you have to do is beat our other couples, and you get a chance at the big money. And you can quit any time you want to if you think you have more than the other couple.
How about now?
You can even quit now if you want. Don't forget, you have a starting with a bankroll of $100.
I'll stay.
That's your nest egg. All right, now, what question do you want? A $10 one, 60, 80, 100? Take your choice.
Well, I think we ought to start about halfway, $50.
Halfway. All right, Olivia de Havilland has an equally famous sister. What is her name? Talk it over. Remember your partners.
Well, let's see. Well, I know it. She's American. Yeah.
Well, it's Joan Fontaine.
Oh, yeah.
And if you'd have got out of that backyard once in a while, you can't pick up things like Joan Fontaine riding around a fake engine in a backyard. I tried it. Now what do you want to go for?
You've lost half your bankroll. You now have $50.
Boy, my kids are going to sure laugh at me.
I hope they laugh at me. They don't. I'm in a fine fix. $40. $40. Who played the monster in Frankenstein?
Boris Karloff.
That's right, Boris Karloff.
You now have $90.
You now have $90. And what do you wish to try?
We'll take a crack at that 61.
You take a crack at the 61? Yeah. It is very nice. Walter Disney. Oh, you dirty crook.
That's all right. I won't know the answer.
Walt Disney made a feature-length cartoon that included such characters as Jiminy Cricket, Figaro, and Stromboli. Figaro! What was the name of this picture?
That's so easy I hate to mention it. Pinocchio.
Pinocchio is right.
You now have $150.
You have $150. Do you wish to continue or do you wish to cease?
Let's try that $70.
70? Burt Lancaster made a picture that was filmed in the Fiji Islands. What is the name of it? Talk it over.
Crimson Pirate.
No, His Majesty O'Keefe.
And you wind up with $75.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
That means that the lumberjack and his partner with $155 in just 1 minute get the chance of the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. Friends, most people like to do things the easy way. That's why you'll enjoy driving a new DeSoto automatic equipped with DeSoto full-time power steering. When you turn the steering wheel of a car equipped with ordinary steering, it is actually your muscular strength hauling your wheels around. But DeSoto full-time power steering takes over to do literally all of the work for you, to make turning those wheels a lot easier. And I hope you've noticed I say DeSoto full-time power steering. That means it works for you all of the time, not just some of the time, as some other power steering units. But DeSoto full-time power steering goes to work for you as soon as you start your engine. Doesn't cut on and off, as do other types. Wait until you park with DeSoto full-time power steering. You'll find it actually makes parking a cinch. So visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow and try DeSoto full-time power steering for yourself. It's another one of the many reasons why we say DeSoto puts you ahead automatically.
For the finest car yet, you should drive, you should get the DeSoto automatic.
Remember, the dealer who sells the stunning DeSoto automatic also sells the high-style Plymouth. Now here's the winning couple, Groucho, the lumberjack and his partner, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
Well, Paul, here's your chance to chop down $1,500 here. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Let's see how well you remember recent history. In January of 1952, a freighter sank off the southwest coast of England after a heroic 12-day effort by her captain, Henry Carlson, to save her. For $1,500, what was the name of Captain Carlson's ship? Talk it over.
Don't you remember reading about that?
I read about it,
In England, off of the bay there, they tried to moor it and set it down.
I remember all about it.
All right, what's the answer you two have decided upon? Take a guess.
It's a Norwegian name.
It's
of
the
boat.
Flying Enterprise.
Enterprise.
Well, that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but how much did they win the quiz, George?
Well, they won $155 in the quiz.
Well, congratulations, and thanks to
Thank
both
you.
of you
Thank
and
you.
to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth. Two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Traffic control begins at your wheel. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is floor. Floor.
Really?
You Bet Your Life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
That's me, Horace Greeley. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples. A lot of money, isn't it?
It certainly is.
Would you like to win it?
Love to have it.
Well, maybe you'll know the answer. Would you split it with me?
I think it could be arranged.
Could be arranged with me, I know. I don't know about you. Who's first, George?
Well, Groucho, we invited some girls who work for a large manufacturing concern to the program tonight. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Patricia Darien, and her partner is Mr. Peter Ellesmere Jones. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Now, let's see. Patricia Darien, huh?
Yes.
And Mr. Peter Ellesmere Jones. Huh?
That's right.
In 7 years on the air, I think this is the first Jones we've ever had.
Well, it's not really
Congratulations.
Jones, you know.
It's not really Jones?
No, it's Ellesmere Jones with a hyphen sort of mixed up in between those.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Well, that name has a lot of dash to it if you have a hyphen there. Well, where are you from, Pete?
Well, I'm from Wales.
You're from Wales, huh?
You know,
You're not Jones, you're Jonah. Huh?
Well, touché.
Well, let's get down to details. What sort of work do you do, Pete?
Well, I had my training as a civil and structural engineer, and at the moment I'm working for Kobig and Kobig on Wilshire, checking some structural steel work for the Marine Barracks at Camp Pendleton.
Oh. And where do you work, Pat?
I work for the Carnation Milk Company on Wilshire Boulevard.
Well, science is certainly wonderful. They're now getting milk from carnations. Huh? I knew you could get it from milkweed, but I didn't know you could get it from carnations. Well, do you operate a milking machine for this outfit, or do you milk by hand?
No, I'm a secretary.
You're a secretary?
Yes, uh-huh.
Well, in that case, it's a good thing you don't milk the cows. They'd probably object to your shorthand. Well, I've heard of your company. It's a very famous company, but I know they produce an awful lot of milk. How many cows do they own, Pat?
Groucho, we don't actually own any cows.
Well, what do you get your milk from? Coconuts?
The milk is sold to us by small local producers.
Small cows?
No, small producers.
Oh. Where are you from, Pat?
I was born in Peoria, Illinois.
Peoria, huh?
Yes.
Oh, big. You know, there's an old line. There was a show called Lightning many years ago. It was a very famous play on Broadway. And I remember in this scene, the judge asked this girl, she said, why did you get married? And she said, well, I was in Peoria and it was raining. That's a very famous line out of the play Lightning. Frank Bacon was in it. Are you married?
No, I'm single, Groucho.
You're single, Groucho, huh? That's a funny name. Single Groucho. Huh? Would you like to get married?
Well, eventually, probably, yes.
Eventually, why not now? You know that a flour company used that slogan and sold 45 million bags of flour? You should be able to bag one poor sucker. You married, Pete?
No, I'm afraid not. Well, I'm not afraid, but I'm not.
You're getting alarmed rather early, aren't you?
Not really.
No. Well, Pat, I'd like you to meet Mr. Ellesmere-Jones. Huh? Pete, do you consider yourself an eligible bachelor?
Well, I consider myself a bachelor, but not particularly eligible.
You're alive and breathing, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, you're a very nice couple, and my advice is for both of you to win lots of money tonight and open a joint checking account. And you'll have something to argue about, and you'll have a very happy marriage. All right, now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. We start you off with a $100 bankroll, and when you miss a question, you lose half of whatever you've got. Is that clear?
Yes.
If you think you've won enough, you can stop any time. Now, let's see how much money you can make. You selected music, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what question do you want?
Oh, it's 70.
Fine.
All right, 75, did you say?
70.
All right, Jack Meakin and the orchestra will play a song. Let's see if you can identify it.
That's right. Perfidia?
Perfidia is right, yes.
You're living glad.
You now have $170.
$170. Now, which question do you want to take?
80.
80? Okay. Andrew Segovia is one of the world's greatest performers on which instrument?
Wonderful.
Guitar.
Guitar is right.
You now have $250.
Now you can go ahead or you can quit.
Wonderful.
90?
We'll try it.
Duke Ellington wrote the number Jack Meakin and the orchestra are going to play. You tell me the name of this modern classic. Play, Jack.
Mood Indigo?
Mood Indigo is right.
Yes, he's now climbed to $340.
What a nest egg for your marriage,
Yes.
It's your
Way to
last
go.
It's your last chance to beat the other couples. Which one are you going to go for?
Oh, might as well go.
Well, let's go 100.
All right, we all know the song Hail, Hail, the Gang's All Here. From what operetta was the tune taken?
Oh, you're kidding.
Talk it over.
I don't even know an operetta.
Floridor, is it?
No, you ought to know this. You're English. It's The Pirates of Penzance by Gilbert and Sullivan.
Well, you lost half your bankroll, so you still have $170.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Thank you, Groucho.
Sorry you didn't win.
Ladies and gentlemen, for a car with real power, real get up and go, try a DeSoto automatic with the mighty DeSoto 170 horsepower Fire Dome V8 engine. This DeSoto Fire Dome engine is designed to give you power with maximum efficiency and economy. And the secret is in the design of the hemispherical combustion chambers. These dome-shaped chambers are the reason why the Fire Dome engine can squeeze every bit of power from your fuel. They enable you to drive your DeSoto automatic on regular gasoline and still get premium performance. Think of that. A 170 horsepower engine operating perfectly that lets you use regular gasoline. I'm sure that once you get behind the wheel of a DeSoto automatic and feel the smooth, powerful response of the mighty DeSoto 170 horsepower V8 engine, you'll say there's no other automobile engine can match it. Visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow. You'll see that the great DeSoto 170 horsepower Fire Dome engine is just one reason why DeSoto puts you ahead automatically.
For the finest car yet, you should drive, you should get the DeSoto automatic.
Remember, the dealer who sells the stunning DeSoto automatic also sells the high-style Plymouth. Well, Groucho, we have some people with interesting stories for you now. They were chosen just before we went on the air, and here they come, Mrs. Pauline Mells and Mr. Eric Sanders. Would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome, folks, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Mrs. Pauline Mells and Eric Sanders. Miss Mells, I'll start with you. What is your hometown?
Crookston, Minnesota.
What's that?
Crookston,
Crookston.
Minnesota.
Somebody out there from Venezuela. You're married, I presume, Pauline?
Yes, I am. About 12 years.
12 years. Did you meet this chap in Crookston?
No, I met my husband in a singing class at night school.
No. You met your husband at a singing class in night school?
Yes, I did.
In other words, your romance got started off on a sour note, eh?
No, we got along beautifully.
Do you think a duet sounds better when a couple's in love?
I think so. Isn't there a saying that says if music is the fruit of love, play on?
Have you ever heard a couple of romantic cats on a back fence?
I don't think so.
Where are you from, Mr. Sanders? Sanders.
Sanders. I was born in Colgate, Oklahoma.
Oh. Well, in that case, you must have a full set of teeth, eh? Oh, what sort of work do you do, Eric?
I sell worms.
You say you sell worms?
I do.
Well, who buys these worms? Early birds?
No.
Or fish?
Farmers and agriculturists and people who wish to better their soil.
Well, how do worms help the farmer? Do they give him some new angles and...
Well, they certainly do. They homogenize the soil and loosen it up for aeration. And, of course, the castings of an earthworm is the richest soil known to science. That's homogenized and blending of all the materials in the soil, and it's deposited around the roots. And, of course, that helps in a tremendous number of ways.
Well, how does the worm know where to go?
They work around the roots of anything that lives, and they will eat nothing which lives but anything which has lived and died.
Like vultures, aren't they?
Yes. As a matter of fact, they're good eating garbage, too. Dead animals, anything which has lived and died, either animal or vegetable.
I wish I'd have met you some months ago.
I wish you had, too. I really mean that.
You weren't planning on draping me around an orange tree, were you?
No, I was planning on making an earthworm farmer out of you.
Yeah, well, I expect you to give me some of those worms. I'm going to try it.
Give you?
Well, I'll buy them.
Oh, well, that's fine. When do you want to deliver? I know where you live.
Deliver them tomorrow.
I can't make it tomorrow. I'm delivering $500 worth in Vista.
Well, I hadn't planned on any sale of that magnitude. Well, where do you live now?
Fullerton.
Fullerton. Well, couldn't you put the worms out and just tell them to come to my house? Huh?
Those people write to me in Fullerton, this Fullerton, California, earthworms. That's only right, and I get it.
Just Mr. Earthworms, Fullerton, California.
That's right.
Huh? Well, how is it you know so much about worms, Eric? Are you
Well, I
just
started
naturally
in-
attracted to
I-
each other?
Yes, we have something in common. People don't realize how large an industry it's becoming because of the fact in California now there's an earthworm association with 200 members. I'm not affiliated with it myself because I've always felt that I could merchandise my own product.
Mm-hmm.
I've been reasonably successful.
Yes, you have. Particularly here, huh? Pauline, do you have any hobbies like raising ladybugs?
Yes, I have several hobbies.
Oh, here it comes, huh?
Well, cooking.
Well, let's take them one at a time. You a good cook?
Pretty good.
What's your husband's favorite dish?
Well, he's fond of my prime ribs.
I'm sure he is, but let's take the cooking. What does your husband do for a living?
He's the Los Angeles police officer.
Oh, a police officer.
Mhm.
Oh, how do you like being married to a policeman?
Well-
I suppose it's all right in a pinch, but how... No groaning, please. Tell us about it.
Well, it has its good points and its bad points. Of course, their hours are long, and you
The
never
hours
know
are
when
long,
they're
yeah.
going to come home, and everybody's always yelling at them. And
Well, they're yelling at everybody else, too.
They're on call 24 hours a day, and the pay isn't very high. And
Well, as Gilbert and Sullivan put it, a policeman's lot is not a happy one, you know.
that's very true.
You happen to know that song, by the way?
Well, isn't that from the Pirates of Penzance?
Yeah, yes, it is. It's one of my favorites.
I think I might know it.
Should we try it, huh?
I'll
Just
do
a
my
chorus or
best.
so. I'll start, and if you can remember, you just chime in,
All right.
huh? Okay? It's been a long time since I've sung this. When a felon's not engaged in his employment, or maturing his felonious little plan, his capacity for innocent enjoyment is just as great as any honest man. Our feelings we with difficulty smother, when constabulary duties to be done. Oh, take one consideration with another. A policeman's lot is not a happy one. When constabulary duties to be done, a policeman's lot is not a happy one. Now, this is the part I like. Your part I like. When the enterprising burglar's not a burgling, and the cutthroat is unoccupied in crime, oh, he loves to hear the little brook a gurgling, and listen to the merry village chime. When a cost is finished jumping on his mother, oh, he loves to lie a basking in the sun. Oh, take one consideration with another. A policeman's lot is not a happy one. When constabulary duties to be done, a policeman's lot is not a happy one. Well, we did pretty good. I may have to go back on the stage after. Well, it's been fun talking to you two, but the time has come to play You Bet Your Life. Now, we start you off with a $100 bankroll, and when you try to build it up. But when you miss a question, you lose half your bankroll. Is that clear?
In the race for the $2,000, the first couple won $170, and the secret word is floor.
Okay, now let's see how much money you can make. You selected culinary quiz.
Start with 70? All right,
70. Romano, Munster, and Brie are varieties of what food?
Cheese.
Cheese is correct.
Your bankroll is now $170.
$170. Now, which question do you want to try, Eric
80?
the Red?
80.
80. What do you call a Hawaiian feast?
A luau.
Luau is correct. I'm glad you got it.
Well, you now have $250.
$250. Now, what do you want to try?
Shall we tack the 90?
90?
We'll try it.
What food do we get from the root of the cassave? C-A-S-S-A-V-E. It's a plant grown in the South that is commonly made into a pudding. If you don't know, guess.
It's a breadfruit tree, and they pound it up and make a...
Yeah, but what is the name of the pudding?
Oh.
C-A-S-S-A-V-E. Well, take a guess.
Cassave?
No. Sorry, it's tapioca.
Oh, sure.
Oh.
Oh, my heavens.
Well, you've lost half your bankroll, so you still have $125.
No, here's your last chance to be the other couple, so you can quit, whatever you want to do.
Well, we'll try the 100.
$100. All right. Gumbo is another word for what vegetable?
It's,
Okra.
okra?
Okra. It's also my brother.
And you wind up with a grand total of $225.
Thanks, and good luck
Thank
to the
you.
DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Give me a match. All right, George, who's next?
Well, Groucho, we have a married couple for you now. Dr. and Mrs. Jean Bordeaux. Would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the sacred word, and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Dr. and Mrs. Jean Bordeaux, eh? Well, you're a very charming pair. Now, which one of you is Jean?
I am.
Oh, you are, huh? Mrs. Bordeaux, what shall I call you?
You just call me Mary.
Mary, huh? Well, that's a nice, sweet, simple, uninhibited name. Where are you from originally, Mary?
Well, I'm from Murray, Kentucky, Groucho.
Where?
Murray, Kentucky.
Murray, Kentucky?
Yes, it's really a very important town. It was really the birthplace of radio.
Is that so?
The man was Nathan B. Stubblefield.
Is that so?
Yes.
I thought Amos and Andy invented radio. Stubblefield?
Yeah, Stubblefield.
That was the name of the man who invented radio?
That was the name of the man.
Before
who
Marconi?
Yes.
Wait till the Russians hear about that, huh?
He really did invent.
You know what? They're going to claim that they invented Stubblefield. Huh?
He really did invent it before Marconi, but you know, as it often happens, that the real person doesn't get the credit. You know.
That's true. Now, Doc, by the way, what kind of a doctor are you, Doctor? Are you an MD, a DDS, or a BVD?
PhD.
A PhD, huh? You got to be pretty smart for that. Mary, does the doc give you a feeling of inferiority, or are you like most wives, superior to your husband?
Oh, no, I have no feeling of inferiority. After all, I have 2 degrees myself. A.B., M.A.
That makes Mary 2 degrees smarter than you, eh?
I have an A.B. and an M.A. plus the Ph.D.
There are more degrees around here tonight than you'll find on a thermometer. As a Ph.D., Doc, have you ever done any teaching?
Yes, I taught at Whitworth College down in Mississippi, at USC, and the Dale Carnegie Institute of Public Speaking and Effective Human Relations.
Why do they call it the Institute of Public Speaking and Human Relations?
Because they teach public speaking and human relations.
Thanks. I thought they taught how to win friends. Why do you emphasize public speaking?
Few things are more important to anyone than to be able to speak effectively in public.
That's true. And one of the things that are more important is being able to keep your trap shut in public. Oh, I didn't mean you. I just... Me, I meant. Well, since you're an expert on public speaking, could you give us some tips on the subject, Doc? Could you boil it down to a few words?
Boiled down, I think you could sum it up by saying, just be yourself. Have a good opening. For example, you should startle an
good
audience.
opening. You mean the back door, right near where
you should startle an audience.
You say you should startle your audience?
Yeah.
What do you mean? When you open your mouth, you should let a flock of pigeons fly out? How do you startle them?
For example, you might say to this audience, why did you come here tonight?
A lot of them have said that to each other.
Or you could startle an audience by standing in front of them with your hand closed and say, I'm going to open my hand and show you something the world has never seen before. And after I open my hand, they will never see this again. Open your hand, take out a peanut, crack it, and eat it.
It isn't enough that the audience eats popcorn. Now he wants the actors to eat peanuts. Doc, what sort of work are you doing now?
I'm a psychotherapist.
That means nothing to me. What are you doing, Doc?
I help people who have become emotionally upset to get back on an even keel emotionally.
Oh, you're a shrunken head man. You're a couch boy, is that it? What is it like being married to a psychotherapist? Does he ever try to analyze you, Mary?
Oh, yes, there are a few little problems connected with it. For instance, I sort of have a creative imagination, I think, and dream. I have just lovely little dreams, but I just can't dare mention them because, you know, to a psychotherapist, all dreams
Have
are
some
very,
significance, eh?
yes, they're very dark. And so if I tell my dream, why, he's liable to end up saying, well, now, who do you hate? And who do you want to murder now? And me, well, I love everybody. I long ago took Booker T. Washington's motto as mine. I resolved to let no man belittle my soul by making me hate him.
That's wonderful. Old Booker T had plenty on the ball, didn't he?
He did.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've learned a lot talking to you two, but I imagine even a successful psychotherapist would like to win some money, wouldn't you? Huh? So let's play You Bet Your Life. Huh? You understand the game, huh? You try to run your original bankroll of $100 into more than our other couples. And remember, if you miss a question, you lose half your bankroll.
In the race for the $2,000, the earthworm grower and the housewife are leading with $225.
Now, let's see how much money you can make. You select a dictionary quiz, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
How about $70?
You could discuss it with Mary there.
How
Don't
about
talk to
70?
me.
Oh, that's all right. We'll...
All right, what do you call the jars used for keeping tobacco fresh?
Humidors.
Humidor is right.
Your bankroll is now $170.
Now, what do you want to try?
How about 80?
It's ask Mary.
All
right, how many years in a millennium?
1,000.
1,000 years is correct.
You now have $250.
You can quit or you can go ahead. It's up to you.
Let's go ahead.
All right, fine.
How about it?
Oh, yeah, let's go.
What do you want? 80,
About
90,
90?
10, any one you want. 90. Most of the gold at Fort Knox is in the form of bars. What is the proper word for a bar of gold?
A bar.
Talk it over.
Come on, a bar of gold. Pig.
Pig.
No, you're flirting with it. It's ingot.
Ingot. Oh.
Well, you lost half of your bankroll, so you now have $125.
Now, here's your last chance to beat the other couple.
Make it the 100.
100?
How about it?
All right, if a misanthrope hates mankind, what is a misogynist?
Oh, he hates women.
He sure does. Give him the money. Thanks and good luck to the DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
You wind up with $225. And that means, Groucho, that there's a tie for the big question chance. Mr. Sanders and Mrs. Mells with $225, and the doctor and his wife with $225 in just one moment.
Have that,
They'll get the chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. All right, Groucho, here are our winning couples. Mr. Sanders and Mrs. Mells and Dr. Bordeaux and his wife. All set for a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. Now, each of the couples will write an answer on the card, and, of course, if they all get it right, we'll divide the money between them.
Think carefully and please no help in the audience. Here it is. For $2,000, what is the name given to the promontories on either side of the Straits of Gibraltar? One was in Spain and the other in Africa. It's a name that's been used for centuries.
That's something I know.
All right. Let me see your card. Sanders and Mrs. Mells. Malta? No, that's wrong. Dr. Bordeaux and his wife. Pillars of Hercules. Right. So you two win $2,000. Plus, how much in the quiz, George?
Well, you won $225 in the quiz.
That's $2,225. What are you going to do with all that money?
You won't believe us, but we're going to buy a DeSoto.
Are you? Why shouldn't I believe you? It's the best car on the market. Well, congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Thank you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth, two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember... Just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Look out for the driver who doesn't look out for you. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is people. P-E-O-P-L-E.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you with more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
That's me. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples.
We have some young single people for you tonight, Groucho.
For me?
Well, for you to talk to.
Oh.
Miss Virginia Harbin and Mr. Chuck Wallace. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day, I presume. Virginia Harbin, that's you, huh?
That's right.
Are you married?
No, I'm not, Groucho.
Are you engaged?
No, I'm not.
Are you over 21?
Yes, I am.
Chuck Wallace?
That's correct, sir.
Oh, how old are you, Chucky boy?
I'm 31, Groucho.
31? Well, say, you're a pretty young-looking kid for 31. How tall are you, Chuck?
5'6".
Mm-hmm. That must be why they call you Chuck, huh? Because you're short for Charles?
That's right.
Well, Virginia, let's get back to you. What sort of work do you do?
I'm an employment interviewer at the Bureau of Occupations at UCLA.
Oh, what do you do at this place?
I try to find work for college students.
Uh-huh.
We try to match the employer's requests with the students' requests as to the type of jobs that they're particularly interested in doing.
That doesn't seem plausible.
It
I never
does.
heard of a college student that was interested in work. How about salary? I should imagine college students are pretty practical. What do they want to start with? $50,000 a year and free parking?
No, I don't think so, Groucho. I think that they're really more interested in the job and the opportunities that the job has to offer, more so than the salary.
Is that so? In other words, you don't think they're interested in money? And you expect an employer to hire a nitwit like that?
No, I think that they really are interested in the money, but I think, too, that they're interested in the opportunities that the
To
job
meet
has
the
to
boss
offer.
and
Yes.
and the other people who work in the office. The male ones, I mean.
I think so.
Where do you work, Chuck?
I work at the Flamingo Hotel in Las Vegas.
Oh, you work in Vegas?
Yeah,
huh?
that's right.
No wonder you're short. I go up there occasionally. I've stayed at the Flamingo, and last time I was there, I stayed at the Desert Inn. They have a golf course there. What is your job at the Flamingo? Are you the little fellow under the roulette wheel that makes it stop on the wrong number?
No, I'm the masseur there, Groucho.
Monsieur, oh, you're a Frenchman. Well, good evening, monsieur. Monsieur, what do you do in this place, monsieur?
Well, I give the steam bath, the rubs, and the oxygen there.
You give the oxygen? Is
That's
this after they play or before? Well, have you always been a masseur up there?
No, I was a lifeguard before that, Groucho.
That's kind of a strange job in Vegas, isn't it? When a man jumps in the pool up there, the last thing he wants to be is saved. pretty hard work, Chuck?
No, it's fun.
The lifeguard?
That's right. In fact...
you dive after pennies like they do in Hawaii?
Well, in a way, yes. There was a rumor going around the hotel that...
There were a number of them when I was there. They finally threw me out of the hotel.
Well, anyway, this rumor was that if anyone would throw a silver dollar into the pool before they'd go into the tables, well, they'd have good luck that night. And
how does a rumor like that ever get started?
I started it.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Finally found somebody who was crookeder than I was. Well, Vegas is certainly a fabulous place. Are there any more little traditions like that one about throwing the coins in the water?
Well, there's a rumor going around the Flamingo now that if you come down to the health club and get a rub, and give the boy a silver dollar to rub your arm, you'll have a...
That's you, huh?
Well, that's right.
Well, Mr. Wallace, I hope you won't be offended by this, but my guess is you're about as straightforward and honest as a Las Vegas slot machine. Well, you make an interesting and attractive couple, and I'd like to go on talking to you, but now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. We start you off with a $100 bankroll. This is right up your alley, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Which you try to build as high as possible. Each time you miss a question, you lose half of what you have. You can quit whenever you like. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see how much money you can make. You selected music. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
50? 50. 50, do I say.
Okay, $50. What musical instrument does Vladimir Horowitz play?
Okay.
Talk it over. You're partners. And if you don't know, guess.
Do you have any idea?
Take a guess.
Violin?
No, you're close. It's a piano. That's pretty close. They're next to each other in the office.
Well, you lost half your bankroll. You still have $50.
Now, what do you want to try? 60, 80, 10?
40? Okay, whatever you say.
$40. A few years ago, a famous clarinetist had such men in his band as Gene Krupa, Harry James, and Lionel Hampton. He was known as the King of Swing. Who is he?
Benny Goodman.
One answer.
Benny Goodman.
I guess you're right. Go ahead.
I think it was Benny Goodman.
Oh, you just nosed under the wire. That's right.
Well, you now have $90.
Chucky, maybe you better let her answer.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Gal.
This girl goes to UCLA. Now you have $90. Now what do you want to try?
Should we try the 70?
Well, okay.
$70?
70? The orchestra will play a familiar song. You tell me the name of it. Play, Mr. Meekin.
Me and My Shadow.
Me and My Shadow is right.
You've now climbed to $160.
Shall we try the 90?
The 90 is right off the boat. We just got it in today.
Good.
You going to try the 90?
90. The orchestra will play a song by Cole Porter. You identify it. Jack?
Just one of those things.
What
Was
is
just
it?
one of those things?
That's right.
Once again?
Just one of those things?
That makes 3 of those things. That's right.
And you wind up with $250.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And I hope you're very happy together. George, it's time for a commercial. Not just any commercial, but the one about that beautiful, tremendous new DeSoto Coronado. So say something.
Well, I don't have to, Groucho, because this car speaks for itself. It's a real honey. Sleek, glamorous, and new. The DeSoto Coronado is a 170-horsepower beauty with a Sierra beige top and a Cadiz blue body that's just the greatest. And the Coronado's got a new chrome and stainless steel setup that makes it look even longer and lower, if that's possible. Yes, this Coronado is a real work of art. And to prove it, we put the name on the rear fender in shiny chrome. Up front is the famous Fire Dome name, proof that the Coronado offers the same unbeatable performance as all the other DeSoto automatics. Inside, this car is like nothing you've ever seen. It's so beautiful. The cream seat bolsters are the finest top-grain leathers, a perfect blend with the pale blue of the weave-patterned corded nylon upholstery.
George, that car is so lovely. I wonder if it's doing anything after the show.
Well, Groucho, I hope it has a date. A date with a lot of those nice people out there. A date at their DeSoto Plymouth dealer showroom to see for themselves that the beautiful DeSoto Coronado is another proof that DeSoto puts you ahead automatically.
remember the dealer who sells the stunning DeSoto Automatic also sells the high-style Plymouth.
George, let's have the next couple. Who are they?
We have some people with interesting stories, Groucho. Mrs. Tommy Lewis and Mr. Peter George Stathis, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome, folks, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. Peter George Stathis and Mrs. Tommy Lewis. Mrs. Lewis, you're a woman. I'll start with you. What's your first name?
Tommy.
Tommy.
That's
Is that a
it.
man's name?
Nothing to spell with I-E.
Really? I didn't know that. Next time I see somebody with an IE, I'll make sure and tip my hat. Where are you from, Tommy?
I'm originally from Pasco, Washington.
Where?
Pasco, Washington.
Pasco, Washington? That's in the apple country, isn't it?
Near there, yes.
I was up there once, but they threw me out. They figured one bad apple could wreck the entire industry. Are you married, Tommy?
Yes, I'm married.
Where did you meet your husband?
I met my husband, Douglas Aircraft.
Douglas Aircraft?
That's right.
What were you doing there?
I was a riveter, and he was a tool crib attendant.
You were Rosie the Riveter. huh?
No, I was Tommy the riveter.
Well, Rosie is IE, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. We're back to the IE again.
What was he doing in the tool crib? Was he just a baby at the time?
No, he was the attendant. He gave out the motors and guns and the equipment to work with. So the employees had to go to the tool cribs and get the equipment to work with.
Well, we seldom have an opportunity to explore romance in the riveting section. And I always like to do research on any subject. How did your husband break the ice the first time he saw you?
He didn't. I did. I rushed up to the tool crib and I asked him if he had a high-speed motor with a loose chuck. He said he had the motor.
You're lucky he didn't call a policeman, huh?
Yes, I think so.
What is a high-speed motor with a loose chuck?
Well, a high-speed motor is a 1,500 RPM motor.
And it's revolutions per minute, huh?
Yes. And it's...
what they're having in Puerto Rico. Huh?
And a loose chuck is when you spin down to fit the drill with your fingers instead of taking your chuck and keep the key and keep turning it like this by hand and make your arm tired. So I wanted a high-speed motor with a loose chuck.
And, well, is that how they make chuck steak? Do they shoot at it with a gun?
No, I think that's a different subject.
That ends with IE, too, you know.
Oh?
Chucky.
Yes. I thought we were past that deal now.
We may never get past that. Your name is Peter George Stathis?
Yes, Groucho.
Well, you're a very cute-looking George Stathis.
Well, thank you.
I didn't mean to ignore you for such a long...
I was wondering.
I wasn't really ignoring you. I was merely occupied with a ricochet romance. Can you sing that song, Tommy?
No, I don't sing. They play on the black notes and play on the white notes, but I always sing in the crack.
Well, I have no answer for that. What sort of work do you do, Peter?
I'm a restaurateur.
A restaurateur, huh?
Yes, sir.
Really? I've been arrested many a time. Do you have frog's legs?
Yes, sir.
Let's see them, huh?
Not with me.
Well, Pete, you look like you're a pretty good advertisement for your place. What are your measurements, by the way?
Well, I measure 5 feet 5 inches, and I weigh 210 pounds.
Is that strip for Jim?
Yes, sir.
Well, you're a fine figure of a man, Pete.
Thank you.
My advice is stay out of dark alleys. You'd certainly be an easy man to roll. Where are you from, Peter? Originally, I mean.
I was born in Greece, in the island of Kythera.
Kythera, huh? How is it so many Greeks are good restaurant operators? Is it just a coincidence, or because they happen to be experts on Greece?
Well, Groucho is like this.
That's an old joke, you know.
Every Greek boy is born with a spattle and a spoon on his hand.
A spattle? What kind? A whiskey spattle?
No. It's the one that you stir a stew or a soup or anything that you want to make in a deep casserole.
Well, let's talk about your place, Pete. Where is it?
Well, my place is located at 701 East Ocean Boulevard in Long Beach.
No.
The Seafood Grotto. And if you really want to enjoy the finest seafood, you better come down or call Long Beach is 76748, and you'll have the finest seafood you ever had any place.
Well, I'll give you a ring. Suppose a halibut answers. Do I hang up? How do you feel about seafood, Tommy?
I don't like it. Fish tastes too much like fish.
Fine partner I have. Why I choose you.
Well, my advice is, after that, don't eat at Pete's place, huh? You're liable to get a Mickey in your mackerel. Well, you're a very entertaining couple, and it's been real nice talking to you two. And now let's play You Bet Your Life.
In the race for the $1,000, the first couple won $250, and the secret word is people.
Now let's see how much money you can make. You selected sports. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. What do you want to start with?
Let's have $50.
$50. That's a nice compromise. What do you call the last runner on a relay team? Talk
That's
it over.
the anchor man.
Yeah, you're right. It's the anchor man. But in the future, give me one anchor. But she may have a different version.
Wonderful.
Pete, and you're a pretty smart cookie there, huh?
You now have $150.
Now, what question do you want, Pete?
Let me have it.
Well, you can have an 80, a 10, 100, 30, anything.
60. Let's advance it 10 more.
Okay. Is that all right with you, Tom?
Is that all right, Tommy?
What do you call the area a football player aims for when he tries to kick the ball out of bounds near the goal line? One answer now.
Oh, no. That's a coffin corner.
That is right. It's the coffin corner.
Your bankroll is now $210.
Now, you can quit or you can go ahead.
Let's take a chance.
What do you want? What question?
$70.
$70. What do you call the basic rules and provisions of modern boxing?
The rules of Logsbury rules is something of that type. The Queensberry rules.
That's right, it's the Queensberry. The markers are Queensberry rules. Well, you were fighting with it. We had to give it to you.
And you now have $280.
Are you a gambler?
Well, let's gamble on it.
Okay.
Big one or a little one?
80.
Let's have $80.
$80. How many players on an ice hockey team?
On an ice hockey team? 5.
No, 6. Too bad.
One.
Well, you've lost half your bankroll. You wind up with $140.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Sorry you didn't win.
Thank you.
Who's next, George?
Well, Groucho, we have a housewife and a married man for you. They volunteered just before we went on the air. Mrs. Capitola Fredrickson and Mr. John Blake. Would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome, folks, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. You're John Blake, eh? It's spelled
Yes,
J-O-N. Why is that? Did somebody knock the H out of you?
No, Groucho. It's just a contraction of the early English Jonathan.
Oh, I see. Where are you from, Jonathan?
The Washington Heights section of New York City.
Oh, really? I used to live up there in Washington. 165th Street and Amsterdam, man. Around there. How old are you? It was about 100 years ago.
I'm 27, Groucho.
27. Well, you're a fine-looking lad. Mrs. Capitola Fredrickson, huh?
Fredrickson.
That's you. Where are you from?
Well, I was born on an Indian reservation in Red Lake, Minnesota.
Oh, really?
Yes, sir.
You're not wearing your feathers tonight, huh? What tribe are you from?
I'm from the Chippewa tribe.
Chippewa?
Yes.
Is that your Indian name, Capitola?
No, that isn't an Indian name, Groucho. My Indian name is Celine Janat Ozawandib Dabusanakudo Kinu.
I don't know, but I'd be willing to try. Well, what does your name mean in English? You fish on your side, I fish on my side, nobody fish in the middle?
No, it means a girl with the dark brown hair flowing outwards under low clouds with a little eagle.
That's not easy either. What sort of work does your husband do, Capitola?
Oh, he works in the post office, Groucho.
Oh, does he ever play post office with you?
Well, sometimes.
What does he do in the post office?
Well, he calls himself a postmaster? No, post office mortician. Because he works in, well, he works in the dead letter department.
That's his little joke, huh?
Yes.
While he's clowning around the post office, the mail order electric belt I sent for to give me the strength of Hercules is rotting in the basement. Come to cut out those jokes. Where did you meet your husband?
Well, he came up to Minnesota on a duck hunting trip one time, and he lost his hunting license. So he...
And you were a decoy?
No. Well, I was in an Indian pageant at that time, so he spent his evenings watching this pageant and flirting with me and saying fancy things. And,
Like what?
oh, how you doing, kid? What you doing tonight? How about a date? And he didn't think I could understand English because I was in Indian costume all the time.
When did he finally find out you understood every word he said?
When he asked me to marry him, I fooled him, and I said yes.
That's one question a woman can understand in 68 different languages. By the way, have you taught your husband how to speak Chippewa?
Well, a short time after we were married, I told him, honey, I'll bet I can make you talk Indian. Talk in 2 minutes.
And right after that, he declared war on them.
He said, how? I said, see, I made you talk Indian already.
You certainly have a variety of little jokes in your family. You know, I was up in Montana last summer, Blackfeet Reservation up there. I was up there. They were shooting a Western picture, some friends of mine. I went up to watch them. Had this big museum up there, this Indian museum, and I went in. Of course, I had my little girl with me, and I was interested, and she was. And we went there. There was a couple of dozen Indians in there looking at this exhibit, this Indian exhibit. They had moccasins there, and a canoe, and all kinds of blankets and things that they carry, the papooses. And these Indians were standing there, and they were fascinated by this stuff. Most of them had never seen any of these things. I had been in a Western picture with a lot of Indians in one of our movies, and I was explaining to the Indians what all these things were for. It's really an incongruity to have me standing there from New York City explaining to the Indians about their own paraphernalia. There's no joke to this, but I thought it was a kind of an interesting piece of Americana. Now, John, occasionally I like to sound people out on their hobbies. Do you have any particular ones that we could discuss?
Yes, I do, Groucho, but...
What do you do? What is it?
I paint with salt and pepper.
You paint with... What do you mean you paint with salt? What do you paint, steaks?
No, Groucho, I paint portraits of pretty girls, landscapes, and so forth. You know.
Now, this is modern art. You have to take it with a grain of salt. Have you sold any of these salt and pepper pictures?
Yes, quite a number, Groucho. As a matter of fact, a few of them are in some of the finest bars in Hollywood.
Well, so have I been, but I can't paint. Well, how much do you get for these?
I asked $500 a picture, Groucho.
No, you haven't answered my question, John.
Oh, well...
So how much do you get?
I asked $500, but I got 30 for my last.
Now we're getting down to basic facts here.
Yeah.
What kind of work do you do, John?
I'm a window cleaner, Groucho.
A window cleaner, is that so?
Oh, yes.
What kind of windows do you clean?
Dirty ones.
That's a pretty good joke. I'm just surrounded by feeble jokes here tonight. Now, I'll bet $5 that I can teach you to talk Indian in less than 2 minutes, okay?
I'll bet you can't.
No, you weren't supposed to say that. You were supposed to say how. Okay, here's your $5. You're getting too sharp for the old quizmaster. Well, it's been fun talking to you two, but I'm sure you'd rather win some money. So let's play You Bet Your Life.
In the race for the $1,000, our first couple, Chuck Wallace and his partner, are still leading with $250.
Let's see how much money you can make. You selected movie quiz. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. What do you want to start with, and one answer between?
70.
70?
70? What is Henry King's job in the making of a movie?
He's a director.
That's right, he's a director. Okay.
Your bankroll now contains $170.
Want to quit? You want to go ahead?
I want to go ahead.
Okay.
I do, too.
All right. What do you want to try?
Let's play 80.
80?
80, yes, fine.
All right, who won the Academy Award for her portrayal of the title role in Kitty Foyle?
Ginger Rogers.
Yes.
Ginger Rogers is right.
You now have $250.
We'll try the 90.
90. Have you consulted this
Yes.
with
Yes.
John over here? Virginia Mayo's husband is also in pictures. What is his name?
Michael O'Shea.
Michael O'Shea is right.
Your bankroll now contains $340.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. What do you want to go for?
Well, 100.
You're betting 100.
100. Who won the Academy Award in 1946 as the best supporting actor in the picture Best Years of Our Lives? It was his only movie role.
Oh, the
Yes. It was Harold. He's the amputee, the veteran, the Veterans Organization now, the Disabled American Veterans. Harold Kirby. Was it?
No.
I'm afraid I don't know the last.
The name is Harold Russell. You didn't guess the name. I'm sorry. How much did they win?
And you wind up with $170.
Well, that's not too bad. Thanks, and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Sorry you didn't win it.
And that means, Groucho, that Chuck Wallace and his partner, with $250, in just 1 minute get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. And here's the winning couple, Groucho. Chuck Wallace and his partner, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
Here we go for $1,000. I give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. In the year 1215, the Confederated Barons of England forced King John to sign one of the great documents of human liberties, the Magna Carta. For $1,000, where in England was this document signed? This is something you learned in school. Now talk it over.
Unless you can think of something else, I'll say the Charter Oak.
What is the answer you two have decided upon?
Charter Oak?
No, it's Runnymede, England. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, they lost the big money, but how much they win the quiz, George?
They won $250 in the quiz.
Well, congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth, two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Caution, control, and courtesy are the ingredients that add up to traffic safety. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is smile. S-M-I-L-E.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
What a grisly name. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples.
Well, Groucho, we have a young married couple for you tonight. And when you meet them, I think you'll understand why I invited them to the show tonight. They're sort of special guests. So, Mr. and Mrs. Bob Mathias, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Well, welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and take home an extra $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mr. and Mrs. Bob Mathias. Well, the stool I'm sitting on is just like 42nd Street and Broadway. Sooner or later, the whole world passes by your door. Like Port Said. In case there's anybody who doesn't recognize him, this fellow happens to be the greatest all-around athlete of our time. He's the male Babe Dietrichson. He's this year's Jim Thorpe. If you don't believe me, I'll ask Mrs. Mathias, isn't he?
Sure, yes.
Well, that proves it. What's your first name, Mrs. Mathias?
Melba.
Melba. Obviously, you're the toast of California. How long have you been married, Melba?
Oh, about 8.5 months, Groucho.
Mm-hmm. But you knew all about him when he was doing all that jumping and running, huh?
That's right. Uh-huh.
Well, since you caught him, I'd say you were the greatest athlete of our time.
Thank you.
How old are you, Bob?
23, Groucho.
20. You're a pretty big fella, huh? How big are you?
Well, I'm 6'3", 205 pounds.
And what do you weigh, Melba?
About 118.
He's twice as big as you are. Does he scare you?
No.
It was always that way, ever since Samson and Delilah. She's probably planning to give him a haircut any day now. How'd you meet Bob? Do you remember the very first time you saw him?
Oh, yes. He was on the cover of Life magazine.
And what did you do? Ask him to get off so you could read it? Well, how did you actually meet him?
Well, it was at Stanford University. I was going around a corner, and he was coming from the opposite direction. And we bumped into one another, and he knocked me down, and he said, "Excuse me," and picked me up and went on.
That's all he did, huh? Mm-hmm. Probably shows more sympathy when he knocks down a high hurdle. How about Bob's athletic victories? What are some of his achievements, Melba? Do you recall?
Well, I think two of his greatest was...
marrying you, I think.
Thank you. Was during the last two Olympics in 48 and 52. He won the decathlon event both years, and in 52 he set a world and Olympic record and amassed the most points for the event.
Have you always been athletic, Bob?
No, I haven't. When I was 13, I was anemic. I was tired and weak and a 90-pound weakling.
You were tired and run down at the age of 13?
Yes, sir.
Took me 40 years to get in that condition. Well, how did you change from this miserable little crawfish into this legendary athlete?
Well, my father is an MD and surgeon, a doctor, and he prescribed lots of rest, the proper foods, and gave me iron shots to build back my blood.
What is your ambition, Bob? Are you still continuing your athletic career?
Well, I took up golf about five months ago.
Golf? Say, you really have a high ambition, huh? You want to be president, huh? What is your best score at golf?
85.
85. Well, we're about the same there. Is that for 18 holes or 9?
18, I'm afraid.
18, yes. Well, mine is for 3 holes. But that's for cheating, huh? What are your plans for the immediate future, Bob? Are you in training for the next Olympics?
No, I'm not. I'm through with track and field, but right now we're getting ready to make a motion picture called The Bob Mathias Story. A picture about my life.
Who's going to play the part of Bob Mathias?
I am.
Could you use me as the 13-year-old? You're going to play yourself in the picture?
Yes, I am.
Well, no one ever plays himself in a Hollywood movie. I should think the part would call for a real brawny type like Clifton Webb. Freddie Bartholomew. What happens when the picture's over? What are you going to do?
After the picture, I go into the United States Marine Corps for 2 years.
Oh. Well, in that case, my congratulations to the Marine Corps. Huh? They're certainly getting a one-man army. Well, I've certainly enjoyed meeting you two.
Thank you.
It'd be nice if all the American couples looked like you two. beautiful girl and a handsome athlete.
Oh, thank you very much.
And here I am. Well, let's see how much money you can win. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. We'd start you off with a bankroll of $100. You're both college students, so you ought to be pretty smart. Every time you miss a question, you lose half of whatever your bankroll amounts to at the time. You're entitled to 4 questions, but you can quit any time you feel you've won more than the other couples. Clear?
Right.
You select a general information quiz. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
70.
70.
Is that all right with you?
That's fine.
What was the name of the celebrated French line of fortifications along the German frontier?
Maginot? Is that the Maginot Line?
Maginot Line.
Maginot
well,
Line.
that's close enough, yes.
You're on your way. Your bankroll is now $170.
Now, what do you want to try?
60?
We'll try 60.
60. What do the following have in common? Kohinoor, Great Mogul, and Hope. Kohinoor, Great Mogul, and Hope. They're all the same. They have different names. You don't know? Guess.
Comedians.
Well, there is a Hope comedian. I don't know any Kohinoor, though, or Great Mogul. Well, they're all famous diamonds.
Well, you lost half your bankroll, so you still have $85.
All right. Now, what do you want to try?
80.
$80.
What do you associate with words cumulus, stratus, and cirrus? I believe that's how you pronounce it.
Clouds.
Clouds is good enough. Don't go any further.
Your bankroll is now $165.
Now, what do you want to try? Here's your last chance to beat the other couples.
$90.
$90. This is the last hurdle. Whose picture is on the regular issue of the 3-cent stamp? You don't know, guess.
Washington or Jefferson? Which one?
Jefferson.
That's right, Jefferson. You gave me a heart rate. Thanks and good luck with the soda Plymouth deal.
And you wind up with a total of $255.
This year, DeSoto is automatic with power flight drive that's the best.
Just the turn of a key and you're ready to breeze. No clutch and no shifting, just drive as you please.
DeSoto has beauty that's clean and modern.
Both inside and out, it's a dream.
For the finest car yet, you should drive, you should get the DeSoto Automatic.
Yes, drive a new DeSoto Automatic, equipped with Power Flight, America's finest fully automatic transmission. You'll find driving is easier and far less tiring because DeSoto's fully automatic Power Flight transmission was designed to carry out your sudden orders quickly, smoothly, quietly. So for a new driving thrill, drive a new DeSoto Automatic with Power Flight. And if it's power you're looking for, get behind the wheel of a DeSoto Fire Dome. The mighty Fire Dome 170 horsepower V8 engine gives you all the power you can possibly use at the touch of a toe. Ready to perform the instant you call on it. Visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow and treat yourself to the beauty and luxury of a new DeSoto Automatic. Available in 2 great series, the mighty 170 horsepower Fire Dome 8 and the superb Power Master 6. Remember, DeSoto puts you ahead automatically.
All right, George, who's next?
We invited some business women to the show tonight, Groucho, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mrs. Lindy Jamel to be your guest. Her partner is a businessman, Mr. C.W. Wiggles. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Lindy Gannell. Let's start with you. Where is your home, Lindy?
Well, I came from Sigourney, Iowa.
Sigourney Island?
Sigourney, Iowa. That's an Indian chieftain's name.
What sort of work do you do, Mrs. Gim?
Well, I have a foster freeze.
I didn't ask you where you were frozen, Mrs. Gimel. I just was interested to know what sort of work you do.
Oh, you mean what foster freeze is? Well, We're a small independent business, and we have 200 stores in the state of California.
A small independent business?
Small independent
200
business.
stores?
200 stores in the
What do
state
you
of
consider
California.
a large business?
Well, larger than the little store I operate.
Treasury Department? Well, what is the stuff good for? Do you rub it on your chest when you have a cold?
Oh, no, it's food. It's the most delicious and healthy food there is. We
How does
have
it taste?
chocolate, strawberry, chocolate riffle.
And who are you again?
I am C.W. Wiggle.
That's an odd name. Certainly a new 12. It sounds like an English name, is it?
No, it is not, Groucho. It's Swiss origin.
Swiss?
That's right.
Can you yodel?
No, I cannot.
I ask all Swiss people if they can yodel because it's commonly accepted that they can all yodel. Huh? What is your full name, Mr. Wiggle?
C. Wilbert Wiggle.
I'd rather see Marilyn Wiggle if I had. However, go ahead. I'd be glad to see Wiggle, Wilbert Wiggle. Wilbert, is it?
That's right.
I'm sure you must get kidded about your name, eh?
Yes, I do, Groucho.
You must hear many wisecracks. What are some of those you hear?
Why, when I was a kid in school, the teacher in school called me Wiggle by name and Wiggle by nature, and then as I grew up and put on this weight, why, everybody called me Wee Willie Wiggle.
What sort of job do you do, Wiggle, or have?
I am district
Operator.
manager for the National Federation of Independent Business. Now, that's an organization of
Do you ever drop in on Linda here?
I haven't as yet, but probably I will after the show. What we do is call on these businessmen.
Are you married? You're married.
Oh, yes, I'm married.
Would you take your wife with you when you went to visit?
My wife is always with me. She's right up in the audience right now.
Would she go with you to the Foster Freeze place?
Oh, certainly, at all times.
Apparently she's onto you, huh? Well, Wilbert, I'm all in favor of the small businessman. I think they're a very necessary and essential part of our economy. And after the show, we'll all have a Foster Freeze, shall we? Yeah?
That's right.
Followed by a chaser of antifreeze. All right, now let's play You Bet Your Life. We'll start you off with a bankroll of $100. You try to build it up by answering 4 questions. Every time you miss one, you lose half your bankroll.
In the race for the $1,500, the first couple won $255, and the secret word is smile.
You selected food quiz, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, which question do you want to start with?
Better make it a cheap one.
Okay, we'll make it 40.
40. Okay, if the meat from a sheep is called mutton, what do you call meat from a calf?
Veal.
That is right.
You now have $140.
Now, what do you want to try?
The 51 or the 31? 50. All right, we'll try the 50, Groucho.
50? What kind of a fruit is a royal lamb?
That's a cherry.
That is right. That's right. It's a cherry.
Your bankroll is now $190.
Let's try a 30 this time.
Okay.
Let's try a 30 this time.
A 30?
Yes.
Okay. What do you call the heart, liver, and gizzard of poultry? Talk it over.
Entrails? What do you say? I guess not. I don't know.
Well, it's giblets. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples.
Well, you've lost half your bankroll, so you have $95.
You have $95. Now, you can quit or go ahead.
No, we'll go on.
Okay. What do you want?
This one.
$100 one, 10,
60.
anything.
Yeah, hard one. Let's take the easy one.
20? 20 or 60? 60.
60. A popular Japanese alcoholic beverage is made from rice. What is it called?
Sake?
That is right. Sake is right. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth Deal.
And you wind up with $155.
George, who's next?
Well, Groucho, we invited some dog show judges to our program tonight. And before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Donya Klein to be on the show. And her partner is a visitor from the Middle West, Mr. Louis Menke. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word. Something you always have with you. I've been saying this for 7 years, and I still can't say it. Mrs. Donya Klein and Mr. Louis Menke, huh? Mrs. Klein, you're a dog show judge?
Yes?
Well, don't be nervous. I won't bite. Louis Menke, huh? Menke.
Yes, sir, that's me.
You're a dog judge?
No, I'm just a farmer.
Oh, farmer. Pig judge, huh?
Well, I'm a pretty good judge of pigs, yes.
Oh. Well, don't look at me, huh?
But I still have a good dog, though.
You have?
Oh, yeah. We keep one good dog. I'll tell you, Mr. Marx, I say a good dog is worth $1,000 on a farm. I'll tell you why. If I'd have a dog down in my cellar and my house would go fire, he'd bark and scratch on the door. He might save my whole family's life.
Well, if he didn't come out, he'd be a hot dog.
He would be a hot dog. He's still going to come out if he's able to.
Yes, you're
a dog is your best friend. He'll never go back on you. You can spank him a dozen times, and when you say, "Come on, puppy," he'll always. He's got more sense than lots of people have.
You can say that again.
Absolutely.
You can say that again, and I hope you don't. Are you married?
No, sir, I'm never married.
You're not married?
I'm not married. But I'm the happiest.
Why not?
I'm the happiest old bachelor in the state of Iowa.
You enjoy being a bachelor?
Do I ever enjoy? If I wasn't an old bachelor, I couldn't be in California tonight. I'd have to be down in Iowa taking maybe dictation from my wife, but I have no wife.
What do? Take dictation from the dog?
No, sir, he don't dictate to me either.
Well, do you have a lot of fun as a bachelor?
I have more fun than any man in the United States. I do for a fact.
Well, how is that? Do you take all your corn and distill it?
I don't even drink, Mr. Marx, but I'll tell you what I do.
You don't drink?
I don't drink, cuss, swear, or even run women. But my pleasure...
What do you mean, run women? You don't run women, you run cattle and sheep.
That's a fellow chasing. That's a fellow chase women, but I don't do that.
You don't chase women? Don't they have no attraction for you at all?
Well, I would say just no attraction, but I never hooked up with one. I love them all, but I never hooked up with one. In fact, I never want to be under a woman's thumb. I want to be my own boss. And I'm going to keep it that way. I've done it for 54 years, and I believe I can try a little longer. But listen, if I ever do get married, I'm going to stick with her for life. I ain't going to do like some of these folks. The first thing you know, when you get married to a half a dozen women, it'll be your kids and my kids is fighting our kids.
If you don't get married soon, you won't have any kids.
They always say there's one and only Groucho Marx. You're a very good sport. I'm the only one and only Louis Menke in the state of Iowa.
I admire you, Louis. You're a fine
we'll keep it that way, Groucho.
You've got an answer for everything, eh? Doesn't always add up, but it's an answer. Don't you? You're a dog show judge. That's right?
Well, yes.
I may have a question to ask you later about a certain gay dog that I know. What kind of dogs do you judge? 4-legged or 2-legged?
Well, I judge the 4-legged kind. I judge all of the hounds in the
4-legged or 2-legged? Eh?
4-legged ones. Mm-hmm. Afghans, beagles, bloodhounds, borzois, whippets, those that are in the hound group mostly.
Well, pretend we're at a dog show, Donia, and you're about to judge a bloodhound. What is the first thing you do? You see if he's anemic?
No. After the dogs come in and parade around the ring and stand for your judgment, I look at the teeth, and then I look at the wrinkles in the dog's head and see if it has a dip behind its withers so that its back doesn't roach.
What was that? You see if it has a dip behind its withers? Do you understand this, Louis?
Oh, it's all Latin to me. I don't know much about dogs, no. We have one dog, but he's just a mutt. He's just a dog.
But does he have a dip behind his withers?
I wouldn't know anything about the dip, no.
Mrs. Klein, I happened to read a piece in a recent issue of Coronet magazine called Dogs Are Dumb. Did you read that?
Yes, I certainly did.
And do you agree with that?
No, I don't agree with it because the man asked the dogs to drop little round balls and square holes and do a lot of kindergarten stuff that dogs are not inclined for. And if the man who wrote this article knew anything about dogs, he wouldn't say that they're dumb, because I'd like to send the man down into a badger hole and see what he could do with a badger. That's what our dachshunds do. And I'd like to see what he could do about retrieving a duck or pointing birds out in the field and a few of the things that dogs really can do. Perhaps the most wonderful example of intelligence with dogs are the dogs which are trained for seeing eye. Yeah. And if anyone can say that dogs are dumb and watch one of those seeing eye dogs work, and, well, I just can't agree with him at all.
In other words, you say he's all wet with him. It pays all.
Well, Louis, tell us about your farm in Iowa. What kind of a farm is it?
Well, it's a stock farm. It's mostly cattle and hogs is the main goal. But we raise corn and beans and oats and a little wheat for the chickens and alfalfa. And
Is there money in farming?
Well, if there wasn't, I wouldn't be here today.
Where would you be?
Well, I'd probably be out working every day.
You don't regard that as work on a
Well,
farm?
sure it's work, but I'll tell you why we have a farmer has over most city people. I'll tell you why. If I want to work 24 hours, I can work 24 hours. If you want to punch a clock for 8 hours and you miss an hour or so in the morning, you're out. But if I oversleep, I can work an hour over in the evening, I can make it up. If I have a rainy day, I can go to town all day. When it gets good, I can work 2 days in one. I got it over you. I can put you in the factory, Mr. Marx, and you run a machine.
Not so loud. My sponsor's liable here.
Well, I don't care for your sponsors. I got the floor now.
Well, I do. Well, how about a bride, Louis?
A bride?
Do you have any ideas on what you'd like if you
I'll
did
tell
get
you.
married?
Yes, sir. I like a little beauty, but beauty's only skin deep, and the other fellow said, for Lord's sake, skin her. But we'll not do that tonight. We'll have you. Some people try to live on love. They try that for about 6 months. They find out that doesn't work. But we have a sign in our little restaurant down home. It says, if your wife can't cook, don't divorce her. Keep her for a pet and eat here. But who wants to keep her for a pet?
Louis, you're sort of a cracker-barrel philosopher, aren't you?
More truth and poetry. Last week, there was a couple had a bunch of kids going to school, and one little kid said, I don't like your daddy. He says, why? He said, because he drinks. He said, how do you know? He said, we had him last year.
And who knows who'll get him next year?
Your guess is good as mine.
It's been a delightful experience talking to you two. Now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. We start you off with a bankroll of $100, and you try to increase it.
In the race for the $1,500, Mr. and Mrs. Bob Mathias are still leading with $255.
Let's see how much money you can make. You selected the animal kingdom, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Are you ready? You can start off with anything you want.
Well, you were worried about starting too high, so we'll start at about $60.
About
$60. Yeah. What kind of an animal is a Clydesdale?
That's a horse.
That's a horse is correct, then.
Real Willie teach me.
Well, your bankroll is now $160.
Now, what do you want to try?
You want to go up or down?
Well, it's up to you.
Well, I thought you didn't want any women to rule your life.
Age before beauty. Age before beauty.
Take the $50
All right, we'll say 50.
$50. What is the name of the huge vulture of the South American Andes? It is one of the largest birds that flies.
Oh, the vulture in the Andes.
Talk it over. It's part of the vulture family.
Pelican?
No, that's not a vulture.
No, it's a condor. C-O-N-D-O-R.
Well, you lost half your bankroll. You now have $80.
All right, now what do you want to try?
We better take 70 or 80.
Yeah,
what do you want
let's
to
take
do?
70.
All right.
All right, what is the science of ornithology? Talk it over.
Oh, birds. Science of birds.
Study of birds is right.
You now have $150.
And there's your last chance to beat the other couples. You can quit or you can proceed.
Let's take $90.
All right.
$90. What kind of animals live in warrens?
In where?
Warrens. W-A-R-R-E-N-S.
Those aren't there.
Talk it over.
Wrens that live in warrens.
What answer?
I think
Birds?
Some of the bird family, not.
Wrens.
No, you should have known this, Louis. It's rabbits.
And you wind up with one half your bankroll, so you have $75.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We had fun.
That means, Groucho, that Mr. and Mrs. Bob Mathias, with $255 in just 1 minute, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. Ladies and gentlemen, this is National Safety Month. Can you see, steer, stop safely? If not, check your car. Check accidents. With a busy driving season here, now is the time to check your car. Be safe by driving a safe car. Last year, over 1 million people were killed and injured in needless automobile accidents. A good percentage of these accidents would have been avoided if the car owners had taken a small amount of time to have their cars checked. And to make sure your car gets a complete safety checkup, there's no better place to take it than to a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. His factory-trained mechanics will go over every part of your car that can affect your safety to make sure they are all in perfect working order. Wheels, brakes, headlights, tires, steering, windshield wipers, glass, horn, muffler, taillights. Everything you need for safe driving. You'll be surprised how little time and money it takes to keep you and your family safe on the highways. Remember, to be a safe driver, you must be able to see, steer, stop safely. Check your car. Check accidents. Stop in where you'll see the sign of better service, the friendly sign of your DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here's the winning couple, Groucho. Mr. and Mrs. Bob Mathias, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
Here we go for $1,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. In the last presidential election, Adlai Stevenson ran on the Democratic ticket. For $1,500, who was his running mate? Talk it over. You got 15 seconds.
Is it, is that... Well, I don't know.
What's the answer you two have decided upon?
No, all I know is he's from Alabama, or Southern State, but that's all I know.
It's John Sparkman.
Oh.
So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but how much they win the quiz, George?
$255 in the quiz.
Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night for the Groucho Marx Show. And don't miss Groucho on television. Also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
DeSoto Plymouth Dealers salute the great state of Michigan during Michigan Week. Vacation in Michigan, the water wonderland, this summer. You Bet Your Life. Transcribed from Hollywood is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is water. W-A-T-E-R.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
That's me, Hernando DeSoto. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples. George, who's first?
Well, Groucho, we have some people with interesting stories for you tonight. And without further ado, Andy Sanchez and Lee Whitney.
What?
Further ado.
Oh, that's pretty fancy. What does that mean?
Right now, would Lee Whitney and Mr. Sanchez come in, please, and meet...
Further ado, is this the way you talk in private life, too?
No, No.
You wouldn't say that if you were playing poker with 3 or 4 or 5 fellas, would you?
I wish I hadn't said it tonight.
Further ado.
I sort of like it now. And without further ado, Andy Sanchez and Lee
You're
Whitney.
repeating it, huh?
Andy,
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Without further ado. Liz Whitney and Andy Sanchez, eh?
Lee Whitney.
Lee Whitney,
Yes.
Oh. Miss Whitney, obviously I should start with you. Is that okay?
It's not Miss Whitney, it's Mrs.
Obviously I should start right where I started. I should stop right here. However, I might as well find out a few things. Without further ado, where are you from, Lee?
I'm from Detroit, Michigan.
Detroit, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful place, Detroit. The sun rises and sets there every day. Did you ever visit the DeSoto factory in Detroit?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I modeled for the DeSoto company.
You don't say, a
Mm-hmm.
DeSoto model, huh? Men, wouldn't you like to have one of these models in your garage? What else did you do in Detroit, Lee?
Well, I used to model Chris Craft speedboats, and I
You
did...
modeled speedboats?
Yes.
Well, how do you model a speedboat?
Well, I used to sit on the boat, you know, when it was in or out of the water, and they used to take pictures. I used to wait.
Wait a minute, you said water. You said water, that's the secret word, and without further ado, you get $50. And here's $50 for you with plenty of ado. Now, how did you say you model a speedboat?
Well,
There's no point in saying water again. You've got your $50.
I sit on the boat. You know, you've seen the girls that wave on the boats?
No, no girls
No.
wave to me anymore. The only waves I see are the waves that are in the water.
And they take pictures of the boat while it's in motion and out of motion.
Uh-huh.
And then they put them in various magazines.
I see. Well, Andy Sanchez,
It's me, Groucho.
I used to smoke a cigar with that name. Where are you from, Mr. Sanchez?
Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Albuquerque?
Sir.
What did you do for a living in Albuquerque, Andy?
I sold Carl's shoes.
You sold Carl's shoes? And what did he do, run around barefoot? While we're on the subject of shoes, Andy, tell me, do you have a mate?
Yes, I do, Groucho. Been married 39 years.
Do you have any kids?
Yes, I have 6 grown children, 3 beautiful daughters, and 3 good-looking young men.
Have you been a good father to this large
Very
family?
good. I raised them nicely and advised them instead of using the paddle.
What do you mean? You were out in a canoe with them?
I mean, I never spanked them or used a whip or anything like that.
You mean after they grew up, you were afraid, huh? Somebody once said, never strike your children except in self-defense. Huh? Well, let's return to you, Lee. When did you meet your husband?
Well, I met him about 18 months ago when I was a chorus girl. I met him while I was...
You were in show business, huh?
Yes.
What show were you with?
The Top Banana Show.
Really? Oh,
Uh-huh.
You know, the Phil Silver's the star of the show, is one of my best friends. Did you know that?
Well, I thought he might be.
What do you think? What do you think of him?
Well, I think he's wonderful. I think he's one of the funniest men in the world, really.
Well, there goes a beautiful friendship. Lee, what did you do in Top Banana?
Well, I was the understudy to the leading lady in
Who
the
was
show.
the leading lady? I don't remember.
Well, there were 2, Judy Lynn and Kay Ballard.
Uh-huh.
And I did a lot of chorus work, too. I was the girl with the pinwheels. They had a skit, the very last scene
Well, I
of
was
the
the
show.
boy with the telescope in the second row. What does an understudy do? Could you tell the audience? Because most of them
Yes.
are not familiar with
Well,
theater.
an understudy has to know the lines and know exactly what the songs are, and she goes usually through rehearsal twice a week with the cast, and she has to be ready each night on a moment's notice to go on if anything happens. But most of the time, she just stands around and waits for the leading lady to break her leg or something to go on.
Well, how often do they break their leg?
And not too often, I'm afraid. No.
It's this kind of warmth and loyalty that proves there's no business like show business. And anyway, if she broke her leg, she'd still be in the cast. Well, it's been fun talking to you two, and now let's see how much money you can win. Without further ado, we're going to go into the quiz. Remember, we start you off for the $100. If you miss a question, you lose half your bankroll. You can stop any time you feel you're ahead of the other couples. Is that clear? You're very
Yes, sir.
pretty.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see how much money you can make. You selected music, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
That was 60?
60.
All right, 60.
$60. One answer between you. Jack Meakin and the orchestra are going to play a great tune written by Maxwell Anderson and Kurt Weill. You identify it. Play, Jack.
September song. September song?
That's right. We just wanted to see if they could play it.
Well, your bankroll is now $160.
Okay, now what do you want to try?
70.
70? All right.
$70. Stranger in Paradise is from what Broadway musical?
Kismet.
Kismet is correct,
You now have $230.
What do you want to do?
What about the $80 now?
You want the $80?
$80.
Wow, all right.
Words and music for such great songs as Strike Up the Band, Embraceable You, and Someone to Watch Over Me were written by two famous brothers. Who are they?
Oh, dear.
Talk it over.
What, can you...
Two famous brothers.
They wrote Strike Up the Band, Embraceable You, and Someone to Watch Over
Oh,
Me.
my.
Two famous brothers.
Not Rogers and Hart.
Talk it over, and one answer between.
Who is it?
Oh,
Rogers and Hart?
No, it's George and Ira Gershwin.
Oh,
You should
my.
have known that.
I should have known this.
You still have half of your bankroll, so you have $115.
And there's your last chance to beat the other couples. You can go ahead or quit.
how about taking the $50 one?
All right, the $50 one, I guess.
All right, Gus Kahn and Isham Jones wrote this song in 1924. You tell me what it is. Play, Jack.
It had to be you.
It had to be.
And you wind up with $165.
Well, thanks and good luck to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Only Plymouth dares to compare. Yes, only Plymouth dares to compare part by part with the other two cars in the lowest price field. Recently, a 1954 Plymouth and current models of the other two best-known low-price cars were taken apart by Plymouth engineers and compared, part by part. The findings, published in a free booklet available at your DeSoto Plymouth dealer, prove Plymouth is America's best buy low-price car in frame and body construction, safety, comfort, and convenience, under the hood. Go to your DeSoto Plymouth dealer and get the complete facts in the free 8-page Plymouth booklet. Then go for a ride in a new 54 Plymouth and see for yourself why Plymouth is America's best buy low-price car. For example, the Plymouth 6-passenger Plaza Club sedan, $1,582. Factory retail price at Factory, Detroit, Michigan. All taxes, transportation and delivery charges, license and optional equipment extra. See and drive the new 54 Plymouth, the only car in the lowest price field that dares to compare, part by part.
We invited some girls who work for an airline to the show, Groucho, and our studio audience selected Miss Mary Whitney to be on the show. Her partner is a married man, Mr. Ben Frank Bell. Folks, you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Miss Mary Whitney, eh?
Yes, Groucho.
I like my work. You're not married?
No, I'm not.
Engaged?
No.
Would you like to wrap me around your little finger? I'll get back to you in a moment, Mary. Less than that if I can swing it. Ben Frank Bell, huh?
My friends call me Big-Footed Ben.
Oh, it's going to be one of those evenings, huh? Where are you from, Ben?
Texas.
Texas. Huh? Gee, I'd never suspect that. I was going to say New Hampshire. You're from Texas, eh? What kind of work do you do, Ben?
I do asbestos work. I cover a hot pipe, boilers, and so forth. And then I also put cork and so forth on refrigeration. I cover hot things and cold things.
Your work sounds very interesting, Ben. Do you enjoy it? Is that what you've always wanted to do?
I have always wanted to do public speaking. I know hundreds of jokes and stories, and some of them would do to tell the public.
Well, we're certainly glad to offer you an opportunity to speak here as a public speaker. Let's hear one of your stories. Not a long one. Keep it kind of short.
Well, for one thing, down in Texas, we always believed in doing things the easy way. If you rush through life, you get to heaven tired. And I know my pa had a pond out there, and he stocked it with fish, and we taught those fish to chew tobacco. And then we'd get in a boat and go across this pond, dropping out pieces of tobacco. And when we'd get on the other side, we'd get us up some baseball bats and come back along and knock them in the head when they'd come up to spit.
Well, Ben, it's stories like that that'll make you a big success in the asbestos business. Now, Mary, let's return to you, and I might add the returns are very favorable. What sort of work do you do? Are you a policeman?
No, I'm a stewardess for Pan American.
Oh, a stewardess. No wonder they strap the passengers down. Do you like flying?
Oh, yes, Groucho. There's nothing as romantic as flying.
Have you ever taken a close look at a pelican? Well, tell us about your job. Pretend I'm one of your passengers. What do you do first? Throw me off?
No, I'd welcome you aboard. I'd
You
say,
are.
hello, Mr. Marx. It's nice to have you aboard with us today.
Obviously, you've never flown with me before. Well, go on. What happens next?
And then I'd check to see that all the passengers have their seat belts fastened. And then I'd make the pre-departure announcement.
Now, where do you go in these planes?
We cover the Central and South Pacific. I, for example, go on an Australia trip. I would go to Honolulu, Canton Island, the Fiji Islands, and to Sydney, Australia.
How long does it take you to make a trip like this?
It takes me 18 days.
18 days?
Mm-hmm.
You could go faster than that in a wheelchair bus. Why does it take 18 days?
The passengers go right through, and it probably doesn't take them over 48 hours, but the crew stops
You mean
up.
that the passengers go through without the plane? That's what they call jet propulsion, I guess. Was this always your ambition to be a stewardess?
I think it was, Groucho. Most little girls dream of being a stewardess like little boys dream of being cowboys, I'd say.
Well, I'm just a little boy, and I certainly didn't dream of being a cowboy. I guess there's something wrong with me. All I dream about is stewardesses. Well, it's been fun talking to you two. Now let's play You Bet Your Life.
In the race for the $2,000, the first couple won $165, and the secret word is water.
Let's see how much money you can make. You selected the animal kingdom, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
100.
100? Well, you're ambitious. What do you call the teddy bear-like animals of Australia that lives in trees and eats only eucalyptus leaves?
Koala bears.
Koala bear is right.
Well, you now have $200.
You know, I think this is the first time since we've been doing this new quiz that anybody has ever taken the $100 question first. And I admire your confidence and knowledge.
Good.
Now you have $200. You can quit or you can go ahead.
90.
90?
Yes.
Is that all right with you,
Yes.
Mary?
Mm-hmm.
What is the correct word meaning a baby swan?
Baby swan.
Gosling.
You don't know, guess.
Go ahead.
Gosling.
No, it's cygnet. It's spelled C-Y-G-N-E-T, but it's pronounced cygnet.
Well, you still have half your bankroll. You have $100.
Now, what do you want to try?
80.
80 or 70.
80.
80? What is the name of the orange and black poisonous lizard that lives in the southwest part of the United States? You ought to know that, Ben. You don't know, guess.
The stinging scorpion. Well, that's one of them.
I'm sorry, it's the Gila monster.
Oh,
Well, you now have $50 left.
all right.
What do you want to bet?
Let's see. 50, or should we go up to 60?
60?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of an animal is a Kodiak?
It's a bear. Are you sure? A bear or a cat?
I think.
A Kodiak is a bear. A bear.
A bear is right.
And you'll wind up with $110.
Thanks and good luck
Thank
with the
you,
soda
Groucho.
Plymouth dealers.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Fenneman, who's next?
Well, Groucho, just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. Louis Murphy, and his partner has an interesting story. She's Miss Frances Kane. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Now, without further ado, Frances Kane and Louis Murphy. Mr. Louis Adu, let's start with you, huh? You're a fine figure of a fellow. I'd say you were about 35. Is that right?
Thanks for the compliment, Groucho. I'll do the same for you someday, but I'm 52, and call me Murph, will you?
Call you Murph?
That's right.
Okay, I'll call you both Murph if you want. Where are you from, Louis?
Larimore, North Dakota.
Larimore? Well, that's down in the cow country, huh?
Well,
Oil country, huh?
It's oil country now, yes, of late.
What sort of work do you do?
I'm a plant guard.
A plant guard? What
Yes,
kind
sir.
of plants do you guard? Do you chase the daisies away from the bachelor buttons?
No, I work for a General Plant Protection Company out on 6900 South Hoover. We have about 500 men doing guard duty.
500 men doing guard duty?
Yes, sir.
You guard this one plant? There's 500?
No, we do industrial guarding, industrial plants throughout the industrial area of Los Angeles and the county and Southern California.
Well, tell us something about
we
this.
check the windows, the doors, fire equipment, burglar alarms if there are any there, or we take care of all entrances, and we listen for strange noises and strange silences.
What do you regard? What? You
We
listen
listen
for
to-
strange silences. Well, how do you hear a strange silence?
It's quite simple because...
You mean if you don't hear anything, you say, "What was that, eh?" Let's see. You are Frances Kane?
Kane.
And where are you from, Frances?
Bakersfield, California.
Frances Kane from Bakersfield. I didn't realize that they raised Kane in Bakersfield.
They did.
They did, huh? Did you?
Well,
How long have you lived in L.A., Frances?
about 30 years.
30 years, huh?
Mhm.
Yeah, how old were you when you left Bakersfield, Frances?
Well, if you want to know my age, I'm in the late 40s.
I wasn't
don't
prying
know.
into your age. I was just curious to know how old you were when you left Bakersfield. That's all. But you answered my question. Do you have a job, Frances, or do you keep house?
Oh, I work at the Hollywood Call Board. I'm a telephone operator.
Oh, telephone.
It's a
That sounds
telephone
interesting.
secretarial service.
Is this a full-time job, Frances, or does it leave you any opportunity to pursue other interests, like
Well-
betting on the horses?
Well, I take time off now and then, write popular songs.
You're a
I hope.
songwriter?
Mhm.
Is that so? Have any of your songs ever been heard by the public?
Yes, as a matter of fact, one of them sold over 1 million records.
Really? What was the name of it? Stardust?
No, it was called Rose of the Mountain.
Rose of the Mountain. It sold 1 million records?
Mhm.
How come I never heard of it if it sold that many? I listen to records.
Well, it was on the back of Rosemary Clooney's recording of Come Out of My House.
Well, she certainly was lucky to be on the other side of such a big hit as Rose of the Mountain.
I think two people heard it, and I'm one of them, I think.
You heard it?
Mhm.
Is there much money in your songwriting?
Well, there is now, finally. I've got a 3-year contract after about 15 years.
Is that so?
Mm.
Huh? Do you write the words or the music?
I just write the lyrics. My brother told me when I started writing songs I'd go from bad to verse, so I guess I did.
Your brother is quite a clown, isn't he?
He is.
What does he do, Francis? Is he a
Well,
comic writer?
He collects rocks.
I think he's got a few of them in his head. Francis, in addition to Rose of the Mountain, have you had any other big record sellers?
Well, I had another one that was on the wrong side of a record. It was on the back of Wheel of Fortune. It's called Heart of a Clown.
Well, you're apparently the most successful other side songwriter in America.
I agree with you.
Have you written any new songs, Francis?
Well, I've been specializing in hillbilly songs. There's gold in them dar hills when you write hillbilly songs.
There is. Well, do you know anything about hillbillies? Or isn't that necessary?
Well, I don't think so.
What kind of a hillbilly song have you written?
Oh, I've written with Cliffy Stone and Tex Williams, and I had one called "She Was Pure as Snow, but She Drifted."
Well, you don't know where she is now. Could you sing us a few bars of this song, Francis?
I couldn't carry a tune in a bucket. I'm sorry.
Well, I can bet Fenneman to bring in a bucket. It wouldn't be any trouble. He used to work in a bucket shop, and it wouldn't be any trouble for Fenneman at all. No. Could you give us the lyrics of this song? Just a few lines of the chorus? You can recite it if you don't want to sing it. I like the one about the slush song, yes.
Well, she hit the honky-tonks in Kentucky. She hit the taverns in Tennessee. But I want you to know she was pure as snow till she drifted away from me.
There's nothing personal in this lyric, is there?
No, I don't think so.
Well, I think it isn't easy writing successful songs, Francis. And I hope someday soon you'll be on the right side of the record and make a lot of money.
Thank you.
Now, let's play You Bet Your Life. You understand how we play this game?
Mm-hmm.
In the race for the $2,000, the first couple leads with $165.
You selected movie quiz, and we start you off with $100.
Well, what do you think?
Which one do you want? 10, 50, 80, 100?
30.
30.
30. Mm-hmm. Who is the star of the Western picture Hondo?
Oh, John Wayne.
That's right.
Well, you're on your way. Your bankroll is now $130.
Now, what would you like to try?
40.
Who produced such great film shorts as Seal Island and The Living Desert?
Walt Disney.
Walter Disney is correct.
You now have $170.
Now, you can quit or go ahead.
We go ahead.
Let's just take 50. You're doing so well. Let's go ahead.
50. Ethel Merman played the title role of Annie Get Your Gun on Broadway. Who played it in the movies?
Betty.
Talk it over. What's that?
Annie Get Your Gun.
Annie Get Your Gun.
Betty Hutton.
Betty Hutton is absolutely right.
You now have $220.
You want to quit or go ahead?
We'll
It's
try.
your last chance to be the other couples.
Oh, we'll try.
Let's try 60.
What we? 60.
60 you haven't had. That's a nice round figure. In what successful movie thriller starring Orson Welles and Joseph Cotton was a zither used for background music?
The Third Man.
The Third Man is right, Francis.
And you wind up with $280.
Thanks and good luck for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
And that means that the songwriter and her partner, with $280 in just 1 minute, get a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question. All right, Groucho, here comes the winning couple, the songwriter and her partner, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question.
Here we are back again, huh?
Same day.
Now, you probably win. To win this money, you can write a song about it, huh? Brother, can you spare $1,000? All right, here we go for $2,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
The Bible lists 3 sons of Adam and Eve. 2 of them were Cain and Abel. For $2,000, who was the 3rd son? Talk it over. What is the answer you two have decided upon?
I just don't know.
Well, guess.
Sorry. Cain and Abel.
Well,
I'm sorry, I just don't know.
it's Seth, S-E-T-H.
I wouldn't have guessed it.
So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,500. Well, you lost the big
thank
money,
you.
but how much did they win the quiz, George? Without further ado, tell me.
Without further ado, $280 in the quiz.
That's pretty good.
Well, congratulations,
Well, thank
and
you.
thanks to both
Thank
of you
you.
and to all of
Thank
our
you.
contestants on the show tonight.
you, Groucho.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth. Two great new cars. Both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. When driving, remember that courtesy is contagious. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is house. H-O-U-S-E.
Really?
You Bet Your Life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
I wonder what became of Sally. And Groucho. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $2,500 for one of our couples. Mr. Fenneman, bring on the first couple.
Oh, Groucho, we have some young single people for you. They were chosen by our studio audience just before we went on the air. Miss Ulla Anderson and Mr. Charles O'Brien Osborne. Would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Ulla Anderson and Charles O'Brien Osborne. And you're both single?
That's right.
Yes.
Ulla? Is that how you pronounce it?
Ulla.
Ulla.
Yeah, Ulla.
French have a word for it. Ooh la la.
Yeah, I know.
You're a Svenska?
Yeah, I'm Swedish.
Yeah.
Do you
What?
speak Swedish?
No, but I wish I did. After looking at you, I wish I could speak English. What part of Sweden are you from? Minneapolis?
No, I'm from Örnsköldsvik.
What was that?
Örnsköldsvik.
Could you spell that for the audience?
Well, I can't spell it in English, but I can spell it in Swedish because you don't have those letters.
Well, spell it in Swedish. Huh?
ERNSKELDSVIK.
Now spell it backwards.
I can't.
How long you been from Sweden?
1.5 years.
Oh, I see. How old are you, Ulla?
18.
Well, you're a very pretty Svenska, huh? It's certainly the best advertisement for smorgasbord I've seen in a long time. Wouldn't it be great if you could pick her instead of the herring on that smorgasbord? Charles O'Brien Osborne, huh? That's a pretty imposing name. Which one of these three names shall I call you?
I'd rather you call me Chad, sir.
Chad?
That's right, sir.
How old are you, Chad?
I'm 20.
20? Well, we're both in the prime of life. The only difference is they have to prime me to get me started in the morning. What do you think of Ula?
Oh, I think she's a very nice, pretty young lady. She has a very cute accent.
Yes, she is. You ought to know. You've been looking at it ever since you've been up there. How long have you been in this country, Chad?
2 months now.
2 months, huh? Where do you come from, Europe?
Well, it might be Europe to you, but it's North Carolina to me.
Oh, you come from the United States, huh? Ula, how long have you been in this country? 1.5 years, you said, huh? What made you decide to come to America? Was it Chad?
Well,
Was it the equivalent of Chad?
well, it was lots of American pictures I saw, and it was real handsome boys in those pictures.
You saw American pictures, and that prompted you to come to America, huh? And now that you've been here a while, would you say these movies were accurate in depicting American men?
Well, I think they're a little bit too overdone, though.
Don't you like them overdone? What do you want, them rare? What did you really expect over here, Ula? 60 million Gregory Pecks? Do you realize what that is? 60 million pecks is 15 million bushels.
Yeah, that's a bit too much, though.
Chad, let's see if you're a gay, romantic, handsome, typical American male. What sort of work do you do?
I work at a service station.
That's good, honest work. Is this your ambition, to someday own your own service station and service DeSoto's and Plymouths?
No, Groucho, my ambition is to further my ability to be a stuntman.
A stuntman?
Right.
At a service station? What do? Hang upside down from a gas pump? That's certainly a curious way to give 10 gallons of gas to a car, isn't it? What kind of a stuntman are you?
I'm an aero trapeze artist.
In the circus?
No, that comes under the heading of airplanes. I have my trapeze bar that I hook underneath the airplane and then go up a couple 1,000 feet and hang by my heels and my knees.
Oh, that's not so exciting at that. I did that the last time I flew east. It's called tourist, third class. What else did you do? Did you just hang there like a bat until the plane runs out of gas?
No, after you get through your trapeze act, the crowd, they don't think you have a chute on because you're up so high they can't see it. And put the show over pretty big, you're hanging there by your heels, and all of a sudden you just fall off. And
that's a good joke
it
on
kind
them,
of shakes
doesn't
the
it?
people up. Yeah, it really shakes the people up, and you fall a couple of 1,000 feet, and then you open your chute. And you're all relieved then.
Yeah. What is your opinion of American men now, Ula? Do you think Chad is dashing, romantic, and gay, or do you think he should be locked up?
No, I think he's very brave, and I don't think many men would do the same thing as he does.
Ula, would you like to go flying with Chad?
No, I don't like to ride in airplanes.
Well, you wouldn't be riding in the plane. You'd be swinging upside down. Well, you're a charming couple, and now you're going to play your bet your life. And, Ula, this is one part of America you'll enjoy, because you have a chance to make a lot of money here. We start you off with $100. If you miss a question, you lose half of your bankroll, and you can quit any time you like. Now, let's see how much money you can make. You selected music. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what do you want to start with?
50.
Don't kiss her. Just talk it over. $50?
50.
All right, let's see if you can identify this well-known Gershwin tune. Play, Jack. Talk it over, and one answer to first. No, it's a very well-known song. It's Embraceable You by George and Ira Gershwin.
Well, you lost half your bankroll. You still have $50.
All right, now don't get discouraged. What do you want to try this time?
It's up to you. I'm going to let you decide. I messed up on the first one.
Well, let's try 60.
60? This tune has been a favorite for years. What is it? Play, Maestro.
Sleepy Time Gal.
Sleepy Time Gal is right.
And your bankroll is growing again. You now have $110.
Now, what do you want to try?
You go ahead.
Okay, let's try 70.
70, Old Devil Moon and How Are Things in Glockamora are two hit songs from what successful musical comedy? They're two song hits from what successful musical comedy? Played on Broadway for 2 years. You can talk it over, you know. Well, I'm sorry. It's Finian's Rainbow.
Well, you now have $55.
$55, and here's your last chance, to beat the other couples. Now, what do you want to try?
Let's go for 80.
80.
Okay.
Al Jolson and Vincent Roos wrote this long-time favorite. What is the name of it? Play, Jack. You stunt man. If you don't know, take a stab. Nothing?
Nothing.
Well, they play it every time you go to Catalina. It's Avalon.
And you wind up with $27.50.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Sorry you didn't win.
Well, Groucho, we have a high school student from Fairfax High in Los Angeles. He's Henry Aaron. His partner is a special guest. She's Mrs. Laura Asher. But I'll tell you what, let's see how long it takes you to find out her real identity. Folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. Henry Aaron and Mrs. Laura Asher, eh? Mrs. Asher, I gather there's something about you Fenneman thinks I should know. I've got a pretty good idea already, but I'll give our listeners a chance to guess. Weren't you in the movies?
Yes, about 20 years ago.
Well, that's the time I was in it. What are some of the pictures you were in?
Oh, dear, I wonder if I can remember.
Well, name 10.
Well, King of Jazz. I'm talking
Paul
about
Whiteman?
old times. That's right. And Finders, Keepers, Cat and the Canary. Oh, dozens of others I don't remember.
Henry, did you ever see Mrs. Asher in pictures?
Well, if she made pictures 20 years ago, I don't think I could have seen her. I'm only 18.
Well, don't you watch television? If you made movies 20 years ago, and my Hollywood arithmetic is correct, you must be pretty close to 34. Is that right?
Well, you're getting warm.
Well, that's easy around you, huh? Well, you're just as lovely and charming as you were 20 years ago.
Thank you.
When the whole world knew you as Laura LaPlante. Well, Laura, you were a very big success in the movies. Why did you give up acting? Didn't you like the food in the studio commissary?
Well, no, it wasn't that altogether. I got married and... Well, I've never been one of those people who can run two careers at once, and I decided that marriage was the more important.
Well, that's a wonderful attitude. I'm sure many of our actresses in Hollywood feel the same way. I know one actress who gave up acting 8 times just to get married. Your husband's a big producer at Paramount, isn't he?
Well, I think he'd be very insulted to have you call him big. He's just taken off 25 pounds. He looks like a leading man now. But he is a producer at Paramount Studios.
Well, I see. Is he tall, your husband?
About 6 feet.
Mm-hmm. Can he hit hard?
Oh, he's never tried it on me.
No, I was referring to me. What picture is your husband producing now?
Well, his last production was Elephant Walk with Elizabeth Taylor and Dana Andrews. It was a picture that was made in Ceylon. They took a whole troop of players over to Ceylon, worked there about 2 months. They used lots and lots of elephants in it, and the scenery is magnificent. I think scenery that most of us have never seen.
I haven't even seen an elephant. And Elizabeth Taylor, does she ride on the top of the elephant? And what do they call that? A howdah? A hoodah?
I think
What do they
is.
call that? You're a
I don't
student.
know.
You're not much of a student, are you? What is your chief interest in school, Henry?
Well, I'm interested in a lot of things at Fairfax High. I guess I'm interested in athletics. I like to watch the sports, and well,
that's pretty tiring, isn't it?
well, sometimes it gets me down. But the thing that I'm most interested in, I have been trying to help organize a debating team at our school for a couple of years, and
Nobody will talk?
the wrong people won't.
Well, what would you like to be when you finish school, if you ever do?
Well, I'd like to go into politics, as a matter of fact.
You want to be a statesman?
I think that would be a better name for it, probably.
Well, there's quite a difference between a politician and a statesman.
Yes, there is.
Politician gets elected and the statesman gets defeated. I mean, what do you want to be?
Well,
Congressman, alderman? Or?
I'm very interested in being in the Congress because I feel that there's a real opportunity to do things, and there are certainly things that can be done.
Oh, come now. Why, those boys are perfect.
Well,
You know they're only stuck with 200 million pounds of butter?
Is that all?
That was one of their big schemes a couple of years ago. All I know is what I read in the paper. Gosh, he whiz. Well, it's been an honor to talk with you, Laura. You don't mind if I call
Thank
you Laura?
you.
Huh? And you too, Henry. You don't mind if I call you Laura, too? I wish I could continue this conversation, but the time has come to play You Bet Your Life.
In the race for the $2,500, the first couple won $27.50, and the secret word is house.
Now, you both know how to play this game, huh?
I would like to say, if I may, Groucho,
Well, you
that
certainly may.
if we're lucky enough to win something, I'd like to have my share go to the Motion Picture Relief Fund.
Well, that's very nice of you. Unfortunately, this won't influence the quiz any, but however, it's a commendable objective, Laura, and I'm proud of you. And I wish you weren't married. Now, let's see how much money you can make. Let's see how much money you can make. You selected geography. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
We'd like to start with the $100 question.
$100 question?
Yes.
Why, you're as mad as Freddie March's head. $100. Okay, what is the capital of Puerto Rico? Talk it over.
Oh, I wish I was home.
I don't.
Go ahead.
San Juan.
San Juan is correct.
Well, you're off to a fine start. Your bankroll is now $200.
Now you have $200. Now what do you want to do?
Well,
The 90?
yeah,
Go on down the
okay,
line? Okay, 90.
90. What country is known as the Pearl of the Antilles? Antilles, I guess. How is your Antilles, by the way? Well, it's A-N-T-I-L-L-E-S.
Pearl of the Antilles, we think it's Cuba.
By Jove, it is Cuba.
You now have $290.
Do you want to try the $80?
You can quit, you know.
Yeah.
You don't have to proceed.
Oh, no, I have a good partner. We're not going to quit.
We'll try the $80 question.
$80. The Suez Canal connects the Mediterranean Sea with what other sea? Talk it over.
The Mediterranean, I believe, with the Pacific.
I'm depending on you,
The
dear. I
Pacific
can't
Ocean. Caribbean
Audience?
Sea.
It's the Red Sea.
Oh! I was thinking of the Panama Canal.
Well, you lost half your bankroll. You still have
it.
$145.
You have $145, and you can quit or go ahead.
We'll try for the $70 question.
All right, what is the name of the storm-tossed southernmost tip of South America?
Tierra del Fuego.
I hope it was right.
What did you say?
Tierra del Fuego.
Well, I've got Cape Horn here, but apparently you know more about it than I do. And also the boys in the back here, who conceive these questions. That's good enough for me.
And you wind up with a bankroll of $215.
Big kiss. Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Thank you, Groucho.
George, do your duty. Tell me who's next.
All right, Groucho, just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a fireman. His name is Cyril Bennett. And with him is a housewife, Mrs. Jacqueline Reinerson. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Jacqueline Reinerson, eh? And Mr. Cyril Bennett. You're a fireman? How's the pinochle game going? Jacqueline Reinerson, huh? That's you? You're a very attractive Jacqueline. May I call you Jackie Jacqueline?
You may. Everyone does.
Everyone does. Where are you from, Jack?
Oh, I was born in Paris, France.
In Paris, France?
My mother was a war bride in the First World War.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm.
Do you polywoo?
Well, I do, but I'm a little rusty.
Have you tried getting oiled once in a while? How'd you meet your husband? Would you say it was love at first sight?
Well, that just depends on how you define love.
Well, the definition for love is fairly simple. It's an itching that you can't scratch. Didn't you ever hear the 7-year itch? How would you define love, Jack?
Well, I feel that it's a combination of things. It's physical as well as the mental attraction. But I do think the most important thing is that people feel the same about basic principles, things that involve integrity, honor, and consideration, courtesy.
And that's love, huh?
I think so.
Well, I guess it is. I guess that's why so many people are married for money. I'm just an old cynic, that's all. So let's get down to some facts about your job as a fireman. For example, how many fires do you attend in a day?
I don't go to any fires.
It's not a very hot fireman, I must say. What's the matter? Don't you like to smash furniture? Why don't you go to fires?
Well, I'm at the fire department alarm board. That's the communications center for the fire department.
Well, were you formerly just a regular fireman?
Yes, sir. I was a fireman for many years.
Well, when you get a call, how long does it take for a fire truck to respond? Do they get there the same day?
Well, when a fireman receives a alarm, he jumps out of bed, slides the pole, and is on the truck within 10 seconds.
And 5 seconds later, he's back upstairs trying to find his trousers. Well, Jackie, let's get back to you. I've discovered after 7 years on this seat here that every housewife has outside interests. What is yours?
Well, for the past 18 months, I've been doing everything I can to help Lakewood become a city.
Lakewood? You mean this local Lakewood out here? That's a pretty big job. How many children do you have so far? How do you explain this away?
Well, about 18 months ago, there was a move to annex Lakewood to Long Beach. And many of us in the community felt that we were 60,000 young people, intelligent. There certainly should be enough leadership in our community so that we could have local self-government. So we decided to do it, and we did.
It sounds like an unusual place, Lakewood.
It is.
What would you say is your biggest asset there?
Well, I would say our children are. Mm-hmm. We have 35,000 children whose average age is under 6.
You have 35,000 children in a total population of 60,000?
That's right.
And you say Long Beach wanted to annex your town?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you just keep having children at that rate, and I predict in 4 more years, Lakewood will not only annex Long Beach, it'll engulf the whole of Southern California. Well, it's been very interesting talking to you two, and I wish both of you the best of luck in the future. Now, let's play You Bet Your Life.
In the race for the $2,500, the high school student and Laura LaPlante are leading with $215.
Let's see how much money you can make. You select a general information quiz, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
All right.
70. In mathematics, what do you call the figure 3 decimal point 1416? 3 decimal point 1416.
Pi.
That's right. What kind, you know? Well, pi is right.
You now have $170 in your bankroll.
What do you want to try? 60? What do you call a fertile spot in the desert?
An oasis.
That's true. Oasis.
You now have $230.
You can quit or proceed.
5.
We'll go ahead.
50? What do you call the track left by a ship passing through the water?
Wake.
That's right.
You now have $280.
You can quit or go ahead.
40.
40.
40. What do you call the complete outfit for a newborn infant? You ought to know that.
Layette.
Layette is absolutely correct.
And you wind up with $320.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
And that means that Mrs. Ryerson and the fireman with $320 in just 1 minute get the chance of the DeSoto Plymouth $2,500 question. Friends, the time is now.
Hold on there, Fenneman. What do you mean the time is now?
Well, Groucho, now is the time to visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer if you're interested in buying a good used car at the lowest price and on easy terms. Because this is the time of year your DeSoto Plymouth dealer can really offer you real savings on used cars. The reason is he now has a fine, full selection of all makes and models in a wide price range. Many are one-owner, low-mileage DeSotos and Plymouths that the dealer has serviced regularly from the day they were new.
As long as you've gone that far, George, you might as well tell them about the TV sticker.
All right. Look for the TV sticker on the windshields of your DeSoto Plymouth dealer's used cars. It stands for top value. Your DeSoto Plymouth dealer is the only place in town where you can get top value used cars.
There's one other thing I want to point out. Your DeSoto Plymouth dealer plans to be in business in your community for a long, long time. He needs your goodwill and confidence. That's why you can be sure of an honest, fair deal. Remember?
The time is now. First thing tomorrow, visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer for the finest used cars at the lowest possible prices on the easiest terms available. And here comes the winning couple, Groucho, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,500 question.
All right, here we go for $2,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. Only one denomination of United States currency has a picture of the White House on the back of it. For $2,500, which bill is it? Talk it over. You have 15 seconds. All right, what's the answer you two have decided upon?
A dollar bill.
No, I'm sorry, it's the $20 bill. So that means the big question next week will be worth $3,000. Well, you lost the big money, but how much they win the quiz?
$320 in the
That's
quiz.
not too bad. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Thank you very much.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $3,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth. Two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember... Just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Friends, adult and child victims of cerebral palsy can become useful, productive citizens in your community. Send your contribution to your nearest cerebral palsy chapter to help pay for the needed treatment and research. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is ARM. A-R-M.
Really?
You Bet Your Life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
That's me. Well, here I am again with $3,000 for one of our couples. Mr. Fenneman, who's first?
Well, Groucho, I'd like you to meet Mrs. Dory Martin and Mr. Dick Hubler. They both have some rather interesting experiences they'd like to discuss with you. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Dory Martin, eh? Mrs. Dory Martin. What a shame. Foiled again. Where are you from, Mrs. Martin?
I was born in Philadelphia, Groucho.
Philadelphia. Beautiful Philly from Philly, eh? Have you always lived in Philly?
No, when I was 3, my parents moved to Denver, and I call that my home.
What did you do in Denver? Wish you were in Philadelphia?
No, I went to school there and did some fashion modeling and some swimming, and my hobby was riding horses. I became an equestrian.
Were you any good as an equestrian?
Well, I did fairly well after I'd practiced quite a while. I became undefeated Colorado State champion of 3 5-gaited and hunting and jumping horses for 3 years.
It's pretty risky, isn't it?
No, not if you're used to it.
Well, if we can find a side saddle somewhere, would you care to go riding with me someday?
I don't ride side saddle, Groucho.
I know that, but I do. You're Dick Hubler?
That's right, Groucho.
Or Hubler, how do you pronounce it?
Hubler.
Oh, Hubler. What is your hometown?
I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania.
What sort of work do you do, Dick?
I'm a writer, Groucho.
A writer? Really? What all have you written besides Home for Money?
I've written 7 novels and numerous magazine articles, even some poetry occasionally.
Is that so? Is there any money in poetry?
None at all.
No. Dick, I'm curious, as an author, do you ever hear from your readers, or once the book is published, is that the end of it as far as you're concerned?
Well, you don't hear on books, but right now I'm hearing from thousands of them.
You are? Why? They're demanding their money back?
No, but in the February issue of Coronet, I wrote an article called Dogs Are Dumb. And ever since then, things have been happening. It seems everyone...
Getting letters from dogs?
No, but I've been getting letters from dog lovers demanding my blood and threatening assault and battery, offering to show me their dogs are smarter than I am.
They're pretty sensitive, dog lovers, huh?
Yeah.
You think dogs are dumb, do you, really?
Well, I have one myself. I'm very fond of him, but I don't think he's very intelligent.
Have you ever discussed you with him? Do you think that dogs are dumb, Dory?
I wouldn't say they were dumb, no.
Do you
But
think they're as smart as men?
and some men, maybe.
Well, let's compare dogs and people. Dory, can your husband sit up and beg?
No.
Does he carry the paper in from the front lawn between his teeth?
No.
Does your husband ever jump in your lap and let you scratch him around the ears?
No.
Now then, does your dog jump on your lap and let you scratch his ears?
Yes, he does.
Well, that shows your dog is smarter than your husband. I'd be glad to do what the dog does for you, but you'd have to get your own paper off the lawn. Dick, I happen to live in Beverly Hills, and most of the dogs I see out there are well-behaved, intelligent, and well-groomed. Now, what have you got to say about that?
Well, dogs in Beverly Hills generally are treated like people. I know, for example, there are some poodles out in Beverly Hills that have what they call poodle parties.
There's some people out there that have poodle parties.
These are exclusive dog parties, though.
You mean the people are not allowed at all?
Not at all. They have special birthday cakes of hamburger, hand-painted bones for favors. And they amuse each other with their own tricks. Usually ends up in a brawl, too.
Well, that isn't just confined to the dogs in Beverly Hills. Have you got anything else to say about the Beverly Hills dogs?
Well, a survey a few years ago showed that actually there was more dog food sold there than there was baby food.
What's wrong with that? In Beverly, they feed their kids dog food. And if you knew some of those kids, you'd understand why. Well, I've learned a lot about dogs tonight, and I think all the dogs who are listening certainly learned a lot about people. Now let's play You Bet Your Life. Do you understand the game?
I think so.
Fine. Well, I wish I did. Now, you selected literary quiz, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what do you want to start with? A $10 one, 40, 80, 100?
70.
70. Who wrote The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde?
Robert Louis Stevenson.
That is absolutely correct.
You now have $170.
Now, what do you want to do?
What do you think?
80.
All right.
$80? The Iliad is one of the two celebrated classics by Homer. What is the other one?
The Odyssey.
The Odyssey is correct. Huh?
You now have $250.
Say, I'm getting an education here tonight. Now you have $250. Now what do you want to do?
90.
90? Who wrote Robinson Crusoe?
Daniel Defoe.
Daniel Defoe is right.
Your bankroll now contains $340.
You're pretty lucky to be up here with a literary
I
gent.
know.
Huh? There's your last chance to beat the other couples. What do you want to do?
100.
You can quit or you can go ahead.
Let's try the 100.
100. Sidney Carton is the central figure in which of Dickens' stories?
The Tale of Two Cities.
Tale of Two Cities is right.
And you wind up with $440.
Thanks and good luck to the Soda Plymouth dealers. Huh?
You know, ever since we presented the lovely DeSoto Automatic, people everywhere have been asking us about one particular feature of this great car. Oh, sure, they wanted to know about Power Flight fully automatic transmission and remarkable DeSoto full-time power steering. But they also wanted to know about another revolutionary DeSoto feature, DeSoto air conditioning. Well, here's the story. Fresh air is taken in through handsome vents on the sides of the car. It's then filtered, cooled, and dehumidified by the air conditioning unit on a ledge in the rear of your trunk. This unit, by the way, takes up very little usable luggage space. Then the clean, fresh air is blown gently into the interior of the car. Stale air, odors, tobacco smoke are quickly dispelled, leaving the DeSoto interior cool and comfortable. And no matter what the conditions are outside, blistering hot or freezing cold, the temperature inside is always just right, just the way you want it for complete driving and passenger comfort. DeSoto air conditioning eliminates the need for blowy open windows, which do nothing but let in air filled with particles of road dust and dirt. And it's simple to work. Just one simple switch on your dashboard operates the whole system. DeSoto air conditioning is available on most DeSoto models as extra equipment. DeSoto air conditioning is just another one of the fine features and added conveniences that enable us to say and prove DeSoto puts you ahead automatically. Next, Groucho, I'd like you to meet Miss Deonto Farnsworth and her partner, Mr. Mel Morrison. Folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Deonto Farnsworth, you're very, very charming, huh?
Thank you.
What kind of a name is Deonto?
Deonto means carnation in Esperanto.
Esperanto? Oh, I used to go down there every summer and watch the bullfights, huh? I think it's a lovely little town, don't you?
There is no such place as Esperanto.
There isn't?
No.
In that case, I'll have to find some other place to watch the bullfights. What is Esperanto? Does it go over or under Chilean beans?
Esperanto is an international language that's meant as a secondary language to enable people all over the world to understand each other. It's composed of the better parts of all languages.
Hmm. What part of the English language did you use?
Hello and yes.
That's about all you need, really. You can even skip hello, huh? Who are you again, if I may be so bold as to inquire?
Mel Morrison.
Mel Morrison, huh? Where's your hometown, Mel?
I'm originally from a little town called Nassau, Minnesota. It's a small wooden shoe Dutch community in southwestern part of Minnesota. But I later moved to Chicago, where I spent most of my life.
You changed your shoes, too, I noticed.
Mm-hmm.
I used to live in Chicago, you know. Whereabouts did you live there?
I lived on the south side, right near the White Sox baseball park.
Oh.
In fact, I was practically raised in the ballpark. As a little kid, I picked up pop bottles, sold peanuts, later become an usher, gate man. In fact, I did everything in the ballpark but play ball.
Hmm. You were a good deal like the team in those days. What sort of a job what do you do now?
I'm a crowd engineer. And
you engineer crowds?
Yes, sir. I head a firm here known as Mel Morrison's Crowd Engineers, and we furnish people for public events.
You furnish crowds, you mean?
No, we just furnish the people to handle them. We furnish the ticket sellers, the gatemen, the ushers, the guards, parking lot attendants for all types of events, baseball, football, the races, wrestling matches, the sportsman show, all types.
Well, who furnishes the crowds?
Well, I guess that's up to the management or a good publicity man and a good show.
Well, it sounds like interesting work. Tell us something about the crowd. Are they all the same? If you've seen one crowd, I suppose you've seen them all, huh?
No, I wouldn't say that they were all the same. For instance, you wouldn't expect the same type of crowd that attends a wrestling match to attend the opera.
No, I suppose not. I guess people who like grunting and groaning probably don't care much for screeching and howling. Well, it's been very interesting talking to you two, and I wish both of you the best of luck in the future. Now, let's play You Bet Your Life. We start you off with $100. You try to run it into more than our other couples. Now, you select a general information quiz, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
In the race for the $3,000, the first couple won $440, and the secret word is arm.
Now, what do you want to start with?
Start with the 80.
Okay.
Okay, the 80.
How much?
The $80.
$80. I said how much because I want you to talk up. Remember, one answer between you.
Okay.
If Haviland suggests Chinaware, what does Fostoria suggest?
Fostoria? Crystal?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Crystal?
Glassware. I guess crystal is right. Huh? All right.
Well, you're off to a good start. Your bankroll now has $180 in it.
Now, you can quit any time you want, or you can proceed. Now, what question do you want to start with? Go ahead with.
Start with 50 or
70.
I can't hear
70.
you.
70.
70. George McManus is the creator of one of the most popular comic strips of our time. What is it?
Maggie and Jakes.
Maggie and Jake.
That's right, Maggie and Jakes.
You now have $250.
60.
60. What do you call the boats used in the canals of Venice for centuries?
Gondolas.
Gondolas or gondolas is right.
You now have $310.
And this is your last chance to beat the other couples. You can proceed or you can quit.
Shall we go down to, say, 30?
Okay, 30.
Okay, whose picture is on a $1 bill?
George Washington.
George Washington is right.
And you wind up with $340.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Well, Groucho, we invited some women who work for the city to our show tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mrs. Ida Cole. Her partner is a man with an interesting career, Mr. Joe Oakey. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mrs. Ida Cole, I'll start with you. Are you a native Californian?
No, Groucho. I was born in Cincinnati, Ohio, in the Avondale section.
Is that so? You're married, huh?
Yes, I am, Groucho.
What does your husband do?
Groucho, my husband is associated with the May Realty Company as a real estate salesman.
Oh.
He sells income property and residential homes.
Oh, he dishes dirt, in other words, huh? And you're Mr. Jack Oakey, huh?
Joe Oakey.
Joe Oakey, huh? Are you sure you're not Jack Oakey? You're not sure, huh? Do you know Jack Oakey?
I heard about him. I don't know him, no.
Well, I'll call you Jack Oakey, huh? You don't care, huh?
I don't care.
And you can call me Joe Oakey, huh? Where are you from, Mr. Oakey?
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
How long ago did this event occur? Huh?
1898, Groucho.
1898, huh? Well, that makes you about 39, huh?
Easy.
Easy. That's an easy 39. Are you married, Mr. Oakey?
No, I'm single.
Do you have a girl now?
No.
Have you ever gone steady with a girl?
No.
How long would you call steady? I mean, how long have you gone with a girl at one time, huh?
About 3 weeks.
3 weeks since you're 18, 19 years old?
Yeah,
you never went longer than 3 weeks with a girl? Why not? Don't you like girls?
Sure I like girls. You know anything better?
I don't know anything better, and I must say I don't know anything worse either. What sort of business are you in, Joe?
Well, I'm a sort of a salesman.
Well, that's certainly qualifying it nicely. Well, Joe, I'm not in the market for anything, but out of curiosity, what are you selling?
Well, right now I'm not selling anything.
That's the kind of a salesman I like. A real live wire crackerjack salesman. Well, are you loafing now?
Well, right now I'm not doing anything.
You're not? Well, maybe we can find a job for you, Joe. What sort of work have you done in the past? Aside from not selling anything. What sort of work have you done in the past?
Well, let me see now. Many, many years ago, I sort of took to the liking of the sea. I was a sort of a merchant marine sailor, Groucho.
Oh, like Moby Dick?
I don't know nothing about Moby Dick, but I had quite an experience, Groucho. When I was a kid, I signed aboard a cattle boat.
As one of the cattle, or as as part of the crew?
As part of the crew.
Uh-huh.
We had a lot of donkeys on there, mules.
Was this the crew, the donkeys? Or...
No.
Well, Ida, let's declare a recess for a moment and find out about your work here. Fenneman says you're with the city. What do you do, Ida?
That's right. I'm a recreation director with the Department of Recreation and Parks.
Well.
And I have a center, one of the centers in the city. It's called the Marvin Youth Center.
Mm-hmm.
And we have...
Could you direct some recreation my way? Where do you do your directing? Outside the pool hall?
No, we have a building that we have an auditorium where we have basketball and sports and dancing and such.
I've been to the city playground, you know. I go down there 2 or 3 mornings a week with my daughter, Melinda. She's only 7. And then she picks me up around 5, and I'm ready for bed. Well, what are some of the activities you have to offer at these playgrounds? Haven't you got something for fellas of my age group, like hopscotch? I mean, without the hops.
Well, we do have activities, and I think something you might be interested in is our weightlifting program. We have a lot of men
I might.
there.
If they'd promise not to drop me, I'd be willing to. I used to be a dumbbell at the local gymnasium. Joe, I've got my second win now. Let's continue your story. Now, what is your present ambition, Joe, aside from being first in line at the unemployment office?
Well, I kind of like to write jokes.
You do? Well, so would I, but I haven't been doing very well tonight, I must say. Well, just don't lose your place in line, Joe. Have you ever tried writing jokes?
Well, I wrote about 3 or 4 jokes. I sold some of them to some big comedians, you know.
You did? Like who?
Like you.
You sold me jokes?
Not you, but several big ones like you. I don't want to mention their names, you know what I mean.
Well, I don't buy any jokes, at least not from strangers, Joe. I bought a joke from a stranger once, and after I got home, I found it had over 100,000 miles on it, this joke. The fellow who sold it to me said it used to belong to a school teacher in Pasadena. You know, I always like to encourage potential Joe Millers or Mark Twains. Joe, could you give us an example of one of your jokes?
Well, how much will you pay me?
Well, that's a pretty good joke right there. Joe, don't you have any free samples?
Well, yeah, I got one here if you like it. Is it all
I'll
right?
tell you what you do, Joe. If your joke gets a big laugh,
Yeah.
I'll give you $5. Now, you go ahead. And I'll let the audience judge.
Well, this is a story about an income tax party who paid his income tax.
So far, it's not very funny, Joe.
Well, I'm not finished yet.
No, but they finished with me.
And he kind of figured that he'd had a rebate coming, and he had written a letter to the Internal Revenue, Groucho, and they, in turn, answered him in this manner. They said, "Dear sir, we're in receipt of your letter, and you're right about having the rebate, enclosed fine check in the sum of 1 cent." He went over to the bank, and he said to the teller, "I'd like to have this check cashed." And the teller says, "How do you want it, heads or tails?"
That certainly got a bigger laugh than anything I've said tonight. As a matter of fact, I sort of like that joke, Joe. Now, what are your plans for the immediate future?
How about the $5?
Well, Joe, it was so unusual to hear a laugh here tonight that I'm going to give you the $5 anyhow.
I'm going to frame this, but I want your autograph on there after the show.
Well, I've been framed for less than that. Well, it's been a laughable experience talking to you two, and Joe, I wish you lots of success in the future. Now, let's see how much money you can win.
In the race for the $3,000, our first couple, Mrs. Martin and Mr. Hubler, are still leading with $440.
You selected movie quiz. Remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Talker.
$70.
$70. For $70, what male star had his first big success a few years ago in the title role of Golden Boy?
William Holden.
William Holden is correct.
You now have $170.
Now what do you want to do?
$80.
$80. Who plays the leading role of the Mountie in the latest version of Rosemarie?
Is it Howard Keel?
You learned this in a playground at a Griffith Park?
I like to go to movies. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
See the
Howard
picture,
Keel is right. Huh?
You now have $250.
Take 90?
90.
Who played the title role in the Eddie Cantor story?
Keith Brazell.
Keith Brazell is right.
You'll now have $340 in your bankroll.
And here's your last chance to be the other couples. What are you going to go for?
We'll take $100.
$100. Who produced and directed Roman Holiday?
Roman Holiday, I don't want to...
Help it, Joe.
Who produced and directed it was William Wyler.
William Wyler is right.
And you'll wind up with $440.
You better give her a big hug, Joe. Huh?
You know, I took a look at her. I said, you're smart. You do the talking. I don't know if I'm not.
You wind up with $440.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. You're a smart girl.
And that means that we wind up with a tie for the big question tonight. The couple was just here, and Mrs. Martin and the writer, Mr. Hubler, with $440 also. And in just 1 minute, they'll all get a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $3,000 question. Well, Groucho, here are the two winning couples all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $3,000 question. We've given them each a card to write down their answer on, and of course, if both couples get it right, we'll split the money between them. All set?
All right, here we go for $3,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. Are you ready? Mary Geneva Doud, D-O-U-D, or Dowd, was the maiden name of the wife of one of our presidents. For $3,000, who married Mary Geneva Dowd?
There's the writer's solution.
This is President Buchanan?
Yeah.
No, that's wrong.
What is this?
Abraham Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln, that's wrong.
Well, I don't.
It is Mary Geneva Dowd. She's Mamie. That's Dwight D. Eisenhower's wife. That's a dirty trick, but that's the way it goes on our show. Huh? So that means the big question next week will be worth $3,500. Well, you lost the big money, all of you, but how much did they win the quiz, George?
Well, each couple won $440 in the quiz.
Well, that's not too bad. Congratulations and thanks to all of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $3,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth. Two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. When you stop, park to stay parked. Set the parking brake and remove the key. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is chair. C-H-A-I-R.
Really?
You Bet Your Life. Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Who's he? Oh, that's me. Oh. Well, here I am again with $3,500 for one of our couples. Tidy sum, huh?
It certainly is.
Gentlemen, who's first?
Groucho, we invited some delivery men to the show, and our studio audience selected James Walker to be a contestant. His partner is Mrs. Mary Carr. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mrs. Mary Carr and Mr. James Walker, huh? Mayor of New York, huh? Mrs. Carr, we get friendly in a hurry around here. You mind if I call you Mary?
No, I'd like you to.
Okay, now where are you from, Mary?
I was born in Philadelphia and raised in Germantown.
Mary, would you mind if I asked how old you were? I realize I might get slugged, but I think our listeners are always interested.
There's one time in a woman's life when she doesn't mind telling her age. I was 80 last March.
Really? Well, you're a very good-looking 80, Mary.
Thank you.
You can help me across the street anytime you want. Jimmy, how old are you?
29, Groucho.
Where are you from?
I'm from Highland Park in Detroit, about 4 or 5 miles from the DeSoto plant.
Oh. Do you work for the DeSoto people?
No, I don't.
What sort of work do you do?
I work for United Parcel Service.
What kind of a racket is that?
Well, that's a delivery system. We have about the best in the United States, I guess. We deliver for retail,
That's
wholesale.
enough. He's a parcel man, all right. He's all wrapped up in his job. Are there any special requirements for getting a job with your outfit?
The main one is you have to be honest.
Well, that's a pretty stiff requirement, isn't it? Let's forget it, shall we? How can they tell you're honest before they hire you?
They can, but if you're not honest, they'll find out soon enough.
I suppose the company gets a little suspicious when the delivery man hires a chauffeur to drive the truck. There's always one way to find out if a man's honest. Ask him. And if he says yes, you know he's crooked. Mary, let's converse with you. Now, let's see. You say you're from Philadelphia?
Mm-hmm.
Did you go to school there or work there?
I went to school. I graduated from the normal school as a teacher.
Oh, you were a school teacher in
Mm-hmm.
Philadelphia? Is that so? How long did you teach in Philadelphia?
I didn't teach you. Just a school teacher gone wrong.
What happened? Did the truant officer catch you hanging around the pool room? What do you mean you went wrong?
Oh, I became an actress.
You became an actress, eh?
Well, I hope that's what they called me anyhow. I went on the stage.
Were you in any Broadway plays?
Oh, yes, some of the Hoyt plays, Alabama, the Cherry Pickers.
Texas Steer, were you in that?
Mm-mm.
Wasn't that one of the Hoyt plays? Huh?
Yes, I think it was.
Yes, it was.
Mm-hmm. Way before your time.
You think so? Huh?
Mm-hmm.
You're very flattering. Not only that, but you can't be a day over 50, Mary.
You tell that to all the girls.
It's true. I tell it to a few men, too. Huh? Were you in any big shows that our audience might remember?
Oh, well, not stage show. I did the Mother and Over the Hill in the Silent Age, you know, way
Over
back.
the Hill of the Poorhouse?
Yeah.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
how long ago was that?
Oh, it was at least in 20.
Is that many? You're sort of the fairy godmother of television, aren't you? Huh? Your pictures will be seen for the next 20 years.
I've seen them. Yeah. My grandchildren call me up and say, Nanny, you're on.
I bet they have new respect for you now, don't they?
They do.
What kind of parts did you play in pictures, Mary? You didn't always play mothers, did you?
Well, I was a mother about 200 times or more.
That'd be a good title for a movie, you know.
Yeah.
I was a mother 200 times. I was a mother 200 times for the FBI. You say you were a mother in 200 movies? Did you enjoy playing this role so many times, Mary?
Oh, well, it got to be rather boring, Groucho.
Would you like to play a hussy in the pictures?
Oh, no. I couldn't be wicked at 80.
Mary, it hasn't slowed me up any. Well, it's been very interesting talking to you two, Mary, but now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. Let's see. Now, you select a dictionary quiz, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, you can start with a $10 question, or a $50 or a $100, anything you want. But one answer between them.
What'll it be?
How about 70?
70 you want?
Is that all right
You
with
know
you?
your dictionary?
Is that all right with you?
All right.
Which part of the dictionary do you know, Jimmy? The outside or the inside?
The outside, probably.
All right. What do you call the person who gives the parting address at a graduation?
The valedictorian.
Valedictorian is correct, huh?
And you now have $170.
Now, what do you want?
Well, we might as well go on. We've nothing to lose. 80?
80. What do you call the edge of... What do you call the edge of cloth woven to prevent raveling?
A selvage.
Selvage is correct.
You now have $250 in your bankroll.
You're pretty lucky to have a partner like that, Jimmy.
I sure am.
Now, what do you want?
the inside.
Now,
Well, not well, let's go up. No, you're going down.
You want 90? Well, let's see how well you listen to this show. What does the word encomium mean? E-N-C-O-M-I-U-M.
It's a praise.
That's right. That's good enough. Stop right there.
You now have $340.
You know, I mispronounced it a few weeks ago on this show. For some curious reason, I said encomium instead of encomium. And I got a ton of mail. All right, now how much have they got?
$340.
Now, it's your last chance to beat the other couples. What are you going to go for?
100.
100?
Sorry with you.
What is a more common term for a colliery? C-O-L-L-I-E-R-Y.
Well, that's a mine.
It's a coal mine. Don't go any further.
And you've gone all the way. You wind up with $440.
Well, thanks and good luck to the Minnesota Plymouth dealers. You're pretty shrewd.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is National Safety Month. Can you see, steer, stop safely? If not, check your car. Check accidents. With the busy driving season here, now's the time to check your car. Be safe by driving a safe car. Last year, over 1 million people were killed and injured in needless automobile accidents. A good percentage of these accidents would have been avoided if the car owners had taken a small amount of time to have their cars checked. And to make sure your car gets a complete safety checkup, there's no better place to take it than to a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. His factory-trained mechanics will go over every part of your car that can affect your safety to make sure they are all in perfect working order. Wheels, brakes, headlights, tires, steering, windshield wipers, glass, horn, muffler, taillights. You'll be surprised how little time and money it takes to keep you and your family safe on the highways. Remember, to be a safe driver, you must be able to see, steer, stop safely. Check your car. Check accidents. Stop in where you see the sign of better service, the friendly sign of your DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Groucho, we have a housewife for you, Mrs. Jerry Shipley and her
Why do
partner.
you always say you have a housewife for me?
I should change that, I guess, shouldn't I?
I'll take every other housewife, huh?
All right.
You take an occasional housewife.
I have a housewife, Groucho, and her name is Mrs. Jerry Shipley, and her partner is Mr. William Vaughn. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Mr. William Vaughn and Mrs. Jerry Gerard Shipley. Mrs. Shipley, I'll start with you. What is your first name?
Jerry.
Is that short for Geraldine?
No, I was christened Jerry.
You were. How come?
Well, it's just an old
Spanish
southern,
custom?
yeah, an old southern custom, giving girls boys' names down there.
You know any girls named Hank in the South?
I know one named Henry.
Imagine being under a magnolia tree in the moonlight with a pretty girl. And you turn to her and say, "Kiss me, Henry." Probably hit you with a plate of corn pone. Where are you from, Mrs. Shipley?
Well, I usually say Paducah, Kentucky, because people ask so many questions. But
Well, I should think so. Huh?
but it's really a little town called Barlow, near there.
I see. And who are you again? I forgot all about
Jerry
you.
Shipley.
You both Jerry Shipley?
No, I'm Bill Vaughn,
You're
Groucho.
Bill Vaughn, huh? You used to pitch for the Cubs, didn't you?
No, not me.
No? Well, they had a Vaughn there.
Oh, yes, several Vaughns.
You related to that Vaughn?
None whatsoever.
You know, he pitched a 19-inning, 1-0 game against Brooklyn some years ago.
Well, the Vaughns do great things at times.
Have you done anything great that you could tell us about?
Well, it depends upon what you may refer to.
That's true. Well, where are you from? Well, let's start with that. Huh?
Well, I was born in Osceola, Missouri.
Well, that's pretty great, right
And
there.
moved to Oroville, California when I was 6 years of age.
Oh. What sort of business are you in now, Mr. Vaughn?
Well, I'm Executive Vice President, Secretary, Treasurer, and Director of Electrical Products Corporation, manufacturers of neon and xenon signs in the 11 western states and for many of the DeSoto Plymouth dealers in the area.
Well, thanks for that information. I'll keep my trap shut from now on. Because I need a job as well as the next fellow. The next fellow happens to be a Harpo. Did you have any interest besides being a housewife, Jerry?
Yes, I do. I have some hobbies. I like interior decorating, and I like analyzing handwriting or graphology.
Is that what it's called, graphology?
Yes, uh-huh.
I thought graphology was what a politician did.
No.
Could you analyze my handwriting?
Yes.
If I gave you a sample of Okay. Now, don't look. This will surprise a lot of people who didn't think I could write at all, huh? Here you are. See what you can do with that, Jerry. And while you're working on it, I'll talk to your partner here.
All right.
You analyze that. Now, Mr. Vaughn, do you have any outside interests?
Yes, Groucho, I'm the illustrious potentate of Al-Malika Shrine Temple, Los Angeles, ancient Arabic order, nobles of the Mystic Shrine.
What are some of the activities of these organizations?
We have many charities centered primarily upon what we consider the world's greatest fraternal philanthropy. Shriners Hospital for crippled children. We have discharged more than 250,000 crippled children who were materially aided or completely cured.
I must say your Lodge does a great job, Bill. I know all about your work, and I congratulate you. You do
Thank
a
you,
wonderful
Doctor.
job. Well, Mr. Shipley, how do you analyze my handwriting? What kind of a fellow am I? Tell the truth. Forget that I also happen to run the quiz. Be merciless.
Well, you're very inquisitive.
Nosy, you mean?
Yeah. You're witty. You're ambitious. You have a strong will. And if you hadn't become an actor, I think you might have become a scientist. The way you make some of your characters.
I don't think so, Jerry. I took one of those scientific tests in the laboratory at UCLA just the other day. And 3 white rats and a guinea pig beat me to the cheese. Well, I'm flattered by your diagnosis, Jerry. It's been an experience talking to you two, but now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. Let's see what we have here.
In the race for the $3,500, the first couple won $440, and the secret word is chair.
You selected geography. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
100.
100. In what country or principality do you find the fabulous resort city of Monte Carlo?
Monaco.
Monaco is right.
off to a fine start. You have $200 in your bankroll.
You're off to a flying start.
90.
90. What famous cape on the coast of North Carolina is noted for its bad storms?
Cape Hatteras.
That's correct.
You now have $290.
What next?
80.
What country is directly east of Poland? East of Poland.
Russia.
Russia is correct.
You now have $370.
The way things are going over there, Russia is east of everything.
70.
Okay, for $70, what is the former name of the country now called Iran?
Used to be under the control of Turkey at one time. All right, I think it should be Turkey.
I say Persia.
Persia is right, and it's a good thing you stuck up.
And you wind up with $440.
Thanks, and good luck with the soda Plymouth dealer. Yes, All right, George, proceed.
Well, we found a couple of young single people for you tonight, Groucho. Miss Eleanor Green and Mr. Noel Kennedy. Would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Noel Kennedy and Eleanor Green. Well, you're a fine-looking couple. Neither of you married?
No.
No, I'm not, Groucho.
You're not married, eh? Would you like to get married someday, Eleanor?
Oh, I think every young girl would. They'd like a husband and a home and some children.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're in the right place. Have you got a marriage license with you?
Well, no.
Don't you think that's pretty careless? You'd certainly never think of going fishing without a fishing license, would you?
Well, I think that would be a different story.
You just think it's different, that's all. Sucker's a sucker, whether he's walking or swimming. Well, let's find out something about you two. Eleanor, where are you from?
I'm from Beverly Hills, California.
Beverly Hills,
yes.
Huh? Oh. How long have you lived out here?
23 years.
Mm-hmm. Then you're a natural-born citizen, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What sort of work do you do?
Well, I'm a third-grade teacher, Groucho.
You're a school teacher?
Yes.
Didn't have any school teachers like that when I went to school. You're Noel Kennedy?
Well, I prefer to be called Bill, Groucho.
You prefer to be called Bill Groucho? It's kind of a silly name, isn't
Bill,
it?
period.
Huh?
Bill, period.
Bill, period, you want to be called?
Bill Kennedy.
Bill Kennedy. Well, who is Noel?
I'm confused.
Noel Confused. Well, that's a nice name. Now, where are you from, Noel?
I'm from Brisbane, Australia.
Oh, Australia.
Uh-huh.
Well, what is it like in Brisbane?
Well, Brisbane's a big semi-tropical city. It's
semi-tropical?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that.
Well, it's very much like L.A., a little warmer.
What sort of work did you do in Brisbane?
Well, when I was younger, I went prospecting with an older brother in a place called Mai in Queensland.
When you were younger?
Mm-hmm.
How old are you?
I'm 24.
Getting along, Bill. Huh? Now, where did you say you went prospecting?
Mai. It's a little place outside Bong Bong, which is in male section.
Mai is near Bong Bong?
That's right.
Well, that's right across the river from Walla Walla, isn't it?
No, it's in male section 493, via Morani, via Marion, via Mackay, North Queensland, Australia.
You must get a lot of mail with an address like that. How do you get it? Is it floated ashore in a bottle?
Well, if you send a postcard, there's not much room for the message.
No, I guess not. What's the reason you never got married, Bill? Shrewd fellow, these Australians.
No, I was always a little cynical, and I could never see any reason in giving away half my food to get the other half cooked.
Is this the customary attitude by the Australian youths?
No,
You're just speaking for yourself. Huh?
Just personally. And I've changed a lot since then.
You don't have this attitude about marriage at present, do you?
No.
Well, how recently have you changed? The last 3 minutes?
That's a pretty good estimate.
Approximately. And you, Eleanor, what would you require in the man that you'll marry?
Oh, I'd like him to be nice looking and have a good sense of humor and charming and, oh, he must be intelligent, too.
No money?
Comes later.
Would you say you're intelligent, Bill?
I don't know about that, but I had an IQ test once, and
You had what?
I had an IQ test once, and it rated fairly high.
Well, do you know what your IQ is, Eleanor?
A psychology teacher once took it, and it came out 140.
Well, if it goes any higher, my advice is sell it. Is that a pretty good IQ, Bill? 140? 140?
That's very good. 140 is genius rating.
Mm-hmm. And what's yours, do you know?
141.5.
You mean we've got two geniuses up here? No wonder they're not married. They're too smart. Well, we're going to take an awful beating in the quiz. Bill, obviously you have a lot in common. You could have a good time on a brainy day. All right, let's play You Bet Your Life. We'll start you off with $100. If you miss a question, you lose half your bankroll.
In the race for the $3,500, the first two couples are tied with $440 each.
You selected music. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. It's kind of a curious category for two geniuses, isn't it? All right, now what do you want to start with? 10, 50, 100, anything? 70?
$70.
Before Richard Rodgers teamed up with Oscar Hammerstein II, he wrote many great songs with another talented lyricist. What was his name?
Larry Hart.
Larry Hart.
Larry Hart is correct.
You now have $170 in your bankroll.
Now what do you want?
80.
Okay, the orchestra will play a long-time favorite. You tell me the name of it. Okay, Jack, play. What is it?
My partner says Jealous.
Jealous.
Oh, well, that's right. Jealous is right.
You now have $250.
$250. You want to go ahead?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. $90.
Well, we're on the 90.
Okay. Duke Ellington wrote this song, which became a big hit in 42. You identify it. Music, maestro. Okay, what is it?
Don't get around much anymore.
Well, apparently you do.
And you now have $340 in your bankroll.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples.
100.
100 $.
$, yeah.
In George White's Scandals of 26, that's 1926. This song was introduced for the first time. What's the name of it?
Birth of the Blues.
The Birth of the Blues. Howie, it's a big hit.
And besides all that, you have $440.
Well, thanks. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. I hope you two are very happy together.
And that means that all three couples on our show tonight, in just 1 minute, will get the chance of the DeSoto Plymouth $3,500 question. Well, Groucho, here come the three couples, all of them timed for a chance of the DeSoto Plymouth big question. They'll write down their answer on the cards that we've given them, and if all three couples get it right, they'll divide the money among them.
Mob scene, Mary.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
That's wonderful.
All right, here we go for $3,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. James Fenimore Cooper wrote 5 historical novels: The Deerslayer, Last of the Mohegans, The Pathfinder, The Pioneers, and The Prairie. For $3,500, what was the name given to this internationally popular series of novels? Write it down.
Piece of paper.
This is a blank.
From Miss Carr and her
Miss
partner?
Carr and Jimmy Walker. Yes. Leather stocking tails.
And what is yours?
No, leather stocking tails. It's this couple here.
Well, stick around. You come back here, please. You folks, yeah.
Well, now let's see. The gentleman, the Shriners Organization.
Al Malika.
Al Malika. And Jerry from Paducah.
Barlow.
From Barlow. Well, that's close enough. You win $3,500. And how much in the quiz?
$440.
That's $3,940. Congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth. 2 great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. If you can't control your temper, you can't control your driving. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meekin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world. The word tonight is people. P-E-O-P-L-E.
Oh, he spells good, huh?
You bet your life.
Really?
It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who bring you America's most talked-about new car, the distinguished 1953 DeSoto, and the exciting new Plymouth. See them both at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Well, drag him out here. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again, starting the 7th year of You Bet Your Life. I enjoyed those summer shows again, and I hope you did too. So tonight we're starting the fall season off with $1,000 for one of our couples.
Well, Groucho, we have a housewife and a police officer for you now. Mrs. Marion Shaw and Officer Fred Smith, would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Unless you look in the Now, let's see. Mary Ann Shaw and Officer Fred Smith. Where are you from, Mary Ann?
I'm from Texas, Groucho. I was born...
From Texas, Groucho. Is that near here?
No, Rockport.
Oh, Rockport. Where is that near? Is that
Corpus
near?
Christi.
Corpus Christi, I see. Huh? And Officer Smith, where are you from?
Well, Groucho, I was born and raised in the northeastern part of Oregon, a small town known as La Grande, Oregon.
And why did you take it on the lam, officer?
The Army caught up with me, and I was called into the service.
I see. How did you meet Mr. Shaw, Mary Ann?
He was an accountant, and I met him through a friend that, well, he didn't exactly. I met him, but he didn't ask me to go out, and I was trying to meet him, but he wasn't trying to meet me, and
That's
took
pretty
a little
clear.
bit
You
of
haven't said anything, but it's clear. You say he was an accountant?
Yes.
Well, he was probably doing a little figuring himself, don't you think?
Well, that was my problem. I didn't think he was, so...
Well, how is it you had to do all the plotting in this romance? Wasn't he interested?
Well, I couldn't tell. That was my problem. I think he was very shy. That's why I liked him.
Oh, a shy accountant, eh? How shy was he? About 20,000 grand? Well, what did he say when he proposed to you since he was so shy? Do you remember?
Just mumbled
Did he give a good account of himself? What did he do?
Oh, he just said, I don't remember exactly what he said, but I said yes, and it was settled from then on.
You didn't even hear what he said?
Well, I thought he was probably talking about, I've been leading up the subject, and I thought he was probably, but he seemed to be agreeable, and so it was all right.
Oh. He might have been asking you if your shoes hurt or something. You said yes, huh? That was pretty dangerous, wasn't it?
Well, no.
Turned out all right,
Yes.
though, huh? Well, Officer Smith, let's talk about another kind of crime. I've often wondered, how does the L.A. police force compare with the other major cities?
Well, according to FBI observations, it's rated as one of the best police departments in...
FBI observations? Must be some police force if the FBI's watching them.
Mighty fine.
Say, I'm getting pretty fresh here. What kind of a cop are you, anyway? Before I get any further with this, huh?
Well, Groucho, I work uniform patrol, a radio car.
Oh, you're at the end of the dial, huh?
Yes.
You can't get anything else. You can always get the Mr. Schmaltz. Go to 433 566 over 6X. Why don't they do it in English so we can understand it too, huh?
Well, we get a lot of calls, or more or less listen to our radio all the time for instructions and calls of any type.
You listen to the radio all the time, huh? You must be smoking 5 different brands of cigarettes, huh? By the way, do you ever listen to this show on the radio?
Yes, I listen to it all the time.
Next time you arrest somebody, don't tell them Groucho sent you, huh? Well, Mary Ann, let's get back to you. I'm curious. How does a charming, attractive housewife spend her time? Do you belong to a bridge club?
No, I'm the national president of Thanks, Groucho, and I spend
You're
my
welcome.
time...
Huh? What are you thanking me for, Mary Ann? I
Well-
haven't done anything except insult you a few times, yeah?
Well, you spell Thanks, T-H-A-N-X,
Oh.
so this is different. It's a morale-building organization that keeps the individual men in Korea reminded that the people at home are behind them by
I'll say
directing
they are.
packages...
Wait a minute. You said people, and that's the secret word.
Well,
People is the secret word, so you and your the fly cop over here each win $50.
isn't that wonderful?
Isn't that wonderful? Now you got something to be thankful for.
Well,
Now
I
tell
already
us-
have.
Now tell us about this organization that you're the prime mover in. You sent the package to the boys in Korea?
Well, I wanted to.
I think you'd have done them more good if you'd have sent yourself there. Huh?
No, there wasn't any way for an individual person to send an individual package. So we got a drive started with the help of a club in San Diego and some friends, and we had about 3,000 packages and sent them over, and a newsletter every other week to 5,000 men in hospitals and so forth.
Well, what are your future plans with this organization?
Well, I'd like to see it fold up by having all the guys come home, but as long as they're still there, I'd like to just keep Thanks going and as many people as we can interest in it.
Well, I think
Do the
that's
same
a
thing.
wonderful job you're doing. And Marianne, I think most of us want to do things for the boys overseas, but usually that's about as far as it ever gets. We're all apt to forget very quickly. And if you have any packages left over, I'll give you my address later. Well, you're a real nice couple, and I wish you success in the quiz. Now it's time to win some money. In just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,000 question. Right now, I want you to pay close attention to a message about the distinguished new DeSoto.
Friends, the car you should own is a DeSoto. Why? Because DeSoto is designed and built to give you extra comfort, extra safety, and extra performance. For extra performance, remember, DeSoto lets you drive without shifting. With DeSoto's famous tip-toe hydraulic shift with fluid drive, you simply turn the key to start, step on the gas to go. And then there's the mighty DeSoto 160 horsepower Fire Dome V8 engine, the world's most efficient engine design that gives you all the power you'll ever use and delivers that power while using regular fuel. For extra comfort, there's DeSoto full-time power steering. DeSoto full-time power steering works for you all the time, not just some of the time. DeSoto gives you comfort, too, with its Oriflow shock absorbers, which turn even the roughest roads into boulevards. Huge DeSoto power brakes give you a safe, sure stop every time, with just half the pedal pressure of ordinary brakes. Tomorrow, go to your DeSoto Plymouth dealers and drive either the mighty DeSoto Fire Dome 8 or the brilliantly responsive Power Master 6. Both great cars let you drive without shifting. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell the beautifully styled Plymouth, first truly balanced car in the low-price field.
All right, here we go. Let's see how I can bill you $20. You selected songs of the year 1940 as your category. Now, all of these songs were big hits that year. Let's see how many of them you remember. Here's your first question. How much will you bet? Now, you're partners, so talk it over.
Okay.
You bet it all. All right. Give me the title of this song. Okay, Jerry.
The last time I saw Paris.
Last time I saw Phil Harris. That's right.
You now have $40.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the $40 would you try?
All the way, huh?
All of it.
Okay. What is the name of this song? Play, Mr. Fielding.
Imagination.
Imagination is correct. Your third question, how much will you bet?
All of it.
Okay, let's see if you can identify this one. Play, Jerry.
I'll never smile again.
Oh, this is a real fly cop, this guy. I'll never smile again.
You now have 106.
Last chance to beat the other couples. How much are you going to go for?
Shoot it, I guess.
All right, identify this one. Okay, Jerry.
Wish upon a star.
When you wish upon a star.
When you wish upon a star is absolutely the correct name. From the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Well, Groucho, we selected Mr. George Kaufman and Mrs. Constance Nelson from among our volunteers in our audience tonight. And here they are, folks. Would you come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Constance Nelson and Mr. George Kaufman. George Kaufman, are you George Kaufman, the playwright?
No, I'm another George Kaufman.
Oh. There's only one George Kaufman. My advice to you, George, is to change your name to something else. Where are you from, George?
I was born in Russia. I was born in a small village called Yelizvetgrad. That's 100 miles from Odessa. And I left there when I was 18 months old and came direct to Los Angeles. And I've lived here ever since.
Did you come alone?
No, my mother brought me here.
Oh, you came with your mother, I see. How old are you, George?
50.
I bet you were glad to get out of Russia, huh?
Well, I'm very happy to be here.
Well, that's a pretty shifty answer. Constance Nelson, that's you. Where were you born, Connie?
Hartshorn, Oklahoma.
Now, could you give us some idea of your age, Connie? We have a pretty big radio audience, you know, and they like to form a mental picture of our contestants.
Near 50. Not quite.
Well, that's pretty vague. Most listeners, when a woman says she's around 50, assume that she's about 95. Now, you look pretty young, though, Connie. I'd say you're around 40.
Thank you.
Now, tell us, what was life like back there in Oklahoma, close to 50 years ago?
Well, it was wonderful. My mother was Polish and my father was Lithuanian.
Is that so? Well, how did they get along, Polish and Lithuanian?
They got along wonderful. I spoke Polish and Lithuanian, and I sing songs like Yes, We Have No Bananas, and Tomorrow, Tomorrow, How Happy We Will Be.
You say you sing Yes, We Have No Bananas in Polish?
I sure do.
Could you give us a couple of lines of that?
Well, I think it'll come back to me.
Well, do it in Lithuanian. We don't care. Well, do it with watermelons if you can't do it with bananas.
Tak jest, mini mommy, bananusi. Mini mommy, bananusi, dzisiaj.
That's very nice.
Mi mommy, szablaki, kapusty, soboli.
Don't give us the whole bunch of bananas. She's going to hang on to this until it's all over. Well, be sure to tune in again next week, folks, huh? Next week we're going to do How Much Is That Doggy in the Window in Swedish. Well, Mr. Kaufman, let's converse with you for a moment. How did you meet Mrs. K?
Through a mutual friend.
You mean an insurance company?
No.
What sort of work are you doing, George?
I have an unpainted furniture store.
Why don't you paint it?
On Los Feliz, near San Fernando Road.
Are all the stores unpainted in Los Feliz?
No, this one, mine is. It's on Los Feliz.
Yeah.
Between San Fernando Road and Riverside Drive.
Yeah.
And it's the best unpainted furniture store anywhere. And we have the largest and best quality unpainted furniture anywhere. And we also have garden furniture. And we have the
all right, enough already.
We have the best and unpainted furniture in all styles.
Do you mind if I say a few words about the DeSoto?
And we really do. We have it in all styles.
Stop the music! Sing Yes, We Have No Bananas in Polish.
Okay, tak jest, mini mommy,
okay, you talk.
We have the best unpainted furniture
dzisiaj.
It's very good.
Oh, yes, we have no bananas.
Not only that, we even have a catalog. We even have a free catalog. It's very good.
Well, this has been very interesting, George.
1 mile east of Riverside Drive. 1 mile west of San Fernando Road.
Well, paint the store and I'll come over in the morning.
It's very best. It's unpainted furniture.
Oh, yes, I understand.
The best quality.
Yes, there's no question about that in my mind.
It's on Los Feliz.
Yeah, I know. Now it's time to win some money. You run your $20 no more than the other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. Now, I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
Mrs. Shaw and Officer Smith won $320, and the secret word is people.
You selected locations of cities over 100,000 in population. All of these cities are in the United States. Let's see if you can identify the state. Now, you're partners, and you have to decide between you. Here's the first question. How much will you bet?
How much do you want to bet?
All of it.
Oh, no, not all of it.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Sure, all of it.
Oh, no.
Oh, sure. Because we're going to use it anyhow.
Oh, come on, kids.
No.
Yeah, all of it.
No, how about $19?
$19?
Okay, what do you want?
$19.
Okay.
$19. In what state is the city of Shreveport? Remember, it's over 100,000 population. Talk it over.
What was it? What was it?
In what state is the city of Shreveport?
Shreveport.
Louisiana.
I don't know. Louisiana.
Louisiana.
That's right.
You now have $39.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of your 39 will you bet on your second question?
All of it.
No, let's not bet all of it.
Okay. It's up to you. Yes.
Huh?
Yeah,
You have
it's up to
$39. How much are you betting?
37.
All right. And what state is the city of Berkeley?
California.
That's right.
You now have $76.
Now, how much of the 76 are you going to risk on this one?
How much do you want to bet?
All of it.
Oh, no. How much do you want?
Well, just what you want to.
All right, 74.
$74. And what state is the city of South Bend? Remember, it's over 100,000 in population.
South Bend.
What state?
Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
Indiana.
That is correct.
You now have $150.
And it's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
All of it.
All of it?
Yes.
All right, let's shoot the word.
Okay. You should have done that
If you win this, will you have the store painted? All right. And what state is the city of Mobile?
Alabama.
Alabama is correct.
And you wind up with $300.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Well, Groucho, we have a West Point cadet and a young single girl for you now. Miss Antoinette Pagano and Cadet Craig Elliott. Would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Antoinette Pagano and Cadet Craig Elliott. A West Point cadet, eh? We're always glad to have somebody from West Point here.
I'm certainly glad to be here, Groucho.
Oh, I was wondering if you were alive. Antoinette Pagano, is that the correct pronunciation?
Yes, Groucho.
How long have you been at the Point?
I don't go to West Point.
Oh, then this ramrod here must be the cadet, huh? I never would have guessed. I thought he was part of the building, huh? What sort of work do you do,
I'm a
Antoinette?
student at the Art Center School.
You're a student?
Mm-hmm.
At the Art Center? What are you learning at this school?
Well, we're taught the elements of art and how to apply them to a professional field, such as illustration.
You're an illustrator for magazines and...
Well, I hope to be someday.
I see. And you're not married?
No.
You're very attractive.
Thank
Have
you.
you ever had a date with a West Point cadet?
No, I haven't.
Well, are you doing anything after the show?
Nothing in particular.
Good. I'll see you later. We can discuss West Point. Cadet, what shall I call you, Craig? Cadet, Mister, or what?
Cadet is appropriate, sir.
Oh, thank you. I'll just call you Craig and relax, will you?
I am relaxed, sir.
Well, loosen your girdle or something. Let your hair down. How did you get into West Point, Craig? I understand it isn't an easy thing to do.
Well, sir, I was appointed by Senator Joseph C. O'Mahony of Wyoming. I took a competitive exam with 36 other boys from the state of Wyoming. I received the highest grade in the state, and I was therefore tendered the appointment to either West Point or Annapolis, and I chose West Point. And then I took the
Could you have
entrance
gone to Vassar?
I don't believe so, sir.
Would you have preferred Vassar?
That's a difficult question, sir.
Well, no matter how fat you were when you went there, you could have left Vaseline, you know. Well, Craig, when they picked you, I think they made an excellent choice. Only do me a favor, will you? When you get back there, tell them to stop putting so much starch in your bath water. What are some of the things that happen to a young man entering West Point?
Well, first of all, the correction of posture has begun.
Yeah. Well, they've certainly succeeded there, all right.
And this is brought about by various methods, mainly just correction by the first class, who are in charge of the fourth class.
Then you have to stand like this all the time?
Yes, sir. We are at attention at all times.
Suppose you have an itch and you have to scratch.
It just goes unscratched.
What are some of the other disciplinary features of West Point?
Well, sir, we are required to sit on the forward 6 inches of our chair in the dining hall.
You sit on the table at West Point?
No, sir. The forward 6 inches of the chair at all meals in the dining hall. And we are required...
You're allowed to sit down during those 4 years?
Yes, sir.
Oh, pretty soft racket you've got there.
And we are also required to be at attention outside our rooms at all times. We are not allowed to speak to anyone outside our rooms without permission.
What is the purpose of all this discipline?
It is to instill in us a sense of self-discipline and to make us so that we will follow orders without questions, sir.
Uh-huh. I saw a movie once about West Point, and all they did was stroll up and down Flotation Wharf. Is there such a place, or is that at Annapolis?
No, sir, that's definitely at West Point, and there is such a place.
Well, what exactly is a Flotation Wharf?
It is a lane that wends its way along the banks of the Hudson and beneath a rock called the Kissing Rock. And as the legend has it, the Kissing Rock is reputed to fall if any girl refuses to kiss the cadet with whom she is.
I see. This is all legendary?
The part about the rock is not legendary, sir. There is actually a Kissing Rock.
Oh, I'm sure of that, huh? Do the girls ever refuse to kiss their dates?
Well, sir, the rock hasn't fallen yet.
They probably starched the rock, too, you know. That's just one vast field of starch, the whole place. Well, Craig, I've kidded you, but I want you to know how I really feel about West Point. The discipline they practice and the things they teach help keep our country strong. And you're a good advertisement for them. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You run your $20 no more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
Mrs. Shaw and Officer Smith still lead with $320.
Now, here we go. Let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected Roman numerals as your category. Now, your partners, you decide on everything between you. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
The whole 20, Groucho.
Is that...
I guess so.
What does the Roman numeral X stand for?
10, sir.
10 is correct.
Well, you're off to a good start. You have $40.
Let me go in for $1,000 tonight. How much of the $40 you going to bet on this one?
The whole 40.
Okay, what is our equivalent of the Roman numeral C?
100.
100.
You now have $80.
Here's your third question. How much of the 80 are you going to try?
The whole 80.
What is our equivalent of the Roman numeral V?
5.
Correct.
You've now climbed to $160.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. Now, how much are you going to bet?
All of it.
All of them. What does the Roman numeral M stand for?
1,000.
1,000 is right.
And you wind up with $320. And that means that you and Mrs. Shaw and Officer Smith, also with $320, will get a chance for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question in just 1 minute.
Thanks and good luck to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Fenneman, why don't you tell our audience what's so special about the Groucho Special used cars?
Well, that's easy, Groucho. They're the finest used car values in town. You see, because the new DeSoto is so popular, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer is getting the cream of the crop in fine used cars. All great values, but just a few of the very best are being selected as Groucho Specials. These are the really exceptional used car values your DeSoto Plymouth dealer picks as the best buys in town.
My DeSoto Plymouth dealer picks them? You mean he goes all over the country picking out Groucho Specials? Doesn't that keep him pretty busy?
Now, you know better than that, Groucho. Each DeSoto Plymouth dealer picks out his own Groucho Specials.
Oh. Well, tell him about the beautiful picture on the windshield of the Groucho Specials, Fenneman.
Sure, Groucho. Folks, that's the Groucho Special sticker with Groucho's picture. The Groucho Special Sticker is your dealer's way of pointing out the very best used car buys he has. Now you no longer need take a chance when you buy a used car. Just look for the Groucho Special Sticker. What's more, your neighborhood DeSoto Plymouth dealer can arrange convenient budget payments for you.
Friends, visit your neighborhood DeSoto Plymouth dealer and look for the Groucho Specials. And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you.
Well, Groucho, here are the two couples tied for the chance at the big question. Each couple will decide on a single answer and write it down on a little piece of paper we've given them. If both couples get it right, they'll split the money between them. Okay?
One of the most famous roads in the world was constructed more than 2,000 years ago. It was 132 miles in length and ran south from Rome. Parts of it are still to be seen. For $1,000, what is the name of this historic highway?
I hope they're both.
Well, the West Pointers are not only smart, but so are the Los Angeles police. They both got the answer, which is the Appian Way. All kiss each other. Well, each couple won $500 on the Appian Way. Congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Be sure to tune in again next week at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the distinguished 1953 DeSoto also sell the brilliant new Plymouth, the first truly balanced car in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth, two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the distinguished new DeSoto.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Don't be a wacky walker. Remember, walkers wise use their eyes. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is foot. F-O-O-T.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who bring you America's most talked-about new car, the distinguished 1953 DeSoto, and the exciting new Plymouth. See them both at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Just a faded summer love. Oh, that's me.
Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples.
We have a young married couple for you, Groucho. Mm-hmm. So will Hilda...
Not for me.
Yes, Hilda
and...
for
each other, Fenneman.
Hilda and William Bittles, would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word, and the wife will take home the $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Pretty cute-looking dish here, huh? Let's see, Hilda and William Bittles, eh? Bittles, what kind of a name is Bittles?
Sure, it is a pure Irish name.
Pure Irish? Well, what is pure Irish? I know what pure Scotch is. I don't know what pure... Where in Ireland are you from?
Donegal, County Donegal.
County Donegal, huh?
That is right.
Now, Mrs. Bittles, that's you, huh?
Yes.
And you're married to Pat O'Brien here, huh?
William Bittles, Mr. Marx.
Sure, it is the luck of the Irish. Yes, and sure, and it is. Let's see, your first name is Hilda?
Yes.
Oh. What part of Sweden are you from, Hilda?
Well, I'm not from Sweden. I was born in Jacksonville, Florida, but I claim Georgia as my home.
I see. How long have you been married, Bill?
4 years.
Mm-hmm. You look like you're pretty happy about it, are you?
Oh, just happy I am. I have to keep pinching myself.
Why do they say everything backwards over there? Sure, just happy I am.
I have to pinch myself once in a while just to remind myself that I really am married and in America.
Well, if you have to pinch yourself, it can't be much of a marriage, eh? Hilda, could you tell us how you met County Donegal here?
Yes, I was working for the Red Cross in Fullerton, and one day a girlfriend telephoned and asked if I would date this young man who had just arrived in the United States from Ireland. He had been here 3 months. He was living in the YMCA, and he hadn't had a date since his arrival.
It's hard to get one in the YMCA. You didn't try the YWCA at all, huh? You were in the Red Cross?
Yes.
And did you always answer these emergency calls like this?
Oh, yes, Mr. Marx.
Uh-huh. I mean, how did they know that you wanted to go out with a young man? Was there something
I was single, and he was single, and I enjoyed going out. And he was certainly looking forward to it.
And your girlfriend phoned you?
Yes, she did.
What did they have an alarm in the office or something, like in a firehouse? New fella just got in?
No.
Well, Bill, I'm curious. Why did you leave Ireland in the first place?
Well, I had...
Or should I say, why in the first place did you be after leaving Ireland?
Okay, I will be to tell you now. I had the good fortune to be attached to an American unit in North Africa during the war. I have been in the British Army, and I was picked with 2 other young officers to be attached to this unit. Anyhow, I saw how the Americans lived, how they ate and behaved. They were getting about 4 times the pay I was getting, and they had 4 pairs of shoes to my 1 pair of boots, and they got fresh underclothes as many times as they wanted all day. So I said, if I ever got out of this mess alive, I would go to the United States of America and make my home there. If a country did so much for its fighting men, who weren't doing any more than stopping bullets like we were, that it must be a wonderful country worthy of living in.
I see.
So,
in other words... In other words, you actually came to America to get a clean suit of underwear, is that it? What are some of the differences you find between living in Ireland and living in California?
Well, the weather, of course, is the big feature. The food, all this wonderful food here, there are no rations or anything. You can have as much as you want, as many times as you want.
The food is different here. In this country, you can get excellent Irish food, you know, in any French restaurant. What's the most unusual dish you've come across in this country, in addition to Hilda?
Well, I would say corn on the cob was the biggest surprise to me.
It was, huh?
I'd never seen corn on the cob before. They don't
they
have
smoke
that
them over there?
No, I had never seen it before. So when I got out here, I
Did you smoke a corncob pipe in Ireland, didn't you?
No.
MacArthur does, huh? You smoke a clay pipe over there.
A clay pipe, yes.
That's what they... I once asked an Irishman, I says, why do you smoke a clay pipe? He says, well, if you drop it, you don't have to pick it up. What sort of work are you doing here in America?
I happen to be an instrument engineer for the Fluor Corporation here in Los Angeles.
What is it? Fluoroscopes?
No, they are engineers and designers of refineries and pulsation dampeners and cooling towers, etc.
I see. Yeah. Well, there's no use going any further, but I don't understand what you're talking about anyway. Well, let's quit this foreign gab and see if you can win some money here. Because it's time to play You Bet Your Life. All you have to do is run your $20 and more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big money. Let's see how high I can bet you $20. You selected complete the name of the firm. I'll give you one of the names of nationally known business firms, and you give me the other. Here's your first question. Now, how much will you bet?
Shall we bet it all?
Well, I've been adventurous in America up to now. I'll take a chance on the all.
How much? $20 you bet?
$20.
All right. This firm publishes dictionaries. The first name is Funk. What is the second name?
Funk and Wagner.
That's right, Funk and Wagner.
Off to a good start. You have $40.
All right. Now, how much of your $40 will you bet on your second question?
Would you like to bet it all?
Yes.
We would like to bet it all.
All right. This firm is noted for their fine sporting goods. The first name is Abercrombie. What is the second?
And Fitch.
One answer now between you. Abercrombie and...
I think it's Fitch.
Abercrombie and Fitch.
That's right.
Oh.
You now have $80.
I was thinking of hair time.
You better give us some Irish friends.
All right, here's your third question. You have 80 smackers. Now, how much are you going to risk?
Yes, all right.
$80 you're going to bet. This firm is known for their surgical supplies. The first name is Johnson. What is the second?
Surgical supplies.
Yes.
Yep. Band-Aids, all kinds of things.
What is it, honey?
I don't know.
First name is Johnson. Take a guess now.
Johnson and Vic.
No. It's so easy to. It's Johnson and Johnson.
Oh,
no.
Well, they lost all their money, Groucho.
Well, we can't allow anybody to leave here flat broke. I'll give you one more question. Get this right, and we bring your winnings up to $25. We all know that Mount Everest is the highest mountain in the world. Now, I want you to tell me what is the lowest mountain in the world.
Lowest mountain?
The lowest mountain.
There's no low mountain.
Yes, it is. It's Grant's Tomb. You win $25. Sorry you didn't win more. Huh? Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, before we continue, here's something I want you to hear about the beautiful new DeSoto.
No matter what you're looking for, you'll find it in the distinguished new DeSoto. This new DeSoto is a really beautiful car with long, low, wide, glamorous lines. What's more, in the DeSoto, you can drive without shifting, thanks to DeSoto's famous tip-toe hydraulic shift with fluid drive. In a DeSoto, you simply turn the key, step on the gas, and go. Just as important, DeSoto is a safer car with such important features as DeSoto full-time power steering, the power steering that works for you all the time, DeSoto safety rim wheels, and big, sure DeSoto power brakes, the brakes that require just half the pedal pressure of ordinary brakes. You'll find that the DeSoto is a better driving car, cushioned and protected by remarkable DeSoto Oriflow shock absorbers and new scientific spring suspension, and powered by the world's most efficient engine design, the mighty 160 horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome V8 engine. So stop in at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers tomorrow. See this stunning new car, either the mighty 160 horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome 8 or the brilliantly responsive PowerMaster 6. Both great cars let you drive without shifting.
Make a date now to try the world's finest carbide, the distinguished new DeSoto.
And remember, the dealers who sell the distinguished new DeSoto also sell the truly balanced 53 Plymouth, the low-priced car most like high-priced cars.
Okay, George, who is next?
Well, Groucho, we have a grandfather and a young mother for you now, and here they are, Mrs. Betty Finney and Mr. Jack Martin. Please come in and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, howdy doody. Welcome, youngsters, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mrs. Betty Finney. Mrs. Finney, I'll start with you. Where are you from, Betty? I'll call you Betty, huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm from Tacoma,
You
Washington.
don't object to this familiarity?
No,
do you?
not at all.
You're from where?
Tacoma, Washington.
Tacoma, huh? You mind if I ask your age? You don't look old enough to mind. How old are you?
No, I'm 28.
28. Well, you're a fine-looking gal. You're married, huh?
Yes.
No. The whole thing goes out the window. What sort of work does your husband do?
He's an appliance salesman at Cliff Swanson's in Studio City.
He's an appliance salesman?
Mm-hmm. Household appliances.
Oh, I see. Huh? Mr. Martin, how old are you?
65.
65. Well, you're a fine-looking lad. You certainly don't look 65. How do you keep looking so vigorous?
I don't drink and I don't smoke, and I never worry, no matter what happens.
You have nothing to worry about. Nothing's going to happen to you, Jack, old boy. Where are you originally from, Jack?
New York City. I was born at the Belasco Theater's location.
You were born on the stage of the Belasco Theater?
No, 44th Street, where the Belasco Theater is.
Oh, I see. Do you remember what it was like in that neighborhood 65 years ago?
Oh, they were all high stoops.
The whole neighborhood was high stoops? Well, there were a few of us low stoops around. Yeah, that's the only place they call them stoops, I think, is in New York.
New York City.
Yeah, when I first left New York, I was born on 78th Street in New York. That's true.
East Side?
Yeah, Lexington Avenue, right in the heart of three breweries, Rupert's, Eretz, and Ringling's. And I used to hobble to school in the morning with the smell of the hops coming out of the breweries. Oh, this is true. And there was a big clock at Eretz, on top of Eretz.
George Eretz.
Yeah, that's right. That's how we told time. And that's when we knew we were late, which was most of the time. Well, enough of this reminiscing. Betty Fenneman introduced you as a young mother. How many children do you have?
I have a set of twins.
Well, congratulations. I have a set of encyclopedias. Would you like to make a swap?
No.
You give me your two, and I'll give you Quag to Sam. Are twins very common, Betty? I know some of the twins I've met are pretty common, but I'm referring to yours now.
Well, the odds are 80 to 1.
80 to 1? Mm-hmm. Did you consult a bookie instead of a doctor when you...
No, I read some statistics
You
on
read
it.
the statistics on it. Do you believe this, Jack, that the odds are 80 to 1?
Yes, it's a fact, because I saw it in the paper, too.
Oh. You don't happen to have twins, do you, Jack?
No, not yet.
You haven't? You haven't got twins, huh?
No.
Jack, you're a grandfather, is that right?
Yes, sir, 8 times.
Are you pretty handy with a diaper?
Experience.
How many children do you have?
4.
4, huh? Do you have any comments to make about today's children? How do you feel they compare with yesterday's squawkers?
Well, the children today are nothing like when we were kids.
No, that's true. They're much younger.
No. They're very disobedient. It's hard to make them do anything. And they're not even polite to the elders.
Is that, you think that's true, Betty?
Oh, not in my experience.
No.
She's too young.
Yeah, I guess. When you were a kid, Jack, what did you do for fun? How did you play? Without television, hot rods, space uniforms, and comic books? What sort of innocent fun did you indulge in?
Oh, we had a gang on 10th Avenue.
You had a gang on 10th Avenue?
Yeah.
What kind of a gang was this?
It's called the Red Shirt Gang. One of the boys had a red shirt, and we called it the Red Shirt Gang. And we used to go around and steal sandwiches and apples and stuff all the time.
Now, Betty, aren't you sorry your twins weren't born in his generation?
No.
You wouldn't have all the expense of bringing them up. The sheriff would be doing it for you. Well, you're a nice couple, and I'd like to go on talking to you, but now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. Now, you run your $20 into more than their other couples, and you get a chance at the $1,000 question.
The first couple went broke, and the secret word is foot.
You selected Sights of London. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$20.
$20. Don't you want to consult with your partner here at all?
No.
Is this satisfactory?
Yeah.
All right. What is the residence of the royal family in London called?
The Buckingham Palace.
That is correct.
You're on your way. You have $40.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the $40 are you going to bet this time?
20.
20.
Huh?
40.
40?
40.
All right, I bet the
Now
40.
she's grabbing the reins, huh? There's a famous district of wharves and warehouses that is the residential area for the Chinese population of London. What is this district called?
Limehouse District.
That's right.
You now have $80.
Here's your third question. How much will you bet?
She insists on 80.
Well, of course. She's got twins. You haven't, have you? All right. Sir Walter Raleigh and many other political prisoners were confined in a building where the crown jewels are now displayed. What is the name
Tower
of this
of
building?
London.
That's correct.
You now have $160.
Here's your last chance to beat. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
All of it.
All of it. English kings and queens are crowned in one of the most celebrated churches of the British Empire. What is the name of this church?
There's Westminster Abbey.
That is absolutely correct.
And you wind up with $320.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Groucho, we invited some grammar school boys to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Eddie Rissman. His partner is Mr. Barry O'Neill. So, gentlemen, would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
The shrimp boat must have just got in, huh? Barry O'Neill and Eddie Risman. Risman?
Yes,
Risman. Which one of you is Eddie Risman?
I am.
You are. How old are you, Eddie?
10 and a half.
Where are you from originally?
Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Married?
No.
Have you got a girlfriend?
No.
Why not? You're a handsome lad.
Oh, I'm too busy for that. That's sissy stuff.
You think that boys who like girls are sissies, eh? Okay, I'm a sissy and I'm proud of it. Barry O'Neill, huh? That's you? You're a fine broth of a boy. Now, how old are you, Barry, my lad?
19.
19, that's a fine age. And what part of Ireland are you from, Barry?
I'm not born in Ireland. I'm born in Stuttgart, Germany.
Well, I knew it all the time. Anybody named Barry O'Neill has to be from Stuttgart. Hey, it's written all over you. You're as Irish as sauerkraut. How is it if you're from Germany with a name like Barry O'Neill?
It's not my real name. My real name is Rolf Schliehoff.
Rolf Schliehoff?
Yes.
And you changed it to Barry O'Neill? That's quite a journey, huh? Why did you change your name?
Well, I like the name Barry O'Neill because Rolf Schliehoff is hard to pronounce, and I live with Irish people, so I prefer to take the name O'Neill.
Oh. You lived with Irish people, huh?
Yes.
What prompted you to come to this country, Barry? Did you have any particular reason?
Oh, yes. It's I was, as a small boy, I always liked to come to the United States because it's a great country, and during the war, my mother, she used to wash laundry for American GIs, and I used to deliver the laundry, and I used to meet an American GI, and I told him I'd like to go to the United States. And he wrote to his folks, and he sponsored me, and after 2 years, I had the opportunity to come to the United States, and I'm sure happy I'm here.
Well, we're glad to have you. Are you working, Barry?
Yes, I do. I work in a machine shop in Southgate.
Oh, I see. And what do you do there?
I'm a milling machine operator.
You're a what?
Milling machine.
Milling machine? Oh.
Yes.
What do you do on a job like that?
Well, I'm cutting gears and cams and all different kind of work.
I used to cut classes in school, but of course that's a different business. Have you picked up any American hobbies like the Bugs Bunny Club since you're here?
I have no time for hobbies.
You don't have time for hobbies at all? No. You mean you don't like girls either?
Yes, I do.
Well, I'm not completely alone up here. What do you do with your spare time, Barry?
I'm a professional fighter, and...
A boxer?
Yes.
Oh, you work all day and train every night, huh?
Yes.
Don't you occasionally take a night off for other things?
Yes, and Monday nights I'm going to National Guard.
You're liable to wind back in Germany again, delivering the wash. You know that. I almost became a fighter, you know. Only two things kept me from being the greatest fighter of my time. Lack of ability and the fact that I was a coward. Eddie, have you ever had any fights around school?
Yes, I've lost most of them.
Oh, how nice, huh? What were you fighting about?
Well, a boy once pushed me off a bench, and that started a big fight.
What happened?
Oh, he pushed me off, and I got mad at him. I hit him, and he hit me back, and before you know it, we were in a fight.
Was there a girl involved in this?
No.
This is just man-to-man stuff, huh?
Yes.
Eddie, I'm curious. You know, you can win a lot of money around here tonight. Almost $1,000. Now, what would a boy do with all that money?
Well, I might get a new house and furnish it with new icebox, stove, and rug maybe, get my mother a new dress, and, maybe a lot of other stuff I'd need, baseball equipment.
Of course, are you aware at all of the actual value of the dollar today? I think it's 46 cents. Have you considered buying a car for your father?
No, he already has one.
I see, yeah. I'm afraid to ask the next question. Eddie, what kind of a car does your old man have? Is it a DeSoto?
No.
Eddie, I'll save you a lot of time. We will need to go through the formality of the quiz. Who was buried in Grant's tomb, you see? That's right. You lose $25. Well, you're nice boys, and I wish both of you the best of luck. Now, Barry, good luck to your new life in America. And Eddie, good luck to you in the quiz.
Thank you.
You'll certainly need it. All right, now let's see how much you can win. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
Our second couple, the mother of twins and Mr. Martin, lead with $320.
Here we go. Let's see how I can bill you $20. You selected capitals of Central and South American countries. Was there any particular reason why you picked this category, Eddie?
Well, yes, we're studying that in school. And
I see, yeah. Well, that's unfortunate. All right, now. Here is your first question. How much will you risk?
19.
All right. What is the capital city of Chile?
San Diego.
San Diego is right, huh?
You now have $39.
Remember, going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the 39 are you going to try?
38.
38. What is the capital city of Peru?
Lima.
Lima. It was named after a bean. That's right.
You now have $77.
And here's your third question. How much of the 77 are you going to try?
76.
76. All right. What is the capital city of Argentina?
Buenos Aires.
Buenos Aires is right.
You now have $153.
Is your last chance to be the other couples? How much of this money are you going to bet?
All of it.
All of it. What is the capital city of Brazil?
Rio de Janeiro.
What is it?
Rio de Janeiro.
Right. Rio de Janeiro is right.
You wind up with $306, and that means that the mother of twins and Mr. Martin with $320 in just 1 minute get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
Thanks and good luck.
Friends, we've heard the same report from all over the country. The Groucho Special used cars are the best used cars in town by far. Well, that makes very good sense to us. You see, to begin with, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer gets better cars in trade-in for new DeSotos and Plymouths. That means his whole stock of used cars are fine, well-conditioned cars that are really good bargains. But then he goes through that stock of fine used cars and picks a few of the very best as Groucho Specials. Groucho Specials are usually low-mileage, late-model cars, specially priced to make them red-hot bargains. When you see that Groucho Special sticker on a car, you know it's your DeSoto Plymouth dealer's way of pointing out what he thinks is a really good buy. Of course, all his used cars are bargain-priced with low down payments and easy budget payments stretching over many months. Tomorrow, stop in and see your friendly DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Examine his fine stock of wonderful used cars. take special notice of those wonderful Groucho specials. You better hurry, though, because they're going fast.
And when you drive in to see the Groucho special, tell them Groucho sent you.
Here comes the winning couple, Groucho. The mother of twins and Mr. Martin, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. Right in here.
Well, if you win this, each of your twins could have $250. Assuming, unless Mr. Martin wants to give you the other $500. All right, here we go for $1,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. In September of 1942, General Leslie R. Groves was placed in charge of a newly created government agency delegated to develop the atomic bomb. For $1,000, what was the name of the first atomic bomb project that changed the course of history? Now, talk it over. What is the answer you two decided upon? No, that's a tough question. It was the Manhattan Project or District. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. I'm sorry you didn't win more, but thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight, from the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the distinguished 1953 DeSoto also sell the brilliant new Plymouth, the first truly balanced car in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth, two great new cars. Both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the distinguished new DeSoto.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Twilight reduces visibility. Reduce your speed accordingly. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is smile. S-M-I-L-E.
Really? Where did you learn to spell like that, Fenneman?
It was easy. You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who bring you America's most talked-about car, the distinguished 1953 DeSoto, and the exciting Plymouth. See them both at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
You can do better than that. Oh, that's me! Here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples.
Groucho, we invited some servicemen and their wives to the show tonight, and Sergeant and Mrs. Douglas Bogart were chosen to be on the show. So, folks, would you please come in to meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome, welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Let's see now, Sergeant and Mrs. Douglas Bogart. Are you any relation to Humphrey, Sarge?
No.
No. Judging from that handsome uniform, I'd say you were in the Marine Corps. Is that right?
That's right.
I thought so. You can't fool an expert like me. Mrs. Bogart, judging from your uniform, I'd say you were a girl.
That's right.
What is your first name, Mrs. Bogart? Is it Baby?
No.
No?
It's Ida.
Ida. Well, you could be a baby Ida. What is your first name, Sarge?
Douglas.
Douglas, huh? Oh. Where are you from?
Susanville, California.
What is your job in the service?
General Supply Chief at Camp Pendleton.
You're a general. I thought you were a sergeant.
No, I'm a tech sergeant. My title is General Supply Chief.
Oh. Well, what do you do in your job? Just supply chiefs with generals? You supply generals with chiefs. You can have it either way, you know.
I issue spare parts for tanks.
You're welcome. And I'd say, what did you... Never fails. What did you say your job was?
I issue spare parts for tanks.
What is your hometown, Ida?
I was born in Naples by Mount Vesuvius.
And is that near here?
Well, about 8,000 miles in Italy.
Oh, you're from Italy.
Mm-hmm. But I was raised
Ida
in Rome.
a kind of an odd name for an Italian girl?
Well, it's Ida in Italian, but...
Oh, it's like Aida?
Well, no, there is no A. It's just Ida. I-D-A.
Oh.
But the American pronounce it Ida.
I see. Would you say all Italian girls are as attractive as you are?
Oh, they're much prettier.
That's so. No wonder Vesuvius keeps blowing its stuff. Sarge, how did you meet Ida? And don't leave out any of the details.
I met her while I was on duty in Rome.
Real chatterbox, isn't he? Just imagine, Quo Vadis had the same plot, and it took 1 million words and $5 million to tell it. He's given us the whole thing. By the way, Ida, how long have you been married?
18 months.
Do you two lovebirds ever have any arguments?
No.
If they ever have an argument, she's going to have to talk to herself. Huh? Well, you're a nice couple, and apparently the Marines have things well in hand. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,000 question. Before you go, however, I want you to listen to some good news about a great car.
Friends, we sincerely believe that the distinguished DeSoto is the best car on the road today. Best for dependable safety, best for truly great riding comfort, best for real ease of operation. DeSoto, you know, is the car that lets you drive without shifting. Just turn the key to start, step on the gas, you go from low to high in one fluid sweep of power. As for safety, well, a light touch of your foot is all it ever takes to stop a fast-moving DeSoto. Because DeSoto Power Brakes do 50% of the work for you. And Oriflow shock absorbers ease you over the bumps gently as a feather. But friends, the best way to test the great DeSoto is to drive it yourself. Go to your neighborhood DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow and take the wheel behind the mighty 160 horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome 8 or the brilliant Power Master 6. Both great cars let you drive without shifting.
The date now to try the world's finest carbide, the distinguished new DeSoto.
And remember, the dealers who sell the distinguished DeSoto also sell the beautiful Plymouth, first truly balanced car in the low-price field.
Let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected songs by Hoagie Carmichael as your category. Now, here's your first question. How much will you bet?
All of it.
He says all of it.
All of it?
Mm-hmm.
All right, you're going to bet $20. Let's see if you can identify this song. Play it, Jerry. If you don't know, take a guess.
I thought at first it was Old Buttermilk Sky.
It isn't. Oh, no.
No, It's old rocking chair. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
the old rocking chair will get me?
Well, that's a
How do you
shame.
know?
I'm sorry, but nobody lives here broke. I'll give you one more question.
Who
At
was
least
there
you'll
in
split
Grant's
$25, huh? Yeah. Now, this is a pretty tough one. This isn't Grant's Tomb tonight. Now, listen very carefully. Who wrote the autobiography of Benjamin Franklin?
Benjamin Franklin.
You're absolutely right.
How do you know that
Well, Groucho, we have a young lady who's going to be married soon.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
And a commercial reporter who was chosen by our studio audience just before we went on the air. Miss Virginia Putnam and Mr. Frank Daniels, would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Each year they're getting prettier, and each year I'm getting older. Well, welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Miss Virginia Putnam and Mr. Frank Daniels, eh? Well, you're a handsome couple. Miss Putnam, may I call you Virginia?
Certainly.
Where is your hometown, Jenny?
I was born in Los Angeles on Glendale Boulevard.
Let's see now. Since you were born in the West, I'll just call you West Virginia. How would that be? By the way, you say your name is Putnam. Is your father Israel Putnam?
No, my father's Fred Putnam.
Oh. Do you know Israel Putnam?
Well, as a matter of fact, actually, he's my great-great-great-great-grandfather.
Oh, well, he was a great-grandfather. You know who he was, huh?
Yes, I do.
He was a famous general in the Revolutionary War
Mm-hmm.
and fought at the Battle of Bunker Hill.
He did?
Yes, he did. I know more about your great-great-great-great-grandfather than you do, huh? And I wasn't even there at the time. Well, I was pretty near. At any rate, you've learned something here tonight.
Oh, I have.
Now, Mr. Daniels, tell us something about yourself. Where are you from?
Well, I'm from Minneapolis, Minnesota, Groucho, but I've been out here in Los Angeles for about 2 years now.
Oh. Well, Virginia Fenneman says you're going to be married soon. Is that correct?
Yes, in about 3 weeks.
Well, Frank, you've just got time to catch a boat for Liberia.
Oh, no.
Or would you rather go through with this execution?
Well, Groucho, I think you got this little bit mixed up. I'm not marrying her. I've already got a wife and a 9-month-old baby.
Well, I don't understand this. If you're not going to marry Miss Putnam, how did you get up here?
Well, the audience selected me before the show.
To marry this girl, and you're married?
No, they selected me to come on the show.
Oh.
I'm already married.
I see. Well, they had something like that in Arizona or New Mexico not long ago. I didn't know we were going to have that on our show here today. What sort of work do you do, Frank?
I'm a commercial reporter, Groucho.
Oh, well, let's hear you report the commercials on this show. We could use something after Fenneman. What is a commercial reporter?
Well, actually, I'm a credit investigator.
Commercial reporter, indeed. What a sneaky way to introduce himself. Who do you work for?
I work for Dun & Bradstreet, Groucho.
Oh, I know them very well. I've been done by Bradstreet for years. Well, exactly what is Dun & Bradstreet? I often see that name in the Wall Street Journal.
Well, Dun & Bradstreet is a mercantile agency that performs a service for its subscribers in the fact that it writes credit reports on businesses so that the subscriber may ship merchandise to a person with some assurance that they will be paid.
I see. Well, suppose I want you to check on a company for me. How do you go about it?
Well, first you have to tell me the name of the company.
Well, it's Dun & Bradstreet. Before you get my money, I want to know how shifty you are. Virginia, let's get back to you. Do you have a job?
Yes, I work for Tom Kelly, the commercial photographer.
Oh, I'll have to come over and see our studio sometime. We could go in the dark room and see what develops, huh? That's an old joke, isn't it? Huh?
It's very old.
You don't have to agree with me quite so quickly. Don't forget, there's a quiz coming up. What sort of work do you do for this photographer, Ginny?
Well, I'm a prop girl, and I assist the stylist.
Prop girl? You don't look like any prop to me, Virginia. What do you spend most of your time doing?
Running around for unusual props, such as live pheasants, or an unusual beer stein, or drapes.
Sounds pretty dull, doesn't it?
Well, drapes can be pretty interesting. For instance, we got the nice red plushy drape that Marilyn Monroe draped her form across on that famous calendar photo.
You did that picture there?
Mm-hmm.
There was a drape in that picture?
Yes, there was.
You know, I've looked at that picture 1,000 times and I've never seen a drape. I couldn't even tell you what year it was. Well, I'd like to continue this kind of conversation, but it's time for you to play You Bet Your Life.
In the race for the $1,500, the first couple lost all their money, and the secret word is smile.
Run you $20 no more than our other couples, you'll get a chance at the big money later. And I hope you win because you're going to have 2 wives and you're going to need every nickel you can get. You selected nicknames of famous sport figures. Here's your first question. Now, how much will you bet? You have $20 and talk it over and one answer between.
We bet the $20? Okay, let's bet the whole works, Groucho.
All right. What baseball player was known as the Georgia Peach?
Georgia Peach. Georgia Peach. Baseball player that came from Georgia.
I don't know.
Scooter Rizzuto. Let's see.
Take a stab if you don't know.
Oh, Red Rolfe.
No, probably the most famous ball player of all time, Ty Cobb. Well, you got off to a flying start there, huh?
Yes.
You can't even take care of one wife after this. Well, we're not going to let you leave here broke. We'll give you one more question for $25. Are you ready? What kind of animal is noted for his monkey shines?
A monkey.
Ty Cobb is right, huh? Put it there. That's how we do it.
Well, Groucho, just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a college girl, Doreen Davis. Her partner is a special guest tonight, Judge Leroy Dawson of the Los Angeles Municipal Court. So, folks, would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Doreen Davis and Judge Leroy Dawson. Can't be a judge. Where's your bench?
Well, that's at the courthouse where I've been expecting to see you sometime.
Dawson, I'm letting you off with a warning. Don't let me catch you facing me again, ever. Clear?
Yes, sir.
You, girl, tell the court your right name.
Doreen Davis.
Age?
21.
Marital status?
Married.
Case dismissed. Doreen, what is your hometown?
I'm from Hollywood, California. I was born in the Hollywood Hospital.
You were, eh? Well, that's a nice town. Now, Judge Dawson, by the way, how is it I've never been in your court? Are you new around here?
No, I've been 22 years on the bench.
Really? Have you ever tried hatching any eggs? You know, just as a sideline. Oh, brother, am I going to be careful the next 20 years? Judge, what kind of cases do you handle?
Oh, we handle a little bit of everything in the municipal court. I'm in preliminary hearings now, but
You're only a preliminary judge?
Well, at the present
When do you get to the
moment,
main bout?
Well, traffic, and then we handle civil suits, too. Damages, civil suits.
Oh, you handle suits, you say?
Yes.
Well, I wish you'd take this and have it back in the morning. Make sure you get the gravy off this. That's an old joke, isn't it, Judge?
Well, I don't want to judge that here.
You're not going to get an opportunity anyplace else. Now, Judge, I imagine you must see people as they really are in your courtroom, huh?
No, I see them as they hope to make me think they are for that moment.
Were you a lawyer before you became a judge?
Oh, yes.
Is that necessary?
That's absolutely necessary.
You have to pass the bar examination?
Yes.
Well, how can you tell if a man is lying to you? Or a woman, for that matter?
Well, let's leave the women out of it.
Yeah.
They're hopeless. No, but they lie just to keep in practice.
I object to that.
Well, I object to it, too, but it's true, nevertheless.
Objection's overruled. Go ahead.
Now, Judge, do women ever try to kind of give you the eye in order to get a lighter sentence?
Well, Mrs. Dawson is here, and in my own self-protection, I prefer not to answer that question. I'll say that if they did, I don't think she got much results.
Who did, Mrs. Dawson?
She was never in court yet. I've been waiting for that day, too.
Well, Doreen, the judge is pretty cute, isn't he?
Sure is.
Now, Mr. Fetterman says you're a college student, is that right?
Yes, I am.
Which college do you attend?
I go to UCLA.
Uh-huh. And when did you matriculate?
Well, I started UCLA in 1949.
Uh-huh.
And I've been going there ever since.
You continue to go there indefinitely?
It looks that way.
Well, you say you're married?
Yes, I am.
You met your husband in college?
Yes, I did. I met him on a blind date.
Are you going to raise the family at UCLA, or are you planning on quitting there someday?
I guess we'll raise our family there.
Oh. I've heard that 97% of you girls at college go there to hook a sucker. Is that true?
No, I don't think... No.
No? Well, what would you say the percentage is?
98.
Judge, I was surprised when you said you were in the preliminary division. I remember you very well in connection with traffic cases. How come?
Well, we're subject to transfer by the presiding judge. We work 1 year in traffic, another year in another division.
Well, would you regard this as a promotion?
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm. You were nationally famous as a traffic judge. Can you give us your general impressions of the average driver who came up before you?
Well,
you probably think we're all crazy. Huh?
Well, I wouldn't like to say definitely, but there's some... after you watch people drive and then listen to their explanations, you're liable to get that idea. I've learned after listening to about 3,000 or 4,000 customers.
That's a nice legal phrase, isn't it?
Well, it's a big...
You would think he was running a haberdashery shop.
It's a big business.
Oh.
Last year I had 2,500 customers, and not one of them was satisfied, but we're still doing business.
Well, do you get a cut on all the fines that you slap on these people?
No, but that would be a very delicious assignment if that were true. No, I've listened to these folks, and I've found there's a distinctively Los Angeles technique in drivers,
As compared to other cities?
Oh, yes. The average Los Angeles driver drives as though he had just bought the street. He drives...
Judge, if you pardon me, but there's more of a chance that they bought the street than the car.
I think there's something to that, too. At least they can't take the street back. They drive as though they just bought it. They drive as though their license was title and not a right to use. They drive right down the center of the street. I don't know why we need 3-lane highways. They drive right down the center lane, and they have one eye on the rearview mirror and one eye on the speedometer. I say, how fast were you going? And they say, 34 miles an hour. I say, how do you know that? They say, I was looking at the speedometer, so there you are. They have one eye on the speedometer, one eye on the rearview mirror, and what chance has a pedestrian? Not until they get another eye. So there you go, down the street, and all of a sudden the guy they've been looking for appears in the wrong place. The guy on the motorcycle, instead of being in the mirror, is out here on the left side. He announces his arrival, beep beep, and suggests you pull over. So you take 5 blocks to find a fire plug that you could park on. And, then they come on to court, and I say, come on up here. And I say, you're charged with doing this, read whatever it says. And they say, guilty, Your Honor, but... So I know what I'm going to get now. I'm going to get a 5-minute speech on why this guy is so important socially,
you
financially.
Mean he can break you?
No, that's what he thinks.
Yeah. And you're going to break him with his fine.
No, he just wants to explain why he shouldn't be required to pay the prevailing scale. It's all right for everybody else, but not for him.
Well, he's got a point if it's me.
course, there's that other type that says, you can't send me to jail. That's a bad statement. You know, that always arouses my competitive spirit.
Hey, Judge, have you ever thought of going into vaudeville with this monologue?
No.
Now, there's one question I have to ask you because I hear this question frequently. I hate to interrupt this.
Well, that's
This
all
is
right.
real humorous and good. But is a motorcycle policeman obliged to bring in so many people every day?
No, they don't get a percentage.
No, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that. There's some kind of a theory or rumor that a motorcycle policeman is obliged to bring in so many customers, as you call them, every day.
Well, I don't think they are. Of course, I've heard that rumor, too, but...
It's not true.
I don't think it is. There is no necessity for a quota. I think that's difficult to keep from bringing in more.
Well, Judge, I've been kidding you, but I want you to know we all respect you for your outstanding work as a jurist, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. And if I ever have to appear in your court, it'll take 6 men to carry me in. And a straitjacket. Now it's time to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the big money. And you're a pretty smart cookie. You ought to do pretty well up here, Judge.
In the race for the $1,500, our first 2 couples lost all their money.
You selected what's the number as your category. These numbers are associated with familiar titles and phrases. Let's see if you can identify the number. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
Go ahead.
You want to bet 15?
15, all right.
Okay. How many thieves opposed Alabama?
Go ahead.
40.
40 is right.
You now have $35.
You have $35. How much of this are you going to bet on your second question?
It's all right.
In the story by Jules Verne, how many leagues under the sea?
20,000.
20,000 is right.
You now have $65.
Here's your third question. How much are you going to bet?
60.
60.
All right. How many horsemen of the apocalypse were there?
4.
4 is correct.
You've now climbed to $125.
You didn't spend all your time with Chief Justice Marshall, Judge. Or even Gladstone. I don't mean the bag. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. They have $125. How much are you going to bet?
120.
120.
120. How many reindeer in a visit from St. Nicholas?
8.
8 is absolutely correct.
And you wind up with a grand total of $245.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
And that means that Judge Dawson and the college girl will get a chance in just 1 minute at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. Folks, have you seen a Groucho Marx used car special yet? Well, if so, you'll have noticed a great many things about it. First of all, you'll have admired the appearance. Chances are the Groucho special used car you saw was a late model, low mileage car in perfect shape and ready to roll. Then, if you looked at the price tag, you probably saw that you could buy this Groucho special for a remarkably small down payment, and that all the remaining payments were small, and you could take your time in paying them. That's what that Groucho special sticker stands for. It means that the car you're looking at was picked by your DeSoto Plymouth dealer as one of his really outstanding buys. A remarkable car, priced to make it the hottest bargain in town. Of course, if you looked around, you saw that all the cars the DeSoto Plymouth dealer had on display were unusual bargains. That's because of the overwhelming popularity of the new DeSoto in Plymouth. Your neighborhood DeSoto Plymouth dealer has far and away the finest used car bargains in town. Take advantage of his remarkable used car offers. See his unusual stock of fine used cars tomorrow. Pay special attention to that wonderful group of cars known as the Groucho Special Used Cars. We're sure you'll find exactly what you're looking for among the fine used cars of your neighborhood DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Now, Groucho, here's our winning couple, Judge Dawson and the college girl, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
Here we go for $1,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. One of the 7 wonders of the ancient world was the one built by Nebuchadnezzar to please his Persian queen. For $1,500, what was this great wonder called? You got 15 seconds. Now talk it over. Fine, thank you. All right, what's the answer you two have decided upon?
The Hanging Gardens of Babylon.
That is absolutely correct. I was just saying to it, if I ever appear before your court, that I get a break, Judge.
I think I'll award you a free boulevard stop, sir.
Well, you win $1,500. How much in the quiz, Judge?
$245 in the quiz.
That's $1,745. What are you going to do with all that money?
I can't believe it.
Well, if you don't believe it, we won't give it to you. That'll take care of that problem. Well, thanks to both of you, and congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the distinguished 1953 DeSoto also sell the brilliant Plymouth, the first truly balanced car in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth, 2 great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the distinguished new DeSoto.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. When driving, peel your eye for the small fry. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is table. T-A-B-L-E.
Nice spelling, George.
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who bring you America's most talked-about car, the distinguished 1953 DeSoto, and the exciting Plymouth. See them both at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Now, where have I heard that name before? Oh, that's me! Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples. George, who was first?
Well, Groucho, we invited some Chinese girls to our program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mrs. Jenny Lee Wong. Her partner's grandfather, Mr. Jesse J. Gilbert. So, folks, would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Jesse Gilbert, huh? What's the Jesse J. Gilbert? Huh?
That's
What does
right.
the J stand for, Jesse? Don't tell me you're Jesse James, huh?
Jesse James Gilbert.
Jesse James, really? Why did your folks call you Jesse James? Did your old man take one look at you and holler we was robbed?
No, I adopted the name myself when I was 7 years of age.
You admired this crook, huh?
Exactly.
Has it done you any good being associated with Jesse James?
Well, it hasn't done me any harm.
Well, we came out even on that one, Jesse. Mr. G, would you mind telling us where you were born? Not only where, but when, while we're at it.
Well, I was born 71 years ago on the top floor of a 6-story tenement in New York City.
Is that so? You don't look it. You look like you were born in Philadelphia. Jenny Lee Wong. Miss Wong, whereabouts in China were you born?
I was born in Canton, Shakai, China. I came here when I was 3 years old.
You were born in Canton? I thought that was in Ohio.
No, there's a Canton in China, too.
Do you have a job, Jenny?
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
I work at Manjin Lo Restaurant in New Chinatown.
Would you say your restaurant is a real good Chinese restaurant?
I would say it's the best in the United States.
You know, Milton Berle told me a joke about a couple driving along the road. They're looking for a Chinese restaurant. And they finally come to one, and the girl says, there's a good Chinese restaurant, let's go in there. And the fellow driving says, how do you know it's a good Chinese restaurant? She says, well, all the Chinese truck drivers eat there. Well, that's what he told me. Now, suppose I came to your place for a genuine home-cooked Chinese dinner. What would you recommend?
Well, to start off with, I would serve you chestnut roll, let's see, and then we have ginger chicken.
Oh, I knew her. She used to be in the movies. Dance with Fred Astaire.
Siu mai.
What's that?
Siu mai. It's a Chinese meatball shaped like a tulip.
A Chinese meatball shaped like a tulip?
That's right.
I know him very well. That's Charlie Chan. Well, Jesse, let's get back to you again. What do you do for a living?
I'm 50% retired.
Well, wake up and answer my question. Don't you do anything?
Yes, I'm interested in birds.
Well, don't give me any. Now, what kind of birds do you work with? Bald eagles? They say birds of a feather flock together, you know.
No, I teach parakeets how to talk.
You teach them how to talk? Well, what do you teach them? Pidgin English? How do you go about teaching a bird to talk?
Well, first you make friends with them, which is a very short process.
How? How do you make friends with them?
Teach them to perch on your finger.
Uh-huh.
Then when they're unafraid and friendly, you start in with a very short phrase of single-syllable words, such as, hello, baby.
Hello. Yeah, I did that pretty good, didn't I?
Hello, baby. And
Hello.
You keep on repeating that until the parakeet repeats it.
Mm-hmm. This is a silly question, but which is easier to teach to talk, the male or the female?
You can't teach a female parakeet how to talk.
Well, if there's anything in reincarnation, I'd like to come back as a parakeet. Right brain and all. Hello, baby. Jesse, have you always been an elocution teacher for parakeets?
No, I was once a motion picture producer in Hollywood.
Now I know why he's teaching parakeets to talk. What happened, Jesse? Why didn't you stay in the movies?
Well, when sound came in, I hadn't any foresight. I didn't think there was much of a future to talking pictures. I didn't think they would last. So I quit making motion pictures and took my accumulated capital of almost $1 million and bought stock.
When was this?
Just before the crash in 1929.
What did the broker say to you? Hello, baby. Well, I hate to change the subject, but now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. Run your $20 no more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big money later. Here we go. Let's see how high I can bet you $20. You selected vocabulary quiz as your category. I'll use a word in a sentence, and you tell me the meaning of the word. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
Let's say 1 cent. All but 1 cent.
All but 1 cent. If you were ludicrous, what would you be?
Ridiculous.
Right.
You now have $39.99.
All right, how much of this you going to bet?
Let's save a penny.
All right.
$39.98. All right. If you were penurious, what would you be?
Savings. Stingy.
That's right.
You now have $79.97.
Here's your third question. How much of the $79.97?
All but a penny.
Okay. If you were indolent, what would you be?
Lazy.
Lazy is absolutely right.
You now have $159.93.
Hey, I think you've learned something from those parakeets. Hello, baby. Last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
All of it.
All of it, huh?
Right.
Have you consulted it with
Is that quite
Miss
all right?
Blom over here?
Quite all right.
All right. If you were taciturn, what would you be?
Quiet.
Silent,
Reticent.
reserved. That's good enough for me.
And you wind up with $319.86.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Thank you.
Now, before we continue, here's something I want you to hear about the beautiful DeSoto.
Friends, I'd like to tell you about a few of the most talked about features in the distinguished DeSoto. First, there's DeSoto's Tiptoe hydraulic shift that lets you drive without shifting. Just turn the key to start, step on the gas, and you go from low to high in one fluid sweep of power. And DeSoto's full-time power steering makes steering as easy as dialing a telephone. It works for you all of the time, not just some of the time. DeSoto full-time power steering literally takes all of the work out of driving and parking. Then there's DeSoto's mighty 160 horsepower Fire Dome V8 engine, the world's most efficient engine design. You can release a tremendous surge of power with just a touch of your toe. And best of all, this mighty DeSoto Fire Dome engine burns regular gas. There's no need for expensive premium gas. These DeSoto features are a few of many that have set a new standard in driving pleasure for millions of Americans. Put yourself behind the wheel of a DeSoto Fire Dome 8 or a brilliant PowerMaster 6. Remember, both great cars let you drive without shifting.
Make a date now to try the world's finest carbide, the distinguished new DeSoto.
And remember, the dealers who sell the distinguished DeSoto also sell the beautiful Plymouth, first truly balanced car in the low-price field.
George, who's next?
Well, Groucho, we asked for some people with interesting backgrounds tonight, and here they come, Mrs. Minnie Peterson and Mr. Otto Schmidt. Would you meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Minnie Peterson and Mr. Otto Schmidt, eh? Mrs. Peterson, I'll start with you. What is your hometown?
Salisbury, Missouri.
Where?
Salisbury, Missouri.
I thought that was a hamburger.
No, it isn't. That's right on the Wabash Railroad.
Oh, you were born on the railroad?
No, just off the railroad.
Oh. I'm just trying to keep track of you, that's all. Mrs. Pete, I don't want to pry, but could you give us some approximate idea of your age? Our radio audience, you know, can't see you. And they'd like to form some kind of a picture of our contestants.
I never tell that, but being as it's you, I'm knocking at the door of 70.
Well, how many times? How many times have you knocked, Petey?
I'm just getting ready.
What do you do for excitement, besides going around knocking on doors?
I have plenty of excitement. I'm a co-publisher of a baseball scorebook, and I have a baseball team.
You have a baseball team?
Yes, a baseball team.
Oh, what do you know about that? I'll just call you Casey, huh?
Yes, just call me Casey.
Well, who do you play for?
Well, I don't play.
You mean you quit already?
No, I have a manager that handles the team. My son, Jack, handles the team for me. It's the Peterson Scoremaster.
Oh.
And we play semi-pro ball in the different diamonds around in Los Angeles.
Or?
No, hardball. Oh, no, hardball.
Oh. You wouldn't condescend to softball?
No, not softball. Not these boys.
What do? You sit in the grandstand and
I
root
have
the
to
team
sit in the
home?
grandstand.
Uh-huh.
They won't let me down in the dugout. I have to sit in the grandstand.
But do you ever get into a discussion with the umpire? You know, what they call a rhubarb?
Oh, yes, just about every time we play.
What do you do, jump out of the grandstand and get out?
Oh, no, I just, like this and use my tongue.
Is that very effective?
Use my tongue.
Oh. Well, you must have a long tongue. What is a long tongue? That's 2,200 pounds, isn't it?
Just about.
As opposed to a short tongue, which is 2,000. Mr. Otto Schmidt?
Yes.
That's you. Are you married?
Yeah.
Where did you meet your wife?
In Copenhagen, Denmark.
Oh, well, snuff said. What were you doing in Denmark?
I was born there.
Oh. I thought you were left over from an old smorgasbord or something. Well, could you tell us the details of your first meeting?
Well, I met my wife in a church. She was singing in the choir, and I liked the look of her, and I want to meet her. So one evening I met her in the street, and she was down to buy some cake with a baker, and we talked together about 7 hours.
In the street?
Yes.
You're lucky you weren't pinched for loitering. So what did you talk about for 7 hours? The expression on your face is far more eloquent than words, Mr. Schmidt. But it's not very practical for radio. Well, time's up for small talk. Now let's get down to serious business. Right now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. All you have to do is run your $20 into more than our other couples. And you get a chance at the big money.
The first couple leads with $319.86. And the secret word is table.
Let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected capital cities of European countries as your category. Now, here's your first question. How much will you bet?
The whole thing.
All of it? What is the capital city of Spain?
Madrid.
Madrid is correct.
Off to a good start. You have $40.
How much of the $40?
All of it.
All of it.
All right. What is the capital city of Austria?
Not Sydney.
Austria.
It's not Sydney. It's
Austria is...
Capital city of Austria.
I knew it.
Take a guess.
I've forgotten it. Oh.
One of the most famous cities in the world.
Yes.
Vienna.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, they've lost all their money, Groucho.
Well, there's no use continuing this quiz then. I'll give you one question, and if you get this right, we'll split $25. What kind of seafood do we get from an oyster bed?
Oysters, I guess.
Oysters are correct. Sorry you didn't win more. Thanks. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Well, Groucho, we asked if there were any men present tonight with unusual... Men, yes.
How dreary.
Men, especially with unusual occupations. And Dr. Hereward Carrington was chosen to be on the show. And his partner is a junior high school girl, Miss Anna Glom. So, folks, would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. Hereward Carrington and Miss Anna Glom. Anna, how old are you?
12 years old.
That's a wonderful age. I had the best time of my life when I was 12. I was too old to spank and too young for the electric chair. Dr. Hereward Carrington. That's an odd name, Hereward. Where did you get it?
Well, it's a historic English character immortalized by Charles Kingsley in the book Hereward the Wake.
What kind of a doctor are you?
PhD.
PhD, eh? Well, as a PhD, what sort of work do you do, Doc?
Well, I'm the director of the American Psychical Institute.
The American Bicycle Institute?
Not bicycle, psychical. Although I realize that many people think we psychic investigators have wheels, but that's not necessarily the case.
It certainly put me in my place, which is right on top of a bicycle. Well, tell us some more about the Psychical Institute.
Well, our work is to investigate various types of psychic phenomena, curious human experiences, such as telepathy, clairvoyance, premonitions, telekinesis, cryptesthesia, poltergeists, and so forth.
Well, it isn't often a man mentions 6 words without me understanding one of them. You didn't bring an interpreter with you, did you, Doc?
Well, the one on my right.
Well, I gather that you're interested in ghosts. Is that right, Doctor?
Yes, ghosts and apparitions and kindred manifestations.
Here we go again, huh? Well, do you believe in ghosts?
Yes, though I say that 98% of the phenomena we're called on to investigate turn out to be fraudulent. But now and then we run into something that is interesting.
You and me both, Doc. Tell us about some of your experiences. What is the most unusual adventure you've had in your work?
Well, the most outstanding, striking I had was in connection with an Italian medium named Giuseppe Palladino. I had about 10 sittings in Naples and about 40 in New York. She would come into a room or a laboratory in a university, take her seat in front of a table, both hands...
Wait a minute. You said the secret word table, so you get $50?
Oh, thank you.
And the little woman over here gets $50. Well, now, would you mind proceeding with this?
When she entered the room, she would take her seat at the table, both hands, feet, and knees securely held.
By who?
By 2 skeptical investigators. The seance would begin in bright white light. The table would begin to tilt, move, and oscillate, and finally go bang up in the air, what we call a complete levitation. Now, I've seen hundreds of those. Seated with
She remained there?
She remained there, visible, held.
What was responsible for this levitation?
Well, we psychic investigators don't believe that when an object moves in that way that there's a spirit running around the room like a chicken. We think it's due to some mechanism, and that mechanism is an energy which is evolved or extruded from the medium's body, moving material objects in its environment.
This was a medium, huh?
Yes.
Did you ever strike a happy medium in all the times that you were investigating these cases?
Well, that's perhaps older than some of my ghosts.
You realize there's a quiz coming later in which you might win some money. Now, Anna, have you been listening to all this talk about ghosts?
Yes.
Does it scare you any?
A little. I sure wouldn't like to spend the night with a ghost in a haunted house.
Do you have any hobbies like boys with ectoplasm growing out of their hair?
Well, I am a member of the junior high players in Pacific Palisades. It's called the Pied Pipers.
Oh. Well, where did you learn acting? Are you going to a drama school, or are you just in this...
No, we learn by observing.
Well, you won't learn anything here tonight. Not unless you keep your eye on him, huh? What are some of the things you've learned about acting?
Well, we learned to make our own sets and stage projection and everything that you learn in putting on a play.
What do you mean by stage projection?
Well, speaking...
Are you projecting now?
I don't know.
Does anything exciting ever happen in an amateur theatrical?
Well, once we had made our own sets, and it was my very first stage play. It was called The Silver Thread. I was playing a princess. And,
well, I imagine you make a pretty cute princess.
And these goblins were coming to capture me, And this hero was supposed to come in and fight them off and everything and save me. And he just didn't show up, and I was looking around for him, and I looked around, and I looked at the window, and he had been stuck half in and half out with his trusty axe in one hand, and the thing had slipped down on top of it.
It's a fine position for a hero, huh? Stuck in a window pane, huh? Well, did they ever extricate him from this predicament?
Come again?
Anna, now you know how I felt when he was talking to me. Did they ever loosen this character from this window pane?
Oh, yes, we managed to do that.
Uh-huh.
They did it from the outside.
I see.
They saw.
It was an outside job, huh? Well, I hate to change the subject, but now you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the big question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but the idea is to run you $20 into more than our other couples. And you'll get no help from the spirits, you know. All right.
The first couple still leads with $319.86.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected characters from Alice in Wonderland, and Through the Looking Glass is your category. This should be duck soup for you over there. How much are you going to bet on your first question? Talk up your partners, you know.
18.
18?
Huh?
19?
All right.
19.
19.
Alice got into Wonderland by following an animal underground. What was the animal that Alice followed?
Rabbit.
The rabbit. The marching rabbit. The rabbit.
That's right, a white rabbit.
You now have $39.
Don't ponder around like that. You gave me heart failure. Here's your second question. How much is the 39 you're going to bet?
38.
35. 38.
38.
38. After going through the looking glass, Alice met a pair of fat twin brothers who planned to have a fight. What were they called?
Yes.
Tweedledee and Tweedle.
That's right.
You now have $77.
This is like that prince in that play. I have to pull her through the window on each one. Here's your third question. How much of the 77 you going to go for?
76.
Talk up, kids.
76.
76.
All right. At the tea party with the Mad Hatter, a little animal kept falling asleep. What was this animal?
The mouse.
The dormouse is correct.
You now have $153.
And here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much of the 153 you're going to go for?
150.
152.
All right.
152.
152. What animal said that the time has come to talk of many things, of shoes and ships and sealing wax and cabbages and kings?
The walrus.
The walrus is correct.
And you wind up with $305.
Gee.
Thanks and good luck to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
And that means that Mrs. Wong and Mr. Gilbert, with $319.86 in just 1 minute, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
Fenneman, why don't you tell our audience what's so special about the Groucho Special used cars?
Well, that's easy, Groucho. They're the finest used car values in town. You see, because the new DeSoto is so popular, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer is getting the cream of the crop in fine used cars. All great values, but just a few of the very best are being selected as Groucho Specials. These are the really exceptional used car values your DeSoto Plymouth dealer picks as the best buys in town.
My DeSoto Plymouth dealer picks them? You mean he goes all over the country picking out Groucho Specials? Doesn't that keep him pretty busy?
Now, you know better than that, Groucho. Each DeSoto Plymouth dealer picks out his own Groucho Specials.
Oh. Well, tell him about the beautiful picture on the windshield of the Groucho Specials, Fenneman.
Sure, Groucho. Folks, that's the Groucho Special sticker with Groucho's picture. The Groucho Special sticker is your dealer's way of pointing out the very best used car buys he has. Now, you no longer need take a chance when you buy a used car. Just look for the Groucho Special sticker. What's more, your neighborhood DeSoto Plymouth dealer can arrange convenient budget payments for you.
Friends, visit your neighborhood DeSoto Plymouth dealer and look for the Groucho Specials. And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you.
And here's the winning couple, Groucho, Mrs. Wong and Mr. Gilbert, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
Of course, you realize, Mrs. Wong, that if you win this money, I expect a free meal at the Chinese restaurant.
Certainly will.
For about 200 people. All right, here we go for $1,000. Give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. One of the most important of all drugs is obtained from the bark of the cinchona. cinchona tree. The cinchona tree. During World War II, 90% of the world's supply was cut off from the Allies. For $1,000, what is this drug from the bark of the cinchona tree called? What is the answer you two have decided upon?
Quinine.
Quinine is absolutely right. And a free meal at the Chinese restaurant. That's right. You win $1,000. And how much in the quiz, George?
$319.86 to the quiz.
Congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Thank you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the distinguished 1953 DeSoto also sell the brilliant Plymouth, the first truly balanced car in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth. Two great cars. Both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the distinguished new DeSoto.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Twilight doubles traffic troubles, so double your caution. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is wall. W-A-L-L. Really? You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you for more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who now have on display the all-new 1954 Plymouth, your best buy in the low-price field, and who, on November 5th, will have on display the astonishing and beautiful new DeSoto for 1954. And now, here it is, the one, the only... Well, what do you know? That's me! Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples.
Well, Groucho, I'd like you to meet a couple of guests who have unusual backgrounds. Mrs. Gretchen Alfred and Mr. Fortune Gordine. Would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Mrs. Gretchen Alfred and Mr. Fortune Gordine, eh? Gordine, eh? Mrs. Alfred, I'll start with you. Do you mind if I call you Gretchen?
No, I don't. That's my name.
Oh. Do you mind if I call you Gretchen?
That's not my name.
Gretchen, that's a very pretty name. It's a German name, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Is it so? Are you from Germany?
Yes, I was born in Salo in East Prussia.
Where?
In Salo in East Prussia
Oh, well, when did you come to this country?
when I was a year old.
You must speak very good German, huh? And when was that? When were you a year old?
That was in 1923.
1923, let's see. 1, 2, 55. That makes you 24, is that right?
That's right. That's close
I hope Dulles was listening. You could make me ambassador.
That's close enough.
Yes, well, close enough for me, too. When you left Prussia, did you come directly to California?
No, my folks settled in DeSoto, Kansas.
Where?
In DeSoto, Kansas.
DeSoto, Kansas, huh? And I thought I was being diplomatic. Is there really such a place as DeSoto?
There's really such a town. It's just a small railroad town outside.
Please,
Kansas
no
City.
belittling now. How long since you've been there?
Well, I came out here in 1939.
Well, it's changed.
Yes.
Today, DeSoto is it's a beautiful new DeSoto, Kansas. The mayor is a wonderful fellow. I know him very well. His name is Mr. Full Power Steering, Jr. Let's see, Mr. Fortune Gordine. Are you related to Jack Gordine?
No, sir.
There is a Jack Gordine.
Is it?
Where did you get the name Fortune?
Very good
Is
friend
that
of the
your last
family.
name?
First name.
Oh, it's too bad it isn't your last name. Have you had a daughter named Miss Fortune? All is grist that comes to my mill. Where are you from, Fortune?
Spokane, Washington.
Oh, is that in Germany? That isn't near DeSoto, huh? Are you married?
Yes, sir.
You are, eh?
Yes, sir.
You say that very emphatically.
Yes, sir.
How long have you been married, Fortune?
7 months.
You're a newlywed, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Tell us something about your wife. Would you care to attempt to describe her?
Well, she's the type of girl, very striking, the type who, when she enters the room, everybody looks at her.
So what? When a rhinoceros walks into a room, everybody looks. I didn't mean your wife was a rhinoceros. Although she could be, as far as I'm concerned. I've never seen her. Fortune, where have I heard your name? It's a very familiar name. It rings some kind of a bell, but I just can't place it.
You may have seen it on the sports page, Groucho. I throw the discus.
You throw the discus?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
At who? Are you pretty good with the discus?
Well, I throw about 194 feet, 6 inches.
Mm-hmm. Is that good?
That's the world record.
Fortune, I have seen your name in the sports pages, and I'm happy to meet you.
Thank you, Groucho.
We don't have the world champion discus thrower up here every week, you know. Not even every other week. You know? Actually, we're proud of you. Very proud of you. Now then, what is a discus? You're not a discus jockey, are you?
Well, a discus is comparable to 2 plates laid face to face, and weighs 4 pounds, 6.4 ounces, has a metal ring around the outside, and metal on the inside, and the rest is wood.
It sounds just like the biscuits Aunt Minnie used to make. Huh? Gretchen, aren't you excited being up here with a celebrity?
Oh, I sure am. He's so tall and handsome.
Who's talking about him?
Well, that's what I said. He was so handsome.
You haven't got a chance here tonight, Gretchen. Fortune, by the way, has marriage affected your athletic progress? It's made a bum out of a lot of athletes, you know. And also a lot of people who aren't athletes.
It taught me a great deal, Groucho.
It has?
Yes, I've broken the world twice since I've been married.
And you attribute this to the matrimony?
Oh, yes. Good food, good wife.
Is your wife interested in your track activities?
Very much, Groucho. She stands out about 180 feet. She did to start with, and I would throw at her for directional purposes.
You would throw at her?
Yes, sir. And then, of course, to get up to 194 feet, she'd just back up.
Well, with an incentive like that, most men could throw a piano. You hasn't got a chance to throw a discus at your wife? Gretchen, let's get back to you. Do you ever throw the discus at your husband?
No, I don't even know what one looks like.
You don't know what a husband looks like?
No,
Or a discus?
No, the discus.
Oh. You have a
Oh,
husband?
yes, I have a husband.
I guess you're not rugged enough to be heaving a discus around, are you?
I guess not.
Well, what outside interests do you have?
Well, I'm the constable of Harupa Judicial District in
Well,
Riverside
good
County.
day. I'll see you again. You're a constable?
Yes, I am.
Well, shades of Jesse James, huh? The Wild West is wilder than I thought it was. How did you get to be a constable? What do you do as a constable?
Well, I have to serve all kinds of papers.
Oh,
and,
would you switch them over to my house one day?
I might.
Even if it's only a subpoena.
So I serve those kinds
Do
of.
you?
And I have to summon juries, and then when they have a jury trial, I have to act as the bailiff in the court.
How many crooks have you tossed in the can since you've been in office?
Up to now, none.
You're getting money on the false pretenses, aren't you? Well, why haven't you, Gretchen?
Well,
What a name for a constable, Gretchen, huh?
I just haven't run across any, I guess.
Oh, well,
They're hiding from me.
I wish you luck in the near future. Well, it's been very interesting talking to you two, and I'd like to continue, but now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. You run your $20 no more than our other couplers, you'll get a chance at the big money later. You selected the animal kingdom as your category. I'll name three things. You tell me what kind of animal, bird, or fish they are. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you bet?
All of it.
All of it. What are Dalmatians, beagles, and ceiling hens?
Dog.
Dalmatians, dogs.
Dogs is correct.
On your way, you have $40.
Now, how much of the $40 are you going to bet on this one?
All of it, please.
All of it. All right. What are Cheviots, Oxford Downs, and Cotswolds? Cotswolds. Cheviots, Oxford Downs, and Cotswolds. Talk it over. Take a guess.
Sheep.
What's that? Sheep is right, yes.
You now have $80.
Yes, that's cheap at half the price. So you said you had me nervous there. They got $80?
$80.
All right, this is your third question. How much of the 80 do you want to try?
All of it.
All right, what are monitors, iguanas, and chameleons?
Lizards?
Lizards is right.
You now have $160.
Here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much will you bet?
All of it.
All of it.
What are sperms, sulfur bottoms, and bottlenoses? Sperms, sulfur bottoms, and bottlenoses. If you don't know, take a guess. These are part of the animal kingdom. Animal, bird, or fish?
Fish?
Fish.
No, they're whales. You were close, but not close enough.
Oh.
That's a tough question. Well, nobody leaves here broke. I give you one more question. You get this right, and you'll split $25. You ready? How many shots in a six-shooter?
Six.
Six is right. Sorry you didn't win that.
Thank you, Doctor. That's too bad.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Now, news about the big, bright, beautiful event that is happening tomorrow.
It's big, the 54 Plymouth, it's bright. The 54 Plymouth, big, bright, beautiful too. The 54 Plymouth is a car for you.
And tomorrow's the day to see it at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The big, bright, beautiful new 54 Plymouth, the car that introduces to the low-price field fabulous new ideas in beauty and high style.
Tomorrow's also the day to enter the Big Plymouth Contest. $25,000 worth of prizes. Your chance to win a new 54 Plymouth or one of hundreds of cash prizes. Just for telling what you like most about this exciting new car.
I like the choice of drives Plymouth gives you. Synchro silent or at slight extra cost, either overdrive or no shift high drive.
I like the new Plymouth full-time power steering. Makes parking so easy, and it's surprising how little extra it costs.
Yes, the contest's real easy. Lots of fun. And you can get an entry blank containing the easy rules and the full list of prizes tomorrow from your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
But don't put it off. Contest closes Monday, so be sure to go in and see the new 54 Plymouth tomorrow.
Okay, George, who's next?
Well, our studio selected a woman who works in a movie studio to be on the show tonight.
Oh,
she-
actress?
Well, you'll see in just a minute. She's
Oh,
Mrs.
I can't wait, George.
Lorena Nelson, and her partner is Mr. Robert Disterdick. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to Your Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Mrs. Lorena Nelson and Mr. Robert Disterdick, eh? Mrs. Nelson, where are you from?
Cortland, Nebraska.
Cortland, Nebraska. I was caught in Nebraska once, too. May I ask how old you are? That's sort of a nosy question, but I'm a very nosy fellow.
Well, I have to say I'd rather not.
You rather say you would rather not? Well, let's skip it. It's all right with me.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Robert Disterdick, that's an unusual name. What kind of a name is it?
Well, that's the German extraction name.
Oh, Mr. Disterdick, that's too formal. What do the boys in the office call you?
Well, lots of things, mostly Shorty.
Well, that's logical. What other name is there for a name like Disterdick? How tall are you, Shorty?
Well, it depends on who asks me. Usually I'm 5 foot 18 inches.
In other words, you're 5 feet 6, is that right?
No, 6 feet 6.
Oh, 6 feet 6. Bob, a fellow with your height makes an easy target. I presume you're married, is that right?
That's right, I am.
How did you meet your wife? Was it an office romance?
Oh, no, I met my wife my sophomore year in college. In my junior year, we were married, and in my senior year, we had our first daughter.
I guess that's what they mean by progressive education. You had just the one child?
No, we have 3 children now.
Oh, you're back in college again, huh? You went back for postgraduate work, is that it? Now, Mrs. Nelson, you say you're from Van Cortlandt Park? That's in the Bronx, isn't it?
No, Nebraska.
Oh, you're Van Cortlandt Park is in Nebraska?
No, Cortland.
Oh, Cortland. Well, let's get back
Cortland,
to you.
Nebraska.
Fenneman says you're from a movie studio. Is that right?
That's right.
Are you an actress?
No, I work behind the scenes.
Well, so do I, but I mean, what is your...
I am...
How do you make a living?
I'm with the Ladies' Wardrobe, 20th Century Fox.
I see. The ladies' wardrobe?
That's right.
Well, what do you do in your job?
I dress the stars.
Could you tell the folks just...
Get them ready for their pictures.
What stars,
Make
for
their
example?
clothes.
What are some of the actresses that
Well-
you've pinned these things on?
Susan Hayward, Betty Grable, and Marilyn Monroe, then Gene Simmons, and Vera Ellen. But they're not with our studio. They're borrowed stars.
I see. You say you borrowed them?
We borrowed Gene Simmons and Vera Ellen.
Well, can anybody do that? Or, I mean, you have to be in a studio, huh?
I could be.
Bob, what sort of work do you do?
I work for the probation department in the county of Los Angeles.
What do you do for the probation department?
I'm in the administrative offices. I'm the executive assistant of the probation department.
The job sounds pretty cushy. What do you have to know to get a job like that?
Well, you have to know the answers to the civil service examination that all people who work for the county have to take and pass.
Well, do you have to keep a civil tongue in your head when you're doing this?
Yeah, I imagine you do when you're taking your interview.
Well, what did you do before you got this job?
I was an examiner for the Civil Service Commission.
Well, you certainly know the right fellow to go to get a job. Now, wasn't that a little irregular, giving yourself your own examination?
No, I didn't do that. Someone else prepared and administered the examination that I took. I would probably have gotten a better grade if I had made my own, though.
I would think so. Well, I hate to change the subject, but now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
In the race for the $1,000, the first couple lost all their money, and the secret word is wall.
You selected English expressions for American words as your category. I'll give you the English expression, and you give me the American version of the same word. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. Here's your first question. How much will you bet? Of the 20.
All of it. All of it.
All of it. In England, they call it a tram. What do we call it here?
Streetcar.
Streetcar is right.
And I have $40.
$40? How much you going to go for?
Mm-hmm. All of it.
In England, they call it an ironmonger's. What do we call it here?
Will you say that again?
Ironmonger's. IRONMONGERS.
Do you know anything about that?
If you don't know, take a guess.
Minor?
No, it's a hardware store. Ironmonger's is a hardware store.
Well, they lost all their money, Groucho.
Well, nobody leaves here broke. They give you one more question, get this right, and you'll spend $25. How many wheels on a tricycle?
About 3.
So about 3 is absolutely right. Sorry you didn't win. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Well, Groucho, we invited some ladies' dress shop proprietors to the program, and our studio audience selected Mary Campbell to be on the show, and her partner is a schoolboy, Leonard Ross. So, folks, would you come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Mrs. Mary Campbell and Mr. Leonard... Leonard Ross, eh? Say, can't we get him a box to stand on or something?
Leonard?
I'll talk to you in a minute, Shorty, as soon as you grow up here.
There you go. How's that?
No, that's no good. Now he's taller than I am. Mrs. Campbell, where are you from? Scotland, I imagine, eh?
Franklin, Kentucky.
Franklin, Kentucky, down the bluegrass country, yeah?
Close to Bowling Green.
Bowling Green, huh? Well, I'm a little bowling, but let's talk about your job. What is it you do?
I'm a sales girl.
A sales girl?
Mm-hmm. For Estelle McKenzie's dress shop.
Oh.
It's between Bullock's and I Magna.
Well, tell us about the new styles and keep them short, huh?
Well, I don't think they're going to be short.
You don't, huh? Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
But I think they're going to feature full skirts and slim skirts and...
What's the difference between a slim skirt and a full skirt?
Well, the full skirt's like I have on.
Yeah, and a slim skirt
is
what you have off, huh? Well, that clarifies that pretty well. Now, Leonard, you're Leonard, aren't you?
Oh, yes, I believe so.
Do you have a nickname, Leonard? Or do you prefer Leonard?
I'd like to use Lenny.
Lenny, eh? How old are you, Len?
Oh, 8.
8? And where were you born?
Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm. How long ago?
8 years.
Pretty tricky, this kid, isn't it? What grade are you in school?
B4.
B4, huh? No, I mean now.
B4.
Let's not go into an Abbott and Costello routine here. Huh? What grade are you in school?
B4.
You're going to stick to that story, huh? What is your favorite subject?
Arithmetic.
I've always liked that subject myself, Lenny. Let's see how good you are. How much is 15 and 10?
25.
That's absolutely correct, huh? Let's see now. You got a pencil on you?
Oh, no. What's the way
I think that's right. I hope Fenneman's listening. I told him he could be replaced, you know. Now you ask me one and make it tough. Not too tough.
Oh, 11 times 208.
11 times 208. 11 times, 10 times 208. One more example like that, and I'll kick that soapbox out from under you. I give up. How much is it?
2,088.
2,088.
288. 2,288.
2,000. That's absolutely right, Lenny. How do you know? How did you figure that out so fast?
10 times 208 is 2,080.
That's right.
And
that I had.
208 would be 2,288.
Hey, you're pretty good, Lenny. When I was 8 years old, I could only count up to 15. That was the number of pool balls there was on the table.
Are there 16 balls on the pool table, counting the cue balls?
This kid is not only an expert mathematician, he's a pool shark. Well, let's try you on some tough ones. Fenneman. Hey, George. George. Come out here. I don't want to be humiliated alone out here. Now, Fenneman, maybe a little of this will rub off on you. All right, Lenny. Multiply 640 by 5 and divide by 2.5.
Let's see, 2, 8.
1280.
Oh, come on.
What is it?
1280.
Well, I haven't even got it written down.
You say you went to Stanford, George? Huh?
And you divide by how much?
Here we are, two old men asking an 8-year-old moppet how to do a sum.
And how much you want to divide by?
To keep me out of this, I have nothing to do with it. Are you bored, Lenny? This won't take more than 10 minutes, huh? You give up, George?
Oh,
Forget it, huh?
I think so.
George, I won't. You and I at the beginning, huh? I'll see you in nursery school tomorrow morning at 9. Lenny, it's been a pleasure talking to you. I could learn something by continuing this conversation, but the time has come for you two to win a lot of money. Run your $20 no more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big money.
In the race for the $1,000, both couples lost all their money.
George, come out here again. Don't ever leave me alone with this monster. Here we go. Let's see how I can bid you $20. You selected Canadian cities and provinces. I'll give you the Canadian city, and you tell me the name of the province. Here's your first question. How much will you bet? You have $20.
Oh, 20.
All of it?
All of it?
All right. And what Canadian province is the city of Montreal?
Quebec.
Absolutely right.
You now have $40.
Why don't you make it a little tougher for yourself and do this in fractions right here? How much of your $40 will you bet on your second question? How much?
All 40.
You have $40. And what Canadian province is the city of Halifax?
Nova Scotia.
Right.
You now climb to $80.
Mrs. Campbell, aren't you going to say anything here tonight?
I don't have a chance.
Here's your third question. How much of the 80 you're going to go for?
80.
In what Canadian province is the city of Gander? This is a famous stopping off place for planes en route to Europe.
I'll take a guess at it. I don't know if Saskatchewan. I didn't know it. I took a guess at it.
Well, one answer between you. Well, I'm sorry. It's Newfoundland. They're broke, huh?
Yeah, they lost all their money.
I'll give you one question now. Get this right, and we bring your winnings up to $25. What Shakespearean character gives Hamlet's soliloquy? He was buried in Grant's tomb. General Grant is absolutely right. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Well, all our couples lost all their money tonight, so all three couples in just one moment get the chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question.
Say, George, did I ever tell you about a friend of mine named DeSoto?
DeSoto?
Well, that's not really his name, but it makes the sponsors so happy.
Oh, I see. Well, what about your friend DeSoto?
Do you know him, too? How that DeSoto does get around. I want you to watch this, folks. This is the trickiest lead-in to a commercial you've ever seen.
Not the dramatic new DeSoto, Groucho.
Mm-hmm.
This lovely car isn't going to be around until its first appearance on November 5th. It's well worth waiting for, though.
What was that date again, Fenneman?
November 5th.
And what happens then? 30 years in show business, and all of a sudden I'm a straight man.
November 5th is the day the dramatic 1954 DeSoto, the most beautiful and best performing car ever built, will go on display for the first time. So be on hand November 5th and see the dramatic new DeSoto.
Yes, friends, on November 5th, drop in and see your Groucho Plymouth dealer. And when you drive in, you'll tell him the dramatic new DeSoto really sent you.
Well, Groucho, here are the three couples all tied for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. Now, we've given them a little slip of paper, and if all three couples get it right, we'll split the money among them. Are we all set? Okay.
Our present calendar has been in use since 1582, when it replaced the old style, or Julian calendar. The one now in use throughout the world was named for the Pope who introduced it. For $1,000, what do we call it? What do we call this calendar? You have 15 seconds and talk it over. Write something down, buddy. First one says Gideon. That's wrong.
Nothing from our second couple.
Nothing from the second one. That's wrong. And nothing from the third one. That's wrong. This is a tough night. The correct answer is the Gregorian calendar. That means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, they all lost the big money, and they didn't win anything in the quiz. Huh?
No.
They each won $25. Thanks and good luck to the DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. And don't forget Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. Remember that the dealers who sell the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field, will have the magnificent new 1954 DeSoto on display November 5th. DeSoto, Plymouth. Two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the distinguished new DeSoto.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Caution, control, and courtesy are the ingredients that add up to traffic safety. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is name. N-A-M-E.
Really?
You Bet Your Life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who now have on display the all-new 1954 Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field, and who on November 5th will have on display the astonishing and beautiful new DeSoto for 1954. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Are you sure you want him? Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with 1,500 smackolas for one of our couples.
Well, Groucho, I saw an interesting article in the newspaper about a married couple, and I told them to come and see us next time they were in Hollywood, and maybe they'd get on the show. And they did, and here they are. Mr. and Mrs. John Peter Fedorovich, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Well, howdy do. Welcome, folks, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word, and you'll take home an extra 100 smackolas. The secret word is a very common word, and it's something you always have with you, I presume. Mr. and Mrs. John Peter Fedorovich, huh?
That's right.
Where are you from, Mr. Fedorovich?
Born in Rotten, Poland. I've been here over 40 years.
You were born in Rotten, Poland?
Or Hotman, Poland.
What kind of a place is Rotten, Poland?
I don't know. A long time since I've been there.
How old were you when you fled from there?
60.
You were 60 when you left there?
No.
You are 60? Gee, you don't look it. What sort of work do you do?
I'm a roofer.
Well, top of the morning to you. What does a roofer do?
Fixes the roofs.
Well, I didn't think you raised caterpillars, but what do you do specifically?
Well, depends on the type of roof.
Uh-huh. Well, let's see. You're Mrs. Fedorovich, huh?
That's right.
Fedorovich, is that the word? How do you pronounce it?
Fedorovich.
Fedorovich,
That's
huh?
right.
Well, that's a whole lot better, huh? What is your... Helen?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, do you mind if I call you Helen?
That's all right.
What part of Poland are you from, Helen?
I'm not from Poland. I was born in the United States. I was born in Hobart, Oklahoma.
Well, Helen, you're pretty short for a tall girl. How tall are you?
Well, I'm just a little over 5 feet tall, and I weigh 155 pounds.
Oh, you're kind of 5 by 5, huh? Well, you carry it well. How much do you weigh, John?
I weigh 125.
Did she weigh more than you when you got
She
married?
weighed about
John?
100 pounds more when I married her.
I beg your pardon?
She weighed about 100 pounds more when I married her.
She weighed 100 pounds more than she does now when you married her?
And I did.
Than you did. And you weigh 125 and she weighed 225? Helen, after you were married, did you try to lose a little excess baggage?
Yes, I did, and John thought it'd be a good idea if we take a walk.
Did he suggest it, that you lose some weight?
He suggested that we walk.
Is that true, John?
That's right.
Well, how did you do this? Did you lie down on the floor and let him walk all over you?
No. We took a walk to Arizona.
You took a walk to Arizona? How far did you walk on this Arizona stroll?
About 500 miles.
Well, Helen, did this walking trip to Arizona have any effect on you?
I lost 50 pounds.
Did this make you happy, John?
No, but she gained 60 later on.
Well, John, did you try any other reducing measures, like walking to Shreveport?
No, we didn't walk to Shreveport, but we walked to Spokane, Washington.
You walked to Spokane?
That's right.
Well, how far is that as the crow flies?
We didn't fly, we walked about 5 miles.
He keeps topping me. I guess that's because he was a roofer. How did you make out on the Spokane trip, Helen? Did you lose any blubber, any weight?
I lost about 85 pounds.
Okay, I'm ready for the next question. John, how much did she gain?
Well, she gained 115 pounds.
This could be
I
serious.
was 265.
Where'd you go this time, Alaska?
No, we went down to Morongo, Imperial Valley, Mexico, up in San Diego. Get to Los Angeles. She didn't lose enough. We went to take a walk down to Fresno or to the coast and back.
We walked all together about 2,000 miles in 4 months.
And you say, how much do you weigh now?
155.
Oh, well, are you satisfied with her?
Oh,
present
yeah,
weight,
sure.
huh?
I can lift her now. Before I couldn't budge her.
You mean you did this whole thing just so you could lift her?
That's right. And so she feel better and look like something.
Oh. Well, I think she looks pretty cute.
Now she does. You ought to see her before.
Well, the next time she puts on 100 pounds, bring her around, will you? Well, this has been a pretty heavy conversation we've had here, but you can lighten your load by winning a lot of money, and I hope you do. All you got to do is run your $20 and more than our other couples, and you get a chance at the big question. These are all French words and expressions that we have adopted for cooking and serving foods. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you bet?
20?
You don't consult this with Skinny here at all, huh?
Go ahead. She has to answer.
What about it, Slats? Are you in a...
Let her go ahead and do what she wants.
All right, you're going to bet $20. What is the French word that means a small cup of coffee taken at the close of a meal?
Demi-tasse.
Right.
Well, you're on your way. You have $40.
All right, how much of the 40 are you going to bet in your second question?
All of it?
You ignore him completely, eh? What are the small cubes of toasted bread served with soup called?
Croutons.
That's right, croutons.
You now have $80.
Did you carry a menu on this trip you took to Phoenix, Seattle?
No.
Here's your third question. You have $80. How much you going to bet?
All of it?
Slices of bone meat or fish are called what?
Filet.
Filet is right.
You now have $160.
I always thought filet was in Pennsylvania. Now, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
All of it.
All of it, huh? Whites of eggs whipped to a standing froth with sugar is called what?
Meringue.
Meringue is right.
And you wind up with $320.
Well, thanks and good luck to the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Fenneman, everybody's talking big, bright, and beautiful these days. Let's listen in.
It's big, the 54 Plymouth. It's bright, the 54 Plymouth. Big, bright, beautiful too. The 54 Plymouth is the car for you.
Yes, the new 54 Plymouth. Big, bright, and beautiful is the car for you. The car that's got everybody talking about its new beauty.
I've never seen such luxurious fabrics and appointments before in any low-price car. So many smart new ideas in detail and color combinations. Plymouth's high-style interiors certainly live up to their name.
Power steering's available this year. Plymouth's full-time power steering does 80% of the work for you, getting in and out of tight parking places, and always lets you keep the feel of the road for good, steady handling.
And there are 3 great drives available, including Plymouth High Drive that gets you where you're going without shifting.
See this great new beauty for yourself. Visit a DeSoto Plymouth dealer for all the exciting details on the beautiful new 54 Plymouth.
Big, bright, beautiful too. The 54 Plymouth is the car for you.
All right, George, who's next?
Well, we invited some plumbers to the show tonight, Groucho. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. Michael Moran. His partner is Miss Regula Thorsten. So, folks, would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word. Plumbers always get applause here. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mr. Michael Moran. That's you?
Yes, sir, that's...
You have a sister named Lemon?
No, sir. Not that I know of.
Oh, I used to know a Lemon Moran. She lived in the Automat in New York. Where are you from, Mike?
I was born in Huntington, Oregon, but raised in Los Angeles.
Raised in Los Angeles. Are you married?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
31.
Regula Thorsten, that's you?
That's right.
That's an interesting name, Regula. Where'd you get it?
I was named after the city saint in Zurich, Switzerland.
You said name. That's the secret word. So you get 50 smackers.
Well,
and the
you,
plunger
Groucho.
over here gets $50.
Thank you, Groucho.
Thank you, Groucho.
Now, what were you saying about you were named after a plumber named Lemon Moran at the Automat in New York?
Groucho, you got it all wrong. I was named after a city saint.
A city saint?
Yeah, that's right, in Zurich, Switzerland.
You come from Switzerland?
I surely do. I did, at least.
Uh-huh. How long ago?
Oh, well, now, Groucho, you wouldn't ask me embarrassing questions.
Yes, I would. That's the way I make a living, huh? Now, how did you get the name? You were named after a city saint?
That's right.
How long ago was this?
Oh, many years ago.
How long ago?
In this century.
In this century. At the turn of the century?
A little later.
Oh. Why did you come to this country, Regula?
Oh.
Just to outwit me?
No.
You succeeded in so far.
No. You see, I trained as a nurse in the American hospital in Paris. And my superintendent of nurses thought that I would make a much better career in the States, and that's why I came.
Have you had any exciting experiences as a nurse in this country?
I certainly have.
What way, huh?
Well, one of them was taking care of you. You once were my patient.
I knew that past of mine would catch up with me someday. Well, what happened? Did I emerge alive?
You certainly did.
I did, huh?
Yes. You used to come to this doctor's office quite regularly, and after a few visits, one time, you impersonated your own brother. And you did it so convincingly that you had me completely sold. So I almost got fired. But that isn't all. 2 weeks
I
later...
hope not.
2 weeks later, you sent your brother into the doctor's office, and you had your brother impersonate you. And to make matters even more complicated, you know what the doctor's name was?
No.
Dr. Marx.
Really?
And that isn't
Rudolph
all.
Marx?
Rudolph Marx.
Oh,
and
yes,
that
yes.
isn't all.
He's a nice guy, Rudolph.
Isn't he, though?
I want to say, after you left that doctor's office, I impersonated Rudolph Marx. I didn't say
But that isn't
it
all,
was on
Rob.
Wednesday. It was his day off, and they don't come in on Wednesday. You know, doctors don't work on Wednesday at all. Wednesday, Friday afternoon, Saturday, and Sunday. If you want to die, you got to do it Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. You know, speaking of hospitals, it reminds me of the story about Mark Connolly. He's a famous playwright. He wrote Green Pastures and many other plays. Anyway, he had gone to Cedars of Lebanon to visit a friend there who had had a tonsillectomy. And he got in the elevator there at Cedars, and the elevator operator says, "What floor?" And he said, "Men's tonsils, please." That's a true story, isn't it? Are you still at that same hospital regular?
No, I'm not. I've quit the nursing profession.
They always do that after they get me. Mike, who do you work for?
Sicking Plumbing.
Is it a big outfit?
One of the largest in town, Groucho. We have about 40 plumbers on tap.
40 plumbers on tap. Say, that's pretty good, isn't it? Do you know any roofing jokes?
No, sir, I don't.
Is that one of the little jokes you plumbers use in the trade?
Well, you might call it that.
And for this you charge $5.50 an hour?
No, not for the jokes.
Have you ever had any unusual experience as a plumber, like fixing a leaky faucet in less than 8 hours?
Yes, I was fixing garbage disposal one time when I had to take the garbage disposal out of the sink to repair it. And in order
Is that why they call it the Sinking Brothers?
No. And in order to remount it, I had to lay on my back under the sink and put the spud through the hole in the sink, which is just actually like a big donut. So I'm laying there tightening the screws up, looking right up through the sink, and this housewife comes walking over me and turns the water on. Right in my face. And she says, "I didn't think it would run on you." I said, "What do you think it's going to do, run up?"
Well, at least you got a bath out of it, didn't you? You're lucky she didn't drop any garbage down there. Well, it's been very interesting talking to you two. I haven't learned anything, but it's been interesting. And the next time you come to my house, charge me $4 an hour, will you? Well, now you're gonna work in the quiz. Now let's see how you make out. We'll see how smart you really are. All you got to do is run your $20 in the more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big money later.
In the race for the $1,500, the first couple won $320, and the secret word is name.
Let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected instruments in common use as your category. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
That's right.
Most of us have seen or heard of these instruments. Now, these are not plumber's tools, you know.
No.
Now, let's see if you can identify them. You have $20. How much are you going to bet?
I think we should bet
Talk real loud now.
$19.98.
Okay.
No, we didn't hear a word you said.
all right.
1998.
1998.
Sounds like Macy's basement.
Yes, it does. Have you ever thought of quitting plumbing and going into show business?
No, sir.
Everybody's in show business now. You can get yourself a panel show in no time. What is the instrument used by doctors to determine the heartbeat?
The stethoscope.
That's right. That's a stethoscope.
You have $39.98 now.
What does that remind you of?
Can't think of anything. I'm concentrating right now.
What is the? How much are you betting?
All's but 2 cents, so it'd be $39.86, wouldn't it?
96.
96. What is the surveying instrument called that is used to measure angles? It is mounted on a tripod. What is the surveying instrument called that is used to measure angles? It is mounted on a tripod.
See, datum isn't correct.
No.
Datum is the only thing I can think of it. Datum.
One answer? Is that what you decide on?
Yes, sir.
You were...
I know it too, but I
No.
can't think of it.
Transit.
Transit.
Oh,
That's
that's a
right.
shame.
Just used it the other day.
You now have 2 cents.
Wow.
We're rich.
How much of the 2 cents you going to bet?
Go
Might
for
as well
broke.
Go for broke.
Go for broke. What is the instrument used for marking exact time in music?
No, just a minute. I know it as well as...
A fork. Couple
I know.
squares.
It's metronome.
A metronome.
Well, they've
Well, now
lost.
you have nothing.
Now
All
we have
gone.
nothing. All gone.
Now I'll give you one more question. You get this right and you split $25. A popular figure of early American history was Martha Washington. What was her husband's name?
George Washington.
Absolutely right, George Washington. Thanks,
you,
for
Groucho.
carrying it in. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
And now, Groucho, our next contestant is N.C. Byer, a waiter.
Mr. N.C. Byer, a waiter, eh? What's the N.C. stand for?
It stands for new car, Groucho.
Your name is New Car Buyer? Well, you've certainly come to the right show. Where are you a waiter?
Oh, I can wait anywhere, Groucho. I thought I'd wait right here in the studio.
It's not too personal. What are you waiting for?
For November 5th, Groucho. All of us new car buyers are waiting for November 5th because that's the day the wonderful new DeSoto goes on display for the very first time.
Yes, I know.
They say that this outstanding new DeSoto is the most wonderful car ever built, with so many new engineering features that you'll have to drive it to believe it. And with an outstanding new beauty and style that will put it years ahead of all the others.
Yes, I know.
So that's what I'm waiting for, November 5th, the day this magnificent new DeSoto for 1954 makes its very first appearance.
You see, folks, you got to be careful. You never know when we're going to bring in a commercial to remind you that November 5th is the big day. Your first chance to see the stunning DeSoto for 1954. Okay, George, who's next?
Well, Groucho, we have a young married couple for you now, Mr. and Mrs. Edward Shefflin. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome, welcome. Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word, and you'll take home an extra $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mr. What do you call him? Fenneman, what do you call him Mr. for? This man's a general. Are you a general?
No, Groucho. I'm a master sergeant in the Air Force.
Oh. How old are you, Sergeant?
33.
33, huh? Well, you're a fine-looking lad. Mrs. Shefflin.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't want to call you Mrs. Shefflin. That's too dignified for me.
What, can you call me Margaret?
Well, I could try. Margaret, I notice you're holding pretty tight to your husband there. Do you feel all right?
Oh, I'm feeling fine, thank you.
Oh.
But I sometimes hold on to him this way when we're walking around because my left leg is paralyzed. I had polio in 1942.
Oh, is that so?
Mhm.
I'm sorry to hear that. Would
it's
you like
all
to
right.
sit down?
Oh, no, I'd really rather stand.
You would?
Yeah. I sit down watching one thing and another all day.
No. I'd rather sit down myself. I didn't know how you felt. Well, you're sure you won't be too tired, huh?
No, I'll be fine.
Does your polio seem to be getting better as time goes by?
Well, it's a gradual process,
No.
but it's been getting better, and strangely enough, having a baby seems to help.
How old is your baby?
Well, we have 4 little girls, but the youngest one is 5 weeks.
You say these 4 children helped your health, eh?
Well, it seems to have anyway.
That's odd. I've been a father 3 times, and look at me, eh? Next time, I think I'll try being a mother.
That would be fine.
Who takes care of the 4 kids, Margaret? Do you have help?
No, I take care of them in the house. Oh, I don't feel I have a real handicap because I can play ping pong and swim and do lots of things.
Well, you certainly have a lot of courage, Margaret.
Well,
Next time I get a little ache or pain, I don't think I'll complain quite so much.
maybe the little ones are bad too.
I had a headache the other day, and I sent for an ambulance. Let's find out some more about you two. For example, what was there about Margaret that prompted you to pop the question?
Well, I thought she was very nice looking. And she was a good conversationalist, and pleasant, courteous, and above all, she was very smart.
You mean by trapping you she was smart?
Well, she can read a book in, say, less than an hour, and she can tell you everything that she's read.
Well, can she cook?
She can do anything.
You're pretty proud of her, aren't you, huh?
Oh, that I am.
And I certainly don't blame you, Sergeant. You think she'll win a lot of money for you here tonight?
Oh, it's just as good as money in a bank.
What makes you think she's going to walk away with the loot here tonight?
Well, she used to be a quiz kid for about 3 years.
A quiz kid? Jumping butterballs were wiped out. Is this true, Margaret? Are you really a former quiz kid?
Yeah, I was a quiz kid from...
For Kelly?
Joe Kelly. Mm-hmm.
Joe Kelly, yeah.
And he's still on.
Is that so?
I've gotten too old. See, when you're 16, they figure you're not a kid anymore.
Yeah.
So I was on from 42 to 44.
Well, Ed, doesn't it sometimes annoy you that your wife knows all the answers?
Well, Groucho, it sometimes scares me.
Well, don't worry about her knowing the answers, old boy. The time to get scared is when she starts asking the questions. Well, obviously, you're a happily married couple, and I'm sure everyone is anxious to see you slaughter me in the quiz. So let's see what you can do. You have to run your $20 no more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big money.
In the race for the $1,500, Mr. and Mrs. Fedorowicz are leading with $320.
You selected what's the number. This is a test of your powers of observation. Let's see if you can correctly identify the amount or number. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
20.
All of it? Sure.
All of it?
All of it.
All of it.
How many strings on a standard violin?
4.
4 is right.
You now have $40.
You have $40. Now, how much are you going to bet on this one?
Shoot to works.
I wish we'd taken that sheet.
On a standard telephone dial, how many holes are there?
1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 0.
Okay, you tell me.
10.
10 is correct.
Okay.
You now have $80.
She's the quiz kid, but I know she's slipping you the hard ones here. Huh? Here's your third question. How much of the 80 are you going to bet?
80.
We'll bet the 80.
How many rows of keys are there on a standard typewriter?
4.
4 is right.
You now have $160.
Here's your last chance to be the other couples. You have $160. How much are you going to risk?
All of it.
We'll try it all.
All of it.
How many cigarettes are there in a standard pack?
20.
20 is right, huh?
And you wind up with $320.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Thank you.
And that means that the first couple, Mr. and Mrs. Fedorowicz, and Sergeant Shefflin and his wife, both with $320, have tied for the chance at the big $1,500 question. Groucho, do you realize it will be here November 5th?
I didn't even know it had been away. What are you talking about?
Well, the day is Thursday, November 5th.
Certainly, and that's the day the magnificent 1954 DeSoto goes on display for the very first time.
That's right. Thursday, November 5th is D-Day. D for the stunning new DeSoto for 1954.
I knew it all the time.
Well, then why did you ask me what I was talking about?
Well, for some reason I thought you were thinking about a gorgeous blonde.
Well, why should I be thinking about a gorgeous blonde when I can remind the folks that November 5th is their first chance to see the dramatic new DeSoto for 1954?
Fenneman, I shall treat that question with the contempt it so richly deserves. Folks, go to your nearest DeSoto Plymouth dealers on November 5th and see the wonderful new DeSoto for 1954. And if you run across that blonde, tell her Groucho sent you.
Well, Groucho, here are the two couples tied for the chance at the big question. Mr. and Mrs. John Peter Fedorovich, Mr. and Mrs. Edward Shefflin. Each couple will decide on a single answer and write it down on a little piece of paper we've given them. If both couples get it right, they'll split the money between them. We all set?
All
15
ready?
seconds.
Yes, okay. One of the colorful figures of the gay 90s was a former newsboy who on July 23rd, 1886, allegedly jumped off the Brooklyn Bridge and survived. For $1,500, what was his name? Nothing? You wouldn't even write anything?
I didn't remember.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Fedorovich, huh? The gentleman over here is right, it's Steve Brody.
Oh, sure.
And you win
Well, I'm sorry you didn't all win, but that's the way it goes.
Thank you.
I'll take this.
How much did they win in the quiz, George?
Well, they all won $320 in the quiz, and
Well, you won $1,820. Congratulations. From the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast, you bet your life.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't forget Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. Remember that the dealers who sell the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field, will have the magnificent new 1954 DeSoto on display November 5th. DeSoto, Plymouth. Two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the distinguished new DeSoto.
Friends, tonight your DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast salute the National Safety Congress, which is celebrating its 41st anniversary. DeSoto is proud of the part it has played in making America highway safety conscious. Remember, the life you save may be your own. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is chair. C-H-A-I-R.
What is
Really, you're supposed to say.
really you're supposed to say?
You bet your life.
You bet your life.
It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who now have on display the all-new 1954 Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field, and who, on November 5th, will have on display the astonishing and beautiful new DeSoto for 1954. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
That old bore? Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $1,000, George, for one of our couples. Not $1,000, George. That's silly. $1,000 George dollars for one of our couples. Who's first?
Oh, we have a housewife and a druggist for you, Groucho. Mr. Sid Chambers and Mrs. Edna Robb Webster. Would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. That is, if you have a house. A druggist and a housewife, huh?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sid Chambers, I presume you're the druggist. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Are you married?
Yes, sir. I have 2 children.
Where are you from?
I'm from Hollywood, sir.
Hollywood?
Yes, sir.
Only in Hollywood would a druggist have a butch haircut. Mrs. Edna Robb Webster, huh?
Yes, sir.
And is that a simple declarative? What do you mean by Edna Robb Webster, huh?
That's my name, Groucho.
Oh. You're a housewife?
Partly.
Well, which part, huh? Where are you from, Edna?
I was born in Marshalltown, Iowa, and grew up among the tall corn, but I didn't grow so tall.
Oh. Well, you'll find plenty of tall corn here tonight. How long have you been a housewife?
35 years.
35 years? Why, you're not that old, Edna.
Well, that's what my birth certificate says.
It does, huh? Does it talk? You say you've been married 35 years to
Yes.
Noah Webster?
No, to William Webster.
Oh. Well, what do you attribute the success of this marriage, the longevity of this affair? Anything in particular?
Well, I do think that many married people would be happier if they permitted each other more freedom in activities and interests and didn't try to dictate to one another and say, you have to do this and you have to do that. We don't do that in our house, either for our children or each other.
I think that's very wise. You notice what's happened to most of the dictators in the last few years. Are you still awake over here, sir?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm not. I don't know about you. Well, let's get back to your pharmacy. Where is it?
Well, it's the Friendly Owl Rexall store in Westwood Village, Groucho.
Oh. What is your job there?
Well, I'm the pharmacist and the manager, Groucho.
And what does a pharmacist do?
Well, the specific duty of a pharmacist is to carry out the doctor's instructions.
Well, where do you bury them? You know, as long as we're talking about druggists, why do you always put so much cotton in the pill bottles?
Well, we don't charge
By the time you drag that cotton out of the pill bottle, you can die.
The cotton...
Isn't even the kind of cotton you can use for cleaning out your ears. It's just a waste. You just have to throw it away.
Well, it's good cotton, Groucho, but you're not charged for that. The cotton is put in there to...
Why do they stick that in there around 4 in the morning when you're trying to find a pill?
Well, that's to protect the pill.
One night I swallowed the cotton.
That's to protect the pill.
Next day I had a fur-lined vest and I was naked. There's another complaint I have. I have 32 bottles at home, approximately, in my medicine chest. And they all say the same thing, take 3 times daily.
Groucho...
Or doctor's directions. As directed, it says. Why don't you put the name of the medicine on the bottle?
Well, that's coming about. If you had 32 bottles in your medicine cabinet, I'd start cleaning house.
Well, they're not all medicinal.
I'd say the truth.
Some of them are fifths in there.
But actually, the doctors now are putting what is in the prescription and telling the pharmacist to write the name of the drug right on the label.
Yes, and how often to take it? The other night I thought I was taking 3 aspirins. It turned out to be 3 benzodrines. I wound up jumping over my house.
That's the advantage, I think, of putting the name of the preparation right on the label.
That's right. And how often you should take it and when.
That's right.
Will you remember that?
I would certainly do my best.
Give my love to your 3 children.
Thank you. It's 2.
Now let's play You Bet Your Life. Run your $20 no more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big question later. You selected girls' names and song as your category. All of these girls' names have been popularized in music. I'll give you a hint from a song, and you identify the girl. Clear?
Yes.
Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
20? 20. 20? $20.
Who is sweet as apple cider?
Ida.
Ida is absolutely right.
And you now have $40.
We don't pay the whole thing. Cantor pays $19 of that. Huh? Now you have $40. How much are you going to bet on your second question?
We'll bet it all, Groucho.
Okay. Through the black of night, I gotta go where you are. Who am I looking for?
Chloe.
Chloe is correct.
You now have $80.
How much?
All right.
All of it, huh? Nature fashioned roses kiss with dew. It was the start of who?
Sweet Little Lonnie.
Sweet Lonnie is right.
now climbed to $160.
How much you going to go for?
We'll go all the way, Groucho.
All the way, all right. Doesn't live here anymore.
Annie doesn't live here anymore.
Dum-Dum is what I call her, but her name is Annie. That's right.
And you wind up with $320.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. You're very smart. George, have you heard this old Scotch ballad? DeSoto's arriving, hooray, hooray. DeSoto's arriving a week from today. DeSoto's arriving, it's going to be great. So get out and see it, and don't you be late.
That's a fine song, Groucho, but it's not exactly accurate.
No?
No, you see, the stunning and remarkable new DeSoto for 1954 goes on display a week from tomorrow, Thursday, November 5th, to be exact.
I know that, Fenneman. But if you're so smart, let's see you rhyme hooray with a week from tomorrow. Let's see you rhyme anything for that matter. Rhyme orange for me, Fenneman.
I can't rhyme orange, Groucho.
Of course not. All you're good for is to remind people that Thursday, November 5th, is the day the stunning new DeSoto for 1954 goes on display. Give him that date again, George.
That's 1 week from tomorrow, Thursday, November 5th, the day the stunning new DeSoto for 1954 goes on display for the very first time. Be sure to see it at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Now, before we proceed, I want to read a little note here. In the November 1st issue of Parade, the Sunday newspaper supplement, there's a story about Fenneman, Mr. Fenneman. It's titled, Groucho Always Picks on Me, and I think you may find it amusing.
I hope you do.
I doubt it. All right, George. On with it. Who's next?
Groucho invited some bakers to the show tonight in our studio.
I invited some bakers?
No, we did.
Oh, you said Groucho invited some bakers.
No, I said Groucho. We invited some bakers to the show tonight.
Oh. You still said Groucho invited some bakers to the show.
Anyhow, these bakers that got to our show,
how'd they get here?
I have no idea. Anyhow,
you're probably loafing on the job coming down.
I'd like you to meet a baker that we have here. His name is Mr.
This isn't Home Run Baker. He used to play with the Athletics.
No, it isn't. This is Mr. High Catan. His partner is Mrs. Ruth Bro. And here they come, folks. Would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx right now?
Well, howdy. Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Mr. High Catan, huh? Mr. Catan, I'll start with you. Where are you from?
New York City, sir, near Central Park.
Oh. Are you a squirrel?
No, sir. A baker.
A baker? You're a baker, so, well, you have to be from the East, don't you? Huh?
That's right.
You're a baker, so you have to be from the East, huh? I was kind of ashamed of that, so I mumbled it. Huh? Mrs. Ruth Bro?
Yes,
that's you?
That's I.
Where are you from, Ruth?
I'm from Monongah, West Virginia.
Where's that? And remember, I have no shame.
That's a small
I
town.
have no joke either. Huh?
That's a small town on the West Fork of the Monongahela. And we had some people in the service in our family, and I left the town in 1943 to join the Marine Corps.
Why did you join the Marine Corps?
Well, as I said, we had some people in our family in the service. We had a soldier, we had 2 sailors, we had a CB. And I figured it was time we got a fighting man, so I joined the Marines.
What did you do with the Marines?
I was a laundry officer.
Well, at least you were right up there on the line, weren't you? Now, Mr. Catton, let's hurry back to your bakery. I just love to smell hot bread. Have you had a bun on recently? Now, where do you work?
Delhaven Bakery in Beverly Hills.
Oh, Delhaven's. I've been there many times. Have you ever seen me in your bakery?
Yes, many times. We appreciate having you as a customer.
Oh, I'm not a customer. I just go there on rainy days. Your oven is a wonderful place to dry my shoes and socks. Occasionally I stick my head in there, too. How would you describe your bakery? What kind of a place is it?
Well, we have quite a diversified line. We make French pastries and Danish pastries, German coffee cakes, regular American type of pastries, donuts, everything.
I think you're putting too much rye in your rye bread, Bacon. How can you be all of these things to all people?
Well, you see, sir, we have a Frenchman making French pastry and a Dane making Danish pastry, somehow a Canadian making the German coffee cakes. In fact, we try to make everything that people will buy, like, and talk about.
Well, you said you were successful last week. Everybody at the hospital was talking about your cream pie. Well, I hate to change the subject, but now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question.
In the race for the $1,000, the druggist and his partner won $320, and the secret word is chair.
Here we go. Let's see how I can bid you $20. You selected old riddles as your category. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
Maureen wants to shoot the works.
What kind of a coat is put on wet?
Paint. It's just coat of paint.
That's right. Coat of paint.
Well, you now have $40.
All right, how much of the 40 are you going to bet?
The whole thing.
What is black and white and red all over?
A newspaper.
A lexicographer, that's right.
You now have $80.
Here's your third question. How much of the 80?
Whole thing.
Let it ride.
Okay. When is a door not a door?
When it's a jar.
When it's a jar is right.
You now have $160.
Pretty sharp baker, isn't it? Your last chance to beat the other couples. You're going to bet the 160?
Shoot the works.
To what man do other men always take off their hats?
A woman. Woman.
To what man do other men always take off their hats? Talk it over. Your partners.
No man?
No, I'm sorry. It's a barber. Pretty easy. It's a real old riddle.
Well, Groucho, they
Well, we can't let you leave here broke.
lost all their money.
We're going to give you one question. You get this right, and you win $25. Who was president during Grant's administration?
President Grant.
Ulysses S. Grant.
That's absolutely right, and I'm sorry you didn't win more money.
Thank you.
I understand the new DeSoto is coming out soon.
November 5th.
My spies tell me that it's going to be out of this world.
November 5th.
They say this new DeSoto is going to be the greatest car ever built.
November 5th.
I don't like to mention it, but your needle seems to be stuck.
November 5th.
What's going to be so new and marvelous about this stunning new DeSoto?
November 5th.
You know he gets paid for this, and him a college graduate. I know,
November 5th. Folks, watch for the greatest new car ever built. The magnificent new DeSoto coming...
I believe that date you had in mind was November 5th.
Well, that's the date, Groucho. November 5th on our television show. The first TV view of the marvelous new DeSoto. Before we went on the air, Groucho, we selected a married couple. And now I'd like you to meet them. Mr. and Mrs. Everett Calicote, would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Girl in Calicote. Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Mr. and Mrs. Everett Calicote. What is your hometown, Ev? That's you, I presume.
That's me. I was born at Ironton, Ohio, on the river.
In the river?
On the river.
Is this near the Monongahela River?
No, that's the Ohio River.
Oh, does that empty into the Mississippi?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
It does.
After so long a time.
What's that?
After so long a time.
Well, sure, I didn't mean immediately. I mean, it didn't go right from the Sinton Hotel in Cincinnati to the Mississippi River. Took a cab. Mrs. Calicote, where are you from?
I was born in a log cabin in Brown County, Indiana.
You're not Abe Lincoln, are you?
I might be relation. I wish I was.
Well, I hope you are. By the way, Mrs. I can't keep calling you Mrs. Calicote. What does Everett call you?
Oh, you wouldn't want to call me that. My name's Helen Lucille, but I don't like Helen, so everyone calls me Lucille.
Well, why don't you like Helen? What has she done to you? How did you meet this buxom lad over here, Everett?
Well, our church was holding an open-air service, and Everett came wandering by. He asked if he could play our
wandering
guitar.
By? Was he on his way to church, or was he just casing the joint?
He was casing the joint for a girl.
Everett? You rascal, you. Huh? Is this where you usually prowled around on Sunday morning?
Oh, this was a Saturday night.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, let's go on with this.
Well, he asked to play the guitar, and we let him.
He was a strolling troubadour, in other words, huh?
Not exactly.
Well, what attracted you to Everett besides his guitar playing?
Well, he...
Was there anything about him that you didn't like?
Yes.
Besides his guitar playing? Maybe that's simpler, that.
For one thing, the main thing that I didn't like, he didn't like children. And I think everyone should like children.
Well, Everett, have you revised your opinion in recent years?
Yes, I have.
You like them now?
Oh, I love children. And
do you have any?
We have 8.
8 children, eh? Never underestimate the power of a woman. Or a guitar. You know, that reminds me about liking children. W.C. Fields was one of the great comedians. Somebody once asked him, he said, Bill, do you like children? He says, yes, fried. You know, he pretended all his life that he disliked children. And when he died, he left all his money to an orphan asylum. He was a queer Quaker, this man, but he was a wonderful comedian and a great guy. And there's nobody around like him. Now that we're through with this sad soliloquy, Lucille, are there any problems connected with raising 8 children?
Yes.
In addition to Everett?
There are plenty of problems with 8 children.
I don't see why. After all, I've raised 3 myself. The only thing that keeps me from being perfectly normal is that I've lost my mind. Well, what are some of your problems, Lucille?
Well, an example, when we came to California, no one would rent us a place to live. With 8 children, they just laughed at us. So we moved into a 2-room apartment. And the health department heard about it. So they came around and looked at our place, and they told us we were overcrowded. Well, we knew it. And then they told us we had to move.
Well, Everett, how did you solve this dilemma?
Well, there was a very well-to-do industrialist from Burbank came over and bought us a 4-bedroom home and put us there and wouldn't take any money. Of course, we're going to pay for it. We want to pay for the home, but he did that.
Magnificent gesture on his part.
We appreciated it, too.
I imagine there's a continuous picnic at your house, isn't there, Everett? What are some of the forms of entertainment a large family like yours enjoys?
Well,
I mean, you're not playing the guitar.
Oh, yes. Well, we all climb trees together. That doesn't cost
the 10 of you go up a tree together?
Yes, we just find a big tree that we can climb. It doesn't cost any money to climb trees.
No. Sometimes does to get down again, though.
Well, we go picnicking and do a lot of things as a family. It doesn't require any money. And we sing together.
Are any of your family out front?
Yes, 2. I have 2 daughters, is all. We brought them along.
How many girls do you have?
We have 4 boys and 4 girls.
Oh, it worked out fine.
Yes, it was.
Now, could you sing something for us?
Well...
What about the kids? Couldn't you have them come up and help you sing?
Well, we could try.
You all sing together like the Trapp family? Where are the children? Yeah, just sing a short chorus or something. Now sing us. Real cute too, aren't they? Eh?
Like their dad.
What are you going to sing?
I'll sing an old spiritual, just a chorus of it.
All right, that'll be fine. Huh?
I'm going down to the River Jordan. You ready to go, guys?
I'm going to try it.
I'm going down the River Jordan, Will. I'm going down the River Jordan some of these days, hallelujah. I'm going down the River of Jordan. I'm going down the River of Jordan some of these days.
Let me in this.
I'm going down the River of Jordan. I'm going down the River of Jordan some of these days, hallelujah. I'm going down the River of Jordan. I'm going down the River of Jordan some of these days.
Well, we've had the Mississippi, the Monongahela, and now the River Jordan. We're well, I'm sure you folks are more interested in winning a lot of money tonight than you are in hearing me gab, so let's get to work. Say, they sing mighty good together. Now, all you have to do is run your $20 no more than our other couples. You'll get a crack at all that money later on.
In the race for the $1,000, the druggist and his partner are still leading with $320.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected famous children of fiction as your category. Here's your first question. How much will you bet? Talk right up loud.
$19.99, okay?
Okay, in Uncle Tom's Cabin, what was the name of the little girl who just growed?
Little Eva?
No, Topsy.
Topsy.
Topsy is right. Huh? All right, now how much of your Topsy... No, how much of your $39.99 you going to bet? All of it. What was the name of the kids who found a witch's house made of candy?
Hansel and Gretel.
Hansel and Gretel is right.
Now I have $79.98.
They changed it later. They made it Frankie and Johnny instead of Hansel. Hansel and Gretel were sweethearts. Here's your third question. How much will you bet?
All of it.
All right. Now, one answer between you. Decide before you talk. What little Dutch boy was involved with the silver skates?
Hans Brinker.
Hans Brinker is right.
You now have $159.96.
Now, look, you decide between you now before you answer now. Now, how much you going to bet? This is the last question.
All of it. All of it. Or are you frightened?
You've got a lot of faith. You go ahead. She says all of it.
In what book were Meg, Beth, and Amy the central characters?
Little Women.
Little Women is right.
And you wind up with $319.92. And that means the druggist and his partner with $320 in just 1 minute get the chance of the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to this. Thursday, November 5th, is going to be your very first opportunity to see the stunning, magnificent 1954 DeSoto. This 1954 DeSoto is such a remarkable car, with so many advanced engineering features and such great beauty of line that you won't want to miss it. That date again is Thursday, November 5th. That's D-Day. D for the outstanding new DeSoto for 1954. Mark that date down now. Thursday, November 5th. Your first chance to see the dramatic new DeSoto for 1954. Now, Groucho, here's our winning couple, the druggist and his partner, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
Early in the 17th century, the Lord Protector of the British Commonwealth made a statement that since has been widely quoted. Trust in God and keep your powder dry. For $1,000, what was this great soldier, statesman, and civil administrator? Who was he? Okay, what is the answer you two have decided upon? Take a stab if you don't know.
No, we don't know, sir.
Well, make a guess.
Oliver Cromwell.
Oliver Cromwell is Oh, I never thought I'd have to plead with somebody to take $1,000 away from me. Well, you win $1,000 plus how much in the quiz, George?
Well,
$320.
the whole
That's
thing,
$1,320 you want. What are you going to do with all that money?
Well, there's so many places for it, but I think I will send some to my niece who is a missionary in Korea.
Oh, well, that's a wonderful way to spend the money. But I want to ask you one question. Why were you so reluctant to say Oliver Cromwell?
Because I couldn't associate Oliver Cromwell with powder, gunpowder.
But you knew that there was any answer was better than nothing.
Yes, I did. That's why I said it.
Well, you didn't. I had to force it out of you.
Well, I mean, finally.
If you had any manhood, you'd give me $500 of it. What are you going to do with your dough?
We'd like to maybe put another room on our house. It's getting a little small as our family's getting a little larger. So.
Oh, I see. Well, I have no answer for that. However, congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Thank you.
You bet your life.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't forget Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. Remember that the dealers who sell the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field, will have the magnificent new 1954 DeSoto on display November 5th. DeSoto, Plymouth. Two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the distinguished new DeSoto.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. When driving, signal your intentions and slow down gradually. Remember, quick stops invite rear-end collisions. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world. The secret word tonight is tree, T-R-E-E.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who now have on display the outstanding 1954 DeSoto transmission and the all-new 1954 Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. More about the remarkable 1954 DeSoto later in the show. Listen for it. And now, here he is, the one, the only... Groucho!
He's a real cool cat. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples.
Groucho, we have a young married couple for you, Mr. and Mrs. Leslie Townley. Would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and you'll win $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. and Mrs. Leslie Townley, eh? Well, you're a fine-looking couple.
Thank you.
What's your hometown, Mr. Townley?
Santa Barbara, California.
Santa Barbara?
Yeah.
And Mrs. Townley, where are you from?
Well, I was born in a little town 93 miles west of Minneapolis called Olivia, Minnesota.
Oh, is that near Olivia de Havilland?
No.
There is a town like that. Well, Minnesota, let's see. That's near what, Duluth?
Around in there, yes, Groucho.
I used to shovel snow up there. It's the only way we could get the people in the theater. No, really, the snow was that high and nobody could get to the box office. In addition to that, we had a very bad show. How old are you, Mrs. Townley?
I'm 19.
I'll call you Olivia. Is that your name?
No, my name is Patricia.
Oh.
You may call me Pat.
I thought you said you came from Patricia, Minnesota.
No, Olivia.
Oh, Olivia. Your name is Patricia.
Yes, Mr. Marx.
Oh. Mr. Townley, how old are you?
I'm 22.
22. Oh, well, fine-looking boy.
Thank you.
I can't call you Mr. Townley. That's too formal. What is your first name again?
It's Burl, but I don't like Burl, so people call me Les.
You don't like Burl?
No, not particularly.
You don't like Uncle Milty, you mean? Well, you're married now, huh?
Yes.
What do you think of matrimony now that you've been snared?
Well, I think it's fine, Mr. Marx. It gives one a sense of responsibility and
sure
prestige.
Does,
And all the things that go along with married life.
Mm-hmm.
It's wonderful.
Mm-hmm. How long you been married?
6 weeks.
Well, that certainly explains your attitude about marriage. You're certainly qualified to be an authority on the subject. Where did you go on your honeymoon, Pat?
To Carmel, up by Monterey, up the coast.
Did you go together?
Yes, we did.
That's beautiful up there, and they have some of the finest golf courses in the world. Did you know that?
Yes.
Did you play any golf while you were up there?
No, Mr. Marx.
You must have had a pretty dreary time, didn't you? Let's find out something about your romance. How did you meet this fellow, Pat?
Well, I had come to work out at North American on the 15th of April.
North American what?
Aviation Incorporated, out in
Downey.
Downey.
You're a flyer?
No, that's a North American Aviation Incorporated where they build these ships and different planes.
And did you know he was working there?
Well, not at the time. I didn't even know he existed, but I went out there and met him 2 days after I had been there, and he met me.
Fast worker, isn't he? Yeah?
He met me formally and kept asking me to go get a Coke, and I had heard that he was married and had 4 children. So I ignored him, and...
Well, who told you that he was married and had 4 children?
Well, the girl that sits next to me, her girlfriend used to work with him, and I guess she got it all wrong.
Well, do most of the young fellas at North American have a wife and 4 children?
Well, not all of them. Most of them are single, but there are a lot of married men out there.
With 4 children?
Well, I don't know about 4, but they have children.
Don't you like children?
Oh, I love them. I'd like to have 4 myself.
Well, get back to North America. Well, Les, I'm curious. How soon after you first saw Pat did you get engaged?
6 weeks.
6 weeks?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Wasn't that rather precipitous?
Well, no. When the right girl comes along, it hits you like a ton of bricks. In my estimation.
I know what you mean. A girl hit me like that just the other night. Only she used real bricks. I made a barbecue out of them. Put the girl in them, huh? Real hot mama, this kid. Well, you're a real nice young couple, and I hope you're going to be very happy together, and I'm sure you will be.
Thank you.
And I'd like to see you win a lot of money tonight, so let's get started. All you have to do is run your $20 into more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big money. Let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected songs mentioning some part of the anatomy as your category. Now, here's your first question. How much of the $20 will you bet?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All of it.
All of it. One answer between you now. Give me the title of this song. Play, Mr. Fielding.
Smoke gets in your eyes.
Smoke gets in your eyes.
Yes, it does. I'm smoking constantly.
Well, you're off to a good start. You have $40.
Here's your second question. Now, how much of this sum are you going to bet this time?
All of it. Okay. All of it.
Let's see if you can identify this one. Play, Jerry. Take a guess.
I think they stood still.
What's the
And
rest
my
of it?
heart stood still.
My heart stood still.
You now have $80.
Here's your third question. You have $80. Now, how much are you going to bet?
Go all of it.
All of it.
All right. All right, play it, Jerry.
Time on my hands. Time on my hands.
Time on my hands.
You now have $160.
How much will you bet?
All of it.
Let's go all of it.
All of it?
Yeah.
All right. What is the title of this song?
Dainty fingertips.
All right. What have you decided upon?
Dainty fingertips.
Feet in the sun.
No, you've got some of the lyric, but you haven't got the title. I'm sorry. It's Lazy Bones by Johnny Mercer and Hoagie Carmichael.
Well, that's a shame. You've lost all your money.
Well, we can't let you leave here broke. I'll give you one more question. You get this right, and you'll split $25. How many barrels in a double-barrel shotgun?
2.
2 is right. I'm sorry you didn't win more money.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to tell you about the 1954 DeSoto Automatic with new PowerFlight fully automatic transmission. Why is it called the Automatic? Because the 1954 DeSoto is a car planned and built to carry out your sudden orders instantly, silently, and safely at any speed. Driving the 1954 DeSoto Automatic with PowerFlight transmission is driving at its finest. No clutch, no shifting gears. Just the turn of a key and you're ready to drive. And of course, in the 1954 DeSoto Automatic, you also enjoy the benefits of DeSoto full-time power steering. The power steering that works for you all the time. DeSoto Power Brakes to do over half the work of braking for you. And scores of other DeSoto automatic features. And then from a beauty point of view, this 1954 DeSoto Automatic is a real dream car with an unusual and beautiful new treatment of the grille, bumpers, and headlights, and a gleaming massiveness that says, here's beauty that's built to last. There's a really fine, clean-cut modern look to the whole car that comes from its long, really low, wide lines and the clean flow of its styling. This year, drive and own a car designed specifically to carry out your orders instantly, silently, and safely at all speeds. This is the car. The stunning 1954 DeSoto. First car ever to deserve the name Automatic. Tomorrow, first thing, go to your nearest DeSoto Plymouth dealer. See and drive the 1954 DeSoto Automatic. And remember, DeSoto puts you ahead automatically. We have a housewife, Groucho, Mrs. Joan Twitchell, and her partner is a man who runs a restaurant, Mr. John Anthony. So, folks, would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Joan Twitchell. You're married, I take it, huh?
Yes.
I'm sorry to hear that, then. How long have you been married?
9 years.
9 years. I'm even sorrier to hear that. Joan, let's see. Where'd you say you're from? Minnesota?
No, Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada.
Oh, well, that's right near Minnesota, isn't it? That's pretty cold country up there, isn't it?
And very hot.
Did you ever see me up there at the Orpheum Theater?
No, I don't believe so. I was pretty young then.
Well, I was pretty young then, too, you know. This is about 100 years ago. I used to go tobogganing up there between matinee and evening. What sort of work does your husband do?
He's main floor manager for the largest department store in the world, under one roof. That's the J.C. Penney Company.
Oh. Where'd you meet him?
Well, back in the days when Tarzan was an idol of the children, we used to play in the back on castor bean trees.
On what?
Castor bean trees.
Mr. Anthony, you haven't said anything. You've won yourself $50. And you've been jabbering here and you won $50. You ought to get 75 and you ought to get 20. You salted that away. Well, now you're Mr. John Anthony, eh? Are you with John J. Anthony, the fellow who solves people's problems?
No, I'm not. My son is John J. Anthony.
Oh. How old is he?
He didn't solve any problem. He's 2 years old.
Did you name him after Mr. Anthony of the court fame?
No, we didn't. No.
You didn't, huh?
After
your name,
after
too.
me and his uncle.
His uncle, huh? What line of work are you in, Mr. Anthony?
I own Barney's Beanery.
What was that?
I own Barney's Beanery.
You own Barney's Beanery and your name is Anthony?
Yes.
Where is this beanery?
It's out at 8447 Santa Monica, block and a half east of La Cienega.
Oh. Have you ever eaten in there?
Seldom.
Why did you pick on Barney's Beanery for a name?
Well, Barney's Beanery, it's an alliteration and euphonious.
I'll be glad to. What's your number, huh? That's pretty fancy lingo, isn't it? He probably talks that way to keep the customer's mind off the food. Has this place always been there, this beanery?
We've been there since 27. Before that, I was in Berkeley, where I catered to the boys at the University of California.
Didn't you want any women in this place?
Well, at that time, I was a little naive and a bit younger, and I thought it wouldn't pay. I thought they'd just come in and get a little salad or a small sandwich and clutter up the place for most of the day. So we just kept it for the men.
Your impression was that women don't eat?
It was at that time.
Have you taken one out since then and learned the real truth?
I certainly did. I learned the real truth since then.
Well, I'm
Not
glad
for
to
one
see
customer.
glad to see there's one man in Hollywood who's using the old bean, Barney. Now let's cut out the chatter and see how much you can make in the quiz, because it's time to play You Bet Your Life. You run your $20 no more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big money later.
In the race for the $1,000, the newlyweds lost all their money. The secret word is tree.
Now, here we go. Let's see how high I can build your $20. You selected insignia and rank of the Army and Navy as your category. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
How much is it, 20?
You have $20. How much are you going to bet? And talk it over and decide on one sum between you.
1995.
1995. All right. What is the rank of an Army officer wearing a silver eagle?
Colonel. Colonel.
Colonel? Colonel is right. Talk right up.
You now have $39.95.
Now, how much of this sum are you going to bet on your second question?
$39.90.
All right. What is the... There's a fly in the microphone.
Oh.
I don't want him to hear this answer. That's it. What is the rank of a naval officer wearing 1 star? Talk it over.
He's a line officer.
If you don't know, guess.
Admiral.
No, I'm sorry. It's a Commodore.
Well, now have 5 cents.
All right, how much of the 5 cents you going to bet?
4 cents.
4 cents. What is the rank of a silver?
Commander.
Commander is right.
You now have 9 cents.
How did you figure that so fast, Benny?
Oh, it was easy.
Here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much of the 9 cents are you going to bet?
8 cents.
What is the rank of an army officer wearing 2 stars?
Adjutant General.
No, it's a Major General. For whom is a Murphy bed named? Murphy is
Mrs.
right,
Murphy.
huh? Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Okay, George, who's next?
Well, Groucho, we invited some building maintenance men to the program tonight, and our audience selected Mr. Harvey Lugach to be on the show, and his partner is Countess Katja von Beerholm. So, folks, would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Let's see, a building maintenance man and a countess, eh? Which one is the countess?
That's me.
Oh, well, it's an honor to have you here, Countess. May I kiss your hand?
If you like to.
How do you know I won't bite?
I don't think you will bite me.
You don't know me, Countess. Well, let's find out something about you, Countess. You seem like a charming lady. To begin with, what is your full name? I'm much too informal to keep calling you Countess.
My full name is Katja Else Anna Maria Cecilia Johanna Henrietta de Blanche Spangsbull van Beierholm.
Well, let me know when you reach Kansas City. I want to see what Truman's up to. Where'd you get all those monikers, Countess? Off a string of Pullman cars?
No, off a string of grandmothers and great-grandmothers.
I see. Well, Countess, would it be lèse majesty if I asked your age?
No,
That's
not
French
at
for
all.
I'm a nosy rat.
I'm 40.
40?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're a fine-looking girl. Where are you from, Countess?
I was born on an old estate in the countryside in Denmark, not far away from where Hans Christian Andersen was born.
Oh. Could you tell us something about your childhood as a countess?
Oh, yes, I had a wonderful old historical castle, and I spent time riding my horses and playing in the garden.
Well, I'm convinced you're the real McCoy, Countess. Not only the real McCoy, but you're also Anna, Maria, Gretchen, Knockwurst, and Sauerkraut. And I'm still going to get off at Kansas City and see what Truman's up to. Mr. Harvey Doglatch, is that right?
No. Lugach.
Oh, Glugach, huh? Sorry, I've been ignoring you. No, just what is it you do? That is in the daytime.
Well, I'm manager at the Los Angeles Window Cleaning and Maintenance Company.
Oh, what kind of a company is that exactly?
Well, we do janitorial service and window cleaning for office buildings, banks, various
For what?
establishments. Banks.
You're welcome. What are some of the problems connected with cleaning a big office building?
Well, of course, the most important problem, the biggest problem we have is personnel. The secretaries in these particular jobs, they're generally the messiest of all. They'll put lipstick on the desks and makeup on the walls.
I thought they put lipstick on the boss.
No.
You mean that the women are sloppy?
Yes, and they're generally the ones who complain the most, too.
Do you think men are neater than the women?
Oh, yes, much.
You do. Do you agree with that, Countess?
Oh, yes, I think so. I think he's right.
You're not making a play for him, are you?
He's married.
How do you know he's married? Are you married?
Yes, I am.
Now, how did you know he was married?
Oh, I just guessed that a man that looks so well as he does has such a nice position. He must be married. Men like that doesn't go around loose.
What about me? I'm loose. Countess, I don't mean to get personal, but would you be interested in matrimony?
Oh, I would like to marry. Absolutely.
Oh, brother, I may not have to come back to work next week. What sort of fellow would you be interested in? A man of experience? Dashing?
Yes.
Debonair?
Yes.
Suave?
Yes.
Crooked? I mean clever?
Yes, very much.
Yes, eh? Next week when people see me, they'll start bowing and scraping. You know? One more thing. I'm never going to mention DeSoto again. Countess, one more thing. Of course, this isn't important where true love is concerned, but do you have any dough?
I have no money. I work for a living.
Folks, get down to your DeSoto deal tomorrow. Tell him Groucho sent you. Rush down, for heaven's sakes. Be there before he opens up. Well, Countess, this is all in fun. I'd like to go on talking to you, too, but I'm sure you'd rather win some money. And right now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. You wouldn't take me seriously anyhow, would you, Countess?
I don't know.
I'm a pretty good catch at that if you can catch me. Eh? All right. Now, all you have to do for a chance at the big money is to run your $20 into more than our other couples.
In the race for the $1,000, the second couple leads with 1 cent. And the secret word is tree.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected foreign monetary units as your category. This ought to be right up your alley, Countess. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
All of it.
All of it. What is the monetary unit of Mexico?
Pesos.
Pesos.
Peso is right.
You now have $40.
You are now at $40, according to Fenneman. How much are you going to bet?
All.
You going to bet all of it?
Yes.
What is the monetary unit of Italy?
Lira.
Lira is right.
You now have $80.
Is that King Lear?
No, King Lear, that was in Shakespeare.
Oh, yes. Here's your third question. You have $80. How much are you going to bet?
All of it.
What is the monetary unit of Canada?
Canadian dollars.
The dollar is right.
You now have $160.
Now, how much of the 160 are you going to bet?
You want to bet it all? All.
What is the last chance to beat your other couple? How much will you bet?
We will bet all.
$160?
Yes.
Will you come to the Casbah, Countess?
Oh, I would love to.
And we will hang over the Casbah, shall we?
Oh, yes.
What is the monetary unit of Russia?
Rubles.
Ruble is right. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Countess, you got plenty on the ball, huh?
And besides, you have $320 now. And that means that the Countess and her partner with $320 in just one moment get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Arlene Francis here to tell you about the most wonderful new car I've ever seen, the 1954 DeSoto Automatic. The DeSoto Automatic is the one car planned and built to do exactly what you want it to do. Do it instantly, do it quietly, and do it safely at all speeds. That's a marvelous thing to know. And what a beautiful car. The gleaming new grille and chrome trim give the 1954 DeSoto a longer, lower look. The swept-back fenders form a sleek, unbroken line right down to the smart new taillights. There are completely new interiors, too. The new instrument panel is in perfect harmony with the rest of the exquisite appointments. A real jewel-like instrument panel, giving you a real feeling of luxury. Take it from me, this 1954 DeSoto Automatic is a really thrilling car. A car you'll want to see right away at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Drop in to drive the 1954 DeSoto Automatic and enjoy a DeSoto ride, the ride that puts you ahead automatically.
The 1954 DeSoto Automatic is available in 2 full series. The mighty DeSoto Fire Dome V8, now 170 horsepower, and the brilliantly responsive DeSoto PowerMaster 6. Here's the Countess and her partner, Groucho, the winning couple, all set for the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question.
Here we go for $1,000. Give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. A character in Sheridan's play, The Rivals, confused words that are similar in sound but unlike in meaning. She said things like an allegory lives on the banks of the Nile. For $1,000, what was the name of this woman who murdered the King's English? Talk it over. What is the answer you two have decided upon?
We think it is Pygmalion.
No, that is not the right answer. It's Mrs. Malaprop. Very famous character. As a matter of fact, it's become part of the language. A malaprop is any misappropriation of words. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, they lost the big money, but how much they win the quiz, George?
They went all the way in the quiz with $320.
Well, congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight. Thank you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-price field. DeSoto, Plymouth, 2 great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. When driving, keep your wits and windshield clear. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is water. W-A-T-E-R.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, a comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who now have on display the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new 1954 Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Oh, shucks, that's me. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples. George, who's first on the veranda?
Mr. Walter...
Is that right, Miranda?
I don't believe so, but it's nice.
Well, it can be if you have the right veranda.
Mr. Walter Mahonen and Miss Ruth Caloban. And they're waiting to meet you, Groucho. They have very interesting occupations we'd like to talk with them about. So, folks, if you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Let's see, Miss Ruth Coleman?
That's right.
And Mr. Walter Mahonen, huh? Ruth, you're very attractive.
Well, thank you.
Where are you from originally?
Oh, I'm from Washington, D.C.
Would you mind revealing your approximate age? It isn't necessary, but we're nosy.
I'm
We like
24.
to know. 24? Well, you don't look it.
Well, thanks. Do I look younger or older?
No, you look younger. I thought you were about 23 and a half. Huh? Are you married?
No, I'm not.
You're not married, huh? A girl with a cute squint like you, and you're not married? Have you tried squinting at the boys?
No, but maybe I will.
You can start on me, kid. And I'll squint right back. Who do you work for?
Well, I work for the National Bureau of Standards.
Oh, well, how are your standards?
Well, they're pretty high.
Well, if you ever lower them, will you come back and see me?
Possibly.
What do you do for the Bureau of Standards?
I'm a physicist.
A physicist? Well, prove it. Let's see you fizz.
I didn't bring my fizzing apparatus.
Well, specifically, what are you doing for the Bureau of Standards?
Well, our work is pretty highly classified, so I'd rather not talk about it.
Well, the telephone book is classified. Would you... Walter Mahonen?
Yes.
You're Irish, huh?
No, Finnish.
Well, so am I. The only difference is I hate to admit it. Are you married, Walter?
Yes, I'm married to the most wonderful wife in the world.
Mm-hmm. Well, tell us something about your wife, would you?
She's handy with skillet and casserole, and she has a deft touch with condiments and agglutinating agents in victuals.
Agglutinating agents?
Yeah.
Do they get 10% of your salary? What is a agglutinating agent as opposed to a regular agent?
In soups, that gives the soup a thickness, as it were.
Oh, it's a kind of a catalyst?
Something like that.
You thought I was a jerk, didn't you? When did you meet your wife, Walter?
I met her 7 years ago on New Year's...
Was she agglutinating then?
No. In Seattle, Washington.
You met her in Seattle?
On New Year's Eve. And we were married a week later in Reno, Nevada.
Well, could you give us some details of this whirlwind courtship?
Well, I met her at 8:20 on New Year's Eve, or 8 o'clock, and at 8:20 I decided I was going to ask her to marry me, which I did at 12:20 that night, which she did a week later.
You must have been in pretty good shape if you could still tell time on New Year's Eve, 4 hours after the party started.
Well, it was a strange sort of a party. We went over to listen to symphony records at a sorority sister house of hers. We listened to Walk Through a Paradise Garden by Delius. And
you were listening to a Paradise Garden by Delius
on
New Year's Eve?
That was the name of the symphony. Yeah.
Uh-huh. How long did this piece take, this Delius piece?
They served coffee at intervals, in which...
This is a whole evening of Delius?
A whole evening of Delius, punctuated by coffee with sugar and cream, and talk, as it were.
Did this girl know much about you, Walter? I mean, prior to this orgy that you threw there on New Year's Eve?
Yes.
I'm surprised the joint wasn't raided.
Well, I was considered
a rough affair, huh?
I was considered not a very good risk in marriage. I was a sort of a tramp, as it were. A tramp musician, and not very stable in those days. About jobs, I mean.
Did you have a job?
At the time, yes. I was a beachcomber.
Well, you couldn't get a more substantial job than that. A fortune in beachcombing, huh? Old beer bottles, dead seagulls. Are you serious? Was this really your
Yes,
occupation?
I was working for the Headleys, who have a beachcombing place on at White's Point in San Pedro, and I worked for them. And
you combed the beach?
Up and down the beach from White's Point up to Portuguese Bend.
Well, what kind of junk? What kind of stuff do you pick up?
Anything, flotsam and jetsam that could be merchandised.
Well, I picked up some flotsam and jetsam on the beach too. Are you doing any beachcombing these days?
No, I have a respectable job as a welder in a shipyard. But I'm doing some abstract sculpture in steel.
Abstract sculpturing in steel?
Yeah.
What is abstract steel sculpturing?
Well, abstract sculpture, as I understand it, is the addition of formal meaning to a mass that has no formal meaning by the use of human will, and I happen to choose a contemporary medium, which is steel.
Well, you've gone all your life through a kind of a mysterious haze, haven't you, Walter?
Yeah, it's been fun.
Well, I imagine you've had a lot of fun. You seem like the kind of fellow that gets a kind of an inside chuckle out of everything he does.
Indeed, I do.
You and John Gunther. Now, have you sold any of your work?
No, the main problem is getting into the shows. The juries seem to pick on the old and worn and haggard classics.
Why do you go in for these unusual, unlucrative occupations?
Because I like to, and I think every man should do what he likes to do.
Well, I admire you, Walter. You have a fine, homely philosophy. It's that kind of thinking that keeps the country jails full of customers. Well, it's certainly been abstract talking to you, Walter. And that goes for you, too, kid, huh?
Thank you.
I never thought when you first came out here and initially squinted at me that you were going to be quite so obscure. Well, now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. You know, all you have to do is run your $20 into more than our other couples for a crack at the big question later. You selected cities with the same name. There are a number of important cities with the same name. Some are here in the United States and some abroad. Let's see if you can identify them. Here's your first question. Now, how much will you bet?
Let's bet all of it first.
All of it.
All of it? Birmingham is one of England's largest cities and also is one of our major industrial cities. In what state is our Birmingham?
Birmingham, Alabama.
That's right, yes. That's true.
You're on your way. You have $40.
You have $40. Now, how much of this sum will you bet on your second question?
Shall we bet all of it again?
Yeah.
I think we ought to.
Okay. York, England is about 200 miles from London. Our city of York is 27 miles from Harrisburg. In what state is York?
Pennsylvania.
That's right.
You now have $80.
Now, I have $80. How much are you going to bet?
Okay, we'll bet the works.
Okay. The city of Syracuse in Sicily has declined from former days of glory. This is kind of a one-act play here. But our Syracuse is still on the way up with over 200,000 people. In what state is it located?
New York.
New York is right. Oh, another one?
They now have $160.
$160 is your last chance to beat the other couples. How much are you going to bet?
Who cares?
Let's bet all of it again.
All of it. Cambridge is a famous university city in England. In what state is our Cambridge? It has over 100,000 people.
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts, that's right.
And you wind up with $320.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's why the great new 1954 DeSoto deserves the name Automatic. Why it's the only car on the American road that fully deserves that name. First of all, whether you're driving along the open road or parking in a tight spot, DeSoto full-time power steering does the work of steering and parking for you. And when you have to stop, DeSoto full power brakes do over half the work of braking for you. Then, too, DeSoto electric windshield wipers maintain constant speed windshield wiping. And if you desire, the 1954 DeSoto will raise and lower your windows, air condition itself, and do a score of other things for you automatically. But the biggest news of all this year is DeSoto PowerFlight fully automatic transmission, the newest and finest automatic transmission available. Just turn the key and you're ready to drive. Step on the gas pedal and you're away in a swelling surge of smooth power, never draggy or jerky. Yes, friends, the 1954 DeSoto Automatic is a car designed and built to carry out your sudden orders quickly, quietly, safely at all speeds. Visit your neighborhood DeSoto Plymouth dealer soon. See the new DeSoto. And remember, DeSoto puts you ahead automatically.
Okay, George, who's next?
We have a teenager, Groucho, Miss Carol Sonia Tegner. Her partner is a special guest whom we invited because of his interesting occupation. He's Mr. Adam E. Jansen. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Mr. Adam Jansen and Miss Carol Sonia Tegner. Carol, since you're prettier than Mr. Jansen, this is without looking at Mr. Jansen, I'll start with you. How old are you?
16.
16. Do you go to school, Carol?
Yes, I do. I go to Hollywood High School, and I'll graduate this January.
Well, that's pretty early to be graduating from high school, 16, isn't it? You must be a real smart girl, in addition to being attractive.
Thank you.
Mr. Jansen, let's get on with you. You've been standing here with a vacant look in your eye. You're not Larry Jansen, the pitcher for DeRocher, are you?
No.
Where are you from, Mr. Jansen?
I was born in Minnesota.
Oh, you're not the Jansen from Jansen's Hofbrau in New York, huh?
I don't think so.
You're not the Jansen from I'm Jansen with tears in my eyes? Well, how about your first name? Is that Jansen, too?
No, my first name is Adam.
Adam. How do you account for that?
Well, I was christened Adam, but my friends call me Elmer.
They call you Elmer. You haven't got many friends. Don't you prefer Adam to Elmer?
I like Elmer.
That would sound pretty silly with Elmer and Eve. Huh? What sort of work do you do, Adam? Are you in the rib business?
No, I'm the chief of police of San Diego.
You're what?
I'm the chief of police of San Diego.
Why, Elmer, you lovable, forgiving old rascal. You are forgiving, aren't you?
Oh, sure.
San Diego, a lovely city. The flower of the South, San Diego. Wonderful town there. How long has crime been running wild in San Diego? Or to put it another way, how long have you been police chief?
About 6 years.
Tell me, Chiefy, what are your duties as head of the police?
Well, that would be hard to answer in a few minutes.
Well, don't have to worry about an answer right now. Just be sure you have the right answers for the grand jury. Let's pick an average day, Elmer. How do you start out?
Well, when I arrive at the station in the morning, I'd first of all attempt to find out what has happened since I left the day before.
You mean you read the newspapers to see if you've been indicted? What do you mean? Don't you know what's happened?
Well, most of the time, but I like to find who is in jail and what crimes have been committed and how many traffic accidents have happened. And
then you go home and go to sleep again?
No.
Do you have any women policemen down there?
Well, we have some women who are not police women, but they're police matrons, about a dozen of them.
Mm-hmm. How they look?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Do these women take orders from you?
They do.
Mm-hmm. Do they obey these orders?
They sure do.
Elmer, you're not the chief, you're the super chief. Well, it's time to stop talking and get down to money matters, Chief. And Chief Jansen, I was only kidding you. You know that, don't you? Don't pay any attention to me. Especially if I come to San Diego. Now then, let's play You Bet Your Life, huh? All you do is run your $20, and no more than there are other couples, and you'll get a crack at the big bundle later.
In the race for the $1,000, the first couple won $320, and the secret word is water.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected our feathered friends. Fine thing for a cop. Here's your first question. How much will you bet? You have $20.
All of it.
What do you call the comical-looking birds that inhabit the Antarctic regions? They can swim but can't fly.
Penguins.
Penguins is right. You have $40. How much of your $40 are you going to risk this time?
All of it.
What do you call the seabird that is regarded with superstition by some sailors? The rhyme of the ancient mariner told about one of these birds.
The albatross.
Albatross is right, eh? You now have $80. You have $80. How much are you going to try?
The works.
The works, she said.
What do you call the aquatic birds that live near the seashore? They have a large bill with a pouch underneath.
Pelicans.
That's right. His bill holds more than his Pelicans.
You now have $160.
Here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much of the 160 are you going to go for?
The works.
What do you call the long-necked pink water birds that are found in warm climates? Talk it over now.
Flamingos.
That is right, flamingos.
You wind up with $320.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. George, who's next?
We have a girl who works in a bank, Groucho. She's Miss Suzanne Glenn, and her partner is Mr. Peter DiPaolo. So, folks, would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Miss Susan Glenn and Mr. Peter DiPaolo, eh? Is that right?
Right, Groucho.
Say, Peter DiPaolo, that's a very famous name. Aren't you the first man ever to go over Niagara Falls in a pickle barrel?
No, Groucho, I drove racing cars.
Oh, that's right. You were a great champion. You were the hero of every kid in our block. I couldn't read the newspaper accounts, but the other kids used to tell me about you. I was only 48 at the time. I'll get back to you, champ, in a minute. Just stand there a while and idle your motor. Suzanne, I'd like to get better acquainted with you. Where are you from?
Well, I was born in Hollywood, California, Groucho.
Oh. How old are you?
23.
23. Mm-hmm. And where do you work?
Bank of America, South Pasadena.
They have a bank out there?
Yes, they do.
Do you observe bankers' hours at this bank?
Yes, we do. They're from 8 in the morning until 5 at night.
Uh-huh. Does everybody go home at 5?
Yes, they do.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
That's all I want to know. Tomorrow night, I may make a sizable withdrawal around 10 at night. Mr. DiPaolo, I know you were a champion race driver. What were some of the titles that you achieved during your career?
Well, I'd say the most standing was winning the famous Indianapolis 500-mile race, and then becoming the National AA champion in 25 and 1927.
And what was your average time in the Indianapolis race?
In 1925, I averaged 101 mile per hour.
And what do they average now?
128.
There's a lot of money in racing in those days, huh?
Yes, there was. In 25, I was lucky enough to win $168,000. And I thought it was terrible that I had to pay some $5,200 tax. Now, today, I'd keep the $5,200 and send the rest to Washington. A little different.
How'd you get started in the racing business? Was it always your ambition to be a race driver?
No, I wanted to go to college. When I was a young kid, at the time I had the idea of going to college, my father had a sign over the kitchen door written in Italian, and it read, "Chi non lavora non mangi."
What does that mean? Don't drop your keys in the wash basin?
That means who no work and no eat. And like all Latins, I love to eat, so I went to work.
Well, my father was like that, only he was more of a plain-spoken man. He just dumped me out of bed and hollered, "Go find a job, you bum." Didn't your folks object when you started to take up automobile racing as a career?
Well, they did, but as I progressed and became successful, they were very happy. As a matter of fact, after each race, I'd go home, and dear mother would have her one request, that I'd go to Newark à la Marquette. We go down to the public market. She wanted to show me off. We go along arm in arm, and she'd say, "Hello, Mrs. Pepleroy. It's a pity, champion for the race. You come from California."
Well, your folks sound like wonderful people, Pete. Not only that, but you sound just like my brother Chico, huh?
Well, they were wonderful people.
That's 2 strikes against you in the quiz, you realize. Tell us some more about your family, Pete.
Well, there are many things that I could relate, Groucho, but I remember very distinctly during World War I, Brother Johnny and I were in the Air Corps. Brother Johnny was a flyer, and I was an airplane mechanic. And on this one visit at home during our leave, Johnny went on telling about flying, which got Mother all excited, naturally, and like all people in those days, they thought if anybody fly an airplane, they get killed, for sure. So dear old mother, as Johnny, myself are leaving home, she embraced Johnny with that love and affection which only a mother can express.
Yeah.
And in her soft Latin voice, she says, Johnny boy, when you fly low and slow. And then I remember, too, months later, after that, poor Johnny had quite a misfortune. He'd wrecked down in the Everglades in Florida, and he came home with his arm bandaged up and his nose mashed over. And he says, Mama, I fly too low, I hit a house. But we used to have many wonderful visits at home. Wonderful people.
How do you feel about driving on Wilshire Boulevard, don't you?
Scared to death.
So, Pete, you're an expert on automobiles. What do you think of today's cars?
Well, I think people are getting more value for their money than ever before in the history of automobiles.
You hear that? Well, are you referring to any particular car?
Well, tonight it's a DeSoto.
It's a nice... I suppose the next week, if you were on it for a locomobile, you say it's about a locomobile, huh?
I'm glad you mentioned locomobile. She's a no more. She's a die.
She's a no more. That is why I mentioned a locomobile.
Nice catch on.
Well, enough of this chatter. Let's get on with the important business. You know what that is. You're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance to win some money. You run your $20 no more than the other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big money.
In the race for the $1,000, the first and second couples are tied with $320 each.
Well, here we go. Let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected personalities of the 20s as your category. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
How much can we bet?
You have $20.
20, bet it.
All the way.
20. Oh, sure. During the early 20s, the famous author of the Sherlock Holmes stories toured the United States. What was his name?
Was it Holmes? Oliver Wendell Holmes?
Sherlock Holmes. Those were the stories.
Holmes.
I want you to tell me the name of the author who toured the United States.
Okay.
Oh, that's a shame. You got cleaned out in the first question. Well, the answer is Sir Conan Doyle. Very famous
Wouldn't
author.
have guessed it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I give you one question anyhow, so you split $25. We don't like anybody to leave here flat broke.
Yeah.
Why did you pick that category?
Well, we thought we had it in the bag, but...
Now, what color do you associate with turnip greens?
Green.
Green is absolutely right. Well, thanks and good luck for the soda blended deal.
And that means that the San Diego chief of police and his partner and the beachcomber and his partner, with both of them with $320 in just 1 minute, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
Hello there. This is Arlene Francis here to tell you about something new and wonderful. The new 1954 DeSoto Automatic. This year, the stunning new DeSoto features Power Flight transmission, the world's newest and best fully automatic transmission. Power Flight automatically adjusts to fit your driving needs, and instantly you're driving at the exact speed you choose. With the magnificent instant response of Power Flight transmission, the tremendous power of the DeSoto Fire Dome engine, now 170 horsepower, and the wonderful assurance of DeSoto full power steering and DeSoto power brakes, all driving becomes pleasure driving. And when it comes to magnificent new styling, here too the dramatic 1954 DeSoto will set the pace for years to come. Even at rest, the new 1954 DeSoto has an air of impressive power and ability to eat up the miles. Tomorrow, go to your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Step inside this new 1954 DeSoto Automatic. Go for a thrilling ride in one. Once you've driven this new DeSoto, I think you'll agree, the 1954 DeSoto puts you ahead automatically.
Well, Groucho, here are the two couples tied for the chance at the big question. Each couple will decide on a single answer between them and write it down on one of the cards we've given them. And if both couples get it right, they'll split the money between them. Okay?
All right, please now help in the audience now. A New Englander named Clarence E. Mulford, M-U-L-F-O-R-D, has written many successful stories about the West. For $1,000, I want you to tell me the name of the most famous character created by Clarence E. Mulford. Write it down.
This couple's?
No, I'm sorry. This couple over here, it's Hopalong Cassidy.
Oh,
You said it right. Yes.
Well, the beachcomber and the girl from the National Bureau of Standards, they split $1,000 between them, and $320.
Right, $320.
That makes $1,320. Well, congratulations. What are you going to do with all that money?
I'm going to be a beachcomber starting tomorrow.
Well, I admire you. You have a wonderful solution for life. And what are you going to do with yours?
I think maybe I'll ask my parents if they'd like to come out and visit me in California.
Well, that's couldn't have spend the money in a nicer way. Huh? Well, congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't forget Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. Remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth, two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Good brakes stop many accidents before they get started. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is FACE. F-A-C-E.
Really?
You Bet Your Life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who now have on display the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new 1954 Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
One of nature's noblemen. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples.
Well, Groucho, we went looking in our audience tonight for grandparents.
You
and,
did, huh?
Yes, and
Well,
as a
you're
result...
really getting old.
Well, we found one. He's Mr. Earl Pollock, and we'd like him to meet you, Groucho. His partner is Helen Wilde. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mr. Earl Pollock and Helen Wilde. Helen, you're a very attractive girl. Where are you from originally?
Monroe, Louisiana.
Monroe, Louisiana?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Well, where is that? Is that in the Bayou country?
Yes. In fact, I lived right across the street from one of the bayous.
Is that so? Did anybody buy you anything while you were down there?
Not hardly.
Could you tell us something about this country? For example, what did you do down there when you were a girl?
When I was a little girl, it was real bad days then, and I used to work in the berry fields and help my family.
What do you mean
picking
by
strawberries? And, well, you know, depression.
Times were tough, huh?
That's right. And I used to pick berries, strawberries and blackberries and different things.
Mm-hmm. Now, how old are you now, Helen? You certainly don't look much over 20.
I'm 34.
34?
Mm-hmm.
Really? Well, we don't look it, but we're about the same age. Would you like to get together later and discuss our ages?
No, I don't believe I would. I'm married. My husband wouldn't like it.
What sort of work does your husband do?
He's a meat cutter.
No, he's not going to chase me with a cleaver. Now then, let's see. You're Mr. Earl Pollock?
Yes, sir.
Is that the way you pronounce it?
Yes,
Pollock?
sir.
You mind if I call you Earl?
At your pleasure, sir.
Well, I've had greater pleasures than that. I wouldn't sneer at it. How old are you, Earl?
I will be 82 years old next month.
Really? Well, how long have you been retired?
Where did you get the idea I was retired?
Well, you mean you're still active? Is it because of that beautiful girl standing next to you?
I am still active in the civil engineering profession, yes, sir.
Is that so? You're a civil engineer?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's quite an achievement to last that long these days.
Thank you.
The way things are. Did you do any berry picking when you were a lad?
No, that was out of my line.
Veneman says you're a grandfather, huh?
Twice. 2 times.
2 times, huh? How long have you been married?
Oh, somewhere in the neighborhood of 52 years.
Really, you don't look it, huh? I'd say you weren't married a day over 40 years. Huh? Helen, now about your marriage to this butcher, do you have any little tots running around stealing meat out of butcher shops, huh?
I have a 6-month-old granddaughter.
A granddaughter?
Mm-hmm.
Well, how old are you again?
34.
See, there's something in berry picking at that, I guess. Well, aren't you ashamed of yourself? You and Helen are both grandparents, but it took you 82 years to do what she did in 34. Well, I'm certainly confused talking to you two. Earl makes me feel young again, and Helen makes me feel real old again. However, I presume you're both interested in making some money. So let's play You Bet Your Life. All you got to do is run your $20 no more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the big money. Well, here we go. Let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected Western songs as your category. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
We'll bet all of it.
The whole 20. Well, give me the title of this Western song. Play, Jerry.
Wagon wheels. Wagon wheels.
Wagon wheels is right.
And you're on your way with $40.
We'll
How
bet
much?
it all again.
$40 you're going to bet? Okay. What is the name of this song? Jerry?
Heading for the last roundup.
Heading for the last roundup.
You now have $80.
We'll bet all of it.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Fielding.
Red River Valley.
Red River Valley is right.
You've now climbed $160.
We'll bet it all.
You're going to bet the 160.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right. Play this one, Jerry. Shame to take the money, isn't it?
Yes, it
It's
is.
a
Home
shame
on
to
the
take
range.
the money. It's home on the range is right,
And you wind up with $320.
So thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Fine man.
Well, our studio audience selected a girl from the telephone company, Groucho, Miss Dolores Deal, and her partner is a special guest, Mayor Durward Loomis. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, the mayor, eh? Well, welcome, Your Highness, with the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mayor Edward Loomis, eh? Shows you how I keep up with current events. I thought Eisenhower was mayor.
It's Durward Loomis, Groucho.
It's what?
Durward Loomis.
Durward, oh. Are you really an honest-to-goodness mayor?
That's right, I am, Groucho.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you here, Your Majesty.
Thank you, sir.
What are you mayor of?
The city of San Fernando, Groucho.
Well, congratulations. That's a wonderful honor. It's magnificent.
Thank you.
Where is San Fernando? Is that in the United States?
San Fernando is in the fastest growing valley in the world, Groucho, the great San Fernando Valley.
Is that near Rudy? I guess not. Mayor, I'll return to you in a moment. We'll start the investigation as soon as I've talked to your partner here. You're Dolores Deal?
That's right.
Is that the way you pronounce it, Deal?
That's right, uh-huh.
In other words, you're Miss Deal, is that right?
Yes, I am.
And you're from the phone company?
Yes.
Well, you have a very pretty prefix. What is your hometown, Dolores?
Oh, I like to say I'm from Junction City, Kansas.
Well, I don't mind if you do, but where are you from?
From Salina, Kansas.
How old are you? That is, if you don't mind talking.
25.
Well, I'll accept that. However, since you're from the phone company, you probably gave me the wrong number just from habit. What branch of the phone company do you work for?
In the Beverly Hills office.
Beverly Hills?
Mm-hmm.
Really? I live in Beverly Hills.
I know.
Oh, you eavesdropper here. Do you ever talk to me when I ask for the operator?
No, I'm not an operator. I work as a service representative.
Oh. Well, you may not be an operator, but I am, Dolores. A pretty feeble one, too. Mayor Loomis, let's get back to you. Everything quiet on the political scene?
Just at the moment, Groucho, yes.
Well, I was just checking. I thought maybe you had a plane ticket to Mexico City in your pocket.
Not yet.
Are you married, Mayor?
Yes, I am, Groucho.
How'd you meet your wife? Were you out buying votes and you happened to run into her?
Not this wife, no. I worked in a bank.
Previous wife?
No, this is my only wife.
What are you
Groucho.
getting for votes these days?
Well, I don't know what the current quotation is, but I understand it's getting higher.
I remember you could buy a vote for $1.50. Now you can just about get a pumpernickel for that. Did you ever have any pumpernickel voting for you?
I don't recall it. They may have been on the rolls.
Would you like to switch seats with me?
Thank you, no, Groucho.
It seems to me I heard San Fernando was the fastest growing community in the world. Is this true, Mayor?
San Fernando Valley is the
valley.
fastest growing area in the world. San Fernando can't grow anymore. We've reached the limit of our population.
Well, have you discussed this with the members of the population?
No? I still think it's true.
Well, why do you say this, Mayor?
The geographical limitations of the area. We are 2 square miles, and Los Angeles completely surrounds us.
How long have you been Mayor, Your Honor?
2 years, Mr. Marx.
2 years, huh? You're just a beginner in politics, huh? What are your plans for the future? Have you got your eye on the governor's chair, or do you plan to head right for the Supreme Court?
Well, Groucho, recently we've opened a new bank in Pacoima. I'm the president of the new bank, and we offer downtown banking services to the Pacoima area.
You've only been mayor 2 years, and already you're opening your own bank? Mayor, you may be a tyro politically, but I must say you've got real talent. Well, I'm sure neither of you is averse to winning a lot of money, so let's get down to business.
In the race for the $1,000, the first couple won $320, and the secret word is face.
Now, here we go. Let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected stars of movies. I'll give you the title of these 3 pictures, and you tell me the name of the male star who appeared in all 3 of them. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to try?
All of it, huh?
Bet the lot.
Right.
All right, who starred in The Road, The Glory Brigade, and Samson and Delilah?
Victor Mature.
Right.
You now have $40.
Now you have $40. How much are you going to try this time?
All of it, huh?
The lot.
Right.
Who starred in Island in the Sky, The Quiet Man, and Sands of Iwo Jima?
John Wayne.
John Wayne is right.
You now have $80.
All of it, huh?
Shooting the Woods.
The lot.
Who
Right.
starred in Ride Vaquero, Quo Vadis, and Ivanhoe?
Robert Taylor.
Robert Taylor is correct.
You now have $160.
Oh, God.
Are you going to try the whole thing?
Yes.
Take it up with the...
I think we should.
All right.
Okay. Who starred in Carrie, The Beggar's Opera, and Hamlet?
Laurence Olivier.
Laurence Olivier is right.
And you wind up with $320.
Oh, thank
Well,
you.
thanks
very
and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Thank you, Groucho.
Thank you.
All right, George, who's next?
Well, Groucho, we have a department store buyer and a man from a circus for you. Mr. Norman Carroll and Mrs. Helen Kreiter. Would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome, kids, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Miss Helen Kreiter and Mr. Norman Carroll. Helen, is that Miss or Mrs.?
That's Mrs. Groucho.
Oh. Okay, I was just checking. I'm just wasting any time. Find out early. That's my mind. Now then, you're Norman Carroll?
That's right.
Or is
sir.
it Carroll Norman?
No, Norman Carroll, sir.
Where are you from, Norman?
I'm from Vincennes, Indiana. I was born about 3 blocks away from the Wabash River.
Is that so? On the banks of the Wabash, huh? You remember much about Vincennes?
Well, I was born in a flood, and 3 days later I got the measles.
Certainly got a good memory. If you can remember being born during a flood. You weren't on Noah's Ark, were you?
No. My folks told me about was a
About
measles.
Noah's Ark?
No, the measles epidemic.
Why did you leave Vincennes?
Well, I wanted to join the circus.
Did you still have the spots on your face at the time?
No, I got over that. All right, I guess.
Why did you want to join the circus? Was it falling apart?
No, I wanted to join.
It's an old joke about the Siamese twins or something.
No, I
No,
joined.
somebody said, "Shall we join the ladies?" And he says, "Why? They're coming apart." This was the Siamese twins. I think it's an old George Kaufman joke. What did you do with the circus?
Well, I joined the circus as a clown.
Well, what made you think that you'd make a good clown? Were you always funny at home?
Well, around town they thought I was funny, and then I.
Did you
thought-
ever hear the old story of the clown? I think it was Marceline, the French clown. He was very despondent and always wanted to kill himself. When he finally went to a doctor, and the doctor says, "What's the matter?" He says, "Well, I have suicidal impulses." He says, "I'm always sad and dejected." He says, "Well, what you need is a good laugh. Why don't you go to the circus tonight and see Marceline the clown?" And he says, "I'm Marceline the clown."
That's something like.
It's not a very funny story, but it has a good moral.
Well, that's kind of like I joined the circus as a clown, and the contract
As
said.
a matter of fact, it's a very dull story, but most stories that have a good moral are like that, and you have to submit to a story like that. Have you heard that story before?
Oh, but I was going to tell you about the contract I had with the circus.
You don't like the story I just told.
Do you want to hear about the contract? This
will you listen to this story again if I listen to you?
Well, anyway, the contract that I had said.
You don't care if I ignore your story the same as you ignored mine, huh? I like to get an occasional laugh up here, too. It isn't all beer and Skittles just sitting here.
What I was going to say at the beginning,
You're a persistent
the people,
fellow, I must say. You've certainly got a one-joke mind, and you're certainly bound on using it. All right, out with it. But I'll warn you, I'm not going to listen to it. I'll pretend I'm listening to it.
well, I started to tell you a little while ago that
It was about 10 minutes ago.
the contract said clown, $15 a week, and you make yourself generally useful.
This was in Vincent?
This is where do you mean?
I don't know where I mean. You're telling the story. I'll be willing to listen to the story in any town you name. It seems to me, in fairness to me, that I'm entitled to some identity about this town.
But I didn't join I left Vincennes with the...
I know, that's when you had the measles. Okay, on with the story.
Well, anyway, I was with the circus, and I got $15 a week as a clown, and the lady that owned the circus, she finally come to me and she said, you're the unfunniest clown we've ever had. And then she gave me a job selling tickets. I only lasted 2 weeks. That's what I was trying to tell you all the time.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry I didn't keep on interrupting you. How were you as a ticket seller? Were you very successful?
Well, I'd say just fair.
You weren't very good at anything, were you? It's kind of sad, the whole thing, isn't it? Would you like to hear the story again about Marceline, the clown who wanted to kill himself?
I don't... Unless you would. I would.
Well, I know I don't want to hear it again. What's... Helen, what sort of work do you do? What sort of work do you do, Helen?
I'm a department store buyer, Groucho.
Oh, that sounds like a pretty soft job. How many department stores have you bought recently?
None.
None? You
No.
don't?
No, I don't buy
What department stores the store are you with? I'm a little hysterical from this measles story.
I'd prefer not to mention the name.
Uh-huh.
The largest in the West, however.
Well, is it the May Company?
No.
Is it Saks?
No.
The Army Navy store?
No.
Well, every store in town got a plug but yours. That ought to get you a big raise when you get back there. Well, now, Norman, let's get back. What sort of work do you do now?
Well, I'm with the greatest show on earth now.
You with Orbax? See, Helen, there's nothing modest about him. You might as well tell us what circus it is, Norman. Get it over with, huh?
Ringling Brothers, Barnum and Bailey Circus, the greatest show on earth.
See how shy he is? What do you do for the circus, Norman?
Well, I'm the ringmaster, and I do a little barking.
Like, how much is that dog in the window? Well, tell us about your circus. What is it like this year?
Well, I think it's the best show we've had in the 83-year history of this famous circus. We got a little fella called Mr. Miston Jr. Mr. North discovered him over in Belgium. His father was a professor of note, and they brought him here. And
Mr. North's father was a professor in Belgium?
This is the little fella, Mr. Miston Jr., that I'm talking about. He works in the center ring.
Oh, and where's Mr. North working? In the North Wing?
He's the one that goes to Europe and scouts.
He doesn't have to watch the circus at all, huh?
Well, he sees it in New York when we play Madison Square Garden. He's there.
And then he goes to Belgium and stays there? And...
No, they have... I get mixed up talking to you. I do what this going to say. I don't know. Mr. Marx,
I can't understand how anybody could get mixed up talking to me. I never get mixed up talking to me.
Mr. Marx, I sold a lot of tickets, but honestly, I think it'd be the toughest job I ever had in my life to try to sell you a ticket. I wouldn't know what I'd be selling.
Norman, you have no idea how tough it would be to sell me a ticket. particularly since I expect 4 seats for nothing. Well, it's been certainly fun talking to you two, but now it's time to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the big money. All you have to do is run your $20 no more than our other couples, and you get a chance at the big question later.
In the race for the $1,000, the first and second couples are tied with $320 each.
You selected little or big as your category. All of these well-known places, persons, and things begin with the descriptive words little or big. You understand that?
Mm-hmm.
All right, now let's see how many you can identify. Here's your first question. You have $20. Now, what will you try? Hey, you've got to talk up. They want to hear
All of it.
All of it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Do you agree on this?
okay, you've talked me into it.
Only if you agree.
Huh?
Only if you agree.
I don't want to argue. I just want to win some money.
Well, write it first, all of it.
All right.
All right. What was the nickname for Napoleon? It began with one of the descriptive adjectives, little or big.
I think it was Little Colonel.
Little Caesar?
Little...
For Napoleon.
Yeah.
Little Caesar.
No, Little Colonel, I think.
Wrong? Oh.
Little Corporal.
Little Corporal.
He was flirting with it. Oh, that's a shame. You lost all your money.
Sure did.
That's not good. I'll give you one question. Get this right, and you'll bring your money up to $25, which you can split. How many rings in a 3-ring circus?
You want to talk it over?
No.
I think it's 3.
Well, I'm sorry you didn't win more.
That's all right.
Thanks and good luck.
This is worth more than the money. I'd rather meet you than win money.
It was
Mr.
wonderful
Marx.
meeting you. Isn't he wonderful, this guy? I was crazy about him. I wish he was my next contestant.
Well, our last couple went broke, and that means that our first 2 couples who are tied for the chance at the big question get that chance in just 1 minute for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. Groucho? When you drive the 1954 DeSoto Automatic with Power Flight fully automatic transmission, you're driving the most truly remarkable car on the road today. The main reason is simple. DeSoto Power Flight. There's no clutch to bother with. No shifting gears necessary. All you do is turn the key and you're ready to drive. Lightly step on the accelerator and go from a standing start to high-speed cruising in one silk-smooth surge of power. With DeSoto Power Flight fully automatic transmission, it's a breeze all the way. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, the brand new 1954 DeSoto Automatic with Power Flight automatic transmission is available in 2 great series, the superbly responsive PowerMaster 6 and the mighty Fire Dome V8, now delivering a full 170 horsepower. See these famous DeSotos at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers soon. You'll be glad you did, because DeSoto puts you ahead automatically. Well, here comes our first 2 couples who are tied for the chance at the big question, Groucho. Each couple will decide on a single answer and write it down on one of these cards that we've given them. If both couples get it right, we'll split the money between them.
Okay, here we go. Joseph Broz, and I'll spell it for you. His first name is Josip, and his second name is capital B-R-O-Z. That's his real name. That's an important figure in current history. For $1,000, tell me, who is Joseph Broz? Write something down. No, I'm sorry. The lady said George Washington. It happens to be Marshal Tito.
Oh, no.
And that means that the mayor and the guy from the phone company split $1,000. How much did they win?
$1,000 in the quiz and $320.
That means the mayor won $500 and $160 for his share. That's $620. You can buy for that, let's see, 350 votes, I would say, in San Fernando.
Mister, I'll move to San Fernando and vote for you 1,000 times.
Well, now, what are you going to do with all that money?
I'm going to buy a Groucho special.
Oh, fine. And you, Mayor?
I think I'll start an account in my new bank, Groucho.
Well, at least you'll have some money in it, even if it's only ours. Well, congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Thank you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't forget Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth. Two great new cars. Both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. You can't control the weather, but you can control your speed. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is window. W-I-N-D-O-W.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, a comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who now have on display the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new 1954 Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples. George, who's first?
Groucho, we have a married couple from our audience, Mr. and Mrs. Marty J. Backjean. So, folks, would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and take home an extra $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Mr. and Mrs. Marty J. Backjean, huh? Backjean. What kind of a name is Backjean?
Well, it's J-I-A-N, Backjean, but we changed it to J-E-A-N, Backjean.
In other words, you changed your genes, huh? Not in midstream, I hope. Mrs. Backjean, what is your first name?
Helen.
Helen. Well, that's a nice name. You could be from Troy. What is your hometown?
I'm from Long Island, Queens County, New York.
Oh. Well, that's a nice place there. I used to live in Great Neck there. May I inquire how old you are, Helen?
I'm 27.
27, well, young-looking 27.
Thank you.
And where are you from originally, Marty?
Well, originally from West Hoboken, New Jersey, about a half mile from Hoboken Ferry.
Oh, I used to live in Hoboken many years ago. How old are you, Marty?
45.
Really? And Helen's 27. Well, that makes 18 years difference. Huh?
That's right.
How long you two been married?
10 years.
And so you don't look it, huh? Where exactly did you meet Marty? Do you remember?
Yes, I was in the 10th grade at Polytechnic High School.
You were in the 10th grade together? He was 18 years older than you? Marty, what were you, the village idiot?
No, I was a teacher.
Oh, I see. And Helen married a teacher, huh? Well, that's a new one, huh? Marty, what kind of a class were you teaching?
I was a class in library science. I was a school librarian.
Oh. Well, I must say, Helen, you had a lot of courage. No, this is no reflection on you, Marty. Most kids, when they go to the library, bring home a book. And... Helen varied this. She brought home the librarian. Well, tell us something about library work. How do you become a librarian? Do you have to start out as a bookie?
Well, Groucho, I didn't start out as a bookie. I started out as a shelf reader.
Well, were you Morocco bound at the time, or were you still in Hoboken?
No. I started out as a shelf reader.
A shelf reader?
Yes.
You read shelves?
I read shelves. Straightened the books on the shelves of the Los Angeles Public Library. And then went on to become a page, and then a junior librarian.
You became a page in one of the books? You said you started at the bottom, didn't you?
Right at the bottom.
What are you doing now, Marty? Have you given up teaching?
No, I'm still the high school librarian at Polytechnic High School in Los Angeles.
Oh. You know, speaking of books, in almost every home there are shelves with books on them, good books. People have read these books, and they never read them again, and they remain on these library shelves. And the camps and hospitals, the service camps and hospitals, could use these books. They need them desperately. And if any of you folks out front have any books like that you're through with and don't intend to read again, instead of just decorating the shelves, why not take them to your nearest USO station and drop them off there? You'll be doing a wonderful thing for the kids. Well, you're a nice couple, and I'm sure you'd like to win a lot of money tonight. Wouldn't you?
Oh, I'd love to.
All right, well, let's play You Bet Your Life. Now, tonight we're going to change our quiz. You know, in past weeks, the contestants have been betting all their money on every question, and too many people have been going broke. George Fenneman, will you come in here? I want you to explain the rules.
You get 4 questions. You pick them yourselves by number from a list that Groucho has in his hand there. Now, each question has a value, ranging from $10 for the first on the list up to $100 for the 10th question. As the value increases, $10 at a time, the questions get tougher. You can pick any 4 of the 10 that you want. If we miss the question, we don't subtract anything, and if you get it right, we add it to your total.
Now, is that clear?
Very clear.
Any question? Remember, the more the question is worth, the tougher it is. Number 1 is easy, number 10 is very hard. So it's up to you. The couple that wins the most money gets the chance at the big question later. Well, let's see how much money you can win. You selected American history, and you ought to be pretty good at this. Now, you can start with a $10 question, 50 or 80 or 100. You can start with any question you want.
We'll try the $50 question.
50. Well, that's a nice compromise. All right. Who was the president of the Confederate States?
Jefferson Davis.
That's right. You have $50.
You're on your way with $50.
Now, you see, the beauty of this quiz is you can't lose this 50. This is inviolate. This is yours.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Now, you have to talk real loud because these people want to hear what you're saying.
We'll take the $70 question.
$70.
Yeah.
Now, if you win this one, you'll have 120. What was the name of the British general who surrendered at Yorktown?
Cornwallis. What are you talking about?
Cornwallis.
Cornwallis is right.
You now have $120.
Isn't this much better than the old way?
So far.
Of course, we're going to break the sponsor, but we don't care about that. Now you have $120. Now, what are you going to bet?
80 or 90.
You had a 70. You want to try an 80?
Let's try it.
The 80s are very good this year. We just got them in this morning.
90. We'll try the $90.
90. Ethan Allen was a revolutionary hero in command of a famous group of militia. What were they called?
I think so.
The Minutemen.
No, I'm sorry. It was the Green Mountain Boys.
Well, you still have $120, however, and one more chance, right?
Now you have one more chance.
Well, we should try the $100.
All right.
But a little more, nothing.
All right.
We'll try the $100 question.
Okay. A famous raid on an arsenal led by John Brown in 1859 was one of the incidents that eventually led to the war between the states. What was the name of this place? Talk it over. You're married.
Yeah.
John
It was a bridge or something.
Oh,
It was a fort. We
No.
don't know, Groucho.
Well, you should have known this. It's Harper's Ferry.
I was thinking of a bridge, yeah.
It's named after my brother Harper's Marx, huh?
And you still wind up with $120.
Well, that's pretty good. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth Deal. Okay, George, who's next?
Well, we invited some sulky drivers to the program tonight, Groucho, and our studio audience selected Mr. Bai Shively to be on the show. And his partner has an interesting hobby. She's Mrs. Frances S. Berra. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Mrs. Frances S. Berra and Bai Shively. Mrs. Berra, I'll start with you. Where are you from?
Oh, I'm from Englewood, California.
Oh, is that so? I used to live there. How old would you say you are, approximately, Mrs. Berra?
Oh, well, I'd say I'm about 28.
Uh-huh. Well, how old actually are you? You're married, I presume, from this moniker here. Huh?
Yes, I am.
And Mr. Shively? Where, Bai Shively, huh?
Yes, sir.
Where are you from, Bai?
Well, I was born in Indiana.
Oh, whereabouts?
A town called Goodland up in the northwestern.
Oh, is that so? I used to live there. Great old town. Your name is Bai Shively?
Yes.
What does the Bai stand for?
Well, I hate to mention that. That stands for Bion.
For what?
Bion.
B-I-A-N?
O-N.
B-I-O-N? Is that an old Yankee name, or?
Well, I don't know. Some fella named me that they said he had quite a little money, and he tied that name on to me, and I, when he died, he never left me a nickel. I don't like to mention that.
Well, that was a good one on him, wasn't it, huh? How old are you, Bai?
Oh, I'm only 75.
Well, you're only a kid, huh?
Yeah.
Are you married?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. How long have you been married, huh?
Oh, about 54 years.
Are you happily married, Bai?
Well, yes, most of the time.
You have any children?
One boy.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see. What was it Fenneman called you?
Sulky driver.
You're a sulky driver? You mean you drive a horse and carriage?
Drive trotters and pacers to a sulky.
Hmm. I don't like to say this, but aren't you a little old for horse racing?
You can drive as long as you can sit on a bike and hold a pair of lines, I guess.
What big races have you won, Mr. Shively?
Well, I'm on this Golden West Trot out here to Santa Anita. I won the Kentucky Futurity and the Hamiltonian.
Well, that's a real big one, the Hamiltonian, isn't it?
Well, it's about 10,000 more than the Kentucky Futurity.
Well, you're a pretty modest fellow, aren't you, the way you reel these victories off here, as though they were nothing.
Well,
You don't like to talk much, but you don't blow your own horn very much.
Well, I never noticed it.
You say you're married, Mrs. Berra?
Yes, I am.
How did you meet your husband?
Well,
I presume you still have him.
I was looking for a job one day, and he had a flying school.
A what?
A flying school.
A flying school?
Mm-hmm.
That's a great idea. The best we could do when I was a kid was to tip the school over on its side. Never could get it to fly. What were you doing at this place?
Well, I was asking him for a job.
Oh?
And I worked for him for about a year, and then we were married.
Well, what did you do? You say you worked for him?
I was a flight instructor.
Oh. How long did you do this?
Oh, I've been flying for about 12 years.
You've been flying for 12 years? That's a
Yes.
long time. Well, how'd you manage it? Did they refuel you in midair? Apparently you've done a lot of flying. Have you made any unusual flights, Francis?
Yes, I have flown in the Powder Puff Derby for the last 3 years.
The Powder Puff Derby?
Yes.
Really? That's one place I've never been. Isn't that the ladies' lounge at the Brown Derby?
No, it's the all-women transcontinental air race.
Oh. And you were in it this year?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And where is this, where did you fly from?
Well,
and to?
I flew from Lawrence, Massachusetts to Long Beach, California.
That's a long ride. How'd you make out?
I won.
Hey, we got nothing but champs up here tonight. Congratulations. You must be pretty good with a powder puff, huh?
Well, try.
You must have a pretty fast plane. Is it a jet plane?
Oh, no. It's a very slow plane. In fact, you can come in last and still win.
Only in a woman's race could you make a statement. Well, you're both in a different kind of a race tonight. You're going to play You Bet Your Life for a lot of money. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
In the race for the $1,000, Mr. and Mrs. Backgene won $120, and the secret word is window.
I have 10 questions here. You get any 4 of these questions you want. Only remember, number 10 is for $100, and that's much more difficult than the first question, which is for $10. Is that clear? And any money you win, you keep. Now, you took food and drink as your category. Just talk up.
70.
Whatever you say.
$70.
$70. What is the salted roe of the sturgeon called? You don't know? Take a guess.
Caviar.
Caviar's right, yes.
On your way, you have $70.
Don't do that. When you know the
I won
answer,
the same.
shout it out, huh? Now you have $70, which is yours, and nobody can take that away from you. Except me as soon as the show is over. Huh? Now, which one do you want? You want the 100? You want the 10, 20, 30, anything?
80.
Talk up, kids.
That's all right. You're the
$80.
answer.
$80. All right. What is the sugar substitute made from coal tar called? Talk it over. Your partners.
Oh, I don't have no idea.
Sir?
No, you should know this. Saccharin.
But you still have $70.
All right. Now your third question. Which one do you want?
$60.
60. What is the main ingredient of borscht?
Wine?
Take a guess. No. I can see you're not Russian. It's beets.
You still have $70.
All right. Now here's your fourth one. You can't lose that 70.
Should we try 50?
$50.
All right. What are the small cubes of toasted bread served with soup called? Talk it over. Small cubes of toasted bread.
I don't know.
Croutons.
And
Anyway.
you wind up with $70.
Well, that's not too bad. Thanks and good luck. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Nobody cheats me out of that. I don't want to get fired. Now, before we go on, I have something here I would like to mention. It's about Christmas seals. You know, every one of those Christmas seals you buy and use helps fight the battle of tuberculosis. And TB is our country's #1 infectious killer. So answer that letter you get containing the Christmas seals. Buy them and use them. All right, George, who's next?
Well, now we have a woman with an interesting job and a man who works in a restaurant, Groucho. She's Mrs. Edith Keenest and Mr. Tony Hartenstein. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Mrs. Edith Keenest, is that how you pronounce it?
That's right, Edith Keenest.
And what kind of a name is that, Keenest?
My husband's from Switzerland. It's a Swiss name.
Oh. And where are you from, Edith?
I'm from New York City, right near Morningside Park.
Oh, is that so? I used to live there.
Is that so?
Tony Hartenstein? What?
Hartenstein.
Stein. What kind of a name is that?
That's a Swiss name. I'm from Switzerland.
Oh, naturally. Who isn't? Everybody around here tonight is from Switzerland. I used to live in Switzerland. Now, Edith, what sort of work does your husband do?
He and I operate a dude ranch, the Double E Ranch in Woodland Hills.
You run a dude ranch? Well, I'm glad to hear that. I take my little daughter to dude ranches quite frequently in the summer now. What is yours like?
Well, ours is the dude ranch for dogs and has nothing to do with people.
What do you mean, a dude ranch for dogs? Are you serious?
I'm perfectly serious. It's the same for dogs as it would be for people, only we only take dogs.
Oh. Well, is your dude ranch full most of the time?
It's full all of the time. In fact, we turn dogs away almost every day.
Your place must be a howling success, huh? I happen to have a French poodle. Now, suppose I wanted to leave him at your flea bag when I went out of town. How would I go about it?
Well, the first thing you'd have to do is give me plenty of notice so that I'd be sure to be able to accommodate you.
No, it's for the poodle. I don't know. Now, what else do I have to do to get my dog into your club?
Well, you have to tell me who recommended us to you, because we're very particular about the dogs. They have to be strictly pets, and we have to know who the people are that send them.
Suppose these dogs get lonesome for their owners. What do you do?
Well, most of the owners write their dogs, and then I take the letters into the dogs, and I let them smell it. I even read it to them.
They read these letters in the litters?
No, I read the letters to them, and they smell it, and then they know it's from their owners. And I answer the letters for the dogs.
What are the rates? What are the rates of this joint?
Well, I'd rather not go into the rates, but they're reasonable.
What do you regard as reasonable, Edith?
Well, not expensive.
You give me the old doggy runaround. Well, Tony, not to change the subject, which needs changing about now. What sort of work do you do?
I'm an accordion player at the Switzerland restaurant.
You're an accordion? A squeeze box you play?
That's right, vacuum cleaner.
You're kind of a Swiss Phil Baker, huh?
That's right.
Can you yodel?
Yes, I can.
You can, huh? Well, what is a yodel exactly, Tony?
Well, a yodel is a combination of your chest voice and the falsetto. And, of course, most of all, it's an expression of joy.
Mm-hmm. Could you teach me to yodel?
Well, I think so. Can you sing?
Apparently you haven't heard me. I can whine a bit.
Well, you take, for instance, you say, hololo.
Hololo.
That's right. Now you put some voice in it, and you go, hololo, hololo. That's right. Now this was your chest voice. Now you take the words oo and do, but here you use your falsetto, like this. Hololo, do, hololo, do, hololo, do, hololo, do.
Well, let's have a whole yodel now, huh? Six dogs just broke out of her kennel. Now, can you yodel like, oh, holy, holy, holy. Now, you yodel that and I'll sing the low part now.
All right. What key, will you?
Well, pick any key. Oh, holy, holy,
holy, holy, holy, holy,
holy, la 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 la, holy, la 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 la, holy, la 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 la. I can do more things badly than anybody in television. Well, it's been certainly fun talking to you two, but now it's time to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the big money.
In the race for the $1,000, Mr. and Mrs. Backgene are still leading with $120.
Now, you know we have a new quiz game, or don't you know? You have chosen geography as your category. I've got 10 questions here. You pick any 4 of these you want. They start at $10 and go up to $100. Further up you go, the tougher they get. Now, are there any questions? Is this clear to you?
I believe so.
All right, you can take a $10 question, which is the easiest, $100, $50, anything you want. Talk up.
10.
10?
Mm-hmm.
All right, in what foreign capital do you find the Kremlin?
Moscow.
That's right. You see, you should have taken a $100 question.
Well, you now have $10.
Now you have $10. Now you can take any question you want. 20? All right. In what state do you find Pikes Peak?
Colorado.
Colorado is right.
Now have $30.
Now, which one do you want?
All right.
40.
40. What is the capital city of Chile?
Santiago.
Santiago is right.
You now have $70.
Now you have one more question. You can take any one you want.
Okay.
60.
60. What is the tallest mountain in North America?
North America? Mount McKinley.
Mount McKinley is right.
And you wind up with $130.
Well, thanks.
That means that the lady who runs the Dude Ranch for Dogs and her partner with $130 in just 1 minute get the chance of the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Arlene Francis here to tell you about the most wonderful new car I've ever seen, the 1954 DeSoto Automatic. The DeSoto Automatic is the one car planned and built to do exactly what you want it to do. Do it instantly, do it quietly, and do it safely at all speeds. That's a marvelous thing to know. And what a beautiful car. There are completely new interiors, too. The new instrument panel is in perfect harmony with the rest of the exquisite appointments. A real jewel-like instrument panel, giving you a real feeling of luxury. Take it from me, this 1954 DeSoto Automatic is a really thrilling car. A car you'll want to see right away at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Drop in to drive the 1954 DeSoto Automatic and enjoy a DeSoto ride, the ride that puts you ahead automatically.
Here comes our winning couple, Groucho, the man from Switzerland and the lady who runs the Dog Dude Ranch, all set for the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question.
No coaching now. One of the colorful figures of California's early days was a writer and poet who immortalized such places as Roaring Camp and Poker Flat. For $1,000, tell me the name of this famous poet. Talk it over. What's the answer you two have decided upon? Take a guess.
Well, we don't know.
Well, it was Bret Harte, a very famous poet and novelist. So that means Bret Harte, B-R-E-T, capital H-A-R-T. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but how much did they win the quiz, George?
They won $130
well,
in the quiz.
Not too bad. Thanks and good luck from the more
very
than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Thank you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-price field. DeSoto, Plymouth. Two great new cars. Both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember... Just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. When driving, don't stick your neck out in traffic. You'll Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.